Chapter 331 Huolinger. This change was not expected by all the disciples. And the outer disciples were so upset that they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. They really wanted to say, comparing people with each other can really make people angry. So at this moment, these disciples all looked like they had no desire to live, and felt that life was dark. Not to mention the feelings of the outer disciples, their eyes came to Li Xian. At this moment, Li Xian was staring at a graceful red-haired beauty. Both of them stared at each other, and no one spoke. After a long while, the red-haired beauty spoke, in a clear voice. "You are quite courageous, you dare to look me in the eye, what? Do you have any objection to me taking you as my disciple?" "No, I am just curious," Li Xian said. He was indeed very curious. Although he had seen gold-level masters before, he had never seen such a young one, and a woman. In addition, the aura emitted by the other party was very strong. Li Xian naturally understood how powerful the other party was. "That's right, you are still young, you haven't seen many silver-level masters, let alone gold-level masters. Well, from now on you are my Huolinger disciple, and the 10th direct disciple of the 7 Stars sect," Huolinger said confidently, and was very happy to have such a disciple. So she smiled and announced that she would accept Li Xian as her disciple. "Well, do you have a gift? For example, a supernatural fruit?" Li Xian suddenly asked. "Supernatural fruit? What do you want this thing for? To improve soul power?" "The soul power improved by the supernatural fruit is not much. And its main function is to improve talent." "Wait, you don't have a special talent, right?" Huolinger suddenly asked. And a pair of beautiful red eyes carefully looked at Li Xian. "Is it not okay to have special talents?" Li Xian answered calmly. "Huh?" Huolinger was slightly stunned when she heard this. And then a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes. She suppressed her excitement and asked, "Do you really have special talents?" "Yes, more than one." Li Xian finished speaking and opened his right hand. In an instant, the fiery red flame steamed in the palm of his hand, and continued to vibrate and twist in the air. According to Li Xian's mind, it continuously changed into various animal shapes, and finally turned into a fire bird, flying towards Huolinger. Bang! A faint sound sounded, and the firebird hit Huolinger's white arm, and instantly turned into flames, and was absorbed by Huolinger. Huolinger was shocked by such a scene. "What kind of talent is this? Can you control flames at will? How is it possible?" Huolinger was shocked, and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. She had seen many people with special talents, but it was the first time she had seen someone who could control flames at will like Li Xian. The key point was that she had learned before that Li Xian was a dark attribute, and she was a fire attribute. Because of this, she still felt a little regretful, and felt that her fire god skill was not compatible with Li Xian. But now Li Xian showed this move, and suddenly shattered the regret, and became a disciple that was very suitable for her, which shocked Huolinger, and at the same time, she was ecstatic. She never thought that she only valued Li Xian's talent and formation comprehension. The result was unexpected. Li Xian not only had special talents, but also had fire attributes. This made Huolinger feel like she was dreaming and felt that she had hit the jackpot. Good. 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 Really good. I finally got a disciple who fits me. And he fits me very, very well. Ha ha ha. Huolinger was so happy that she laughed out loud. And she laughed so happily that she even looked at Li Xian as if she was looking at a treasure. "Ahem. Don't look at me like that. I prefer the extraordinary fruit." Li Xian ignored Huolinger's fiery gaze, and directly proposed the extraordinary fruit. Just now, he showed his fire attribute talent to test the other party, to see if he could be taken seriously by the other party. In the end, he made the right bet. Because of his talent, the other party's attitude changed instantly, and he took him more seriously. Of course, there are risks here. If a gold-level master wants to study him, he will have to take the risk. Of course, Li Xian was not afraid. At worst, he could just self-destruct and return, and then come back in a different body. Anyway, he had a trump card. This was one of the reasons why he was fearless. And he even asked Huolinger for benefits. "Boy, you are really rude. Since you have become my disciple, and you are so compatible with me, how can I miss you in the extraordinary fruit?" Huolinger smiled slightly, raised her right hand, and pinched Li Xian's chin, and smiled. "You seemed to say just now that you have more than one talent? What is the other one? Can I not tell you?" Li Xian raised his hand, and knocked away the other hand, and said calmly, "Interesting. Okay, These extraordinary fruits are the gifts from your teacher to you. Huolinger waved her right hand, and in an instant 10 extraordinary fruits appeared in front of Li Xian, each of which was an extraordinary fruit of fire attribute. Seeing these extraordinary fruits, Li Xian's eyes sparkled, and he took it without hesitation and began to absorb it. Hey, the energy contained in this thing is too terrifying, you be careful, don't absorb too much. Huolinger was worried that something might happen to Li Xian. So she hurriedly reminded him, it's okay. Some people are destined to be extraordinary. Li Xian smiled indifferently, and began to absorb frantically, absorbing all 10 extraordinary fruits at once. Buzz! Strong energy fluctuations rippled around Li Xian's body, causing his breath to roll wildly. His soul power continued to increase, and his telekinesis became more and more powerful because of the increase in his soul. Ding! Successfully advanced. Fireball technique advanced to the extraordinary level. Ding! Successfully advanced. Flame explosion technique advanced to the extraordinary level. Ding! Successfully advanced. Fire dragon technique advanced to the extraordinary level. 10 mechanical sounds rang out, and Li Xian's breath continued to increase, and his soul was nourished in large quantities, which was greatly enhanced. Such an improvement also made Li Xian control over the flame attribute stronger again, and he became more arbitrary. It has become stronger. Li Xian raised a finger, and in an instant a fireball the size of a mouse appeared at his fingertips, spitting continuously, absorbing the spiritual power of the fire element, and condensing continuously. When Huolinger saw this scene, her eyes were filled with joy again, and she felt that Li Xian's control over the flame was too strong, and he could control the flame ball so easily. Okay. Very good. With your spiritual energy qualification and this fire talent, it will not be a problem for you to reach the gold level in the future, and you may even break through higher. Huolinger smiled, and she liked this little disciple more and more. Then can you give me some more extraordinary fruits? Li Xian asked greedily again. Boy, don't be too greedy. Although the extraordinary fruits are good and can slightly improve the strength of the soul, the power contained in them is too strong. If you absorb too much, you may explode and die. You have already absorbed 10 of them. You must not take them again within a year. Otherwise your body will be in trouble. So, I will give you 10 more in a year. What do you think? Huolinger said seriously. 1 year later? Okay, then 1 year later. Li Xian nodded. It just so happened that he was planning to study the formation. It was no big deal to spend a year or two, so he nodded in agreement. Very good. Next, I will teach you the fire god skill. This is a skill passed down by our ancestors. It can burn all evil spirits. At the same time, as long as you learn it, you can run the skill automatically all day long, cleanse your body, achieve the body of the fire spirit, and make the flame more powerful. Huolinger spoke proudly. A bright light flashed in her fiery red eyes, and a strong aura enveloped a large area around her. Chapter 332 learned it in 7 days? Huolinger, who was like this, also made Li Xian look at her a few more times. The pride that came from the bottom of her heart was reflected to the extreme at this moment. Li Xian could also understand that the other party must have been gifted since childhood, and received training from many aspects, all the way to the current level. Such experience also created Huolinger's current personality. On the contrary, Li Xian himself had the experience of his previous life on Earth, plus continuous reincarnation, continuous fighting, and many dangerous deaths in battle. These experiences made Li Xian look much older, not as sharp as Huolinger. Okay, I will teach you the fire god art now, but you have to be mentally prepared. The fire god art is very powerful, and it can enter the top 5 in the whole world. It is very difficult to learn. With my talent and understanding, it took me a month to learn it. My master praised me as a super genius because my master learned it for a whole year. She is also a genius. Although you have good talent and understanding, you are still not as good as me. After all, I was born with a fire spirit body, which has a great advantage in fire-related skills. Don't be discouraged. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can learn it within half a year. Huolinger smiled as she recounted the story. When she talked about her talent, the pride engraved in her bones was revealed again. Okay. Li Xian nodded, and was very curious about the fire god technique. This technique is very similar to the spirit cleanse practice method, both of which are practiced automatically 24 hours a day, but the spirit cleanse practice method is a non-attribute technique, suitable for anyone to practice, and more extensive. It's just that it doesn't have the fire god technique's bonus to flames, and the transformation of physique. Comprehensively speaking, the fire god technique is more extraordinary. Li Xian's current physique is not suitable for practicing fire-attributed techniques. But he doesn't need to worry about it. At most, he can get a fire-attributed physique next time he reincarnates. With a fire-attributed physique, plus his talent bonus, Li Xian believes that his practice speed will be very fast. With deep expectations, Li Xian and Huolinger began to study, listening carefully to every word, relying on many talents that strengthen memory and enhance comprehension. Li Xian remembered it after listening only once, and then closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Practice well. When you learn the fire god art, you can come to the cave next door to find me. I will teach you the formation at that time. As for this cave, I will give it to you, Huolinger said, rubbed Li Xian's hair, turned around and left, and disappeared in a flash of golden light. During this process, Li Xian did not speak, but quietly comprehended the knowledge in his mind. With his super strong comprehension, he soon gained some experience with the fire god art and gained more insights. Silently recording these insights, Li Xian continued to study hard, and comprehended the skills after a day. Time passed bit by bit, and soon 7 days passed. Early that morning, Huolinger was carving the array in her cave, and suddenly, she heard a faint bell on the array. Someone pressed the doorbell. Huolinger glanced at the scene outside the array and saw Li Xian standing outside the door waiting. Huolinger frowned slightly. This kid. Didn't I say that he would come to me after he learned the fire god's skill? How come it's here after only 7 days? Huolinger was a little helpless, and had to put down the half-carved array plate in her hand, and waved her right hand to open the array. Come in. With Huolinger's crisp voice, the array disappeared, and Li Xian slowly walked into the cave. Little guy, how come it's here after only 7 days of practice? Is there something you don't understand? Tell me, if there is anything you don't understand, I will explain it to you, so that you can practice the fire god art as soon as possible. Huolinger spoke calmly, feeling that there was still a big gap between this disciple and her understanding. I learned it in a month, and basically no one helped me to answer. But this disciple didn't understand it after only 7 days, which also showed the difference in talent between the two. Sure enough, no one can surpass my talent. Alas, geniuses are always different. Huolinger muttered secretly, and her fiery red eyes flashed with pride. I want to learn the formation. Li Xian stood in front of Huolinger and said calmly, Learn the formation? Huolinger was stunned when she heard this. Her pretty eyebrows gradually wrinkled, and she continued, Your current focus is to learn the fire god art. After all, the fire god art is the foundation of everything. When you learn it, I will teach you the formation immediately. Now I will help you solve the problems with the fire god art. Tell me, what are the problems you don't know? Huolinger suddenly stopped talking here. Her almond eyes suddenly widened, and she stood up in shock, looking at Li Xian in disbelief, because she saw that around Li Xian's body, fire spirit power was rippling, and this spirit power actually contained the charm of the fire god art. If you want to have the charm of the fire god art, you must practice the fire god art. In other words, Li Xian only took 7 days to practice the fire god art. Such speed and talent shocked Huolinger, a super strong man, and she couldn't sit still. She looked at all this with a dazed mind. Impossible. Impossible. How could you practice so fast? This is the fire god technique, one of the top 5 super skills in the world. Even I took a month to learn it. Huolinger was really shocked. She was very talented. Her master said that she was a rare genius, because her master took a year to learn the skills, while she only took 1 month. Such a gap made Huolinger very proud. She felt from the bottom of her heart that she was extremely talented and no one could match her. But now it's good. It's only been 7 days since I accepted a disciple, and the disciple has learned the fire god technique. This completely overturned Huolinger's cognition. How did you do it? Huolinger took a deep breath, suppressed her shock and asked. You just practice and you will learn it. Actually, it only took me 5 days to learn it. The extra 2 days were to consolidate my skills. It felt so simple. Li Xian looked as if it was a matter of course. You learned it in 5 days? It's so simple. Huolinger was really shocked. She stared blankly at the handsome disciple in front of her. This disciple learned the fire god skill in 7 days, which was enough to shock the world. Now, Li Xian said that he had learned it in 5 days and consolidated it. Such a result made Huolinger doubt her life. You? are very good. You are worthy of being my disciple. Here are some formation books for you. Study them carefully. I am going out for a while. Huolinger threw a few formation books to Li Xian, quickly left the formation, and then came to another mountain. She walked on the mountain road in a daze, looking at the sky blankly. After years of training, she, who is gifted, has always been the one to defeat others. But now, she, who is gifted, is actually defeated by her own disciple. The key is that the other party looks unconcerned and does not realize that he has defeated her. This makes Huolinger very depressed, and even a little confused. Chapter 333. Another one who was hit. Unconsciously, she walked to the 7-star peak of her master, and could not help but walk towards her master cave. Linger is here. What's wrong with you? A white-haired old woman, sitting quietly on the bluestone, looked at Huolinger with cloudy eyes. Master, I was hit. Huolinger hurried to the old woman, throwing herself into her arms, and began to tell the story of accepting a disciple. The old woman listened to the whole process, smiled and stroked Huolinger's hair, and comforted her. So that's how it is. This is a good thing. Our 7-star sect will become more and more prosperous if we have such disciples. It will also temper your mind. You are growing too fast. You have been practicing in this sect, and have hardly experienced any hardships. Even your mind is like a blank sheet of paper. Now you experience some hardships, so that you can understand more. Otherwise, you will suffer in the future. Suffer? I am a gold-level expert. I will not suffer, Huolinger said confidently. Under normal circumstances, you will not suffer any loss. However, every gold-level warrior of the same level is cunning and sly. Your simple and proud character may lead to you being deceived. Now that your disciple has hit you, you can restrain your proud character. This is a good thing. However, your disciple is really extraordinary. He learned the fire god skill in 5 days. I learned it for a year. Alas, I was also hit. The white-haired old woman sighed helplessly. The old woman thought of her own talent. In her time, she was a genius among geniuses, and received the attention and praise of countless people. But now, it took her a year to learn the fire god's skill. But Li Xian learned it in 5 days. This blow made her, who was old and shrewd, feel a little emotional. However, she had experienced a lot of things, so she was open-minded. Instead, she comforted Huolinger softly, constantly enlightened her, and even talked about Huolinger formation. Your formation is quite powerful. I can't reach your level at your age. Li Xian is definitely not as talented as you in formation. The old woman continued to comfort her. Master, Huolinger was originally in a better mood after being comforted, but she became even more depressed after hearing this, because Li Xian improved a formation after learning it, making it more powerful. The key is that this formation can be mass-produced and used in the military. Even this formation can cause a trend in the formation world. After all, Li Xian's idea is extraordinary. Strengthening the 5 formation patterns of the formation can be applied to most formations. Because of this, the elders and the master of the sect fought each other to snatch Li Xian as a disciple. Huolinger even ignored her status as the supreme elder and snatched him personally. With such a good talent, Huolinger had already surpassed Huolinger. Now that her master said this, Huolinger was hit again. Did I say something wrong? The old woman asked in confusion. She had been practicing and rarely cared about the affairs of the sect. She really didn't know anything about the formation. Master, look, this is improved by Li Xian. It took only a few days to improve it. Huolinger took out the array plate made by Li Xian and began to show and explain. What a clever idea. Did Li Xian really come up with this? Such an idea can be used in all arrays, greatly reducing the cost of arrays, and even mass production. The old woman asked in surprise, and couldn't believe that such a great idea could be thought of by a child. It was him. That's why I snatched this disciple after General Yun from the library told me about this. Huolinger explained softly. No wonder, I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to accept a disciple, but this disciple is really extraordinary. He has such an idea at such a young age, amazing. The old woman continued to praise. Not only that, Master, Li Xian has special talents, at least 2. One is to control fire at will, the other he refused to tell, and I didn't ask again. Huolinger continued. Special talents? And 2? Are you sure? The old woman became more serious this time, and her expression became tense. Of course I am sure. He also showed me his ability to control fire, which is very extraordinary. I have never seen such a special talent. Huolinger explained seriously. It turns out to be like this. Is this kid the child of destiny? The old woman looked solemn. She quickly took out a batch of bagua compasses and placed them in 8 directions. She also took out a bunch of divination materials and quickly put everything in place. Linger, put the array plate made by Li Xian in the center. I will calculate his situation, the old woman said solemnly. Okay. Huolinger placed the array plate in the center and waited silently. Buzz! A strange light shone as the old woman's right hand tapped, and it continued to reverberate in the bagua compass. The colorful light was centered on the compass, and the channel flashed. Kacha! Several compasses suddenly broke into pieces, and the light disappeared in an instant. The old woman's face turned pale, and then she showed a look of surprise. My calculation failed. Li Xian was blessed by heaven and earth. No one could guess him. But to be blessed by heaven and earth, he must have done something beneficial to this world, or, in the future, he will do something beneficial to this world. The old woman spoke immediately, feeling that Li Xian would definitely do something beneficial to the world in the future. She didn't know that when the sky-devouring demon was born, a catastrophe was coming, and the human race would face a great catastrophe. As a result, when the sky-devouring demon just came out, it was at its weakest, and was blown up by several steel mantises of Li Xian. Even its origin was blown up, and it could only hide and seal itself again. The sky-devouring demon with its origin blown up. Even if it came out next time, and was promoted to the peak, it could only reach the golden great perfection. Such strength is not a big danger in this world. So the heaven and earth blessed Li Xian. Now this blessing helped Li Xian, making it impossible for others to figure out Li Xian identity. Linger, you are very lucky to accept Li Xian. You should train him well in the future and never slack off. Do you understand? The old woman said immediately. Yes, master. I understand. Huolinger nodded her head hurriedly, feeling that she was indeed lucky. It was a blessing that someone blessed by heaven and earth became her disciple, which was a blessing she could never ask for. So she was very happy. At this time, the two suddenly looked at the protective formation on the mountain road. Because someone was coming. Come in. The old woman waved her hand. In an instant, white light flashed, and 2 people slowly walked over along the mountain road from a distance. They were none other than the leader of the 7-Star sect and Wang Deacon of the Beast Control Mountain. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. The leader and Wang Deacon hurriedly bowed and saluted, with a very humble attitude. What's the matter? The old woman said lightly. Report to the Elder in the sky. It's about Li Xian, the leader hurriedly said. Chapter 334 1 year later. About Li Xian? What's going on? Tell me quickly. The old woman asked hurriedly, seemingly very curious. Huolinger next to her was also very curious, wanting to know more about Li Xian. It's like this. Something is wrong with Li Xian identity. We found out that he was a beggar before, but there is no information before he was a beggar. It's like he appeared out of thin air. In addition, when Li Xian was doing a mission in the Beast Control Mountain, something strange happened. The goose that usually likes to peck people did not attack Li Xian, but brought him food instead. It was very strange, and Deacon Wang can testify to this. The sect master explained the matter, and turned to look at Deacon Wang. Deacon Wang did not dare to slack off, and hurriedly told all the situations, not daring to hide anything. There is such a thing, not being attacked by the spirit goose. Huolinger fell into thought, and was not worried about Li Xian identity. The old woman next to her waved her hand, and said indifferently, regarding Li Xian identity, there is no need to check. Li Xian has been blessed by this world, and even the world recognizes him. There is no need to worry about the identity issue. Remember, he will be a member of the sect in the future, and he is one of us. Do you understand? It's the Grand Elder. When the sect master and Steward Wang heard this, they were also shocked, and also a little shocked. To be blessed by heaven and earth, this person is not an ordinary person, and he will definitely stand at the top of the world in the future, and make great contributions to mankind. Thinking of such a person joining the 7-Star sect, they were very happy, and felt that the sect would become more prosperous in the future. Okay, let's leave it at that. Linger, go find Li Xian and train him well, the old woman advised. Yes, master. I go right away. By the way, he likes extraordinary fruits. I was worried that something might happen to him before, so I didn't dare let him take too much. Now he is blessed by heaven and earth. It should be fine to take 3 every month. Master, how many extraordinary fruits do you have? I sent some to him. I don't have many here. Only 10. Huolinger asked while holding the old woman's hand. Extraordinary fruits? I don't have many here either. Only more than 100. Although this thing can increase the strength of the soul, taking too much can easily make the soul soft, which is not good. Tell him about this. Teach him the soul tempering technique, and let him temper and condense his soul before taking the extraordinary fruits. If the soul becomes soft, stop taking it immediately. After the old woman finished speaking, she took out 50 extraordinary fruits and handed them to Huolinger, and gave her a lot of instructions. Her attitude showed that she cared about Li Xian more than Huolinger. Okay, Master, I understand. I will definitely train him well, and train him to become the next gold level, Huolinger said confidently, with confidence flashing in her beautiful eyes. Well, go ahead. Okay. As the conversation ended, Huolinger left and disappeared in a golden light. Such golden light made the sect master and steward Wang envious, because this golden light only belongs to the golden level, and it is a symbol of strength. Unfortunately, they will never reach such a level in their lifetime. Time is like a galloping horse, and in the blink of an eye, another year has passed. This year, the world is generally stable. The only thing to pay attention to is the demon abyss. The demonic energy there is becoming more and more frequent, and there are often a large number of demonized monsters destroying the formation, attacking humans, causing heavy casualties to humans, and making this place a dangerous place that people are afraid of. This year, Li Xian had a very comfortable life. Under the guidance of the gold level Huolinger, Li Xian formation skills improved by leaps and bounds. He could easily set up a third level formation, and even tried to set up a fourth level formation. However, the fourth level formation was a formation that could only be set up by the gold level. Li Xian failed after trying several times. However, through a lot of deductions and experiments, he mastered a new formation method. That is to set up a half-step fourth level formation. This formation is extremely powerful, second only to the fourth level. Because of its great power, Li Xian did not tell anyone and kept it hidden. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal. Think about it. A new disciple can set up a third level formation after learning for a year. This is already very scary, and can even be called a legend. There are rumors outside that Li Xian has obtained some kind of powerful inheritance, and many people have bad intentions towards Li Xian. If he did not have a gold level master, someone might have already attacked him. Of course, Li Xian is not afraid, even relying on his own strength. He could solve all problems. He just didn't want to be so troublesome. If someone really provoked him, he wouldn't mind shocking them. After all, his strength improved rapidly this year. After taking a large amount of extraordinary fruits, Li Xian's strength had reached the silver level, and he was only one step away from the gold level. After reaching the silver level, he secretly returned to the summoned beast world, reincarnated several times, and finally chose a bronze level flame giant ape as his body. After that, he exchanged various knowledge with Qinyu. With her help, Li Xian formation, runes, alchemy, and equipment refining skills made great progress again, all reaching a level close to the fourth level. Unfortunately, his strength restricted his development. The damage to his soul made Li Xian realize that he must find a way to repair it. The first is to find the soul dust. The second is to merge with a higher soul, similar to dual cultivation. But Li Xian does not know what a higher soul is. He had learned some knowledge about the soul before, but unfortunately, no one knows what a higher soul is. Neither his master nor the lady of the spirit race in the Songlong territory knew much about this. Li Xian only knew that soul fusion could not be done casually. Otherwise it would cause big trouble. The other party must be willing, and the souls of both parties must be compatible. In short, it is very troublesome. If things go wrong, both souls will be in trouble. His soul was better after the transformation. If the other party was not a high-level soul, then the other party would die. Li Xian actually guessed whether Qinyu would be a high-level soul. The main reason was that she was too lucky. Luckier than the protagonist of Destiny. But Li Xian didn't dare to gamble, because if he made a mistake, it might cause her great damage, or even death. So Li Xian had been looking for knowledge about the soul. Unfortunately, even in this world, there was not much knowledge. What should I do? Li Xian sighed, walked quietly in the forest, and walked towards the end of the forest step by step. He was not in the 7 Stars Gate now. But after talking to Hulinger, he came out under the pretext of training, and his purpose was naturally to receive benefits. Walking slowly to the entrance of a gourd valley, Li Xian saw a group of steel mantises running out of the valley from afar. They each carried a large bag, which was filled with spiritual medicines and various extraordinary fruits. As Li Xian loyal subordinates, they swept through this world for a year, and the harvest also made Li Xian very happy. Li Xian scanned the large bags from a god perspective, smiled, sat cross-legged, and reached out to touch the steel mantises that rushed over. Chapter 335. A huge increase in strength. Clang clang. Several steel mantises stopped in front of Li Xian, quickly put down the big bag, revealing a large number of precious medicinal herbs and materials, including even extraordinary fruits, a total of 30. Looking at so many extraordinary fruits, Li Xian chose to absorb them without hesitation, continuously improving his various abilities in the warm current like a hot spring. Ding! Successfully advanced. Lava Giant talent advanced to extraordinary level. Ding! Successfully advanced. Summoning Undead talent advanced to extraordinary level. Ding! You have mastered a lot of dark attributes. You have gained control of dark elements. A lot of information flashed in Li Xian's mind. Li Xian's strength grew wildly, and he gained a lot of improvement. Even the last dark element control was completely mastered by him. It can be said that at this moment, he has mastered all element control. Boom! A thunder-like sound rang out in Li Xian's soul. Li Xian felt that his soul was about to explode, releasing a terrifying pressure. A stubborn aura rose in his soul, causing his soul to transform towards the gold level. What's going on? It actually started to transform at this time? I clearly didn't take the 9 nether fruit that broke through to the gold level. How could I break through? Trouble. Li Xian's face was solemn. He found that his soul was expanding violently, and was gradually transforming towards the gold level. However, he found that the scars left by the curse in his soul were actually splitting like a spider web at this moment. According to this situation, his soul will continue to split. If he cannot hold on until he breaks through the gold level, his soul will collapse. There are 3 ways to solve the current dilemma. One is to break through by force, and the other is half life and half death. The second is to forcefully terminate the repair. The soul suffers great damage, recuperate for 10 years. The third is to repair the damage to the soul, and then transform. But how to repair it in such a short time? Li Xian's face was solemn. He originally thought that he would break through the gold level by taking the 9 nether fruit. But who would have thought that he could break through by taking the extraordinary fruit, which was really strange. But Li Xian suddenly thought that his soul had transformed once in the Skull Forbidden Land. Maybe it was related to that transformation. In short, he was not sure of the specific reason. But now is not the time to think about these things. The question now is how to choose. According to my estimation, the mortality rate of forced breakthrough is higher. The cracks in the soul are too fast, and it is easy for the soul to collapse. I have the golden finger, so there is no need to fight desperately. I can take my time, so let's choose to force it to end. Li Xian sighed, and waved his right hand. Several steel mantises disappeared, and the materials disappeared at the same time. Soon, Li Xian's figure also disappeared, and returned to the summoned beast world in a ray of light, and returned to the Lord Mansion in the Songlong territory. Here, he has all the authority. Without his consent, no one can disturb him. So he can slowly force the breakthrough to end. Silently coming to the basement, Li Xian began to force the end. To stop the breakthrough, Qinyu whirled, wearing red armor, ponytail, and heroic Qinyu, holding a long sword in a white light, killed a mutant beast, and then the long sword trembled, and began to condense blood beads. The small secret realm with extraordinary fruits is in front. Everyone, work hard. As long as you get extraordinary fruits, rewards will definitely be indispensable. Qinyu raised her long sword and announced. She looked like a female general, heroic and vigorous. But at this moment, Qinyu suddenly covered her chest. Her eyes flashed with golden light, and palpitation surged into her heart. He is in danger, Sister Xiaomei. I leave this to you. After Qinyu finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared. The world of summoned beasts. The Lord Mansion of Songlong territory. Li Xian felt something. He suddenly opened his eyes, released all restrictions. Then the colorful magic circle lit up, and the heroic little Qinyu appeared in front of him. The two just stared at each other, and no one spoke for a while. At this time, golden light flashed in Qinyu's beautiful eyes, and she stretched out her fair little hand, and a smile appeared on her snow-white face. Li Xian sighed, and his soul emerged from his body, and he directly chose to transform into a heroic spirit, and then held Qin Yu's snow-white little hand. The next second, the two came to the bedroom of the city lord mansion, and Qin Yu looked at Li Xian shyly, and seemed a little at a loss. Li Xian gently picked her up, carried her like a princess, walked to the bed step by step, slowly lowered the bed curtain, and then fell into a world of two. 1 month later, in the garden of the city lord mansion, Li Xian held Qin Yu's little hand, walked quietly among the beautiful flowers, appreciated the beautiful scenery, enjoyed the wonderful world of two. Xian, do we really not need to look for extraordinary fruits anymore? The cute and lovely Qin Yu blinked her big eyes, looking at Li Xian in a daze. Well, after reaching the gold level, my strength has been unprecedentedly improved. In the future, I only need to find the origin of the major elements. I can handle this matter. You just need to be my wife obediently. Li Xian raised his hand to pinch Qin Yu's little face, and said in a gentle voice, "Well, I understand." Qin Yu nodded obediently, leaning her little head on Li Xian's arm, snuggling with him. Li Xian waved his right hand, and a recliner appeared on the open space. Li Xian directly embraced the delicate little Qin Yu, leaning quietly on the recliner, looking at the blue sky and white clouds leisurely. Yeah, how much do you know about your life? Why is your soul so powerful? The power hidden in your soul, even I feel terrible now, and those golden threads, can you release them at will now? Li Xian asked softly. He was very puzzled why Qin Yu was so powerful, especially that she could condense golden threads, which reminded Li Xian of the many giants in the abyss, who were killed by golden threads. My power has been activated a little, I can condense golden threads at will, but the power is not good, I can only kill silver level ones. Qin Yu explained softly, thinking that the reason why she became stronger and activated part of her power was because of the sex between two people. Her big eyes immediately became watery, and she looked very embarrassed. However, she hurriedly explained, I still don't know about my life experience, but I feel that there is still a relative alive in our world. Oh, could it be the person who gave you the long sword before? Li Xian suddenly thought of Qin Yu's blood-sucking long sword. It's not her. She has a different fate from me. I feel like she owes me something. It's very strange. I don't know why I have this feeling. Qin Yu said uncertainly. Your soul is very special. You must not be wrong. I will investigate later to see what's going on. Li Xian said seriously. Chapter 336 Gold Level. Well, thank you, Xian. Qin Yu said gratefully. You still say thank you to me, call me husband. Li Xian smiled and pinched Qin Yu's little face. Old husband. Qin Yu was a little embarrassed, but still obeyed obediently, but her big eyes were watery, full of shyness. Li Xian looked at Qin Yu's shy appearance, her cute and innocent look, and her rosy little mouth, and suddenly felt itchy in his heart like a cat's claw. Without hesitation, Li Xian lowered his head and kissed Qin Yu's soft little mouth. Instantly, he felt a cool and tender feeling, which made him reluctant to let go. During this process, Qin Yu was like a kitten, curled up in Li Xian's arms stupidly, looking helpless. But she did not stop Li Xian, but felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Time passed, and several days passed quickly. In the morning of this day, Li Xian and Qin Yu returned to her world, and returned to the base established by Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei. Previously, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei relied on their strong strength and alchemy ability to gather a large number of subordinates. Now they have established their own base in the Redstone Valley, and have accumulated food by hunting mutants to improve their strength. At the same time, they have been fighting against the evil organization and the weird god cult, saving a large number of people. During this period, Qin Yu's sudden disappearance, coupled with the frequent appearance of the evil organization and the weird god cult outside the base, killed many people in the base. Although Song Xiaomei tried hard to maintain the situation. Without Qin Yu, without the blood beads, without the elixir, people in the base gradually panicked, and many people began to worry. In addition, some people deliberately spread rumors in the base, causing the already uneasy base to become even more chaotic. I tell you, Leader Qin Yu has disappeared for such a long time, and the matter must be complicated. Maybe he has been seriously injured and cannot be cured. Without Leader Qin Yu, our danger in going out to fight has increased greatly. We have also lost the important blood beads. We can't go on like this. We must think of a way out. In the tavern of the base, a purple-haired strongman spoke loudly, attracting many people in the tavern. Yes, a few days ago my companions went out on a mission, and were attacked by the weird god cult. My companions all died, and I was the only one who survived. Now the number of people from the weird god cult and the evil energy organization outside the base is increasing. Leader Song Xiaomei can't handle it alone. Without Leader Qin Yu, we are definitely dead. Let's think of a way out and leave quickly. A skinny monkey in the crowd agreed. Yes. Yes. It's time to think about the way out. Someone else nodded, agreeing. Their words made everyone more worried, causing many people to think about leaving. But thinking of the kindness of Chief Qin Yu, someone shook his head. Tainyo, will not leave. The two chiefs saved my life. I must stay. Otherwise, I would be ungrateful. I don't have other skills, but I know how to repay a favor. If I leave now, it would be a betrayal. What betrayal? You're exaggerating. We're also trying to survive. Only by surviving can we better deal with the evil organization and the strange god cult. The purple-haired strongman said loudly. That's right. We are also human beings. We also have families. We must be responsible for our families. If we die like this, we will not only kill the enemy, but also feel sorry for our families. The thin monkey said with a twinkling eye. Yes. Yes. Everyone should think about the way out. I heard that the resistance organization in Yunlei City is very powerful. We can join Yunlei City and have a city as a backing. A voice came from the crowd again, giving everyone a suggestion. When everyone heard this, they were moved again. The main reason was that the resistance army in Yunlei City was very strong. With more than a dozen silver-level masters, the entire Yunlei City was their backing, and they had defeated many attacks by the evil energy organization. This organization was very famous, and was a very ideal place to go. This also made everyone more excited, and they began to gather together and discuss. Anyway, I won't leave. If you want to leave, leave by yourselves. Tainyo was indignant, and wanted to refute something, but he was not very good at speaking, so he could only say this while holding his breath. Brother Tainyo has no family. Right? Alas, you have no worries. You don't have to worry about anything. But we are different. We still have to take care of our families. And even if we leave, it is because we have no choice. The purple-haired strongman said with a twinkling eye. That's right. Everyone has their own difficulties, and it's normal to leave. The skinny monkey continued to nod, and then talked with everyone, and stopped talking to Tainyo. For a while, everyone was talking, and no one gave Tainyo time to speak. Tainyo wanted to say something several times, but no one paid attention to him. This made him very angry, but he didn't know what to do, and could only watch in frustration. Everyone gather at the base square. Immediately, the indifferent voice echoed in the base. This voice contained a strong pressure. Everyone who heard this voice instinctively felt the pressure. This voice, this pressure. Is it gold level? A white-haired old man said solemnly. No way. Gold level? Does our base have gold level? Skinny monkey said in disbelief. There should be. You may not know since you came late. I heard from some old people that a strong man once appeared in the base. It was previously speculated to be half-step gold level, but now it seems that he should be gold level, otherwise it would not be possible to give me such great pressure. After all, the sound alone makes people feel cold on their backs. The white-haired old man answered solemnly, left the tavern without hesitation, and ran towards the square. The people around saw this scene, and did not dare to stay. Rushing to the square, only the purple-haired strong man, the skinny monkey, and a few others frowned, not knowing what to do. What should we do? If they know that we have joined the evil organization, we will be in big trouble. The skinny monkey said worriedly. Why panic? Even the gold level can't see through people's hearts. As long as we hide well, no one will know. Let's go! The purple-haired strongman said coldly. Puff! The sharp steel blade pierced the man's heart. A mantis with a steel texture was looking at the purple-haired strongman coldly. Monster, monster. The purple-haired strongman turned his head and saw that all his companions, including the skinny monkey, were bleeding from their hearts. They were killed by one blow. The purple-haired strongman pointed at the steel mantis and then fell in a pool of blood. On the other side, on the base square, Li Xian held Qin Yu's soft waist, quietly standing at the front of the square, looking at the square indifferently, looking at the crowds rushing in from all directions of the base. Song Xiaomei saw Li Xian's handsome face, looked at Qin Yu's coy and lovely appearance, and then looked at Li Xian's embrace on Qin Yu. Song Xiaomei didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little envious and a little disappointed. However, she still smiled and came to Qin Yu's side, blessing Qin Yu and Li Xian from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 337 Finding the Spy. Soon, people in the base arrived at the square one after another, looking at Li Xian next to Qin Yu in confusion, looking at Li Xian hugging their leader Qin Yu. Some people who had seen Li Xian before looked at him with awe. Swish! For array plates suddenly flew out of Li Xian's pocket, flew rapidly in the air, landed in all directions of the square, and began to rise with white mist. Everyone was curious when they saw this scene, not knowing what this was. Li Xian gently patted Qin Yu back, and said softly, "I leave it to you." "Okay, husband." Qin Yu nodded obediently, and took a step forward slowly, and said to everyone, "During the time I was away, the people in the base were in a panic. Some people with ulterior motives were fanning the flames in the base. I think there are many spies in the base. What is flying in all directions now is the heart-detecting disc, which can detect everyone's good and evil towards the base. When the white fog forms in the square, anyone with ill intentions will be detected." Qin Yu spoke loudly, explaining the function of the heart-detecting disc. Her words immediately caused the people in the square to discuss, and some people avoided their eyes and became obviously panicked. Some people realized that something was going to happen to them, and could only shout, "We have been fighting for the base. Why do you use this thing to detect us? Do you not trust us? I have done nothing wrong. What is there to be afraid of? Do you have evil thoughts about the base?" Song Xiaomei stepped forward and stared at the other person with sharp eyes. "No. No." The man was a little flustered, and hurriedly shook his head. However, the people around him immediately distanced themselves, all looking at him warily, and obviously had doubts about him. If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. The two leaders contested. Tainyo will be the first to support it. Tainyo shouted loudly, and was the first to express his support. The loyal people around him also shouted, and unanimously demanded testing. Now, those with ulterior motives became even more panicked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures ran rapidly from 3 directions of the square, and fled rapidly to the distance. But just when they ran more than 100 meters away, they were instantly hit by the golden light, and fell to the ground, with no breath left. Following the golden light, everyone looked at Li Xian suddenly, and saw that Li Xian's fingertips were shining with golden light, and everyone was shocked. Gold level, so strong," someone said in shock. "I didn't expect that there would be a gold level expert in our base, so great. Ha ha, our resistance base will become the strongest base in the future." Those loyal people saw this scene, looked at Li Xian in awe, and their sense of belonging to the base became stronger. And those who were not very loyal also became extremely excited after seeing this scene, and looked at Li Xian with admiration. Only those with ulterior motives looked at him with pale faces and despair in their eyes. Huh? White smoke gradually fell from the sky, enveloping everyone, and soon the white smoke on some people turned black, and they were caught. After a period of testing, 7 people were caught, and they knelt on the ground trembling. "I didn't do it, I didn't do anything, I definitely didn't surrender to the evil organization. I won't dare to do it again, please let me go, I just don't want to die. The valley is surrounded by people from the evil organization and the strange god cult, I was forced by them, otherwise I would have died." "Ha! Even if you kill us? So what? The master will definitely avenge us, even if you are gold level. You will die, ha ha." The people who were caught were in a state of disgrace. Some shouted, some cried, some cursed, some threatened, and some refused to admit it. However, several steel mantises killed them soon, and then stood quietly beside Li Xian like soldiers, waiting for orders like bodyguards. The scene was quiet. Everyone looked at these strange steel mantises, and saw them suddenly appear and kill these traitors. Everyone felt a little scared, because the attack power of the steel mantis was too strong. 2 of the traitors were wearing spiritual armor, which was extremely strong and could not be broken even by the 2nd-grade spiritual weapon. But now, the 2 traitors were killed in an instant, like the god of death, easily harvesting the lives of several spiritual warriors. Such a steel mantis, such a sharp and fast killing, also made everyone more in awe of Li Xian. "Okay, that's it. Let's go." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Leader Qin Yu, there are people from the evil organization and the strange god outside the base. What should we do?" Tainyo stepped forward and said respectfully. Don't worry. They are already dead. Qin Yu replied, turned around and walked to Li Xian, took Li Xian's arm, followed Li Xian into the base's leader residence. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, couldn't believe the result, and they immediately ran out of the base to check the result. When they reached the outskirts of the base, they saw a scene like hell on earth. A large number of puppets, little giants, fat guys, and weird dwarves fell in a pool of blood, and none of them survived. Looking at this scene, everyone was more and more shocked. Because according to the situation at the scene, these people had just died not long ago. But everyone was clearly in the base, and they didn't hear any sound, which made everyone more shocked. All these people were killed in one blow. Is the gold level so strong? Are we not even qualified to detect it? Tainyo said solemnly. The power of that adult is indeed extraordinary. We didn't even detect any sound. The gap is too big, alas. That gentleman is called Li Xian. From now on, everyone should call him Chief Li Xian. Hainyo came out. She was most familiar with Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei. Although Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei never told others about Li Xian, Hainyo still knew some information, more than others. Sister Hainyo, is Chief Li Xian really a gold level? I don't have much experience. I feel that Chief Li Xian is a little too powerful. Tainyo couldn't help asking. Of course, the power of the gold level is far beyond ordinary spiritual power. This is a deeper level of power. Their power is more terrible than you can imagine. Let's put it this way. As long as the gold level is willing, they can kill everyone in the base without even a breath. Hainyo said solemnly. Not even a breath? Everyone was shocked, and the shock in their eyes became more obvious. They had heard that the gold level was very powerful before, but to what extent, they did not have a clear understanding. But now, there are more than 1,000 people in the base, many of whom are masters, with terrifying combat power and first-class escapability. So many masters actually couldn't survive a breath in the hands of the gold level, which made everyone more awed by the gold level masters. Chapter 338 The Evil Deeds of the Divine Emperor. Okay, everyone clean up this place, and follow the leader carefully from now on. With the golden level strongman here, no force dares to touch us casually. Even the evil organization and the strange god cult will be very wary. By the way, don't provoke the people of the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor is too terrifying, and has the power to kill the golden level. Hainyo said solemnly. You really need to pay attention to the Divine Emperor. My father used to be an official in the Qin state, and had dealings with the Divine Emperor Palace. It is said that the Divine Emperor has reached the legendary saint level. An elegant man said. Saint level? What level is that? Tainyo was at a loss. I don't understand either, but it's very scary. It is said that it is a terrifying level that cannot be reached. The Divine Emperor Palace plunders humans to enter the Divine Emperor Palace every year. Some people speculate that this is related to the Divine Emperor's skills. Maybe he sacrificed many ordinary people to break through from the gold level to the saint level. The elegant man said again. The Divine Emperor is simply a demon. My father was loyal to the country, and was finally taken into the Divine Emperor Palace. He has not come out yet. I think he is no longer in this world. A thin man said angrily. Not only your father, my mother was willing to enter the palace of the God Emperor for me to protect me, and then she never came out. Another man shook his head and sighed. Listen to me, my family had some money at the beginning, and bought a soul lamp. As long as he died, the soul lamp would go out. Half a year after my father entered the palace of the God Emperor, the soul lamp never went out. We always had hope, but suddenly one day, the palace of the God Emperor smelled of blood, and then my father's soul lamp suddenly went out. My father was killed by the God Emperor. A middle-aged man said painfully. When everyone heard this, they also talked about their own experiences. Basically, most of those who had relatives were taken away by the palace of the Emperor of God, and never came back. But everyone found a problem. That is, children and geniuses are rarely taken away by the palace of the Emperor of God, and even if they were taken away, they did not die. Most of them became the guards and soldiers of the palace of the Emperor of God. I suspect that the palace of the Emperor of God has brainwashing methods. My younger brother is a famous genius. Later, the palace of the Emperor of God came to the door. My younger brother had to leave painfully for the sake of his family. As a result, my younger brother became the guard of the palace of the Emperor of God. When I saw him again, he was arresting ordinary people everywhere. I tried to stop him, but he beat me up. I will never forget that scene at the beginning. My younger brother scolded me with tears, and told me to get out. No matter how I persuaded him, it was useless. My younger brother was like a fanatic, believing in the Emperor of God, and thinking that all the orders of the Emperor of God were correct. A middle-aged man choked up and said, tears in his eyes, "My brother was in a similar situation. He left a soul lamp, but it didn't go out for several years. We thought he had escaped. But one day we found that he was leading a large number of guards from the Divine Emperor Palace, looting humans everywhere and demanding that all the major cities hand over humans. When I saw the scene, I almost collapsed. I immediately went up to question him. He wanted to say something, but suddenly had a splitting headache. Finally, he pushed me away and left. I never saw him again." Another girl spoke painfully, describing her own situation. "It's actually like this, damn it, damn it." When everyone heard this, they felt that the God Emperor must have used something to control and brainwash them, and their hatred for the God Emperor became stronger. But thinking of the terrifying God Emperor Palace, thinking that even the gold-level strongmen were killed by the God Emperor, everyone fell silent, and the sadness in their hearts became stronger. "Let's go. The God Emperor Palace has done many evil things, and will definitely receive the punishment it deserves in the future. If we can't deal with it, someone will always deal with it. Yes, not to mention our leader Li Xian. Just the growth of the two leaders Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei. Both are very fast, and will become stronger in the future." Some people nodded. "I heard that there is a very powerful man named He Fan in Nanyan City, who led a rebel army to occupy Nanyan City, and now he is recruiting soldiers everywhere, recruiting many strong men. With so many talented strong men, sooner or later someone will clean up the Shenhuang Palace." Yes, sooner or later. Everyone was indignant, looking forward to the day in the future, when the strong men will destroy the Shenhuang Palace and completely destroy this cancer in the world. The base leader residence. Li Xian, Qin Yu, and Song Xiaomei were sitting together, talking, describing the situation here. "Li Xian, let's occupy a city. With you here, we can easily occupy a city, have a large base, and no longer have to worry about food problems." Song Xiaomei said expectantly, hoping to have a base city. The main reason is that even though silver level have occupied the city, they are even less afraid of gold level, and can also destroy the weird god cult and the evil energy organization in the city, and save more people. "Let's occupy the city first. I need to investigate the intelligence of the three major forces: the Divine Emperor Palace, the evil energy organization, and the weird god cult." Li Xian thought for a while and said, these three organizations gave Li Xian a very dangerous feeling. After reaching the gold level, Li Xian could see the strange aura permeating the sky above this world. These strange auras affected and changed the entire world, making the world gradually shaken, disasters flying everywhere, and wild beasts turning into mutant beasts. It can be said that these strange auras are the root cause of the unrest in this world. Li Xian observed carefully, and found that the strange aura was composed of three evil auras. And the sources were also from three directions, injecting dangerous disasters into the world. This method of changing the world cannot be achieved even at the gold level. So Li Xian decided to be cautious, and see the situation first to see if the three strange auras came from these three organizations. Okay. Then wait a minute. Song Xiaomei was a little depressed, and wanted to own a city. So she continued, after the investigation, we must occupy a city. Even if it is a remote small city. At least we have a place to stay. Okay. You guys deal with the base first. I go investigate. After Li Xian finished speaking, he disappeared in the void, leaving only circles of water ripples in the air that gradually subsided. Time passed, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Evil Energy City. This is a huge city occupied by the Evil Energy Organization. Everyone in the city is a member of the Evil Energy Organization. They are all very fat. And there are countless strong people. Many silver great perfection who were lawless in the outside world. And even the city lord feared them. Became well-behaved here. And did not dare to act rashly. A little sparrow flew over from a distance. And slowly landed on the eaves. And scanned the entire city with a burning gaze. Then the little sparrow flew towards the center of the city. And finally landed on a huge tower. Swish. Black energy lit up on the tower. And the little sparrow immediately flapped its wings and flew up, with white steam under its feet. The guards guarding the tower suddenly opened their eyes, and quickly scanned the surroundings. And then a longbow was pulled open, and shot at the little sparrow with a terrifying cold light. Chapter 339. Battle against the evil organization. Swoosh. The black arrow streaked through the air like lightning, directly aiming at the body of the sparrow. Surprisingly, somehow the arrow brushed against the sparrow's feathers and flew out, and did not hit the sparrow. However, the sparrow still fell straight down from the sky, as if it was affected by something. It didn't hit, but the arrow contained evil energy, and a little sparrow couldn't stop it at all. Old 8, go and see what happened to the sparrow's body. Is it a real sparrow? A sturdy, tiger-like triangular-eyed man said. It's the captain. The fat man called Laoba rushed out suddenly and disappeared in the distance. Not long after, the fat man called Laoba came running, holding a dead sparrow in his hand. Laoba, how is it? Is it a real sparrow? The sturdy triangular-eyed captain asked. I have checked it. It is a real sparrow. Laoba raised the dead sparrow in his hand. Really? The majestic triangle eyes glanced at Laoba, slowly approached, and stabbed Laoba with a long knife in his hand. Puff! The long knife was only 3 centimeters away from Laoba's heart, but it stopped. On the other hand, blood slowly flowed out of the mouth of the triangle eyes captain. The triangle eyes captain was hit in the chest by a fist, and his heart was broken. I'm curious, how did you find me? Laoba's body slowly changed, and finally turned into a bald old man. Of course, this was also a fake identity, because he was Li Xian. He, old 8, and I signed a soul-slave contract. He died shortly after he left, but he came back alive. It's obvious that you are the little sparrow just now. When old 8 was investigating, you killed old 8, and came back disguised as him. The captain of the triangle eyes smiled and took a step back. The broken heart slowly healed, and gradually cracked into a hideous smile. I am also curious, a lower-rank gold dared to come to the headquarters of the evil organization. Do you want to live? Don't want to live? Aren't there just 10 gold level ones? 9 of them are at the same level as me. And you are the only one who has reached the middle level of gold. Li Xian said faintly. You actually knew that. The captain of the triangle eyes narrowed his eyes, looking at Li Xian solemnly, couldn't believe that the other party dared to come to the headquarters knowing that there were 10 gold level ones. Wouldn't it be better to chat for a while? Why are you so impatient? Li Xian smiled slightly, and the whole person disappeared from the spot like green smoke. Boom! Where Li Xian stood just now, a fat man suddenly appeared, lightning and thunder rippling around the fat man's body, and a long sword like moonlight flashed in the air. In the sky, Li Xian God perspective scanned the surroundings, and at the same time scanned the tower. But he could not detect the scene inside the tower. This tower contained a strange power, and Li Xian extraordinary God perspective still could not detect it. Kill him! Swoosh! 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 10 gold level masters suddenly rushed into the sky, and in a terrifying golden light, a golden light like a natural disaster broke out. Boom! The walls of the evil energy city collapsed. The houses were broken, and the whole city seemed to have suffered a magnitude 10 earthquake, turning into ruins. A large number of evil energy organization members fell in a pool of blood. In the aftermath of the terrifying golden light, they were forcibly killed. Even the silver great perfection could not withstand such aftermath. When the captain of the triangle eye saw this scene, his eyes were about to burst, his whole body was filled with dazzling golden light, like a sun shining on this area. Die! The huge sun shone with great light, and it blasted towards Li Xian with the power of destroying the world. The terrifying speed instantly enveloped Li Xian. Middle parting punch. Li Xian right hand struck out with a bang. The terrifying golden light, with the power of shaking the sky, instantly split the scorching sun in front of him into 2. The aftermath of that power was so intense that it even split the white clouds in the sky into 2, and spread over thousands of miles. How is it possible? He is obviously a lower gold level, but he can actually stop me. A middle gold level, form a formation. Captain Triangle Eyes couldn't believe it, but he was very decisive, and immediately ordered the formation. In an instant, the remaining 9 gold level strongmen stood around Captain Triangle Eyes, and above their heads, a dazzling sun quickly condensed. I won't play with you anymore, summon the undead. For huge black holes rose up behind Li Xian. The black holes kept spinning with Li Xian power, becoming bigger and bigger, and soon turned into a huge space channel. Ong! The earth-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the world. A white-boned dragon head suddenly emerged from the black hole, and in the eyes condensed by the fire of the soul, stared at the 10 gold level with deathly silence, making the scene even more depressing. Ripples of water rippled. Li Xian disappeared from this place, leaving only 4 black holes spinning continuously. Densely packed skeletons like a tide drilled out of the black holes, rushed to this world, and killed the 10 gold level masters. Scorching sun. The 10 gold level masters attacked at the same time, and a huge scorching sun fell from the sky, suddenly appeared around the black holes, and swept across the 8 directions. Boom! The dazzling golden light enveloped 100 miles in radius, and the strong light and heat burst out in this area, forming a spectacular mushroom cloud, which made the earth tremble violently. When everything was settled, all the black holes disappeared, the tide of skeletons also vanished, leaving only the bone dragon slowly breaking apart. Wait, the master will summon me again. Next time you will all die, all of you will die. The bone dragon stared at the 10 gold levels with dead eyes, and the cold voice made the temperature drop sharply. Crash! The bone dragon turned into dust and disappeared, leaving only 10 gold levels with solemn faces. Who is that person? They actually signed a contract with the Dark World. Is the Dark World also eyeing this world? The triangular-eyed captain looked solemn, feeling that things were getting very tricky. Captain, that man was very strange just now. His physique seemed very weak, which seriously affected his strength. A fat man, with a bulbous nose frowned. Well, I have the same feeling. The other party gave me a very dangerous feeling. Even if he was a lower gold, I felt that he was not easy to mess with. But he could not exert his strength. It seems that his physique was only bronze? Could it be that he was injured before, causing his combat power to drop sharply? Another fat man asked, feeling that the opponent's physique was obviously weak, but his strength was almost the same as that of the middle gold level, which was puzzling. Don't talk about this for now. Go and atone your sins to the master first. The evil energy city was destroyed, which seriously affected the master plan. The captain of the Triangle Eyes looked grim, looking at the ruins of the city below, and more than half of the fat evil energy people who were killed by the aftermath of the battle. The death of so many people is a huge loss for them, and it will affect many future plans. They didn't bother to check the situation on the scene, and quickly fell from the sky, came to the door of the intact tower, and walked into the tower carefully. Soon, they came to a demon statue and knelt down quickly to salute. Master, we are not doing our job well. Please punish us. Chapter 340 Reincarnated as an Angel. Waste. 10 people failed to leave a lower level gold. If it weren't for the weird god cult and Qin Jiantian, that stubborn donkey, I would have taken action. The evil energy statue opened and closed its mouth, and the strange evil energy continued to emanate from the statue and spread into the air, affecting this world. The 10 gold level people lowered their heads even lower when they heard this, and waited for their fate in awe and fear. You don't have to worry too much. The man's body was shattered by you just now, and he won't be able to cause any trouble in the future. The focus now is to speed up the plan, and let my clone come as soon as possible. The evil energy statue's voice was cold, and murderous intent rippled through the void, causing the surrounding temperature to drop continuously. Yes, Master. We must speed up the plan. The 10 gold level people kowtowed respectfully again, not daring to be disrespectful, and they made up their minds to plan quickly. These 10 evil energy pills are for you. First, improve your strength. There are a lot of corpses in the city, which can help you all break through a level. The evil energy statue spoke again, with a hint of playfulness in his voice. Thank you, Master. Looking at the evil energy potion that suddenly appeared in front of them, the 10 gold level players were very surprised, and immediately each of them took one, and left respectfully. After arriving outside the tower, they immediately took the potion, and as their bodies shrank rapidly, they rushed towards the dead evil energy fat men. Crack, crack. The gnawing began. Each of them was like a devil, madly devouring all the dead bodies. Even the living were not spared, and they devoured whatever they saw. After devouring the corpses in the city, the 10 gold level warriors' strength surged violently, and they began to break through. Soon, the 9 gold level warriors broke through to the gold level middle level, and the captain with the triangle eyes, who was the gold level middle level, also broke through to the gold level upper level, and his strength increased dramatically. Ha ha ha. It's great. It's so great. Next time that kid comes, I will definitely crush him. The captain with the triangle eyes laughed wildly, and the aura around him was extremely terrifying. But they didn't know that in their bodies there was a hideous human face, showing a weird smile. And this face was exactly the same as the evil statue just now. On the other side, in Qinyu base, Li Xian sat on the carpet, looking at his body full of cracks, and sighed slightly. I didn't expect that. This body couldn't even withstand a blow from the middle gold level. It's too weak. If it weren't for my strong soul and extraordinary talent, my body would probably have been broken on the spot. Li Xian had no choice. He could actually give up his body and fight directly as a heroic spirit, so that his fighting power could be brought into play. But considering the strange atmosphere in the tower, Li Xian decided to be more cautious, and only fought with the triangle eye in the middle gold level, before releasing the undead summon. This undead summoning is quite useful, especially after using the extraordinary fruit to upgrade to the extraordinary level. It can actually summon so many undead creatures. I will use it in future battles. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction. He actually has other summoning skills, such as summoning lava giants. It's just that lava giants are not very smart, and the number of summons is not large, which can't be compared with summoning undead, especially not compared with the skull dragon. In general, summoning lava giants is not as good as summoning undead, and it's not handy enough. Of course, Li Xian has other summoning abilities. He has mastered the control of fire, earth, water, wind, ice, thunder, wood, light, dark, poison, space and other elements, and can condense elemental creatures at will. Li Xian compared them, and still felt that the undead summoning was more useful. That bone dragon brought him a big surprise. It's interesting that a bone dragon of the lower gold level is willing to follow me. Li Xian felt that this bone dragon was not bad. Under normal circumstances, summoning undead can only forcibly summon undead creatures that are lower than one's own soul. If you want to summon an undead creature of the same level, you need the other party's consent. Li Xian originally just tried it, but he didn't expect that the skull dragon would follow him. Although it was broken in the first battle, the skull dragon did not die. Its soul has condensed into a new skull dragon in the dark world. The next time it is summoned, it can still be summoned to become Li Xian Thug. Don't think about it for now. Let's go back and change the body first. This body is too badly injured, and the upper limit of the improvement has disappeared. There is no need to keep it. Li Xian told Qin Yu through the contract, and then returned to the summoned beast world and began to reincarnate. Ding! You have died, and are being resurrected randomly. As Li Xian gave up his body, he woke up again, but he saw the bloody sacred valley. In front of him, a delicate female angel with broken wings, holding a flaming sword in her fair hands, was fighting bloody battles with densely packed flying bats like a tide. The breath emitted by these flying bats was actually evil energy. Exactly the same as the evil energy of the evil energy dolls, and the evil energy of the evil energy organization. Li Xian looked at himself, and found that he had also become a female angel. But his heart was hit by a spear, and nailed to the mountain wall. It's evil energy again. There must be some connection between them. Let's deal with these flying bats first, and then investigate the cause. Li Xian hated evil energy creatures. He grabbed the spear on his chest with his left hand, and pulled it out directly. The strange evil energy twisted its body, and flew out from the spear, trying to drill into Li Xian's heart and corrode Li Xian. Unfortunately, the power of purification shone, and the evil energy was directly turned into nothing. The wound on the heart healed quickly. Li Xian condensed an angel sword in his right hand, and the flames burned. Then he raised it high. Flame slash. The crescent-shaped flame slash passed through the void, bypassing the female angel, and with the terrifying power of a natural disaster, it slashed through the tide of evil bats. Boom! With the terrifying crescent of flames, the evil bats at the scene seemed like ice meeting the scorching sun. In the howling and pain, they disintegrated in an instant and turned into dust. All the evil creatures at the scene were wiped out, leaving only the winged female angel standing there in a daze. Sister, weren't you dead? How did you become so powerful? The winged female angel looked at Li Xian blankly, her silly eyes full of disbelief. I treat your wounds first. Li Xian quickly received the memories in his mind, and gradually understood what was going on. He didn't want to say anything more, and just waved his hand, and the light of healing magic enveloped the winged angel. After her injury healed, Li Xian didn't know how to face this sister, and simply disappeared into the air. Sister, where are you going? Sister, the female angel hurriedly shouted, looking reluctantly at the direction where Li Xian left, her little face full of anxiety. Unfortunately, no one answered her, because Li Xian had already disappeared in the distance in teleportation, 100 miles away. On a tall locust tree branch with lush greenery, Li Xian stood quietly on the branch. His golden eyes swept in the direction of the female angel. Sorry, I'm not your sister. Li Xian shook his head, not knowing how to face the female angel, and prepared to say it after receiving the memory. This time, Li Xian was very surprised to be reincarnated as an angel. although it was a double-winged angel. His talent still brought him a surprise. Chapter 341 Angel Clan. Li Xian said, slowly calling up the data panel, checking the various abilities on the data panel. Ding! Li Xian, Lord of the Grey Wolf, for million-plus honor points. Master, Qin Yu Little Fatty. Physique, double-winged angel silver great perfection golden soul, fire, earth, water, wind, ice, thunder, wood, light, dark, poison, space and other elemental control. Innate talent, reincarnation pool, telekinesis, god perspective, heroic spirit, dragon power, mantis puppet, soul hand, treasure hunt, companion spirit equipment, self-explosion. Looking at the newly added reincarnation pool on the data panel, Li Xian's eyes flashed with joy. I got 3 talents this time, holiness and fire control. These 2 talents are automatically integrated into element control, so I don't need to eat extraordinary fruits. The 3rd talent is the reincarnation pool. I can make a sacred reincarnation pool with light attributes, so that humans can get a new life through the reincarnation pool. Li Xian said faintly, and was very surprised by this ability. If he wanted, he could even reincarnate all humans into angels. No. This consumes too much energy. Reincarnating angels requires a lot of holy energy, and I don't have the time. I can use the reincarnation pool to reincarnate the reincarnated people into humans again. This way, the consumption will be much lower. I think those reincarnated people want to become humans. Li Xian thought of the humans in the territory. Many of them were transformed into weeds, stones, trees, etc. They were basically unable to move, and were still at the ordinary level. Li Xian was sure that without his help, even after a few decades, those people would not be able to break through to the black iron level. Therefore, those people were eager to turn back into humans, and get a new life. Then set up a reincarnation pool. Anyone who wants to reincarnate must give me honor points, and then reincarnate into a human. However, the strength they have now will be greatly affected. They can only keep the talents they have in their souls. Forget it. Let them choose for themselves. Li Xian shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and flew away. From his god perspective, a manhunt was going on 100 miles away. A dozen angels were fighting and fleeing at the same time, being chased by dense evil bats, looking very embarrassed. The angels have made outstanding contributions, and they should not be destroyed. Li Xian sighed, browsing the memories in his mind bit by bit. Gradually, from the memories in this body, he learned that the angels came to this world to protect their people, and the 2 strongest guardians sacrificed themselves. The remaining strongest ones are 9 gold level ones, and 1 saint level 1, occupying area 20. But a year ago, a big problem occurred in the world of summoned beasts. The will of the world fell asleep, and there was no feedback. Not long ago, an evil energy clone from the evil energy world rushed into the world of summoned beasts, and landed in area 20, and began to slaughter the creatures of this world. For the sake of his people, the saint-level strongmen of the angel clan led 9 gold level ones to fight against the evil energy clones, and finally all died in the battle. Because of them, the evil energy clone was broken, and it could not be condensed again in a short time, and it also protected the summoned beast world from disaster. Unfortunately, the evil energy bats in Area 21 took this opportunity to rush into Area 20, slaughtering the angels wantonly, causing the angels to flee in all directions. Evil energy? I didn't expect there was an evil energy world, and there were many evil energy gods in it. Li Xian found very important information in his memory, and his face became solemn, because the evil energy world is also invading various worlds, and together with the abyss world, the strange god world, the devil world, the virus world, the insect world and other worlds. It is invading other worlds at the same time. These worlds are too strong. Other worlds have no power to resist. Even the powerful summoned beast world has been put into a deep sleep. No wonder I haven't heard the notification sound recently. It stands to reason that when I advance to the gold level, the world will definitely announce it. I didn't expect the will of the summoned beast world to be asleep. Li Xian felt troubled. The summoned beast world is his base camp. He doesn't want anything to happen here. He must do something to stop it. First, kill these evil bats. These disgusting bats are the summoned evil clones. Li Xian condensed a flaming sword in his hand, and the whole person disappeared in the water ripples. 100 miles away, a dozen angels ran in a panic, trying to fly up from time to find a chance to escape. But the dense evil bats in the sky attacked crazily, releasing various red and black powers, attacking these angels. Those red and black energies were very strange, and they quickly corroded the angels after hitting them. The angels had to use purification power to purify the corrosion. But there were too many evil bats in the sky. There are thousands of them. The dozen or so angels who have been able to hold on until now have reached their limit and are on the verge of death. Why? We have given so much to this world, but no one is helping us at this moment. Why? The leading angel cried, tears all over her beautiful face, and only despair in her golden eyes. Ha ha ha. They can't hold on any longer. Kill them all. Tear them apart. And eat up their flesh and blood. The evil bats laughed wildly, swooped down with bloodshot eyes, biting the angels bloodthirstily. Boom! A deafening roar resounded through the sky, and an extreme sword light rushed into the sky, with a terrifying power that looked down on the world, and swept across the sky in an instant. Boom! The terrifying long sword swept through the void, and the scorching sword light swept through thousands of evil bats, and the power of heaven instantly turned these bats into dust, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Li Xian stood quietly in the sky, watching all the evil bats die. His golden eyes swept below, and said faintly, "Go to the sacred valley, where your sisters are." After that, Li Xian disappeared. When he reappeared, he came to another battlefield, in front of tens of thousands of evil bats. Be careful! The angels who were fighting below saw Li Xian coming out of nowhere, and hurriedly shouted to warn him. There were too many bats. If they flew into the sky like this, they would only be smashed by the evil spears in the hands of the bats. Die! Li Xian waved the sword in his hand again, and the scorching flame swept across the sky again, and the whole sky burned violently like a sea of fire. Large groups of evil bats wailed in the burning, fell to the ground like dumplings, and then burned to ashes. Li Xian did not stop. His figure continued to flash, and each flash could save a group of angels. At the same time, his steel puppets were also released, attacking everywhere, saving the angels who were being hunted. As a gold-level strongman, although Li Xian's soul was a lower gold, with the blessing of many talents, he was not afraid even if he met a higher gold. At worst, he could give up his physique and directly choose to transform into a heroic spirit. At this time, he would not be restricted by his physique, and could exert the strength of a gold-level upper level. Therefore, even if his current physique affected his strength, each of his attacks could still exert the power of a gold-level middle level. At this moment, the flames released by Li Xian formed a rolling fire, covering a large area, and the entire sky was like a sea of fire, which made people feel palpitations after seeing it. Just like that, Li Xian continued to fight, and saved more than 3,000 angels. However, when he arrived at the last battlefield, his expression became serious, because a golden upper-level evil bat was playing like a cat catching a mouse, with a dense group of evil bats, besieging the archangel of the angel clan. She was the strongest person in the angel clan, but she was only half a step into the gold level. If it weren't for the gold-level evil bat playing around, the archangel would have died in the battle. Chapter 342 Gold Upper-Level Evil Energy Bats. Looking at this scene, looking at the archangel in a precarious situation, Li Xian clenched his right hand, and fiercely blasted at the dense and boundless evil energy bats. Boom! The blazing white light shone, with an unstoppable and terrifying might, from in front of Li Xian, and suddenly rushed diagonally into the sky. The terrifying white light contained a terrible sacred power, and its purifying power swept rapidly in the air, sweeping all the evil energy bats in the air. In an instant, the evil bats that covered the sky and the sun, like snow encountering the scorching sun, melted crazily, screaming desperately in fear. You're looking for death. The cold roar shook the earth. The golden upper evil bat flapped its wings, continuously condensed black clouds, and hurriedly protected the evil bats that were not dead yet, staring at Li Xian with bloodthirsty eyes. You little golden lower, dare to kill my people, die. The body of the golden evil bat passed by like lightning. The terrifying might of a mountain pressing down on one's head descended from the sky, and the suffocating pressure came even more rapidly. Boom! The earth could not bear this terrible pressure, and it collapsed and compressed downwards little by little. All the vegetation and trees were crushed by the pressure at this moment. Even the archangel was instantly pressed to the ground, spitting blood. If she had not reached the level of half-step gold, and was wearing golden armor and holding a golden holy sword, she would have been crushed under this terrifying pressure. Come on! Looking at the rapidly rushing golden evil bat, Li Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, He became excited because of the various fighting instincts contained in his body. With so many terrifying talents, he has been suppressing himself all along and has not been able to show his powerful strength. Now is the best opportunity to show his strength. He, Li Xian, will fully show his strength at this moment. Kill! A companion spirit suit appeared around Li Xian's body, which quickly turned into a majestic and handsome armor, even wrapping the snow-white wings behind him, forming a steel armor. In his hand, a golden spear condensed at the same time. A sacred spear burning with flames. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the sky. And Li Xian flew backwards, flying backwards for thousands of meters in the air. But he was not hurt at all. Instead, he twisted his head, making a crackling sound. That's powerful. Looking at the golden figure chasing him again, Li Xian's eyes flashed with golden light, and his body was also shrouded in golden light, forming a layer of golden armor and golden wings again. At this moment, he has become a golden holy angel armed to the teeth, and the aura he exudes is not weaker than that of the golden evil bat. Boom! The two sides fought again. The strong shock wave was centered on the two people, in the form of a circle, sweeping all directions. The thick earth was formed with dense cracks and ditches under the aftermath of the battle between the two people. Including the archangel and the low-level bats, all were blown away by the aftermath of the battle, spitting blood wildly. Luckily for the archangel, he had the protection of gold equipment, and was strong enough, so he finally escaped alive. Those bats were miserable. Many were killed by the aftermath of the battle. Only a few half-step gold-level evil energy bats fled to Area 21 in panic. Boom! The battle in the sky is still going on. The two of them flashed as fast as lightning, fighting from the ground to the sky, from the east to the west, even from the 20th district, all the way to the 21st district. The terrifying golden light, the shocking battle scene, even the sky and the earth were reflected in gold, shocking countless lives. But this is just the beginning. The gold-level battle itself is very long, not to mention the fighting power is equivalent to the strong man above the gold level. So, this kind of battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The creatures below could only see the golden light flashing in the sky, and the terrifying flames burning the world. Some lucky people even caught the blood dripping from the sky. It was golden blood, which contained powerful power. Boom! The deafening roar swept in all directions, and the terrifying mushroom cloud bloomed in the sky. The creatures were frightened by the terrifying mushroom cloud, and their backs were cold, and their hearts were horrified. Area 20. Sacred Valley. The Archangel and 3,000 angels looked anxiously at the sky, looking at the terrifying mushroom cloud covering a vast area in the sky. What is that? Will my sister be in danger? Among the 3,000 angels, the only little angel, asked hurriedly. Her sister came back to life, which surprised her, and also made her feel happy, especially since her sister saved so many people. But now, looking at the terrifying mushroom cloud in the sky, Angel was a little scared, and worried that her sister would get into trouble again. That seems to be a terrible trick performed by the upper gold. The Archangel's face was solemn. She could feel the frightening power in the mushroom cloud. With such power, she could die if she was exposed to a little bit of it. So she was also afraid and worried. The trick of the upper gold? Can your sister resist it? Will she be in trouble? Angel asked again hurriedly. It's difficult. Although your sister Anna doesn't know why. Her strength has reached the lower gold level, and she can fight the golden evil bat. But the evil bat is the upper gold level, a senior gold level, and the patriarch of the evil bat clan. Its fighting power is dangerous even to our dead patriarch. So your sister Anna is in terrible danger. The Archangel explained solemnly. No. I don't want anything to happen to my sister. I don't want anything to happen to her. Angel cried bitterly. Her face was covered with tears. Her golden eyes stared at the sky, wanting to see her sister as soon as possible, and even wanting to go over to help. But she was too weak, not even qualified to get close. She could only pray in her heart, praying that nothing would happen to her sister. Strange, why did this mushroom cloud last for so long? And it was still spreading. The power of the trick shouldn't be so strong. The Archangel felt confused, and couldn't help muttering. Soon she thought of something and her pupils shrank. Could it be that this is the self-destruction of the golden evil bat? Self-destruction? When the angels heard this, they hurriedly looked at the Archangel. Angel grabbed the Archangel's sleeve and looked at her pitifully. Yes, self-destruction. The royal family of the evil bat has the ability to self-destruct, which is very similar to the mushroom cloud that is spreading now. The golden evil bat must be a royal family. If it self-destructs, it will definitely form the mushroom cloud that is spreading now. And it will even continue to spread. The power is so terrifying that it can threaten even the golden great perfection. The Archangel explained quickly. His expression became more and more solemn. And he felt that Angel's sister Anna was probably dead. Together with the golden evil bat. They died together. Chapter 343. Building the Reincarnation Pool. The death of the golden evil bat is definitely very good news for the angels. Without this golden evil bat, the remaining evil bats will gradually decline. Because the other masters of the evil bat have been sacrificed. They summoned the evil clones through sacrifice, and prepared to occupy the summoned beast world, and completely destroy all living things. Unfortunately, the angels at that time still kept the artifacts left by the guardians. Under the joint efforts of a saint level, and 9 gold level masters, they launched the power of the artifacts, and fought against the evil clones. In the end, both sides died together, and suffered heavy losses. If the evil bat clan did not have a gold level, the evil bats would soon be destroyed by the surrounding forces. Now that the golden evil bat is dead, it is definitely good news for the angel clan. But the Archangel was not happy. Facing such a terrifying mushroom cloud, Angel's sister Anna would definitely die. She didn't want to see the benefactor who saved them die. Whoosh! The golden light flashed rapidly in the air, and a figure suddenly appeared on the ground. A bloody and delicate figure. This figure had snow-white skin, long hair, and a well-fitting armor that made her look even more heroic. However, this figure knelt on one knee. The spear in her hand had been broken. Half of her body was covered in corrosive poison, and her pair of white wings were both broken at this moment, bleeding. Even more terrifying was that this figure's body was covered with dense cracks. Just like a cracked porcelain bottle, which would break at the touch. This figure was none other than Angel's sister Anna, and also Li Xian, who had just returned from the battle. Sister! Seeing Li Xian's dying appearance, Angel hurriedly flew to Li Xian, and quickly came to Li Xian, wanting to throw herself into Li Xian's arms. But she didn't dare to get close to Li Xian, fearing that if she touched Li Xian, she would break. The surrounding angels saw this scene, and hurriedly flew to Li Xian's side, looking at Li Xian worriedly, and some angels were ready to treat Li Xian, fearing that something might happen to him. At this moment, Li Xian did not speak, but quietly looked at the concerned angel. He could no longer support himself, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He could feel a trace of instinct in his body, especially after Angel approached. That trace of instinct had a reaction. Li Xian did not stop, and let that trace of instinct drive his body. Instinctively, he slowly raised his snow-white left hand, gently approached Angel's little head, and rubbed it twice. Live well. A crisp voice came from Li Xian's mouth, and a smile bloomed on his snow-white face. That was the smile of an angel. Bang! Li Xian's body collapsed instantly, turned into stars and scattered in the air, scattered between heaven and earth in Angel's painful tears. Sister! Angel shouted, and suddenly rushed to the place where her sister disappeared, crying helplessly. Her sister liked to touch her head very much, and she would show her the warmest smile like this since she was a child. And this smile left her forever at this moment. Tears rolled down like pearls from a broken string. Angel knelt at the place where her sister collapsed, crying silently, sobbing helplessly in the oppressive atmosphere. Ding! You are dead, randomly resurrecting. With the sound of the machine, Li Xian's dark world saw the light again. He raised his head, looked at the blue sky and white clouds, stood quietly for a long time, and then checked his status bit by bit, browsing the memories in his mind. Flame White Fox. The level is not bad, silver great perfection. Li Xian looked at his little paws, shaked his snow-white tail, and nodded with satisfaction. Through memory, he found that the Flame White Fox was killed by the aftermath of the battle, that is. It was killed when the evil energy clone and the angels fought. Through memory, Li Xian saw the evil energy clone, and saw its overall appearance. Human form, with a tail, looks like a devil, but the whole body is light green, swaying with frightening evil energy, not easy to deal with. Li Xian's face was solemn. Such a terrifying guy, gold-level players can't stand it at all. In his memory, 9 gold-level players, plus a saint-level player who surpassed gold-level players, only died together with the evil energy clone when they used a certain super weapon. This made Li Xian clearly realize the horror of the evil energy clone, and the evil energy clone is likely to be related to the evil energy organization in Qi New World. If the evil energy organization also summons the evil energy clone, then who has the ability to fight against such an existence? Trouble. Li Xian was a little worried. Although his combat power was not weak, he could take away a gold-level master by dying together. But if he encountered a gold-level master, it would be very troublesome. Not to mention the terrifying evil clone. I don't know what conditions are required to summon the evil clone. It seems that I have to investigate. By the way, the combat power of the Angel clan is extraordinary. I just invite them to join my territory. My territory is now protected by the world. But the protection period will soon be over. I have to be careful of the enemy in the future. Li Xian sighed, then condensed 5 steel mantises, and ordered them to take the angels to the Sunlong territory. Just now, when Li Xian was fighting to save people, the steel mantises kept appearing to help fight. Li Xian was sure that the angels would definitely follow. So Li Xian was ready to leave and return to the territory to let the humans in the territory reincarnate as soon as possible. He has reincarnated many times in the past few years, and he has saved a group of humans almost every time he reincarnated, which has also led to the increasing size of the territory and the increasing number of humans. Until now, in the Sunlong territory, there are already tens of millions of reincarnated people. This is because Li Xian only keeps the population of his own country. As for other countries, they can go to hell. With his special talent, Li Xian can easily see the soul of the other party, without worrying about finding the wrong person. Even if he is wrong, it doesn't matter. The reincarnated people often chat together. If they find foreigners pretending to be Chinese, they will report them directly. Li Xian will naturally deal with them when he sees them. Now the entire Sunlong territory is very lively, and a huge trading market has been formed. Unfortunately, the speed of reincarnation is too slow. The fastest one is only at the lower bronze level. It is still a long way to go to the upper bronze level. I always feel that something big will happen in the world of summoned beasts in the future. We must improve the strength of the territory as soon as possible. I will go back and urge them to improve their strength as soon as possible. Li Xian shook his head and sighed. Among the tens of millions of people, only a dozen have reached the lower bronze level. As for the black iron level, only 20% are ordinary level. This improvement speed is too slow. Li Xian wants to curse. With helplessness, Li Xian escaped into the void, returned to the territory, and began to build a reincarnation pool. Building a reincarnation pool requires light stones. There are many of these things in the auction house. Many people don't know what they are used for, and the price is still very low. Chapter 344 Precious Element Origin. Li Xian simply bought a bunch and started making them directly. After 2 days of hard work, the reincarnation pool was finally completed and was placed in a hall by Li Xian, named the Reincarnation Hall. The result was unexpected. After Li Xian announced this, the whole territory was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to reincarnate. Even the black iron level wanted to reincarnate. Only the bronze level felt depressed, not wanting to give up the current power, but also envious of reincarnation. After all, this meant becoming human again. As a former human, who wouldn't want to become a human? Especially when they think about finding a girlfriend after becoming a human. Unlike now, when species are different, and they can't be distinguished. Some of these reincarnated people are stones. Some are weeds. And some are trees. They can't even find a girlfriend. They can't tell whether the other person is a man or a woman. Now, with the opportunity to become a human again, basically everyone wants to change back. Only a few people with strange ideas want to maintain the status quo. And bronze-level masters are reluctant to give up their current strength and are unwilling to upgrade from the beginning. Finally, in the depressed mood of the bronze-level masters, the reincarnation business began. Half an hour after Li Xian announced it, the reincarnation hall was already full of reincarnated people. The densely packed summoned beasts were like ants. There were even stones, weeds, dung balls, and the like held by people, all waiting near the hall. Seeing this scene, Li Xian brought the native summoned beasts guarding the gate, and asked them to maintain order. These silver-level summoned beasts were all recruited by Li Xian, and now they are just in time to maintain order. With the presence of indigenous summoned beasts, the reincarnation business proceeded in an orderly manner. Many people handed in their accumulated honor points in exchange for the opportunity to reincarnate. Since reincarnation is condensed according to the appearance of human souls, anyone who reincarnates will look like a soul, which also makes many people who want to be handsome feel depressed. Fortunately, reincarnation retains the previous talents. Although they can only reincarnate once, they are still very satisfied. At least they have become human. In such a reincarnation, Li Xian gained a lot of honor points in just one day, which was a great harvest. Seeing that the reincarnation was proceeding in an orderly manner, Li Xian no longer cared about it, and went directly to the eldest lady of the spirit race, and began to ask about the knowledge of the gold level and the saint level. This eldest lady used to be a gold level, although her strength was reduced due to injuries. She recovered slowly after buying medicine in the territory, and gradually began to restore the strength of the gold level. In another 2 years, she will completely recover to her former heyday. Such a person knows much more about the knowledge of the gold level and the saint level than Li Xian. So Li Xian talked with her for 7 days and learned a lot of knowledge. For example, the elemental origin. Li Xian finally understood its importance. Li Xian's various abilities have reached a level that cannot be improved by extraordinary fruits, and can only be improved by something more advanced. That is, the elemental origin. The elemental origin is a world-class origin thing, which is very precious and valuable. Taking one can greatly increase combat power. It is said that there was a half-step saint-level master who fought a saint-level master with his origin talent and escaped by luck. Although he escaped in the end, the importance of the elemental origin cannot be overstated. Li Xian now possesses a large number of elemental talents. If he can obtain the elemental origin, his combat power will increase dramatically. Unfortunately, the spirit lady has never taken the elemental origin. She has only seen it once, and it was in her previous world. It is said that the soul origin is very rare. There is no such thing in the small world. Only the medium and large worlds have it. In order to let Li Xian know the elemental origin more clearly, the spirit lady also used her magic power to condense the appearance of the soul origin so that Li Xian could better identify it. Elemental origin. I don't know if my treasure hunting talent can help. I hope I can find it. Li Xian was unsure. This kind of precious good thing, anyone who gets it will hide it. It's not that easy to get. Even if someone gets it, they don't know what it is. After all, the elemental origin is too rare, and there is little knowledge about it. If it wasn't the eldest lady of the spirit race, Li Xian really wouldn't know there would be such a good thing. Let's return to Qin Yu World first. Investigate the weird god cult. See what the background of this sect is. Whether it is dangerous, and whether it is the same as the evil energy organization, with that kind of evil energy clone behind it. After I have investigated thoroughly, and confirmed that Qin Yu World will not be destroyed by these evil cults, I will go to find the source of the elements. Li Xian muttered secretly, preparing to take another look at Qin Yu, and then go to the new world after he is completely relieved. Swish. Following Li Xian's thoughts, his body changed into his original appearance, and under the talent of descent, he returned to Qin Yu World and saw the cute little Qin Yu. At this moment, Qin Yu was wearing silver-white armor, and a pair of silver steel boots on his feet. Against the background of this set of armor, the whole person became more heroic and moving. Yeah. What are you doing? Li Xian asked with a smile, and walked to Qin Yu's side step by step, and put his arm around her waist. I'm experimenting with the golden thread. Qin Yu looked at Li Xian shyly, and raised her hand to indicate. At this moment, a circle of golden threads was wrapped around her snow-white hand. These threads were very tough. No one could cut them off under the silver perfection. Even under the silver perfection, it would take a lot of effort to cut them off. This was when Qin Yu's strength was not enough. If Qin Yu's strength reached the perfection, it would be difficult to cut them off even at the half-step gold level. Looking at these threads, Li Xian immediately thought of the threads he saw in the abyss. These threads killed the golden level monsters all over the mountains. Even a huge monster, which seemed to be a saint level monster, was killed. This was enough to prove the horror of the golden threads. Li Xian even thought that Qin Yu must have a relationship with the one who killed the monster. Otherwise she would not have the threads. Heaven? Li Xian thought of the tattered flag. At that time, the flag had a word heaven written on it. Li Xian thought that the name of the super strongman might have the word heaven. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. It's too far away from me. Let's investigate the Guishan cult first. As long as it is safe, I will feel at ease to leave for a while. Li Xian muttered secretly, raised his hand to pinch Qin Yu's little face, and said softly, Yeah. I will go to investigate the Guishan cult. You should keep a low profile recently, and everything should be based on safety. Well, I heard that the Guishan cult has a complicated background. You take this with you. It can defend itself, and I will feel at ease with it by your side. Qin Yu condensed several threads into a tougher thread, and carefully placed it in Li Xian's arms. Okay. Wait for me. Li Xian gave a few instructions, and his figure disappeared in the circles of water ripples, and finally arrived at Liaohua's city. Continue the investigation. Li Xian's body shape changed again, and he quickly turned into a cat and jumped onto the top of a wall, and began to search with a god perspective. The last time he investigated the evil organization, Li Xian had a clearer understanding of this world, and found that there were many countries in this world. The country where Blackstone City is located is Qin, and there are dozens of other countries around it, such as Zhao, Yan, and Song. Unfortunately, all these countries together dare not resist the rule of the Divine Emperor Palace. With one order from the Divine Emperor Palace, a large number of humans can be collected from major countries. The gold-level master who resisted the Divine Emperor Palace was the Snow Country's emperor, but he was killed instantly by the Holy Emperor, shocking the whole world. Since that incident, no major event of this level has ever happened again. The whole world lives under the pressure of the Divine Emperor Palace and survives with difficulty. Chapter 345 Weird Living Dead. The reason why Li Xian came to Liaohua City to investigate intelligence was because there was a large branch of the Weird God cult here, which was a large branch that was established openly. The key point is that all the cities and slums in the world are the territory of the Weird God cult, and they are even protected by the palace of the God Emperor. This also led to the great power of the Weird God cult, which has the power to destroy a big country. But what surprised Li Xian was that Li Xian saw people from the Weird God cult in the slums more than once. And they rarely left the slums. Even if they leave from the gate where the slums are located, and never enter other areas of the city. Just like the Fiery City, the slums are crowded with all kinds of weird humans, staring at the outside of the slums, with madness in their evil eyes, wanting to catch humans and turn them into weird people like them. But they can only watch, not daring to leave the slums. Just staring. This time, we must investigate what's going on, Li Xian said secretly, and his figure ran quickly on the roof and headed towards the slums. With the extraordinary god perspective, Li Xian easily locked onto the slums, and even saw a branch of the Divine Emperor Palace in the east of the city. Li Xian god perspective swept over, and when he found that he was not discovered, he was relieved. When the god perspective was low, Li Xian was almost discovered when scanning the people in the Divine Emperor Palace. Now that the god perspective has reached the extraordinary level, he can finally scan with confidence. The building of the branch contains some kind of formation, and the god perspective can't penetrate it. It's really not simple. A mere branch is so powerful, Li Xian muttered to himself, and continued to run towards the slums. He soon arrived at a dark corner on the edge of the slum houses. In order to avoid being discovered, Li Xian chose to hide in his kitten form, and walked into the slums carefully with his little paws. Swish! On the slum road, thousands of living dead, staring at the outside world with twisted eyes, staring at the residential area like zombies. Any resident who met their eyes would be easily affected, and then mechanically walked into the slums, becoming one of them, and becoming a living dead. Originally, they were looking at the residential area, but the moment Li Xian walked into the slums, thousands of zombies turned their heads, staring at Li Xian. The distortion and weirdness in their eyes made anyone feel a little scared. Were you discovered so soon? I'm already invisible. Li Xian was surprised. He turned into a kitten, and with invisibility, even the evil organization couldn't find it. He was only discovered when he was at the headquarters of the evil organization. But he didn't expect it. As soon as he stepped in, he was discovered immediately. This was something Li Xian had never expected. Roar! 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 Thousands of ordinary people began to run, like bloodthirsty zombies, running fast with pale feet, staring at Li Xian with ferocious eyes, and locking onto him. Trouble. The space rippled slightly, and Li Xian disappeared in the space in an instant. When he appeared again, he had come to the corner of a small courtyard, hiding quietly in the bushes. The strange god saves the world. 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 The messy footsteps continued to run, with mechanical shouts. These zombies with pale eyes surrounded the courtyard like puppets while running. They did not attack, but their eyes strangely locked onto Li Xian through the wall, staring at him intently. The strange atmosphere made the scene depressing. Li Xian felt creepy, felt a little depressed for some reason, and always had the idea of going out and joining these zombies. Shaking his head, Li Xian threw this thought out of his mind, and then said in his heart, "Strange. How did they find me? Most of these zombies are ordinary people, and they don't have the strength to find me at all." Li Xian was puzzled and couldn't figure out why this happened. He could only disappear and hide again. However, after hiding for several times in a row, he was discovered and locked every time. The inexplicable atmosphere became stronger, and Li Xian even had the idea of killing someone. Helpless, Li Xian could only stay in the slums temporarily, and came to a high tower in the east of the city, and then gradually returned to normal. I have restrained my breath, my murderous aura, my vitality, and my spiritual power fluctuations through my talent. How did they find me? Li Xian couldn't figure it out. He felt that this strange god cult was really strange and scary. He had no idea what their methods were. Continued to observe secretly. I don't believe it. If it doesn't work, just charge in. It's just a small branch. Am I afraid of you? Li Xian's voice was cold, and he was ready to charge in. But at this time, his god perspective found that those living dead were tangled together, and were walking out of the city gate, moving forward mechanically and twistedly, and heading in the opposite direction of Li Xian. What is this for? Are these strange gods going to do something again? Li Xian was puzzled, but his god perspective found that in the stronghold in the slums, there were many things that did not move, including a large number of books and various strange items. Is it a trap? Li Xian returned to the slums again in the circles of water ripples, locked onto the stronghold in the slums, and saw the strange altar that was half built inside. I didn't feel any danger. Why did they suddenly leave? Li Xian still couldn't figure it out. But he scanned the information from a god perspective and saw a lot of important information, which greatly increased Li Xian's interest. Let's read the information first. It feels very important after just a few glances, even if it's a trap. So what? Li Xian sneered, and his figure quickly escaped into the stronghold, put all the books into his personal space, and quickly carried out a big sweep. After confirming that there was nothing left, they quickly came to the outside of the slums. It seems there is no danger. Strange. Li Xian couldn't figure it out, so he just left and found a place to view the information. On the other side, dozens of miles away, in the strange crowd of living dead, two short figures hid in the crowd, hiding their bodies. Cough, cough, cough. One of the one-eyed figures kept coughing, even coughing up blood. Brother, did the cat not chase us? The three-handed figure next to him asked. No, the information attracted him. He didn't chase after me. The one-eyed figure coughed. Brother, the information is very important. Is it really okay to just throw it away? And the altar is only half built. We will face punishment if we lose the altar. The three-handed figure said again. You know shit, the cat just now was just a person. I used the soul-sucking technique to lure it, but it didn't work at all. Even using the secret method that consumed my vitality didn't work. Can you afford to mess with such a person? If you don't run quickly, you might get kicked to death. The one-eyed figure continued. Human? I thought it was a summoned beast. The three-handed figure was surprised. It's a human. I saw his face when I used the secret method. I not only knew he was a human, but also knew who he was. The one-eyed figure said again. Who is it? You should know the fierce man who broke into the headquarters of the evil organization some time ago. It's this man. The one-eyed figure continued to explain. It turned out to be him? Are you sure? Of course I am sure. It is exactly the same as the one on the wanted poster. Although this person can transform, his soul cannot change. It is him at first glance. The one-eyed man said sullenly. Oh my god, it is this fierce man. Luckily we ran fast. If it were later, we would have died here. Of course not. Now our sect and the evil organization are fighting hard. The masters are all in the abyss battlefield. We were attacked and no one came to rescue us. Now we can survive. I was shocked and ran away at the first time. You should learn from him in the future. The one-eyed figure continued. Okay, I know. Be careful in the future and don't run into this fierce man. Chapter 346. First visit to the palace of the Divine Emperor. Just like that, the two short figures left this place in fear and fled far away. On the other side, Li Xian was sitting on a grassy area, leisurely reading the documents in his hand, and constantly flipping through the contents. The documents in this place felt very important to Li Xian, especially the various records in the documents, which also surprised Li Xian. There were a lot of documents, and Li Xian spent 3 days reading them. Only then did he get a rough idea, and learned a lot of important information. The Guotian cult is actually fighting with the evil energy organization. And there is also the Abyss battlefield. I didn't expect that the masters of both sides are in the Abyss battlefield. Li Xian was very surprised. At the beginning, he guessed that the Guotian cult and the evil energy organization were evil forces that had joined together. But what surprised Li Xian was that the two sides were actually fighting in the Abyss battlefield. And many masters had already fallen. It had reached the point of no return. Strange. There is very little information about the Divine Emperor Palace in the data. It only said that the Guotian cult and the Divine Emperor Palace were cooperating, and that the Divine Emperor's life was coming to an end, and he was looking for a way to break through. In addition to these materials, there was nothing else. Even the reason why the Guotian cult and the Divine Emperor Palace cooperated was not mentioned. Could it be that the Guotian cult and the Divine Emperor Palace cooperated to deal with the evil energy organization? But there is no record of the God Emperor helping the Guotian cult in the data. But there is a record of the Guotian cult helping the God Emperor Palace. Could it be that the Guotian cult helped the God Emperor to prolong his life, and thus got the promise of the God Emperor, so that the Guotian cult could occupy the slums of major cities? Li Xian secretly guessed, feeling that this possibility was very high, and it might even be the fact. However, speculation alone cannot be used as evidence. Li Xian decided to continue investigating, to see what was going on, and why the God Emperor had not appeared from the God Emperor Palace for many years. Is it possible that the God Emperor has reached the limit of his lifespan, and is using the lives of ordinary people, as well as some forbidden secrets, to extend his lifespan? In recent years, the God Emperor Palace has been plundering humans everywhere, and those who have entered the God Emperor Palace have never appeared again. This is very much like using some forbidden secrets. Go and have a look. Be more careful this time. If you encounter an opponent that you cannot defeat, then commit suicide as soon as possible and return to the world of summoned beasts. Li Xian muttered. And circles of water ripples appeared behind him. The whole person escaped into the void in such water ripples and disappeared. Qin Imperial City. Li Xian figure came to the outside of the city on a small green hillside. He used the god perspective with a flashing gaze and swept across the entire city, and also saw the palace of the Emperor of God outside the city. The moment he saw the palace of the Emperor of God, Li Xian God perspective was instantly shattered, and the whole person felt as if his head was about to explode, and there was a sharp pain, and at the same time, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart that was the crazy reminder of his talent. Boom! The self-explosion was released suddenly, and Li Xian's body exploded, and the strong shock wave was centered on Li Xian, and instantly swept in all directions. The power, like a mountain torrent and tsunami, surged wildly in all directions, quickly covering large areas. Li Xian died in the terrifying mushroom cloud, in the exploding white light, and his soul returned to the summoned beast world. Boom! Another explosion. The terrifying mushroom cloud dissipated in an instant, and the white knife light shattered everything like lightning, destroying the smoke and dust. When the dust settled, a handsome young man stood quietly in the smoke and dust, smiling and scanning the empty scene. He had purple hair, a fair and handsome face, and a clean white shirt, which looked like ordinary clothes, without any protection. His eyes were slightly narrowed, giving people the feeling of a squint-eyed boy next door. But, at this moment, the boy was holding a white long sword, which shone with a force that shook the space. Dead? No. No, interesting, really interesting. The boy's smile gradually cracked, becoming bigger and bigger, even to the roots of his ears, and his jagged teeth, revealed in his smile, like a bloodthirsty shark. That's it. The young man looked at the empty scene, and stood for a long time. The world of summoned beasts. Li Xian found the light again from the darkness. He looked at the damp cave around him, looked at the tender green grass under his feet, and shook his head gently. A lucky deer with silver perfection? I didn't expect there would be such a summoned beast, which increases the lucky talent, not bad. Li Xian unexpectedly used the god perspective, looked at his body, and found that he looked very similar to a Sika deer, and the spots on his skin were similar, very similar. If it weren't for the golden lines on his forehead, he would look no different from a Sika deer. Not bad, with the lucky attribute, I can act more safely in the future. I keep this talent on. Li Xian chose to permanently turn on the lucky talent, to keep himself lucky forever, so that he can give more good things. Improve my strength first, and then investigate the Divine Emperor Palace. It's too dangerous there. Even the extraordinary god perspective has been discovered. It's really a terrifying force. Li Xian sighed, feeling that the Divine Emperor Palace was very difficult to deal with, and it was extremely dangerous, so he could only postpone it for the time being and investigate again after he became stronger. Thinking of this, Li Xian was ready to go to the world of the little fat man. There were still many things to deal with there, and he had a cheap master who was very kind to him. She taught him the fire god's skills so attentively, he should still thank her. Thinking of this, Li Xian left, and under the talent of the Advent, he returned to the world of the little fat man. Beast Taming Sect. On a certain tree, Li Xian hid his body, silently looked at the little fat man not far away, saw that he was learning the method of beast taming, improving his strength, and then nodded. The little fat man's strength has been improved to the middle level of black iron. According to his talent, this speed is also good, about the same as Lei Wushuang, the destiny protagonist of this world. Lei Wushuang talent is very poor. In theory, he should be at the upper level of the ordinary level now, but because of the destiny protagonist, his soul power level has also reached the middle level of black iron. Such a speed was already amazing. And it also stimulated the little fat boy, making him study more seriously. Li Xian was relieved when he saw this, and stopped paying attention to it. Instead, he compressed his strength to the upper bronze level and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the woods outside the 7-star gate, and walked towards the 7-star gate step by step. Li Xian's pace was not fast, just like a tour, and he walked forward step by step. He walked for half an hour, and was almost at the gate of the 7-star gate. Suddenly, a thought swept across the 7-star mountain. The aura was exactly the same as that of Li Xian Chief Master. Li Xian pretended not to notice, and just walked forward step by step. At this time, a pleasant voice sounded in Li Xian's ears, with surprise in the voice. Disciple, you have reached the upper bronze level? Very good, really good. I thought you couldn't go with them this time, but now you are strong enough. It's a good opportunity. Quickly go to the 7-star hall. I know. Li Xian nodded, turned around and strode towards the 7-star hall. Chapter 347 Demon Abyss Fortress. On the top of the mountain, in front of the 7 Stars Hall, the leader of the 7 Stars sect was speaking, and constantly exhorting and warning the 2 disciples. As if he felt that the exhortations were not reassuring enough, the leader took out a lot of good things, and gave them to the 2 disciples, and told them to be careful. The 2 disciples were not very old, about 16 or 17 years old. Both were direct disciples of the gold level masters, and the future of the 7 Stars sect. The leading young man was called Kixingxi, whose strength had reached the silver level. He was very proficient in formations. There was even a strange phenomenon when he was born, which was very extraordinary. The other person was a girl named Xiaoyao, whose strength was also good, reaching the bronze level. Her formations and strength were also excellent, and her talent was second only to Kixingxi. To be able to achieve such an achievement at this age, he was a genius among geniuses. He was praised by too many people, which also led to their arrogant character. Master, don't worry. I have been to the Demon Abyss many times. It is easy to harvest Demon Abyss flowers. I will definitely protect my junior brothers and sisters. Kixingxi said confidently. Well, you still have to pay attention. The Demon Abyss has been a bit chaotic recently. If you really can't harvest Demon Abyss flowers, give up. The most important thing is to check whether the 7 Stars formation is stable, and repair the Demon Abyss formation. The master continued to talk, talking non-stop. The 2 disciples were a little helpless, and could only continue to listen. At this time, the sect leader, who was speaking, suddenly paused and changed the subject. Your junior brother Li Xian is back. He will go to the Demon Abyss with you in a while. Junior brother Li Xian? Isn't it too early? He seems to have joined the sect less than 2 years ago. Isn't it too early to go to the Demon Abyss so early? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't one reach the upper bronze level before going to the Demon Abyss? If his strength is too weak, he will be a drag and seriously affect our combat effectiveness. Kixingxi frowned. He didn't want to be a babysitter. A 12 or 13-year-old child followed them. Wouldn't that be a nuisance? So he was very dissatisfied. Don't worry. It won't affect you. Li Xian's strength has reached the upper bronze level. It's enough for him to go to the Demon Abyss for training. The sect leader smiled. Bronze level? So fast? Kixingxi was shocked. He looked at the sect leader in disbelief. He didn't expect Li Xian to have reached the upper bronze level. This is what the Grand Elder said. It must be right. Li Xian will be here soon. The sect master said again. At such a young age, he has reached the upper bronze level, which is really amazing. Kixingxi was very surprised. Because at his age, he had not reached the upper bronze level, which meant that Li Xian was better than him. He had to pay attention to such an excellent junior brother. But considering the age of this junior brother, he was still worried. What is the character of this junior brother? A high spiritual power level does not mean a high combat power. I must take this into consideration. After all, we are going to the demon abyss this time. Don't worry. Your junior brother has a good character, does things neatly and efficiently, and never needs others to worry about him. The most important thing is that his formation may be better than yours. The dual formation pattern body that has emerged in the sect was developed by Li Xian, which changed the formation pattern of the 7-star sect. The sect leader smiled. Are you sure? Is it really developed by Li Xian? Kixingxi was shocked, and looked at the sect master in disbelief. Of course I am sure. You have been in seclusion, and in order to protect Li Xian, most people don't know about this. I am telling you now, because it is time for you to know. The sect master continued, and recounted the whole incident in detail. It turned out to be like this. Amazing. How did he come up with such a wonderful idea? When I knew this method, I also made 2 third-level formations, which can be said to be a great harvest. Kixingxi was very surprised. He was very curious about this junior brother, and wanted to have a good exchange with him. The girl Xiaoyao, beside him, blinked her big eyes, and wanted to meet this junior brother to see why he was so powerful, and could improve the formation in such a short time. The improvement of the key formation pattern body benefited the entire Qixing sect. Many people raised the level of the formation by half a level. He made an indelible contribution. Such people are naturally curious. Although Kixingxi and Xiaoyao are quite powerful, they are still curious, and want to know what the junior brother who improved the formation is like, and how he researched it. With this thought in mind, the two continued to wait, and soon saw a small figure slowly approaching from a distance. The figure was dressed in white. Not tall. About 1.4 meters. With fair skin. A pretty face. A tight face. And an overall appearance that gave people a porcelain doll-like feeling. Such an appearance made the girl named Xiaoyu's eyes light up. And she couldn't help but whispered. So cute. I really want to pinch his little face. Is he our junior brother Li Xian? Yes. That's him. You are stronger. Take good care of the little brother when you go to the demon abyss. The sect leader warned. Don't worry, sect leader. I will protect such a cute little brother. He is so cute, Xiaoyao said sweetly, blinking her big eyes to pay attention to Li Xian. When she saw Li Xian's little face, she couldn't help but want to pinch Li Xian's little face several times. Kixingxi also looked at Li Xian curiously. He didn't expect that this little brother was so handsome. It really surprised him. Li Xian, you are here. These two are your senior brother and 5th senior sister. You will follow them to the demon abyss. The sect leader introduced. Yes. Li Xian nodded, chatted with the two casually for a while, and then said nothing more. The reason why he agreed to go to the demon abyss was that he wanted to learn more about the demon abyss and, as a disciple of the 7-star sect, to see more important information in the demon abyss fortress. It would also be good to learn more about the demon abyss through this, and see how terrifying the demon abyss is. If he can find knowledge related to the origin of elements, it would be even better. He is now at the gold level, and his strength is slowly improving. He needs to practice for a long time, and it is difficult to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. If he can find the origin of the elements, he can quickly improve his strength and become stronger. Therefore, he cannot give up his identity in this world. He must make good use of his identity to find the origin of the elements and understand the strength of the abyss. That's it. Li Xian, Kixingxi, and Xiaoyao set out from the Qixing Gate and headed directly to the Demon Abyss Fortress. As the most dangerous place in the world, the Demon Abyss Fortress has a large number of warriors stationed there, and the Tianjin sect has even sent gold-level masters to guard it, and a large number of disciples are guarding it. Like the 7-star sect, there are also a large number of disciples stationed in the Demon Abyss Fortress, always maintaining and repairing the formation. The arrival of Li Xian and others is not so much a training, but rather a gilding, allowing them to achieve more. Junior brother, when we arrive at the fortress, we will take a small number of soldiers to the entrance of the Demon Abyss. Check the 7-star formation. Enter the abyss to set up various formations, and conduct a small counterattack. There will be many battles in this process, and even the bronze level is in danger of falling. But don't be afraid, junior brother. With the senior brother here, You will never get into trouble. Xiaoyao spoke softly. And when she talked about the senior brother, her voice was full of confidence. As if this senior brother was not as simple as he seemed. Well, the strength of the senior brother, who is at the lower silver level, is indeed good, Li Xian said tentatively. Not only that, the senior brother once killed a master at the upper silver level, and his fighting ability is very strong, Xiaoyao said sweetly. Chapter 348 The Terrifying Abyss. Oh! Have you killed a master of the upper silver level? Li Xian raised his eyebrows, and asked with a little surprise. Isn't it? Last time we were in the 8th channel of the abyss, we were attacked by a polluted monster. The monster's strength reached the upper silver level. Fortunately, the senior brother was very powerful. He turned the tide at the critical moment, and killed the monster with his own strength. Peony explained with a clenched fist. Is that so? Li Xian nodded. Such strength seems a bit like the protagonist of Destiny. If Li Xian had not confirmed that Lei Wuxuang was the protagonist of Destiny, he might have regarded the senior brother as the protagonist. However, Li Xian took a look behind him from a god perspective. There were 3 silver masters who were secretly following him. They had been following him since they set out from the 7-star gate. Obviously, they were the guardians sent by the sect to protect the safety of the 3 people. Li Xian believed that even if the eldest brother was unable to turn the tide last time, nothing would happen. After all, the guardians were no joke, and their strength was not weak. By the way, is there any place in the Abyss Fortress where I can check the information? Various information about the Abyss? Li Xian suddenly asked. Of course, you can see some information about the Abyss in the library. The more confidential ones need to go to the military library. But you need to have military merits to go there. What news do you want to know about the Abyss? I know most of the general information about the Abyss. I can tell you, Peony said sweetly. Then tell me. I am quite interested. Okay, little brother. Peony sorted out her words and began to tell slowly, telling out all the information about the Abyss. This information is more popular, most people know it, it is not a secret, but it also makes Li Xian have a clearer understanding of the Abyss. The Abyss is actually the Demon Abyss. A long time ago, everyone called it the Demon Abyss. However, with the understanding of the Abyss, with the contact with the creatures in the Abyss, it is discovered that the real name of the Demon Abyss is the Abyss. The world they live in is extremely huge. The whole world is collapsed. Layer by layer, the creatures are stronger the deeper they go. The Abyss Fortress once captured a gold-level Abyss creature, and obtained a lot of useful information through various methods. The force to which this Abyss creature belongs is the 3-headed dragon of the Abyss. It is said that this dragon is very terrifying, and a single look can kill a silver-level creature. This dragon is now seriously injured, and it invaded various worlds just to find treasures to treat its injuries. The key point is that the area where this dragon of the Abyss is located is only the 99th floor of the Abyss. There are many more floors below, and no one even knows how many floors there are in the Abyss. Such news shocked Li Xian. He felt that the Abyss was more terrifying than he had imagined. However, he was somewhat curious about the enemy of the magic dragon. Who is the enemy of the magic dragon? Is it also a creature of the Abyss? Li Xian asked curiously. I don't know either. However, the military library has relevant information. Junior brother, if you work hard, you can enter and exit the military library at will if you earn 10,000 military merits, Xiaoyao said softly, preparing to arrange for Li Xian to repair the formation more, and see what level this junior brother formation attainment has reached. Is that so? Is it difficult to earn 10,000 war merits? How long does it take? Li Xian asked. Not difficult. We are disciples of the 7-star sect. We can earn war merits by repairing formations. The speed is very fast. In about a year, we can earn 10,000 war merits. It's not difficult. But it takes time, Xiaoyao said softly. A year? It's too long. Are there other ways to earn war merits? Li Xian continued to ask. Of course there are. Just kill the Abyss creatures. A silver-level Abyss creature will reward at least 1,000 war merits. However, the Abyss can't kill now, and basically no Abyss creatures can be seen. The magic caves are now full of demonized creatures, and there are very few war merits. A silver-level demonized creature only has 500 war merits, and a bronze-level demonized creature only has 50 points. The reward is very low. Xiaoyao continued to explain. Demonized creatures? That's fine. Li Xian nodded. Demonized creatures are creatures that are polluted by demonic energy. Li Xian knew this a long time ago. When he was in the world of the blind mother-in-law, he killed a large number of giants, who were polluted by demonic energy. These demonized creatures are not strong. They have lost their wisdom, and become violent and cruel. They are easy to kill. Li Xian didn't take it seriously. However, with his current status, it is best to kill bronze-level demonized creatures, so that it will not attract attention. Li Xian even thought whether he should secretly go to the military library. Be safe, earn military merits first. Li Xian muttered secretly, not wanting to lose his current identity, preparing to be safe anyway. There are many arrays. As long as there are enough demonized creatures, killing them is easy. With this idea in mind, Li Xian and his senior brother, Xiaoyao, continued to move forward, heading towards the Abyss Fortress. When there was only 100 kilometers left to the Abyss Fortress, Li Xian paused slightly, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. "Junior brother, what's wrong with you?" Peony turned her head and asked in confusion. "Nothing." Li Xian shook his head and continued to move forward, but he was looking at the huge Abyss Fortress from a god perspective. The Abyss Fortress was even bigger than Li Xian had imagined, like a huge city, but the key point was that this city was embedded in a black mountain. Li Xian looked at the black mountain and found that the reason why the huge city was built here was to block the exit of the mountain, completely sealing off the mountain. The god perspective continued to scan along the fortress gate, and soon saw the scene inside the city, and saw a huge black passage, which was the passage leading to the bottom of the mountain. The rolling black gas spread along the passage, and was constantly corroding the formations of the passage. At the same time, there were also many demonized rats, gnawing at various formations. There were a lot of these demonized rats, and from time to time, soldiers led by the Tianjianmen strongmen would rush into the passage and kill all the demonized rats. Unfortunately, it won't be long before these rats appear again and continue to gnaw at the formation. However, the formation of the passage is very advanced. Under the gnaws of many demonized rats, it still stands like a mountain, blocking all creatures from leaving the passage. Is this the passage to the Devil's Cave leading to the Abyss? It's really huge. But these black air are polluting this world. If this continues for a long time, this world will be polluted sooner or later. The whole world will lose its vitality and completely become a Shura field for Abyss creatures. It's very troublesome. Li Xian's face was solemn. He felt that the creatures in the Abyss must be waiting for the pollution to continue. When the time comes for invasion, the world will face disaster. According to Li Xian's previous experience, he found that the Abyss likes this fighting method very much. First, release the magic energy to pollute the world, and make the plants and animals in the world demonized. Through these demonized creatures, weaken the power of human beings, and then launch a large-scale attack to take over the world in one fell swoop. Although this fighting method is not very sophisticated, it is really disgusting and very difficult to deal with. Li Xian carefully scanned the 7-star magic array at the entrance of the magic cave and found that the array had added a filtering function, which greatly weakened the effect of the black gas and reduced the power of the black gas. However, there was still a lot of black gas passing through the array, rippling into the void and contacting the spiritual energy, and most of it was decomposed by the spiritual energy, leaving only a small part. But this part of the black gas is very difficult to deal with, and it requires more spiritual energy to decompose it, and it also takes a longer time to decompose the difficult black gas. Chapter 349 Parasitic Demon. If these black airs linger in this world for a long time, sooner or later this world will be polluted and demonized. The key is that these surviving difficult black airs do not gather together, but drift to all directions, which is more hidden pollution, gradually deepening the pollution level of this world. This hidden pollution method is going on imperceptibly all over the world. Although nothing can be seen now, it is fatally dangerous, and may become a time bomb one day in the future. The key is that with these demonic energies, the creatures of the Abyss can better survive in this world, cultivate, hide their bodies, carry out various kinds of destruction, and at certain moments, it will also become a serious problem. Such a result made Li Xian frown, and scan more carefully from the perspective of God. Those spirit warriors are not right, are they possessed? Li Xian's perspective of God suddenly locked onto several figures. Those were spirit warriors, and there was no difference in appearance. But they actually had another soul hidden in their bodies, which looked like a hideous female demon, and they lived in the spirit warriors' bodies like poisonous snakes. It seems that the Abyss has taken some action. The pollution of the world has become more serious. At this rate, in less than 5 years, demonized creatures will appear all over the world. Li Xian frowned, feeling that things were getting more and more troublesome. The power of the abyss was too strong. Li Xian was not sure he could defeat the abyss. Even if he reached the gold level, he was still very afraid of the abyss. The big monsters hidden in the abyss were not something that a small gold level could provoke. A demon dragon could make multiple worlds afraid. How could he possibly win? Let's find the origin of the elements first. This world is so huge. There must be an origin of the elements. As long as there is a clue to the origin of the elements, I will definitely find it. Li Xian muttered secretly, and decided to get the war merit to go to the library first, then understand the abyss, find clues to the origin of the elements, and then consider other things. After making the decision, Li Xian and his team continued to move forward, running quickly with the help of spiritual power. With the help of spiritual power, they soon arrived at the Abyss Fortress. Looking at the huge Abyss Fortress, Xiaoya's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She felt that she was shocked every time she came here. But when she looked at the junior brother next to her, she was surprised that the junior brother still looked the same and did not show any shock. Junior brother, you can still keep your composure in such a shocking Abyss Fortress. You are really amazing. Xiao couldn't help but admire. It's okay. Let's go into the city to earn military merits. Li Xian locked onto the warriors who were boarded in the city and said, Okay, let's go. The three walked to the city gate, took out their ID cards for inspection, and then walked into the huge fortress, saw the soldiers of various colors wearing armor in the city, and the spirit warriors who came and went in a hurry. The whole city was filled with a tense and serious atmosphere, which was very different from other cities. In such an atmosphere, the three came to the Kixingman station and were arranged by the station elders to the best residence. Each person had a small courtyard, which could be said to be the best treatment. Junior brother, take a good rest today. Don't you want to go to the military library? Tomorrow, I will take you to earn military merits and show you the real demons. I am very powerful. Senior sister, Xiaoya said sweetly, took out a communication jade talisman and gave it to Li Xian, then skipped away, leaving Li Xian helpless. With this mentality, can you really protect this world in the future? Alas, Li Xian was too lazy to say anything. After putting down his things, he strode out of the courtyard and went straight to the mission hall. On the way here, Li Xian had already asked clearly that most people came to the mission hall to accept missions and gain military merits. As soon as Li Xian entered the city, he scanned the mission hall and saw a very conspicuous mission, which was to find a parasitic demon. Finding a parasitic demon would reward 1,000 military merits. This military merit was equivalent to killing 2 silver-level demonized creatures. The reward was quite high, so Li Xian was naturally tempted. Hurry up and accept the mission. It would be a pity if someone else completed a mission with such a high reward. Li Xian was very fast. He soon arrived at the mission hall and saw many missions in the mission hall. The rewards for these missions were not high. Some even gave 0.1 military merits, which was pitifully small. This also made Li Xian realize the value of military merits. He couldn't help but walk to the counter and said softly to the lady at the counter, Hello. I want to accept the mission. The mission of the parasitic demon. The mission of the parasitic demon? Are you sure? The lady at the counter was originally recording something. After hearing Li Xian's words, she turned her head sharply and looked at Li Xian, looking at him in disbelief. Yes, are there any problems? Li Xian was puzzled. No. The young lady looked at Li Xian carefully and saw the 7-star gate clothing on Li Xian. She believed it a little, but still asked again. Do you really want to take the mission of the parasitic demon? This mission has been pending for half a month, and several large battle groups have failed and given up. It's okay, I have a special talent, and can see the parasitic demon. Li Xian smiled confidently. What? The lady at the counter stood up suddenly, walked quickly to Li Xian's side, protected him, and looked around vigilantly. Come with me. The lady pulled Li Xian, walked quickly into the counter, and looked around solemnly. After pulling Li Xian into the counter, the lady breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Li Xian again. Can you tell me your name? By the way, can you really see parasitic demons? Of course I can. There are many people in this world with special talents. It's normal for me to see parasitic demons. As for my name is Li Xian. Li Xian said calmly. Well, Li Xian, don't tell anyone about your talent in the future. Recently, parasitic demons have been very rampant. No one knows where they are hiding. Several geniuses have been assassinated and killed. You just mentioned your talent directly, which is actually a very dangerous behavior. The lady warned. It's okay. There are no parasitic demons in the mission hall. I've already checked. Li Xian said indifferently. I see. It's great to have this talent. Come on. I take you to see Commander Zhou. He is worried about this matter. If you really have a special talent, you will help Commander Zhou solve a big problem. The young lady said in surprise. Well, let's go. Li Xian nodded. Okay. Seeing Li Xian so calm, the young lady believed in Li Xian's talent more and more, and walked straight to the 9th Army of the military. 9th Army. In the large conference room, several soldiers with resolute faces looked at the records in their hands with ugly faces. 3 more elites died, damn parasitic demons. Commander Zhou slammed the table angrily. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Commander, we have been searching for parasitic demons on a large scale for half a month, but there is no harvest at all. Those guys hide too deep, we can't tell them apart at all. I suggest that we build a soul testing pool and arrange for everyone to walk through it. Only in this way can we detect whose soul has problems. A wondered soldier suggested. It's too difficult to build a soul testing pool. It will take at least a year, and it will consume a lot of extraordinary fruits. It's better to ask the saint-level ancestor to come out. He can see the parasitic demon at a glance. Another white-haired soldier spoke up. His voice was hoarse, but his eyes were very bright. Saint-level ancestor? What a joke. The ancestor was so seriously injured. Disturbing the ancestor for such a small matter, it will seriously affect the ancestor's recovery. Let's build a soul testing pool. The soul pool is too slow. How many elites will we lose in a year? They are all talents that we have cultivated with great difficulty. But we can't disturb the ancestor. The ancestor is so seriously injured, and he has to support the beast taming sect at any time. If the ancestor comes to our fortress, what should we do if something happens to the beast taming sect? Everyone was silent after hearing this, and they didn't know what to do for a while. This problem is really too tricky. The parasitic demon that has never appeared before suddenly came to this world. This is a very big problem for everyone who has never come into contact with the parasitic demon. For a while, they really don't know how to solve it quickly. Chapter 350 Li Xian Weak Evil Spirit. Silence appeared in the conference room. The entire conference room was in complete silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone racked their brains, thinking about how to solve this problem, and find relevant clues. Unfortunately, the parasitic demon was too difficult to deal with, and everyone thought for a long time, but couldn't find a solution. Just when everyone really couldn't solve it, and felt depressed. Knock. 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 The knock on the door sounded, and reached everyone's ears, and made everyone frown. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to interrupt during the meeting? Commander Zhou, who was sitting at the head of the meeting, said unhappily. Commander, it's about the parasitic demon. A respectful voice came from outside the door, which also made everyone in the meeting room slightly stunned. Did the parasitic demon assassinate another genius? These damn demons. It's damnable. But unfortunately, we can't do anything about it. Everyone in the meeting room sighed. And for a moment, they all felt useless and blamed themselves. Commander Zhou saw this scene, and sighed helplessly. Come in. The door was pushed open. The guard at the door walked in with 2 people. One of them was the lady at the counter, and the other was Li Xian, who looked like a porcelain doll. Huh? Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw this scene, wondering why the guard brought in 2 such people. You know, they thought before that the parasitic demon had assassinated the genius again and wanted to come in to report the situation. But now, it seems that something is wrong. Xiaoya, why are you here? Who is this kid? When Commander Zhou saw the lady at the counter, he was puzzled, because this was his relative, and he arranged the job for her. Uncle, this disciple of the 7-star sect, Li Xian, accepted the mission of the parasitic demon. The lady at the counter, Xiaoya, said immediately, accepted the mission of the parasitic demon? Are you sure? Commander Zhou was surprised, and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. When he saw the 7-star sect logo on Li Xian, although he was puzzled, he did not reject it, but looked at Li Xian seriously. Uncle, Li Xian said he has a special talent. He can see parasitic demons. Xiuya explained quickly, hoping to solve the parasitic demon problem as soon as possible. Special talent? Really? Commander Zhou really got serious this time. Although this is the world of spiritual warriors, some people are born with certain talents. There is no regularity in the acquisition of talents. It is a very random ability, And this ability is strange and extraordinary. Now Xiuyao said that Li Xian has a special talent. Commander Zhou really believed it. He suppressed his emotions and said solemnly, "Little guy, can you really see the parasitic demon?" "Of course. There are 3 parasitic demons in this military district," Li Xian said confidently. "Even in the military district? Tell me where it is. As long as you can help us solve the problem, your reward for completing the task will be doubled," Commander Zhou said loudly. "Double? That's not bad. Follow me." Li Xian turned and walked out of the meeting room. And under the curious eyes of everyone, he led everyone to the military district square. The reason why parasitic demons cannot be detected is that they belong to the soul body, which is difficult to detect when hidden in the human body. To find them, we need to explore the secret method of the soul. Of course, I have several summons that can explore the soul, but these creatures are a little ugly. Li Xian smiled slightly and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Click! With a light sound, a black circle appeared on Li Xian's right hand, quickly condensed, rotated, and formed a space channel. Soon, a cold, mysterious, and deep breath spread from the passage. Wow! A soul-shaking sound suddenly came from the passage, and then a white shadowy woman's head emerged from the crack in the space, and her eyes swept across the crowd fiercely. Then, under the vigilant eyes of the crowd, she slowly floated out and stood around Li Xian's body. However, the sun in the sky was too strong, and the shadowy woman felt very uncomfortable, and kept making soul-shaking sounds. After she appeared, 4 more shadowy women with the same look soon emerged from the space channel and stood respectfully around Li Xian. "Don't worry. They are my servants." Li Xian saw the vigilant look on Commander Zhou's faces, smiled slightly, and snapped his fingers again. The dark space channel slowly disappeared, and finally completely dissipated between heaven and earth. However, the officers present looked at Li Xian solemnly, realizing that Li Xian was extraordinary. This is an evil spirit composed of souls. They are very good at mental and soul attacks, but they are too weak and are not suitable for fighting. Of course, it is easy to find the parasitic demon through them. Li Xian explained in a low voice, and roughly talked about the characteristics of the evil spirit. "It's good to find the parasitic demon. We will personally deal with the parasitic demon. But the parasitic demon is very strong, so we need to make some preparations." Considering the difficulty of the parasitic demon, Commander Zhou decided to go back to get weapons and equipment first, so that there would be no problems in the battle later. After all, parasitic demons are divided into different levels, and they must be treated with caution. "Okay. I wait for you here. As soon as possible. The evil spirits don't like the environment here." Li Xian looked at the evil spirits he summoned, drifting to a cool place, and said, "Okay." Commander Zhou nodded, ordered the captains around him to go back and get their equipment, and also arranged for Xiuyao to help him get weapons and equipment. After a while, the captains returned, and Commander Zhou also took the spiritual equipment from Xiuyao, including a giant axe, which looked very majestic and domineering. "Let's go. Follow the evil spirits." Li Xian's mind moved slightly, and the 5 evil spirits floated away, heading quickly towards the military dormitory. Their speed was very slow at first, but after floating for a while, their speed suddenly increased, and they rushed to the gate of the military dormitory. Seeing this scene, everyone quickly followed, and soon stopped at the gate of the dormitory, and saw the 2 soldiers guarding the gate. Wow! The evil spirit suddenly made a strange cry, and a circle of ripples came out of the mouth of the evil spirit, sweeping over the 2 soldiers. The 2 soldiers suddenly covered their heads and shivered. Soon, 2 strange creatures like banshees rushed out of the 2 soldiers' heads and screamed in 2 directions. "Parasitic demons! Kill them!" Commander Zhou saw this scene and immediately rushed up with a huge axe, roaring and swinging the axe, slashing at one of the parasitic demons. A aloha sound suddenly sounded. Commander Zhou, who was swinging the axe, felt his brain suddenly go blank. When he woke up again, the 2 parasitic demons had already rushed far away. "Don't let them run away. Kill them!" Commander Zhou was very anxious when he saw the scene, and rushed to the farthest parasitic demon. As for the nearby parasitic demon, it was surrounded by 5 evil spirits, and then imprisoned in the center, and kept eating it. These 5 evil spirits were very restrained against the parasitic demons, and were not afraid of the roar of the parasitic demons at all. They just ate them madly. In just a moment, the 5 evil spirits ate up the parasitic demons. Such a speed made Xiaoya confused, because she found that Commander Zhou was leading his subordinates to fight against another parasitic demon. As a result, the parasitic demon was very difficult to deal with, and it made strange noises from time to time, which confused Commander Zhou and his subordinates. After fighting for a long time, even Li Xian couldn't stand it anymore and waved his hand. While after receiving Li Xian's order, the evil spirits excitedly rushed towards the parasitic demon, and the ripples in their mouths instantly enveloped the parasitic demon, and then devoured the parasitic demon frantically. The 5 evil spirits were very excited, and they devoured the parasitic demon as fast as they could eat delicious food, leaving no residue. Such a scene. Commander Zhou and his subordinates were very confused, and even felt a little pale. There was no way. They fought for a long time, but couldn't solve the parasitic demon, and Li Xian evil spirit came over, and ate the parasitic demon instantly. Such a gap made Commander Zhou and others feel very frustrated, and even wanted to hit the wall. Xiaoya was very surprised to see this scene, and thought of what Li Xian said before. She couldn't help but said, Li Lishuan, didn't you say that the evil spirit was very weak? How did you solve the parasitic demon in one go? I didn't expect the parasitic demon to be so weak. Li Xian shrugged. Chapter 351, Winning Over. I didn't expect the parasitic demon to be so weak? Fuck you. When Commander Zhou and several captains heard this, their veins popped up, and they wanted to kick Li Xian away. They surrounded the parasitic demons for a long time, but they couldn't even kill one of them. Now Li Xian actually said that the parasitic demons were weak. Doesn't this mean that they are even weaker? The people who were frustrated in their hearts wanted to get angry, but when they thought about how embarrassing it was for them just now, they could only keep their faces dark and keep silent. Ahem. Xiaoya found that the atmosphere was a little wrong, and immediately coughed twice, then looked at the evil soul curiously, and asked again in a low voice, Li Xian, does your evil soul have the effect of restraining the parasitic demon? Yes. They are all spiritual creatures, and they restrain each other. But I have more evil souls, so I can easily deal with the parasitic demon. Li Xian nodded. He did not lie about this, but he obtained a lot of talents in the summon beast world, and the talent of strengthening evil souls was naturally included. Now the parasitic demon was quickly dealt with, which was also the result of these talents. Li Xian was quite satisfied with this. It turned out that it was really restrained. No wonder, my cousin and his friends are spiritual warriors, and they are at a disadvantage in fighting against spiritual bodies. And this parasitic demon is quite powerful, and its cry is really weird. Xiaoya said softly, worried that her cousin would lose face, and tried to appease her cousin's emotions through these words as much as possible. Well, that's the reason. These parasitic demons really have a great restraint on humans. Li Xian nodded. Li Xian didn't feel anything about the scream of the parasitic demon just now, but seeing that Commander Zhou and his men were always stunned for a moment, Li Xian thought about it and gave them face. Huh? Commander Zhou and his men finally breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, and they were not as frustrated as before. They have fought here for many years, killed a large number of silver-level enemies, and made outstanding contributions. As a result, now, a group of people can't solve a parasitic demon, but it is easily solved by Li Xian. This made them feel extremely ashamed, and they almost wanted to slap themselves in frustration. Now with the comfort of Li Xian and Xiaoya, Commander Zhou and the others finally felt better. Alas, it's still because we are not strong enough. Last time we killed a parasitic demon, although it took some effort, it was not as difficult as it is now. As a result, this time the parasitic demon was so strong that it easily suppressed us. If it weren't for your evil spirit, the parasitic demon would probably have escaped. Commander Zhou was quite reasonable. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he admitted it directly. Such words made Li Xian look at him with a high look. He nodded and said truthfully, you are indeed a little weak. Commander Zhou was a little amused, but still nodded helplessly. The captains around him all hung their heads, feeling very depressed and embarrassed. There was no way. They were really helpless when they encountered such an enemy. If it was the demonized creatures in the Abyss Channel, they would definitely kill them with passion. But it's hard to find this kind of parasitic demon. And even if you find it, you can't kill it. It's so frustrating. Fortunately, with Li Xian, they breathed a sigh of relief and praised, your evil soul is still powerful. By the way, is this your summoned beast? Is the dark circle just now a summoning channel? Yes. I have a talent for summoning dark creatures. Okay. Let's continue. There is another parasitic demon inside, Li Xian said, controlling the evil soul again, and walked towards the military dormitory. After the 5 evil spirits devoured the 2 parasitic demons, their bodies actually grew a little bigger. As soon as they entered the military dormitory, they excitedly looked towards the 2nd floor. However, they did not dare to act immediately, but turned their heads to look at Li Xian, waiting for Li Xian order. Go! Li Xian waved his hand, while the evil spirits began to howl again, floating excitedly towards the 2nd floor, and soon pulled out a parasitic demon from the 2nd floor, tearing it out like a dead dog, and swallowed it directly in the air. The aura of this parasitic demon was also strong. The howling sound stunned several captains, and even Commander Zhou was affected. As a result, such a powerful parasitic demon was devoured by the evil spirit again in the blink of an eye, and there was not even a trace of dregs left. Li Xian, your summoned creature is really strong. Join the military. If you are willing, I will give you the position of a captain. Commander Zhou was very surprised to see this scene, and immediately began to invite Li Xian. A person like Li Xian who is good at souls would definitely be a hot commodity to the military, and could immediately make up for the military's shortcomings in this area. So Commander Zhou did not hesitate to start winning him over. Sorry, I'm only here to gild myself. I have to go back to the 7-star sect, Li Xian said calmly. Gild myself? Commander Zhou paused slightly when he heard this, and his expression changed as he thought of something. Are you a direct disciple of the 7-star sect? Don't you look like one? Li Xian asked back. Looks like one. You have such a temperament at such a young age, and the ability you casually show is so extraordinary. I think your formation is also quite amazing, Commander Zhou praised. He originally wanted to recruit people, but now it seems that he is not qualified. Unless the general of the fortress or the grand marshal comes forward, it is possible to recruit Li Xian into the army. Thinking of this, Commander Zhou stopped trying to win him over and decided to build a good relationship with Li Xian. Li Xian, you should accept the task of repairing the formation. It will be very dangerous to enter the Demon Abyss passage at that time. It is safer for me to send someone to protect you. Don't worry. We are not good at fighting parasitic demons, but it is easy for us to kill monsters in the Demon Abyss. Commander Zhou smiled confidently. No need. I plan to go to the military library to check some information after completing this mission, and I will not enter the Demon Abyss channel in the short term. Li Xian shook his head and refused. His goal is the origin of the elements. Everything else is false. Is that so? Then tell me when you want to go, and I will definitely send someone to protect you well. Commander Zhou patted his chest and said, Okay, let's deal with the parasitic demons first. There are still many in the city. Okay. The crowd set out again, walking straight out of the military zone, starting to sweep along the city, looking for the parasitic demon. With the existence of evil spirits like the evil soul, finding the parasitic demon is not too easy, and the parasitic demons in the city can be easily pulled out. Because the search speed was too fast, it only took half a day to find all the parasitic demons and devour them. Such a speed made the military a little stunned, even though they did not play much of a role from beginning to end, and watched the evil soul kill people everywhere. When the mission was over, they didn't even know how to describe their feelings. Commander Zhou was even more desperate, and asked again, Li Xian, are you really unwilling to come to the military? As long as you are willing, I will give you the position of deputy commander. No, I prefer to be free, and the military is not suitable for me. Li Xian shook his head and refused decisively. What a pity. Such an excellent talent. Commander Zhou felt it was a pity. Such a good genius. Except for the Tianjin Sect's Tianjiao. No one can surpass Li Xian. If Li Xian was brought into the military, it would definitely play a crucial role. Unfortunately, he failed to win over Li Xian. Commander Zhou could only watch Li Xian leave, and shook his head helplessly. How about I report this to the general? Maybe the general can win Li Xian over. Commander Zhou muttered secretly, thinking that this was a very good method. The general was very powerful, having reached the half-step gold level. He liked geniuses the most, and was very good to his subordinates. Commander Zhou thought that if the general took action, he might be able to win over Li Xian. Chapter 352 Elemental Origin equals Glowing Gummy. Thinking of this, Commander Zhou wanted to go to the general immediately to report the matter. But before he went, He had to give Li Xian military merits. The mission reward was 10,000 military merits. And Commander Zhou said it would be doubled, which means 20,000 military merits. This amount of military merits is actually a lot, and it would take others at least a year to do it. Now Li Xian has completed it in one day, which is quite impressive. So when they entered the mission hall and distributed the war merit to Li Xian, the other ladies at the counter wondered if they had given it to the wrong person. After Li Xian left, several ladies at the counter hurried to Xiaoya and asked in disbelief, "Is it really 20,000 war merit? It only took one day to complete it." "Yes, it's true. This is the mission of the parasitic demon. It has been hanging for so long. Even the mission of the big group failed. I didn't expect that the parasitic demon would fall into the hands of a child." Xiaoya spoke seriously, looking straight at Li Xian back as he left. "This is too amazing. Li Xian is stronger than those in the battle group. How did he do it?" Several ladies at the counter chattered, asking Xiaoya in surprise, and also looking at Li Xian who was leaving. These ladies wanted to ask how he did it. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to ask Li Xian, because Li Xian walked out of the mission hall. At this moment, he was holding a library voucher in his hand, walking towards the military library. This voucher was exchanged by him for 10,000 war merits. Ordinary people don't have the courage to spend 10,000 war merits to exchange it. This also led to Li Xian arriving at the door of the library. There were only a few people at the door of the library, which was pitifully small. You could only watch for 3 hours a day, and you are not allowed to take any books from the library. The old man with a broken arm, who was guarding the door, glanced at Li Xian and said in a cold voice, "You can." Li Xian threw the voucher to the old man, strode into the library, and saw a large number of books of various colors, all kinds of books, and countless. It can be said that books are everywhere, and there are so many books that it is like a sea of books. Li Xian glanced at the densely packed books, and then glanced at the formation at the door. When he entered the library just now, the light of the formation floated around him, which seemed to be a means of detecting monsters. Li Xian had never seen this formation before, but it was quite ancient. It was a pity that the formation was slightly damaged. If it could be repaired, the power of the formation could be completely restored. An ancient and incomplete formation? Interesting. Li Xian's curiosity rose in his heart, and he wanted to study this ancient formation. After all, with his attainments in formation, he was already at a very high level. Li Xian was even confident that his formation could be comparable to that of the Seven-Star sect, the old-fashioned Grand Elder. Now studying this ancient formation, Li Xian really felt that it was not a difficult task, but it would take some time. Read the book first, find the information about the origin of the elements, and then understand the abyss, Li Xian muttered secretly. And the God perspective swept across the huge library, using the extraordinary God perspective to directly explore the contents of all the books. With the power of God perspective and Li Xian's super memory talent, Li Xian's brain suddenly flashed with a sea of knowledge and information. Soon, he found several books about the origin of elements. Found it. Li Xian picked up an ancient book with surprise. It's better to say it's a notebook than a book. This notebook is very small, about the size of a mouse. The book has turned dark and yellow. If it weren't for the protective formation engraved on the bookshelf, it would have been destroyed long ago. Li Xian quickly opened the notebook and slowly flipped through the first page. Soon he found the information that surprised Li Xian. Element origin. An element treasure bred in a medium-sized or large world. Has the function of strengthening spells and talents, and is extremely rare. Li Xian watched carefully, and the more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. He also gradually understood the appearance of the element origin, and the approximate area where it appeared. Where the elements are most concentrated, the element origin may be born. The appearance of the element origin is like a glowing gummy, small and exquisite, constantly floating, and interesting. Li Xian's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he quickly thought of two special areas in this world. One of the areas is the Flame Desert. The Flame Desert is famous for being uninhabited in this world. In addition to the endless desert, only the central area has raging flames. This place is likely to breed the origin of the fire element, and it is worth exploring. The second area. Li Xian thought of the Dark Forest. Li Xian has been to this forest, but he didn't go deep into it. However, the Dark Forest is full of dark elements all year round, and its richness makes Li Xian feel very comfortable, and he doesn't want to leave. At that time, Li Xian used the God perspective to scan the dark forest, and found that there were various space cracks in the depths. There were many of them. Li Xian did not want to be swept away by the space cracks, so he did not go deeper. But now it seems that the dark forest may breed the origin of dark elements. Go to these two places later, and check the information about the abyss first. Li Xian began to scan again, and soon found a large number of books about the abyss. Because there were too many books, Li Xian was too lazy to look through them one by one. So he used the God perspective and super memory talent to start forcing memory. During this process, Li Xian suddenly discovered that the ancient array in the library was actually a new array pattern, which seemed to be much more powerful than ordinary array patterns. This attracted Li Xian's attention, and he could not help but focus part of his mind on the array and began to interpret it quickly. This ancient array pattern is more stable, and its power is 50% stronger than the same array pattern. But the difficulty of depicting it is increased by 3 times. The more complex the array, the more difficult it is to depict. No wonder no one uses this array pattern now. The difficulty of depicting it is too high. Most people can't really depict it, let alone interpret it. Li Xian secretly analyzed and studied the patterns of the ancient array patterns bit by bit, and felt that it was quite interesting. That's it. Li Xian did 2 things at once, memorizing the knowledge of the abyss, while quickly interpreting the ancient array patterns in the library. This lasted for 10 days. During this period, Li Xian also returned to Qinyu world, and shared various knowledge of the abyss, and the knowledge of ancient array patterns with Qinyu. Qinyu is now Li Xian wise inner rib. After Qinyu passed on the knowledge, Li Xian understanding of the ancient array patterns increased dramatically, and he felt that the ancient arrays in the library were becoming simpler. On the 15th day, Li Xian had memorized most of the knowledge of the abyss, and he was not going to come again tomorrow. Before leaving, Li Xian planned to repair the ancient formation, which would also better protect the library. The knowledge in this library was very useful, and it was an important place for knowledge transmission. A damaged formation might lead to loopholes. For example, there were some shadow demons among the demons who were good at sneaking in, and they could completely destroy the books in the library, or even tamper with the books. In addition, there is better knowledge on the 2nd floor. Li Xian plans to upgrade the token to level 2, and then come back to continue checking. He doesn't want something to happen in the library. Considering this, Li Xian walked to the corner of the damaged formation, and his index fingertip glowed. He quickly began to repair the damaged part and improved it slightly, changing the operation mode of the formation slightly. After everything was done, Li Xian nodded and said, "The power of the formation has been fully restored. After my improvement, the power has been increased by 10%. Although it is not high, it is an ancient formation after all. It is the limit to be able to do this." Li Xian was quite satisfied, considering that the array had changed its operation mode. Li Xian took out an empty small array plate from his pocket and carved it into an array key. After doing all this, Li Xian walked out of the library and saw the one-armed old man at the door, who was sleeping soundly on the stone table. He drank several bottles of old wine. "Old man, I repaired the library array. This is the new array key. You will use this to enter and exit in the future." Li Xian placed the array key on the stone table. "Don't disturb me while I'm sleeping," the one-armed old man said in a daze, and turned over and continued to sleep soundly. Li Xian, forget it. Let's go to the Abyss Passage. Li Xian left and went to find his senior sister Xiaoyao at the 7 Stars Gate Station, preparing to team up with her to go to the Abyss Passage, because he found some interesting things about the Abyss. Not long after he left, a Tianjin Gate disciple came over from a distance, threw the certificate to the one-armed old man, and walked into the library. Bang! The Tianjin sect disciple's head hit the formation, and he turned back helplessly to look at the one-armed old man. "Old man, I'm going to the library. Please open the formation." "Huh? Isn't it already open?" The one-armed old man opened his eyes in confusion, took his formation key, and pressed his index finger on the opening button. "No, I can't get in, look." The Tianjin sect disciple knocked on the formation, and suddenly there was a bang. Chapter 353, Repairing the Ancient Formation. "Huh?" The one-armed old man stood up, looked at the formation in surprise, and continued to press the switch of the formation key with his index finger. "Try again." Bang bang. The Tianjin sect disciple patted the formation again, but still couldn't get in. "What's going on? The formation key is ineffective?" The one-armed old man was stunned, and his mind couldn't turn around for a while. "You know, This formation is an ancient demon-killing defense formation, which has existed for many years, and has never had any problems, but now the key is ineffective. The one-armed old man was shocked. The feeling of confusion caused by drinking was dissipating quickly. Then, he quickly walked to the formation and raised his hand to touch the formation. But even he couldn't get in. How could it be? You can get in without a switch if you have the formation key. How come even I can't get in? The one-armed old man was even more confused. His head was buzzing. But at this time, he suddenly thought of the scene when he was sleeping. And thought of Li Xian. He turned his head suddenly, saw a new formation key on the stone table, ran over and picked it up, and pressed the switch on it. Huh? The formation rippled, white mist filled the air, and the formation responded. It's okay. The Tianjin sect disciple stretched out his hand, and found that it was okay, and walked directly into the library with big strides. But when he left, he muttered, I can even take the wrong formation key, I'm speechless. When the one-armed old man heard this, his forehead was black, but he immediately lowered his head, looked at the two formation keys carefully, and looked at the names on them. One of them had his name on it, and the other was a new formation key, with a brand new appearance. The key is that the new array key can be used now, and the old array key cannot be used. This made the one-armed old man even more confused. He tried again, walked in at the door of the library, and walked out again. After testing it more than 10 times, he finally confirmed one thing. His old array key cannot be used, and he can only use the new one. How is it possible? How did that kid do it? This is an ancient demon-killing defense array. This kid actually changed the way to enter and exit? The one-armed old man realized the seriousness of the matter, and suspected that it was caused by the damaged part of the formation. He quickly came to the damaged part of the formation and looked carefully. He found that the damaged part had been repaired. Looking at the repaired part, he found that he couldn't understand it. You know, he is also a master of formations, and his understanding of formations is no less than that of the elders of the 7 Stars Gate. But such a powerful person, he couldn't understand the repaired formation. This seems to be repaired with ancient formation patterns, and double-line engraving method is added. But what's the matter with these loops? Improved? Why can't I understand it? The one-armed old man was getting more and more confused. The more he read, the more confused he became. He began to doubt his life, because he thought of Li Xian. There were not many people coming to the library these days. Only Li Xian came yesterday and today. As for the 12-year-old Li Xian, the old man didn't care at all. He just treated him as a child. Now, this child actually repaired the ancient formation, and repaired it in a way that he couldn't understand. This made the one-armed old man doubt his life. When did the 7-star sect become so powerful? A child is so awesome. The formation he repaired, even I can't understand it. The one-armed old man wanted to cry. It was too embarrassing. He had studied formations for many years, although he had been depressed in the past 2 years because of losing his arm. But this was not something a child could compare to. But the facts were in front of him. The one-armed old man had to believe it. No, I must learn how to repair it. As a formation master, I don't even know this. It's too embarrassing. The one-armed old man sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend directly at the position of the formation. Not to mention, with his solid foundation, the one-armed old man comprehended the use of the loop, and felt that he benefited a lot. But he couldn't understand the rest. He could only rack his brains to think about the reasons, study the formation hard, and analyze the various knowledge points in it. The sun was setting, and it was evening. The one-armed old man came to the stone table with a dizzy head, took out paper and pen and began to draw pictures, and added the loop he comprehended to the explosion formation he was studying. At this time, a black old man came over from a distance, and said as he walked, White old man, it's time to change shifts, Hugo. Wait a minute, I draw this loop and leave. The one-armed old man replied without even raising his head. Are you studying your explosion array again? Hasn't it been improved to the limit? Huh? The black old man walked to the stone table and took a look. His pupil shrank, and he instantly became serious. He carefully looked at the newly drawn picture, and his expression became more serious the more he looked at it. What's the matter with this newly added loop? This loop is too exquisite. You are amazing. You actually increased the power of the explosion array. The black old man was very surprised, looking at the one-armed old man with an unbelievable look. How did you do it? He, are you envious? It took me a long time to comprehend it before I learned it. the one-armed old man said with some pride. Comprehend? What do you mean? The black old man was puzzled. Come with me, I show you something good. The one-armed old man pulled the black old man, and quickly walked to the position where the formation was repaired, and pointed at it and said, Look! Isn't this the damaged part of the formation? It was actually repaired. Isn't this an ancient formation? The repair is extremely difficult. Even the leader of the 7-star sect can't do it, who is so powerful that he actually repaired the ancient formation. It's amazing. It was repaired with ancient formation patterns. The black old man couldn't believe it, and looked at the repaired place with a horrified look. Don't worry about who repaired it first. Look at the repaired loop first. The one-armed old man kept it a secret and said, Okay. The black old man nodded seriously, and carefully looked at the repaired formation. The more he looked, the more surprised he was, and the more he looked, the more shocked he was. What's going on? They actually used the double-line ancient formation pattern to repair the formation, and added new things. Is this an improvement? These loops are so exquisite. Wait, I don't understand some of these loops. The black old man rubbed his temples, and felt that his mind was a little confused, mainly because it was too complicated, and he couldn't understand what was going on for a while. Hee, you are right not to understand. It took me a long time to comprehend a loop. As a result, this loop has increased the power of my explosive formation. How about it? Is it powerful? The one-armed old man said proudly. It is indeed powerful. I can't understand these loops for the time being, but I feel that after the ancient formation was repaired, the power has increased a lot. These loops and formation patterns, I don't know how, strengthen the formation. Old man Bai. Tell me honestly, which Supermaster repaired the formation? Could it be the golden level Supreme Elder of the 7-star sect? The black old man said solemnly. No. It's not the golden level Supreme Elder, but a child. A little boy of 12 or 13 years old. The one-armed old man said solemnly. Little boy? Impossible. A little boy repaired the ancient formation. Do you think it's possible? The black old man couldn't believe it. But seeing how serious the one-armed old man was, the black old man was also a little scared. And he asked again, Is it really a little boy? It's absolutely true. This little boy was reading in the library these past 2 days. I saw on his ID that he was from the 7-star sect. And he was just a kid, so I didn't take it seriously. But he actually helped us repair the formation. When he told me, I was still sleeping. Now I think about it, I'm really ashamed. The one-armed old man felt that he had gone too far. He was going to find Li Xian later to express his gratitude to him, and ask for advice on formations. Chapter 354 Entering the Abyss Passage. The black old man was very surprised when he heard it. He really wanted to meet Li Xian, who carved the formation. However, the formation that had just been repaired on the scene made the black old man very curious. So, he sat cross-legged and began to study in front of the formation. The one-armed old man next to him was also attracted by the formation, and could not help but sit down to study it again. Both of them were masters of formations. In the discussion with each other, they gained more and more, which made them reluctant to leave. In this way, the two studied for a whole night, and even until the morning. Their situation naturally attracted the attention of others. The Tianjin sect disciples who came to the library to read spread the news, which led to many people coming here. As a result, one person spread 10 people, and 10 people spread 100 people. More and more people knew about this matter and the formation. The Qixing sect station. Xiaoyao was talking to the eldest brother, inviting him to go to the Demon Abyss Passage to complete the task of repairing the formation. You take junior brother with you first. I have something important to do. The eldest brother looked at the message he had just received in the Jade Talisman and said solemnly, Eldest brother, did anything important happen? Peony asked doubtfully. It's like this. Just now a disciple sent me a message, saying that many people are studying formations in the library. It seems that 2 formation masters have gained insights into ancient formations. I plan to go over and listen, and learn from them. The eldest brother explained. Ancient formation? So that's how it is. It's really worth learning. I heard that ancient formations are difficult to set up. All current formations are derived from ancient formations. Peony asked seriously. Yes, the sect has also done some research on ancient formations. But it's extremely difficult to set up. It's not promoted now. Most people can only learn it if they have a very high level of formations. It's a pity that the sect's great elder, who is good at ancient formations, has been practicing in seclusion. I can't ask him for advice. Now I have the opportunity. I must study it carefully. Maybe I will gain something. The eldest brother said solemnly. Is that so? I will take Li Xian with me, and go with you. Peony said expectantly. You guys don't have to go. The ancient formation is too profound and difficult to understand. You won't be of much use if you go. It's better to do the task first. I will come back to teach you when I have gained something. The eldest brother thought about it, and made a suggestion. That's fine. Then I will take the younger brother to the Demon Abyss passage first. The younger brother is weak, and it's not safe for him to be alone. Xiaoyao nodded. Then you go, I pack up and leave. Okay, big brother. Xiaoyao turned and left, walked to the courtyard next to Li Xian, invited Li Xian to go out of the 7-star gate station together, and go to the mission center to accept the mission. After accepting the mission, the two of them, under the protection of a team of soldiers, walked towards the Demon Abyss passage. There were 10 people in their group. In addition to Li Xian and Xiaoyao, there were 7 battle-hardened soldiers, and a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. This disciple was dressed in white, carrying a 3-foot-long sword, and had a handsome appearance, giving people a feeling of being ethereal and like an immortal. His appearance naturally became the center of attention, and everyone realized that this disciple of the Tianjin sect must be extraordinary. My name is Xiao He, and I am a core disciple of the Tianjin sect. This time, I will lead the team to protect the 2 junior brothers and sisters of the Qixing sect. You don't have to worry about your safety. Just focus on repairing the formation. Xiao He, a disciple of the Tianjin sect, said calmly, with arrogance flashing in his eyes. Thank you very much, senior brother. My name is Xiaoyao, and this is my junior brother Li Xian. Xiaoyao introduced softly. Such a team ratio is a very normal phenomenon. Almost every time, the 7-star sect went to the Abyss Channel to repair the formation, there would be soldiers and a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect to protect them. After all, the Heavenly Sword sect is better at fighting, and the 7-star sect tends to assist with the shieldmen, archers, and magicians among the soldiers. This team is considered to be quite good. Therefore, everyone set off with full confidence, slowly came to the front of the Abyss Channel, stopped in front of the 7 stars formation, and saw the demonized rat gnawing at the formation in the channel. These demonized rats are really hard to kill. Every time we kill them, a new batch will appear soon. The key is that they gnaw at the formations, and many of them have been destroyed by them. Xiao He, a disciple of Tianjin sect, said angrily. He hated the demonized rats. Yes, these things are weak individually, but there are too many of them. They love to dig holes. The passages are full of formations that have been gnawed by them. Peony was also very angry about these demonized rats. She hated these damned rats very much. Let's go in and take a look, Li Xian said, as he glanced at the demonized rats. Okay. Xiao He from the Tianjin sect glanced at Li Xian, and was surprised that such a child was not afraid of the demonized rats, and volunteered. However, he just took a look, and then waved to the soldiers next to him. Fire bomb. A tall and thin magician walked out from the soldiers. He opened his mouth and spit suddenly. In an instant, a hot fire bomb was condensed and appeared, and it suddenly flew towards the demonized rats. Boom! The fire bomb exploded, and the demonized rat screamed and was burned to ashes in the flames. Go! With Xiao He order, 3 shield men stepped forward, holding shields and short knives, and rushed into the 7-star formation at the first time, and the rest followed one after another. Li Xian also stepped into the formation, and the moment he stepped into the passage, the feeling of coldness, killing, and chaos filled his heart. But he did not feel uncomfortable, but felt like a fish in water. This is the effect of various passive talents. When in a negative area, it can increase one's combat effectiveness. Li Xian didn't pay attention to these, but looked at the passage with black air. The black air had already contaminated the stone, and it felt like it had penetrated into the bone marrow. In addition to these, Li Xian also saw many dark plants. Some abyss grasses growing vigorously in the rocks and the earth, and they looked full of vitality. Li Xian smelled a faint fragrance, which was the fragrance from the abyss flowers. Everyone, be careful. Suppress your appetite. These abyss flowers are poisonous, and you will want to eat more and more after eating them. The more you eat, the more paralyzed and poisoned your body will be. The more you eat, the deeper the poisoning will be. You will die here after a while, and become fertilizer for the abyss flowers. Xiao He of Tianjin sect explained seriously. He mainly explained to Li Xian, because Li Xian came in for the first time, so he naturally had to warn him. Junior brother, there are so many abyss flowers here. Do you know why we don't eradicate them? Xiaoyao suddenly asked, with a gesture of preparing to teach. When she came in last year, she didn't know anything. She made a fool of herself several times, and was taught many times by the senior brother. Now she can finally be a teacher and teach others. This made Xiaoyao look forward to it, looking forward to Li Xian saying that he didn't know. It's to kill demonized rats. With the abyss flower. Most of the demonized rats will become waste for the abyss flower. Li Xian said calmly. Huh? How do you know? Isn't this your first time here? Xiaoyao was stunned, looking at Li Xian in disbelief. I read it in the library. Since I'm going to enter the abyss, I must do some homework. Li Xian said, as a matter of course. This Xiaoyao looked at Li Xian as a matter of course. She suddenly felt a little depressed. There was nothing she could do. She felt a little embarrassed. When she came last year, she didn't make any preparations. Just wanted to explore and show her strength. But she made a fool of herself repeatedly, which was very embarrassing. Now, the junior brothers, who are much younger than her, know how to understand the situation first, and read books in advance to understand the abyss. In comparison, the gap appeared. Xiaoyao felt that she was really stupid. Even worse than the 12-year-old junior brother. Xiaoyao, who was a little depressed in her heart, sighed helplessly. I didn't expect the junior brother to be so powerful. At such a young age. He is smarter than me last year. Normal, you don't look too smart this year. Li Xian replied. Huh? Peony became even more depressed, baring her little tiger teeth, as if she was about to bite someone. Finally, seeing Li Xian porcelain doll-like appearance, she raised her hand and rubbed Li Xian hair, and then let Li Xian go. Okay. Let's go to the 9th passage to repair the formation. It's safer there. Other passages are too dangerous, and it's easy for rats to break out. Xiao He of Tianjian Sect waved his hand, and asked everyone to go to the 9th passage. Along the way, everyone saw a lot of teams doing tasks, among which there were all silver-level elite teams. Chapter 355 Automatic Defense Spiritual Weapon. Only Xiao He from the Heavenly Sword Sect is at the silver level in Li Xian team. Except for Li Xian. The rest are all at the bronze Great Perfection level. Such strength is not high, so they naturally go to the relatively safe 9th channel. There are a total of 10 abyssal channels, and the 9th channel is suitable for teams at the bronze upper level and bronze Great Perfection level. Now with the silver level protection of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the safety can be guaranteed in the repair formation of the 9th channel. Therefore, everyone immediately turned around and headed straight for the 9th passage. Along the way, Li Xian constantly used the God perspective to scan the 8 directions, and saw many demonized creatures. Earthworms with bloodshot eyes, bloodthirsty ants, crazy spiders, and twisted venomous snakes. In addition to these, there are also various strange mushrooms, man-eating plants, and trees that exude an inexplicable smell. Along the way, everyone experienced a lot of battles. 3 soldiers held up shields, faithfully resisted all attacks, giving the people behind time to counterattack. During this process, Xiaoyao attacked from time to time, using her spiritual power to send out spiritual power shock waves, killing the demonized creatures that suddenly appeared. The 9th passage is ahead. Everyone speed up. And when you get here, you can use the broken formation to deal with the demonized creatures. And your safety is guaranteed. Tianjin Sect Xiao He said loudly. His eyes swept across the demonized creatures around him. His brows furrowed. He felt that the number of demonized creatures was particularly large recently, and their activity was also higher than usual, which made him somewhat worried. Fortunately, the 9th channel has a higher safety factor. After entering, relying on the formation, you can move forward steadily. Just as they arrived at the 9th channel, they saw a large number of demonized creatures, howling ferociously on the other side of the channel formation, constantly gnawing at the formation, and finally being burned by the flames of the formation, retreating painfully. But even so, these demonized creatures are still ready to attack the formation at any time, so as to penetrate through. So many demonized creatures. Why are there so many this time? There weren't so many last year. Peony was surprised. She never expected that there would be so many demonized creatures in the 9th channel. There have indeed been a lot more recently, and many unknown abyss creatures have appeared. Look over there. Those are not demonized creatures, but abyss creatures. Xiao He of Tianjian Sect explained solemnly, with a very solemn expression. Really? I don't recognize several of the creatures. What is that creature that looks like a rabbit? Peony pointed at a black vertical-pupiled rabbit and asked. This is an evil rabbit, very brutal, be careful. Xiao He of the Tianjin sect warned. Okay, senior brother Xiao He, you even know creatures from the abyss, that's amazing. Peony exclaimed. Fighting here for many years, I've learned a lot of knowledge, but there are also things I don't know. Look at the monster crawling on the wall over there, this creature is very strange, and its number is extremely rare. This is the second time I've seen it, the last time I saw it, I was still following a knowledgeable senior brother, but even that knowledgeable senior brother didn't know what this creature was. You must be careful when fighting, this guy will suddenly disappear. Xiao He warned. Okay. Senior brother Xiao He. Peony nodded, turned her head to look at Li Xian, and said softly, Little junior brother. Stay behind me for a while, I will protect you. Don't get close to that strange abyss creature, its strength is unknown now, it may be extremely dangerous. It's okay, it's just a shadow-lurking beast, this thing can escape into the darkness, otherwise it has no use, don't worry about it. Li Xian waved his hand, and said indifferently, Shadow-lurking beast? Junior brother, do you know this abyss creature? Peony looked at Li Xian in surprise. Yes, it's just a very low-level creature in the abyss. The library has records. You can find out by just reading a book. Li Xian said calmly. Ah? You can find out by just reading a book? Peony was speechless when she heard this, and felt that she was hit again. Depressed, Peony turned her head to look at Xiao He of Tianjin sect, and asked in confusion. Brother Xiao He, is this really a low-level abyss creature? Is the brother you know really knowledgeable? Xiao He was also a little surprised by Li Xian, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. But he looked at Li Xian with suspicion and said, Brother Li Xian, did you see it from the military library? Ordinary library shouldn't have it. Right? Yes, military library, the 626th bookshelf, the bottom layer, the 67th book, the 6th line of page 632. Li Xian replied calmly. Huh? Xiao He was dumbfounded when he heard this. He didn't expect Li Xian to be so detailed, even the page and line number were mentioned. Such detailed data made Xiao He not know what to say, and his head was buzzing. You will know after learning more. Now let's set up the formation. The shadow-lurking beast will come out with an illumination spell. Don't tell me you don't even know the illumination spell. Li Xian glanced at everyone, and walked straight towards the abyss creatures, and towards the formation flashing in the middle. Junior brother. Be careful. There is a rat hole in the corner of the formation. Be careful of the demonized rat. Xiao rushed forward, ready to protect Li Xian. But at this moment, the demonized rat in the corner suddenly jumped up, baring its sharp teeth, and bit Li Xian neck fiercely. As a result, it just got 1 meter closer to Li Xian. Suddenly, a flame pattern flashed on the arm guard on Li Xian's left hand, and a scorching fireball suddenly appeared, which immediately swallowed the demonized rat and burned it to death. Automatic counterattack spiritual weapon? This is a high-level spiritual weapon. Junior brother, your master is too good to you. He actually gave you a high-level spiritual weapon. Xiao looked at Li Xian's left wrist in surprise when she saw this scene, and looked at the arm guard on Li Xian's left hand with envy. Ordinary spiritual weapons are not difficult to find. They are sold in many places. Even high-level spiritual weapons are sold in many places. However, this kind of automatic defense and automatic attack counterattack spiritual weapon is relatively rare. And the number is very, very small. Generally, only the gold-level masters in the secret realm or the major sects have this kind of automatic counterattack spiritual weapon. Such good things are usually given after making contributions. But Li Xian is so young, and he has an automatic counterattack spiritual weapon for the first time. This is really enviable. Is this thing very high level? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. He had refined so many things in the beast taming sect, and accidentally refined an automatic counterattack spiritual weapon. Later, he continued to research in this direction and refined a lot of such spiritual weapons, which were placed all over the floor of the space. Even every piece of clothing and decoration on his body was an automatic counterattack spiritual weapon. But Li Xian didn't take it seriously. As a result, such a thing actually caused Xiaoyao to exclaim repeatedly. Li Xian even doubted whether Xiaoyao was a direct disciple. She was shocked by the trivial things. Junior brother, look at this bracelet on my hand. I made a contribution last year. I begged Master for a long time before he gave it to me. But the bracelet only has a defensive function. Compared with your offensive wrist guard, it is much worse. I really envy you, Xiao Yao said enviously. Xiao He of the Tianjin sect and the soldiers around him also looked at Li Xian with envy, feeling that the gap between people was so big that it was despairing. Is that so? Li Xian nodded, thinking whether to let Xiao Yao help him find the origin of the elements. Relying on his own search alone, the speed was too slow. Li Xian didn't want to waste too much time. The hidden dangers of Qi world were too great. Li Xian had to quickly improve his strength. Chapter 356 The Origin of Dark Elements. So he was silent for a moment, and then said, if you can provide me with some useful information, I can give you an automatic counterattack spiritual weapon. Really? What information? Peony hurriedly came to Li Xian, blinking her big eyes, and looking at Li Xian. Do you know where the element concentration is the highest? Li Xian said seriously. High element concentration. I know, Flame Desert, Dark Forest, Sea of Riot. The element concentrations in these three places are very high. Xiao blinked her big eyes, and told the story. Her voice was very sweet. I didn't expect there is a Sea of Riots. Where is it located? Li Xian asked immediately. At the bottom of the East China Sea, there are a lot of sea creatures guarding it. It is a forbidden place for sea creatures. Xiao Yao explained again, guessing why Li Xian wanted to know about such a place. At the bottom of the East China Sea? Li Xian frowned. Yes, it is very dangerous there. There are gold-level sea creatures guarding it. Little brother, are you going to watch the maturation process of the elemental origin? Xiao Yao asked again. Do you know the origin of elements? Li Xian was surprised. It was surprising that Xiao Yao knew this. Yes, I heard from Master that the origin of elements comes from places with rich elements, and it takes many years to breed. Like the Flame Desert and the Dark Forest, they belong to the forbidden areas of the Tianjin sect, which are guarded by gold-level masters, and saint-level masters may appear at any time, and the Sea of Riot is the forbidden area of the Sea Clan, which contains rich water elements. These three places breed the origin of elements, but only the origin of the elements in the Dark Forest is about to mature, and the other two origins of elements are estimated to take hundreds of years to mature. Even the origin of the elements in the Dark Forest, it will take more than 3 years to mature. The key is that this elemental origin belongs to the saint-level ancestor of the Tianjin sect. If we want to watch it, we must get the consent of the Tianjin sect. Xiao Yao explained softly, telling everything she knew. Saint-level ancestor? Li Xian frowned, feeling that things were in trouble. He was only a lower-level gold now, and could not be compared with the saint level at all. He wanted to get the elemental origin, but it was not a pipe dream. This made Li Xian feel irritated. Junior brother, if you really want to watch the elemental origin mature, you can also use the opportunity to exchange for war merits. But the war merits required are a bit too much. Every year, the eldest brother comes here to accumulate the qualifications for war merits to exchange. After all, watching the elemental origin mature, there is a chance to increase perception and comprehend special spells. Such a good opportunity. The eldest brother does not want to miss it. But unfortunately my comprehension is too poor. I can't comprehend it even if I go. So I simply won't go. Xiao Yao shook her head helplessly. Is that so? I understand. Li Xian nodded, thinking about what to do in his mind. His goal was not to watch it mature, but to completely obtain the elemental origin. This thing was so valuable that even saint-level strongmen valued it. Li Xian naturally wanted to get it, but it was difficult to get it, so he had to plan it well. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian took out an earring spirit weapon from his pocket and threw it to Xiao Yao. This is for you, as a reward for the information you provided just now. Another high-level defensive counterattack spiritual weapon. Junior brother, where did you get it? Did you pick it from your master ear? Xiao Yao looked at Li Xian in surprise, not daring to ask for such a good thing to be given to her. Just take it. Don't worry about where it came from. Li Xian was too lazy to say anything else, and walked directly to the formation. He now had a lot of ideas about the origin of elements in his mind. But it was a pity that it was very troublesome to get the origin of elements. Fortunately, there were still 3 years. If he could fight for these 3 years, there might be a chance. Just like that, he walked to the formation while thinking, and began to slowly repair the formation. 10 minutes later, Li Xian stopped repairing and controlled the formation to release fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The flames burst, and huge fireballs were released from the formation, falling like a rain of fireballs, rumbling towards the polluted creatures. Under the bursting flames, The polluted creatures screamed and were burned to ashes one by one. The remaining creatures fled in fear, running deep into the passage, not daring to approach the formation easily. Junior brother, you have a great foundation in formations. You fixed the formation so quickly. You are amazing. Peony looked at this scene and gave Li Xian a thumbs up in admiration. Well, let's move on to the next formation. Li Xian wanted to speed up. His passive talent allowed him to absorb the black air in the abyss, just like absorbing spiritual energy and transform it into his own power. This made it easier for Li Xian to set up the formation here. This time when he came to the abyss passage, Li Xian had 3 goals. The first is to set up a dark formation. With his innate ability, he can set up a dark formation that others cannot set up. This formation does not absorb spiritual energy, but the black energy of the abyss. While absorbing the black energy, it converts it into formation energy, making the formation more stable and more powerful. If there are more dark formations, it can better protect the world and give oneself a stable rear. The second target is the abyss. Since the abyss has such a dense black gas, there must be elemental origins in the abyss. You can go through this passage to the abyss to take a look. Although it is a little dangerous, Li Xian is very powerful and can be reincarnated, so he is not worried about this and is naturally eager to try. The third goal is to show his talent, so that he has more say. If he shows great value in fighting against the abyss, he will definitely be reused. Now that I have the information about the elemental origin, if I perform well, especially in the dark attribute, I may be able to obtain the elemental origin. 3 years? I have to work hard in these 3 years. Maybe I can get the elemental origin. If I fail, I can only rob it, Li Xian said secretly, with a firm look in his eyes. Junior brother Li Xian, have you strengthened the explosive fireball formation? Why do I feel that its power has become stronger? Xiaoyao suddenly asked in confusion. She often came to repair the formation last year and knew the approximate power of the formation. But now the power of the formation is different, which makes her a little confused. Yes, I use double formation patterns to increase the power of the formation. But I have another idea, which is to set up the abyss black gas formation, Li Xian said faintly. Abyss black gas formation? What kind of formation is this? Xiaoyao was puzzled, and Xiao He of the Tianjin sect next to her, as well as the soldiers, were all at a loss. It's very simple. You should understand that under the influence of the abyss black gas, the aura of the abyss channel is getting thinner and thinner, causing the power of the formation to weaken every year and often be destroyed. Based on the elements of black gas, I have studied a new dark formation, which can use black gas instead of aura. Through long-term absorption, the formation can become stronger and stronger. Li Xian slowly began to popularize science. Is there such a formation? Xiaoyao was stunned when she heard this, but soon she thought of something and asked hurriedly. If this formation is successfully researched, the value it brings is absolutely inestimable, and it may play a huge role in the war to block the abyss. After Xiaoyao finished speaking, her face changed completely, and her eyes looking at Li Xian became very shocked. Xiao He of the Tianjin sect next to him also realized the seriousness of the matter, and immediately approached Li Xian, protected Li Xian behind him, and said with a serious face, Li Xian, are you serious? Is there really such a formation? Yes, I have already researched it, but the research time is relatively short, and the formation is relatively weak in power, and it still needs practice, Li Xian said calmly. Chapter 357 Dark Formation. You've actually figured it out? It's okay. It's okay, even if it's weak. It doesn't matter, just practice. I do my best to protect your safety, Xiao He from the Heavenly Sword sect said seriously. We do our best to protect you. We never let you get hurt. The soldiers next to him also spoke up immediately. They've been fighting on the front lines for years, and clearly understand the importance of formations. If the formation can remain intact, then they can kill polluting creatures on a large scale with the formation, which will be a huge help to humans. Therefore, these soldiers expressed their full support, and immediately protected Li Xian in the middle. Junior brother, this kind of thing can't be joked about. Have you really researched such a dark formation? My master once said that. They have also studied this aspect, but to study this kind of formation, not only a vast amount of knowledge is required, but also dark talent is required. Only people with dark talent can arrange this formation, so several gold-level supreme elders have failed, just because they don't have dark talent, Xiaoyao said seriously, looking at Li Xian with a tense face. It's just a dark talent. Look! Li Xian snapped his fingers. and a black vortex appeared on his right-hand side in an instant. Dozens of skeleton warriors staggered and walked out of the black vortex. The aura they exuded was not strong, even pitifully weak, but they did belong to the dark system. It's actually a dark talent. Junior brother, you actually have such a talent? How is it possible? Xiaoyao was shocked, looking at Li Xian in disbelief. Her eyes widened. You know, talent itself is very rare. There are very few people with talent in this world. Everyone with talent is the focus of training. And now, her junior brother not only has talent, but also dark talent. The most important thing is that the junior brother has a vast amount of knowledge of formations. With these 2 points, it is certain that the junior brother will be able to set up a powerful dark formation in the future. So at this moment, the expressions of the people present changed completely, and they all looked at Li Xian with horror and ecstasy. Li Xian saw the state of the people and shook his head gently. It's just talent. These black energy are not completely dark energy. They are also mixed with evil energy, chaotic energy, and various negative emotions. Only dark talent can use part of the black energy. So my formation can only kill low-level enemies. There is still a lot of room for improvement. It's okay. It's already amazing. As long as we can create a dark formation, it will be even more amazing. Xiaoyao said hurriedly. Well, the dark formation is simple. Let's go to the formation position in front and start to set up the dark formation, Li Xian said directly. Although the dark formation has only been developed recently, it is not difficult to set up. When he was in the 7 Stars Gate, he saw a half-developed dark formation in the library. And then, he had a flash of inspiration and wanted to study this direction. Later, Li Xian returned to Qinyu World and studied with Qinyu, and finally perfected the dark formation. Although the power was weak, it was very simple for Li Xian to set it up. Therefore, everyone set out immediately, hunting dark creatures along the way, and picking up the beast cores that occasionally dropped from their corpses. These beast cores are very effective for setting up the formation, and can enhance the power of the formation. Li Xian naturally ordered the skeleton warriors to pick them up with all their strength. However, along the way, the people who protected Li Xian were a little depressed because they had no chance to attack. And all the monsters were hacked to death by the skeleton warriors. You know, these skeleton warriors look very weak. They even stagger when they walk. But I didn't expect that. When they met the enemy, these skeleton warriors were like bursting. They rushed to kill monsters one by one, and killed a large number of monsters in a short time. Such a scene, while making everyone surprised, also made them feel very depressed. You know, they are bronze great perfection, but they are not as fast as the skeleton warriors in killing monsters. This made them doubt whether they were bronze great perfection, and they couldn't understand why the skeleton warriors, who looked weak, could exert such strong combat power. Junior brother Li Xian, these skeleton warriors of yours are not simple. If they attack at the same time, even I have to be careful. Strange, they are obviously very weak. Why are they so powerful? It's as if something has amplified them. Xiao He of the Tianjin sect noticed the difference, but he didn't know the reason. It's probably because of the environment. Li Xian made up a random excuse. Is that so? Xiao He of the Tianjin sect was a little confused, but he couldn't think of anything else except this, so he could only think of it as the environment. In fact, the real reason is that Li Xian has too many talents. A large number of amplified talents are like halos, making these weak skeletons powerful. Normal dark summons are not particularly powerful. Even if they are upgraded to extraordinary level, they only increase the types of summons. But under the amplification of Li Xian talents, these summoned creatures become extremely powerful. Even if Li Xian deliberately suppresses his strength, they still show good combat effectiveness. Here we are. I will start to arrange now. Everyone came to the formation and immediately killed the dark creatures around the formation. Then Li Xian began to set up the dark formation according to the knowledge in his mind. Since it was the first time to set up, Li Xian took a little longer. But fortunately, the formation was successfully completed in the end. Darkness tends to be lonely, obscure, and mysterious. So when the formation was formed, it was not as strong as the fluctuation of the spiritual power formation. The fluctuation of the dark formation was very small, almost negligible. It's done. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction, and prepared to test the power of the dark formation. Is it done? The fluctuation is so low. It seems that the level of the formation is indeed not high. It should be able to kill ordinary pollution creatures. Right? Xiao asked doubtfully. feeling that the level of the dark formation is not high. Ordinary level? You will know after you take a look. Li Xian shook his head, and his mind was turned back to the skeleton warriors fighting in front, quietly waiting for the pollution creatures to appear. Without the skeleton warriors blocking them, dozens of demonized rats rushed over soon. And the leader was a black iron great perfection demonized rat. Junior brother, be careful to control the formation. There is a black iron demon rat. Xiao reminded immediately after seeing it. No need to control it. It's just a small demon rat. The dark formation will solve it by itself. Li Xian smiled indifferently, and waited for the demon rat to appear. Soon, the demon rat squeaked and killed, rushed to the formation quickly, and began to bite the formation frantically. But as soon as they approached, thick black fog enveloped them, and the sound of corrosion sounded. Soon, the black fog dissipated, and all the demonized rats at the scene were corroded to the bones, and died just like that. Even the black iron level demonized rats did not survive. So fast, there is no need to control the formation to kill the demonized rats. If someone controls the formation, wouldn't it be possible to kill the bronze level ones? This formation looks very powerful. Xiaoyao looked at Li Xian in surprise. Just now, Li Xian said that the dark formation was still of a relatively low level, and its power was not good. Xiaoyao thought that it could not even kill the ordinary level ones. As a result, the black iron great perfection demonized rat was killed in the blink of an eye. This was even without anyone controlling the formation. If someone controlled the formation, the power would be greatly increased. Such a result made Xiaoyao look at Li Xian in disbelief. She didn't understand why Li Xian thought the dark formation was weak. It can only kill bronze level creatures. Isn't this very weak? Li Xian said, as a matter of course. Just? Xiaoyao was completely speechless. Well, it turned out that the weak creature Li Xian thought was bronze level, which was completely different from what she had imagined. The formation that he thought was weak, it couldn't even kill ordinary level enemies. And the formation that Li Xian thought was weak, it could actually kill even bronze level enemies. Such a gap made Xiaoyao doubt her life. Junior brother, this is already very strong. The strongest formation I set up is only at this level. Xiaoyao said helplessly. Really? Then you should really work harder. It's a bit low to kill bronze level enemies. Li Xian shook his head. Chapter 358 shows strength. Xiaoyao was helpless when she heard this. She wanted to say that her formation skills were already a genius in the sect. No one in the same batch of disciples could surpass her. Plus, she had special talents. She was definitely a disciple admired by others in the sect. But now, compared with Li Xian, the gap between the two sides immediately came out. Xiaoyao was speechless. There was no way. The gap was too big. Li Xian could not be calculated according to common sense. He was just a monster. Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Li Xian and stopped talking. She stood there angrily. Let's go. And continued to set up the formation. Li Xian ignored Xiaoyao and continued to move forward along the ninth passage, killing the polluting creatures along the way while continuing to set up the formation. After a while, Li Xian God perspective swept over the dark formation that was initially set up, and found that the formation had become more powerful because it absorbed more black air, and became more extraordinary. Seeing this scene, Li Xian had an idea flashing in his mind, and was ready to add an auxiliary advanced formation to the newly arranged dark formation. The auxiliary advanced formation can enhance the power of the main formation, but it absorbs too much spiritual energy, and has strict requirements on the environment. If there is no strong spiritual energy foundation, it will reduce the power of the formation. However, the environment here is too suitable for arrangement, and only needs to change the auxiliary advanced formation to absorb black energy. Thinking of this, Li Xian continued to arrange the formation. On the basis of the dark formation, he added an auxiliary advanced formation to quickly improve the power of the formation. I wonder how powerful the advanced dark formation is. I'm looking forward to it. Li Xian was very curious and continued to arrange the formation with all his strength. The rest of the people tried their best to kill the polluting creatures, not letting any monsters get close to Li Xian, and protecting Li Xian's safety. However, the deeper they went into the passage, the more monsters they encountered, and the more serious the damage to the formation was. Xiao He of the Tianjin sect led the battle personally, but it still took a long time to carve out a space. An hour later, the ninth passage was filled with a strong smell of blood. Xiao He was panting with blood all over his body, and the long sword in his hand was shaking. His originally rosy face had already turned pale. Captain Xiao He, are you okay? The deputy captain was the magician, who asked about Xiao He's condition as soon as possible. It's okay. This monster is too strong. I had to use a secret method to kill it. I need to rest. The remaining weak monsters are left to you, Xiao He said while standing unsteadily. Okay. Captain, the strongest one is dead, leave the rest to us. The magician nodded hurriedly, quickly returned to the battle area. 2 balls of fire appeared in his hands, and threw them out fiercely the next second. Boom! With 2 explosions, the contaminated creatures in front were blown to death, but there were still dense contaminated creatures rushing over. The shield man blocked the front with all his strength, and chopped with a short knife in his hand, killing the rushing contaminated creatures. The archers released arrows as fast as meteors. White streams of light flashed around the arrows, with sharp piercing effects, hitting the polluted creatures that rushed towards them. There were 8 array plates in front of Xiaoyao. Her snow-white dress moved without wind, and her black hair quickly turned green. At the same time, a large number of tree people appeared in front of her, waving sticks and hitting the polluted creatures. Swish, swish, swish. The green light shone, as Xiaoyao's thoughts enveloped all the injured companions, treating their injuries. At the front of the crowd, the skeleton warriors were also fighting hard, blocking all the invading enemies, and the densely packed polluted creatures, forming a tug-of-war. And at the back of the crowd, Li Xian's hands flashed quickly placed the formation materials in a specific position, added the beast core, and quickly arranged the formation. The black vortex slowly appeared, absorbing the surrounding black air to strengthen the formation, allowing the formation to gradually take shape. It's done, come back, Li Xian said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone kept their bodies moving quickly, and quickly passed through the formation and retreated. The skeleton warriors moved slower, and while blocking the polluted creatures, they retreated back into the formation. Open the formation. Who will control the formation this time? Li Xian glanced at everyone. I do it. The magician stepped forward, and took the control array disc handed over by Li Xian with expectation, and began to control the formation. Boom boom boom. Dozens of black bullets flew out of the formation, and hit the polluted creatures like meteorites, and the next second an explosion occurred. Following the explosion, the corrosive black fog enveloped the front, and the hissing sound was endless. Everyone clearly heard the screams in the black fog, and the ferocious roars. Everyone who was meditating and resting with all their strength opened their eyes, stared at the black fog, and waited for the outcome of the battle. However, there were too many polluted creatures, and these black bullets could not kill many. The magician could only continue to control the array plate, releasing several dark shock waves, and shaking the approaching polluted creatures away and killing them. After the magician controlled the formation and killed for more than 10 minutes, the number of polluted creatures finally became few. The black fog gradually dissipated. Everyone looked at the densely packed corpses and bones in front of the formation, and their scalps tingled. Junior brother, your dark formation is getting stronger and stronger. It can even kill bronze masters. Right? Xiaoyao couldn't help but said. Yes. I tried to add some auxiliary formations to the formation, and it seems to work well, Li Xian said calmly. Is the effect good? I feel the effect is explosive. This power is too strong. Xiao He of Tianjin sect couldn't help but speak, feeling that this formation is really powerful. If he had just controlled the formation, he would definitely be able to easily kill the previous strong enemy. Okay, recover for an instant stick of time, and then continue to move forward, Li Xian announced. Junior brother, isn't an instant stick of time too short? I'm afraid senior brother Xiao, he can't recover. Peony worried. It's okay. This time I summoned some fun undead. Li Xian snapped his fingers again, and a dark space vortex slowly appeared. Soon, a distorted corpse staggered out of the space crack, and walked slowly to the front and stood still. Shortly after it appeared, dozens of corpses came out one after another. After they came out, some skeleton jumpers who were good at jumping also came out of the dark passage and stood behind the corpses. What are these shaking corpses? The breath fluctuation is so weak, why doesn't it feel very strong? Peony said blankly. You will know later. Li Xian smiled mysteriously, controlling the skeleton jumping hands with his mind, holding a shaking corpse respectively, and quickly jumping towards the abyss passage. Over there. Just then a large wave of polluted creatures rushed over, running bloodthirstily, and howling horribly with the breath of killing. These polluted creatures just happened to meet the corpse held by the skeleton jumping hands, and the two sides had an encounter. In an instant, the shaking corpse swelled rapidly, from a shriveled corpse, instantly turned into a big fat man and then... Chapter 359 Corpse Explosion. Boom! The horrific explosion swept across a large area. Thousands of polluted creatures were turned into nothingness in such an explosion, and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrank, all of them were horrified, and they couldn't believe their eyes. What is this? Peony asked in horror, her mouth open wide in fear. It's just an ordinary corpse, but something was added, that's the corpse explosion, Li Xian said quietly. His voice was not loud, but for some reason, everyone felt that his voice was a little cold. Corpse explosion? Xiao looked at the explosion site, and then looked at Li Xian, who looked calm. Somehow, she felt a little scared of Li Xian. Everyone around also felt a little afraid of Li Xian. Even Xiao He of Tianjin sect felt a little chill behind him. The main reason was that Li Xian was too calm, especially when surrounded by a group of undead, and against the background of the black air in this passage, Li Xian looked even more weird. Instinctively, everyone tightened their weapons, and looked at Li Xian warily. Even Xiao He from the Heavenly Sword sect was always on guard, and did not dare to get too close to Li Xian. Let's go! Li Xian naturally saw this. But the ability to summon dark creatures was too useful. Without using his own strength, this ability would be a perfect assistant for him, allowing him to easily hide his strength. Moreover, showing his dark talent would also make him more valued. After all, in the dark forest, the origin of the dark element could only be used by people with dark talents. Even if a saint-level warrior obtains the origin of the dark element, it can only strengthen one dark spell at most, which is not very effective. If the strength you show is greater than the dark spell of a saint-level warrior, then your chance of obtaining the origin of the dark element will increase greatly. Li Xian plans to use his dark talent more frequently, show his value, and make everyone realize the important role he plays in fighting the abyss. This is also one of the reasons why Li Xian once again demonstrated his ability. Go! Speed up! Li Xian called out to everyone again, controlling the skeleton jumper to continue to explode with the corpses, clearing a large area. That's it. Everyone moved forward, and everyone could only follow stupidly. When they arrived in front of the damaged formation, they found that they had not participated in a single battle. All the attacking polluted creatures died. Even a silver-level abyss dog was blown to pieces by the explosion of 10 corpses. Too strong. Junior brother. Your move is too powerful. It is simply a battlefield magic skill, Xiao Yao said in disbelief. Well, but I am only good at summoning. My own combat ability is very weak. Facing assassins and strong attacking enemies, I can't fight. I hope you can protect me with all your strength. Li Xian made an excuse casually. People who are too strong are easily feared by others. If you show that your true body is very weak, you can only rely on summons. Then it would be easier for him to be accepted by others, and he could get the elemental origin. As expected, hearing Li Xian words, Tianjin sect Xiao He eyes lit up. And the rest of the people also realized this, and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, junior brother Li Xian. I will do my best to protect your safety. I am best at close combat. Anyone who wants to kill you must go through me. Xiao He's face was still pale, and his white robe was stained red with blood. But he still held the long sword and stood by Li Xian, with a protective posture. The rest of the people hurriedly expressed their opinions. Even Xiao Yao was no longer afraid of Li Xian, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be afraid, little junior brother. I am the best at group control, treatment, and summoning. With me here, no one can get close to you, Xiao Yao said, and her fair little hands quickly clasped together. Vines gathered around her, protecting her and Li Xian in the center. As for Xiao He of the Tianjin sect, he was directly bounced out. Xiao He was speechless. He was holding a long sword and guarding outside in frustration, with an innocent look on his face. The rest of the people stayed at the outermost perimeter, protecting Li Xian in the center. At this point, Li Xian arranged the dark magic circle while summoning dense dark creatures through the black vortex, and began to push the 9th channel. Time passed slowly. The scale of the battle became larger and larger. 300 dark magic circles had been arranged in the 9th channel, but they had not even walked 1/10 of the channel before they suffered a fierce counterattack. A large number of abyss creatures appeared, bringing polluted creatures to kill Li Xian and others. Among them, the assassin-shaped abyss creature appeared more than a dozen times. The goal was to assassinate Li Xian, and Li Xian was in danger several times. The most dangerous time, A sharp-toothed abyss creature drilled out from the ground, and its sharp teeth were only 10 centimeters away from Li Xian. Fortunately, the vines of peony were powerful, entangled the abyss creature, and threw it away, and finally it was killed by Xiao He of Tianjin's sect. After the battle, everyone was covered in blood, slumped on the ground helplessly, and repaired with pale faces. Xiaoyao was even more shaken, and she was a little powerless to cast healing spells. Junior brother Li Xian, let's stop here. We can set up 300 formations, which is already 10 times more than the task. We have made a great contribution. Xiao He wiped the blood off his face and said excitedly. He finally realized that although Li Xian's summoned beast was powerful, Li Xian's body was really not strong. He had no power to fight back against the silver level. This also made Xiao He more and more recognize Li Xian. After all, people with flaws can be better controlled. Well, the mission is almost done, but we may not be able to leave the 9th channel for a short time. Li Xian shook his head. Why? Everyone was puzzled. Even Xiaoyao blinked her big eyes, looking confused. Didn't you find that the number of these abyss creatures is too many? Li Xian said faintly. Too many? Everyone was silent, looking a little embarrassed. They usually repair the first 30 arrays, and are not qualified to come to the 300th array. So they are not aware of the number of abyss creatures. Brother Li Xian, did you find anything? Xiao He asked hurriedly. Yes. At the entrance of the 9th channel. The first dark array I set up has been destroyed, and the second dark array is also crumbling. With so many abyss creatures counterattacking, I suspect that a small beast tide has occurred in the abyss channel. Li Xian said seriously. A small beast tide? Xiao He stood up immediately after hearing this, and said solemnly again, Are you sure? It's almost certain. If we return now, we will enter the intersection area and face 10 channels of abyss enemies. It will be very dangerous. Instead of facing such a strong enemy, it is better to go deeper, rely on the dark formation, take steady steps, wait for the small beast tide to pass, and then we will return. Li Xian analyzed. Chapter 360 Saving Li Xian. Everyone was silent after hearing this, not knowing what to do. If a small beast tide really occurs, those polluted monsters will definitely turn around from the entrance of the 9th channel, destroying the formations along the way. Even if they set up 300 formations, it is still possible that all of them will be destroyed. If they want to survive, they must continue to go deeper, set up formations, and guard against the beast tide behind. Thinking of this, Xiao He immediately nodded and said, I agree with junior brother Li Xian's suggestion. Facing a small beast tide, even 300 formations are very dangerous, and they may all be destroyed. If we have 400 formations, then our chances of survival will increase greatly. I suggest continuing to go deeper into the 9th channel, and setting up 100 dark formations. I agree. 2. Only in this way can we survive. The magician nodded immediately. I agree. 2. Everyone expressed their opinions, and all agreed with Li Xian's proposal, and prepared to follow Li Xian to continue to go deeper into the 9th channel. Don't worry too much. Maybe the abyss creatures can't even destroy 100 dark formations. Li Xian said with a smile. It's better to be careful. Although the small beast tide has a small word, there are tens of millions of demonized rats alone. Not to mention the densely packed demonized ants. According to the official analysis, polluted creatures below 100 million are all considered small beast tides. This is 100 million. We must be careful. Xiao He of Tianjin's sect was still worried, and decided to continue to go deeper into the 9th passage, to guard against the small beast tide coming from the rear entrance. Okay. You guys take a short break. I arranged for the corpse explosion team to go and clean up. Li Xian snapped his fingers again, and the black vortex reappeared, and dense dark undead came out of it, shaking their bodies and walking towards the depths of the 9th passage. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions occurred one after another in the depths of the passage, and the ground continued to tremble. Soon the explosion disappeared, and a large wave of contaminated creatures came to kill. There were too many of them. Even if the corpse explosion combination was very powerful, it was still a bit stretched. The main thing was that Li Xian could not show too much dominance. Otherwise, he would advance to the end of the 9th channel in a minute. The strength shown now was already very powerful. The powerful undead, coupled with the dark formation, Li Xian became an army by himself. Boom, boom, boom. The black bullets on the dark formation flashed, falling into the contaminated monsters like a rain curtain, killing wave after wave of monsters, After fighting for more than 10 minutes, no contaminated monsters appeared. Li Xian waved his hand. The corpse explosion combination and the skeleton warriors continued to move forward, killing the formation step by step, rushing to the 9th channel to start sweeping, killing the monsters along the way. Soon there was another explosion, and more than 10 minutes passed before Li Xian nodded. It's almost done. Let's go. Okay. Everyone nodded immediately, protecting Li Xian and moving forward quickly, heading to the next damage formation. Roar! 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 The polluted monsters around the broken formation were fighting with the skeleton warriors. When they saw the humans appear, the polluted monsters rushed like crazy and fought madly with the humans. It was a pity that the number of polluted creatures was almost annihilated. They could no longer form a climate, and were eventually wiped out by the crowd. Li Xian arranged the formation again, his hands flashed quickly, and he arranged every key point skillfully. Such a precise arrangement also made Xiaoyao next to him envious, and she felt that the gap between her and Li Xian formation level was getting bigger and bigger. That's it. When everyone was fighting in the 9th channel, the eldest brother who was learning the ancient formation in the Abyss Fortress, that is, Kixingxi, was standing there blankly at this moment. His head was buzzing. Before, he planned to teach Xiaoyao and Li Xian after he understood the ancient formation. But now it's different. He actually heard the two formation masters say that the person who repaired the ancient formation in the library was Li Xian, his junior brother Li Xian. This made Kixingxi dumbfounded, and even doubted his life. With disbelief, Kixingxi asked again, "Really? Was it really arranged by Li Xian? This is his picture. Is it really him?" Kixingxi used his spiritual power to draw a portrait of Li Xian and asked again. "Yes, it's him. This kid is super powerful. He easily restored the ancient formation. We two old guys studied together, but we only understood a little bit. There are still many things we don't understand. This little guy named Li Xian is really amazing. His attainments in formation are simply unique," the one-armed old man exclaimed. "Yes, I have studied formations for many years, and I have studied formations very thoroughly, but I have never been able to repair the ancient formations in the library. As a result, Li Xian repaired the ancient formations. Even the formations he arranged are too profound. Most of us can't understand them. This little guy is simply a formation monster. We must train him well. Maybe he can arrange a powerful ancient formation in the future," the black old man exclaimed again, and he highly respected Li Xian. "This is too strong." Qixingxi was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that his junior brother was so powerful that he could even repair the ancient formation. The key point was that he had said before that he would teach this junior brother later. But now, the ancient formation that he learned and comprehended was repaired by his junior brother. Such a result made Qixingxi confused, and he didn't know what to say for a while. At this time, a soldier ran over from a distance and said hurriedly, "Report to the adults. A small beast tide has occurred in the Abyss Channel. Please lead the team immediately and gather at the fortress." A small beast tide? The faces of the captains who were comprehending the formation in the library changed slightly, and they immediately stood up and left in a hurry. But Kixingxi's face changed completely when he heard this, and he hurriedly contacted with the Jade Talisman, but there was no response at all, so he immediately said seriously, "Not good. Junior brother and junior sister Xiaoyao are still doing tasks in the Abyss Channel." "What did you say? Did your genius junior brother go to the Abyss Passage?" The one-armed old man and the black old man changed their expressions and asked immediately. "Yes, they went to repair the formation. I just used the Jade Talisman to contact them, but there was no response. I guess it was affected by the black air in the abyss," Kixingxi explained hurriedly. "The small beast tide is extremely dangerous. Every time a small beast tide appears, it will cause a large number of casualties. The bronze level mortality rate is as high as 50%. It must be rescued immediately. Otherwise Li Xian will be in danger." The one-armed old man's face changed completely. A genius who can study the ancient formation will definitely play a huge role in the future. The death of such a genius is definitely a huge loss for the human race. So the one-armed old man decided to rescue Li Xian even if he had to risk his life. "Don't worry. Two elders, the master of the junior brother and Xiaoyao is the supreme elder. They must have given them life-saving methods. It should be fine in the short term. But if it takes a long time, even if there are life-saving methods, it is very dangerous and needs to be rescued as soon as possible," Kixingxi said hurriedly. Chapter 361 The Bloody Boundary of the Female General. Let's go. Let's go find Commander Zhou. Let's go! Everyone set off quickly and hurried to Commander Zhou military area. It turned out that Commander Zhou had already brought his soldiers and arrived in front of the 7 Stars formation, commanding the army to control the formation and kill the small beasts. Kixingxi and the one-armed old man immediately came to the 7 Stars formation and reported the matter, which also made Commander Zhou slightly stunned. Is the Li Xian you were talking about this kid? Commander Zhou used his spiritual power to condense Li Xian's appearance and asked immediately. Yes. It's him. He is a super genius. If he studies the ancient formation thoroughly, he may be able to arrange a powerful ancient formation. The ancient formation can play a huge role in fighting against the abyss. Li Xian must not die. The one-armed old man said hurriedly. This. It turned out to be this kid. Commander Zhou's face changed. In the previous parasitic demon incident, Li Xian performed very well. Commander Zhou reported this matter to the general. As a result, the general was injured and did not take this matter seriously. Who would have thought that Li Xian had a talent for ancient formations and could actually repair ancient formations? With such talent, as long as nothing goes wrong, he will definitely grow into a powerful foundation for the human race in the future. So Commander Zhou's face changed. But looking at the dense tide of small beasts rushing in the abyss channel, Commander Zhou shook his head with a bitter smile. Sorry. I can't agree to you to rescue Li Xian. You will only die if you go in now. There are too many polluted monsters. Commander Zhou sighed. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the various polluted creatures running wildly in the abyss channel. Seeing the terrifying number, everyone fell silent. There were too many polluted creatures, so densely packed that you couldn't see the end. With so many polluted creatures, they would only die if they went in. If they led a large number of troops into the abyss channel, they could kill their way in, but the loss would be too great. Now that there was a formation to kill the polluted creatures, the general would never agree to let a large army enter the abyss channel. So at this moment, everyone was silent, not knowing what to do. No, we must save Li Xian. Even if only he can be saved, his value is too great. If he can grow up, maybe in the future he can set up the ancient formation of the 7 Stars formation. The old man with the broken arm said solemnly. The ancient formation of the 7 Stars formation? Commander Zhou was stunned, and immediately looked at the 7 Stars formation. This formation is an important formation to block polluted creatures. With it, polluted creatures can't escape from the abyss passage at all. Only stronger abyss monsters have a small chance of rushing out. If the 7-star formation can be upgraded to an ancient formation, the power of the formation will increase dramatically, and no creature in the abyss can rush out. Thinking of this, Commander Zhou's heart was burning. He gritted his teeth and said, Wait for me here. I will report this matter to the general immediately, and ask the general to agree to send the army. Thank you, Commander Zhou. When everyone heard this, they immediately expressed their gratitude and watched Commander Zhou leave in a hurry. Not long after, Commander Zhou came back, and he was accompanied by a heroic female general. The female general was carrying a blood-red spear, and her blood-red armor was shining. It was obvious that she was not an ordinary item. The aura she exuded was like a deep sea, which made people feel scared. But the female general's face was pale, without any blood color, and her vitality was very weak. It seemed that she was ill. Tell them. After the female general came over, she said in a cold voice. It's the general. Commander Zhou sighed, gritted his teeth, and looked at the one-armed old man and Kixingxi and others. I'm sorry, the general disagrees with sending a large army to rescue Li Xian, because the loss is too great. Every death will break up a family. The general must be responsible for his soldiers, and disagree with unnecessary sacrifices. Disagree? The one-armed old man's face changed when he heard this, but facing the general with a strong aura, the one-armed old man could only grit his teeth and explain. General, Li Xian is extremely talented. He really can't die. In the future he may modify the 7 Stars formation and upgrade it to an ancient formation. Yes, Li Xian can summon evil spirits, find parasitic demons, and make up for our shortcomings in soul exploration in the future. Commander Zhou couldn't help but help. I said. I don't agree. The female general's eyes flashed coldly. Blood-colored mist rippled from under her feet, and the terrible aura made the temperature at the scene drop sharply. Under such an aura, everyone was frightened and their scalps numbed. They dared not say anything anymore. They could only look at the densely packed polluted creatures in the abyss passage and sigh secretly. The mood at the scene fell into depression. and no one dared to say a word. Zhou Zheng. I leave this to you. The female general glanced at Commander Zhou and strode towards the abyss passage. General, what are you going to do? Commander Zhou saw that the female general was going to enter the abyss passage and asked hurriedly. Of course. To save Li Xian. My soldiers can't die casually, and I am the only one who can help. The female general said faintly. You want to help? But General, you are injured. It's okay, just guard this place. The female general waved her hand nonchalantly and continued to walk towards the abyss passage. General, Li Xian is in the 9th passage. Kixingzi hurriedly explained the situation. I already know. The female general voice came from afar. Her figure was like an elegant leopard, suddenly passing through the 7 stars formation and killing into the dense tide of small beasts. Boom! The blood-colored mist filled the air, and the polluted creatures in the abyss passage were instantly cleared out of a large area, and the blood even condensed into a stream. The female general was surrounded by golden light and blood, flapping her golden wings, rushing into the abyss passage as if she were in an empty space, and charging into the abyss passage amid the wailing of the monsters. Finally, the female general rushed into the abyss passage and disappeared in the passage. So strong. Is this the strength of the gold level? Qi Xingzi saw the shocking scene, watching countless polluted creatures turn into blood mist in an instant. His heartbeat accelerated, and his eyes showed admiration. Yes, the general is not only a great gold master, but also comprehended the blood-colored barrier. In the future, as long as he advances to the saint level, he will have his own domain and become an awe-inspiring domain saint-level ancestor, Commander Zhou said with admiration. He admired this female general from the bottom of his heart. But unfortunately the female general looked down on him. So Commander Zhou could only suppress this admiration in his heart. Saint-level ancestor? Kixingzi heard this, and his eyes became more admiring. He hoped that he could also take such a path. Unfortunately, let alone saint level, even gold level was far away from him. If he could reach gold level within 10 years, he would be very lucky. It was more likely that he would not reach gold level in his lifetime. Alas, I am sure I can reach the half-step gold level, but the gold level is too difficult. Kixingzi sighed. Yes, the gold level is just a distant dream. Everyone sighed, and they were grateful to the general for rescuing Li Xian, and they also had expectations for rescuing Li Xian. It was just that the distant dream of the gold level made them fall into silence again. Chapter 362. Who arranged the formation? On the other side, in the abyss passage, a blood-colored light ball formed around the female general. All creatures close to the light ball gradually had their blood drained away, and eventually turned into mummies. This light ball was not large, and could only be maintained within a radius of about 100 meters around the female general. For a gold-level player, this was a very weak attack method. But this was a blood-colored barrier, and it could grow into a domain in the future. The strong who possessed the domain would be the super boss, who dominated the world, and anyone would be in awe of him. So the reason why the female general, with no background, eventually grew up to where she is now and secured the position of the general, was because of the blood-colored barrier. Boom! The blood-colored spear swung, and the golden light swept across, and the tide-like polluted creatures instantly turned into blood mist. The female general eyes flashed with golden light, and she instantly swept across the human corpses in the southeast. There was a wave in her beautiful eyes. This was the 12th pile of human corpses she had seen. Every time a beast tide appeared, it brought huge casualties to humans, killing and injuring many elites. Unfortunately, facing the flood of polluted creatures, humans simply have no good solution. Unless the formation in the abyss channel is repaired, if the army is dispatched, there will be more casualties. Cough. 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 The female general white left hand suddenly covered her mouth and coughed softly. When she took away her snow-white hand, on her delicate hand, there was coughed up golden blood. In the golden blood, there was a faint flash of black twisted breath, like a bone-attached worm, attached to the blood, destroying everywhere. After the female general finished coughing, her face became paler, her breath became weaker, and she faintly exuded a decaying smell, which was the smell that would only be emitted when the end was near. The end is getting closer and closer. After this battle, I may soon pass away. I really hope to see the hope of human victory before I die. The female general smiled slightly, and her heroic face gave people a feeling of weakness, which made people want to protect and take care of her. Thinking of death, a trace of sadness flashed in her beautiful red eyes. And then she adjusted her mood, held the gun in her little hand, and started fighting again in a golden light. Boom, boom, boom. As a gold-level warrior, the female general was extremely powerful. Where she passed, blood flowed like a river, and the beast tide was partially interrupted. In the process of advancing, she saved wave after wave of people, all of whom were humans struggling in the beast tide. Go to the 9th passage, now. The female general voice was cold, and the golden light flashed on her spear, and the spear shadows fell like rain, clearing large areas. In such a killing, more and more people were saved by her, and when they reached the vicinity of the 9th passage, the crowd suddenly paused. There are so many corpses of polluted creatures. What's going on? A rescued woman with vertical pupils was in doubt, and looked ahead carefully. Soon she found a damaged formation. Before the formation was destroyed, it actually killed a large number of polluted creatures. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so strong? The woman with vertical pupils was surprised. Go in first, quickly. The female general was fighting in the rear, fighting the flood of polluted creatures alone, while protecting the many survivors from getting hurt. In addition, her health was getting worse and worse. The frantic battle at the moment was also a great drain on her. So she urged everyone to enter the 9th channel immediately. The survivors did not dare to slack off, and immediately continued forward. They saw many corpses of polluted creatures along the way. When they arrived in front of the 30th formation, they actually saw the complete formation. The formation was condensed with black spears, which automatically counterattacked and killed the polluted creatures that bit the formation. In the end, the formation's automatic counterattack killed most of the polluted creatures, leaving only a few polluted creatures. After everyone approached, they killed the remaining polluted creatures, then passed through the formation and hid inside the formation. The formation here is only effective against polluted creatures, and humans can easily pass through it. So everyone easily escaped to the safe formation. Huh? Finally safe. I didn't expect that there would be so many intact formations in the 9th channel. So lucky. A strongman said in surprise. Yes, I would have fled here if I had known. The vertical pupil woman nodded in agreement. Huh? Look at the footprints on the ground. It seems that other humans have escaped into the 9th passage and walked deeper. There are quite a few footprints. Everyone looked at the footprints on the ground and found that many people had escaped into the 9th passage and walked deeper. So many footprints also made everyone realize that the 9th passage helped more people survive, which is also a good thing for humans. However, the formations of other passages were destroyed. Why did the formation of the 9th passage preserve so many intact formations? This made everyone very confused. The key is that they found that the formation here is very powerful, which is much stronger than ordinary formations. Even if no one controls the formation, relying on the automatic counterattack of the formation, it also killed a large number of polluted creatures, which made everyone more puzzled. Wait, something is wrong. This formation is not absorbing spiritual energy, but the abyss black energy. What kind of formation is this? Oh my god, how did they do it? The vertical pupil woman exclaimed. It really absorbs the abyss black energy. I have never seen such a formation. What a powerful method. The sturdy man widened his eyes in surprise. I heard that many years ago, many gold-level masters studied this kind of formation, but failed, and finally gave up. I didn't expect that there is one now. Could it be that the gold-level masters have made a breakthrough in the formation? They arranged such a powerful formation? The vertical pupil woman said again. I don't know, but this formation is really amazing. If all channels are arranged with such a formation, it will definitely play a decisive role in fighting against the abyss. Such a powerful formation. Which genius formation master invented it? It's amazing. The strong man continued to praise. It's really amazing. I'm also a formation master, but I can't understand most of the formations here. It's too profound. It's really an amazing formation. The people in the passage were talking about it. They entered the abyss passage for the purpose of repairing the formation. They were very knowledgeable in formation, but they didn't expect that most of them couldn't understand the formation of the 9th passage. They couldn't figure out who was so powerful that they could arrange such an amazing formation. Whoosh! A blood-colored figure suddenly rushed in, and the light from the golden wings illuminated the interior of the passage, turning the dim environment here into gold. Thank you, General, for saving my life. When everyone saw this figure, they immediately bowed respectfully to express their gratitude, with admiration in their eyes. However, the female general ignored everyone, but looked at the formation here in doubt. Absorbing the black air from the abyss, who arranged this formation? The female general asked hurriedly, and she actually looked a little excited. Chapter 363 Genius Boy Li Xian. We don't know, but judging from the footprints, someone has entered the depths of the ninth passage. It could be the person who set up the formation, or it could be the person who was saved by the formation. The vertical pupil woman answered hastily. Let's go to the depths of the passage. The female general was in doubt, and immediately led everyone to the depths of the ninth passage. As a result, along the way, they saw a large number of formations. There was one formation almost every distance, and the key point was that these formations were absorbing the black air of the abyss. Genius, really a genius, to have arranged such an amazing formation. These formations will definitely become the hope of mankind. Who arranged them? Could it be him? The female general suddenly thought of Li Xian, thinking of the goal of this mission. Li Xian, who can comprehend the ancient formations, is most likely to have arranged these formations. General, isn't the person who arranged these formations a gold-level master? We thought it was arranged by a gold-level formation master. Someone couldn't help asking. No. This type of formation is too difficult. Many formation masters studied it in the past, but they all failed in the end. So the matter was shelved. I didn't expect to see a successful formation today. I'm afraid the person who set up these formations is that young genius. The purpose of my coming this time is to save him. Now it seems that he doesn't need my rescue at all. With so many powerful formations, the beast type can't hurt him at all. What a powerful little guy. The female general said with surprise in her beautiful eyes. It turned out to be like this. Everyone was surprised. They couldn't believe that such a powerful formation was set up by a young man. Everyone wanted to know why the young man was so powerful and could set up such an amazing formation. With this feeling, everyone continued to set off. Along the way, they saw a large number of corpses of polluted creatures. These corpses were well preserved. The general situation of the person who attacked could be seen through the corpses. Knife wounds, arrow wounds, gun wounds, sword wounds, shield wounds, and wounds from formation attacks. From these injuries, everyone deduced that this team was a standard combat team. An ordinary team led by a Tianjin sect disciple. However, in such a team, there was such a genius hidden, which made everyone more curious. That's it. Everyone continued to move forward. And after more than 100 formations, everyone finally saw a group of people. A group of people with scars and wounds, who were being treated for their injuries. Firefox, you are still alive. Great. The vertical pupil woman saw a curvy beauty wearing a fiery red tights among the crowd. And she immediately shouted in surprise. Ah! Blue Snake. You are alive too. That's great. The curvy beauty hurried over, and her extremely hot body made everyone look at her sideways. Firefox, how did you get here? Do you know who set up the formation here? The vertical pupil woman asked hurriedly. I don't know either. The bee's tide was too fierce before, and we were scattered. I brought a few companions to the vicinity of the ninth passage, and found that there were many people here. They controlled the formation while picking up the survivors. Finally, the formation was broken, and we went deep into here. We don't know who set up the formation, but this formation is amazing. It actually absorbs the black air from the abyss. It is simply another way to solve the big problem of scarce spiritual energy. The fiery Firefox exclaimed. Yes. 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 The reason why the formation in the abyss passage lasts for a short time and is weak is that there is a problem of insufficient spiritual energy. The formation here is simply a wild and unrestrained idea, which solves the big problem of spiritual energy. A petite and cute girl came over. She spoke softly, but when she spoke, everyone listened quietly. Because this cute girl is not simple, she is a formation master at the deputy commander level, who has a high attainment in formation, so everyone naturally respects her. The general is here. Someone hurriedly reminded. Greetings, General. Everyone bowed collectively, with awe in their eyes. It's safe here. You can move freely. I go find the person who set up the formation. After the female general confirmed that it was safe here, she no longer paid attention to everyone, but hurried away, heading deep into the ninth passage. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but quickly follow, wanting to see who was so powerful, who could actually set up such a powerful formation. That's it. The crowd passed through one formation after another, from the entrance area of the ninth passage, passed through 500 formations, but still did not see the person who set up the formation. Fortunately, the corpses near the formation were getting fresher and fresher, and there were even creatures that had just died. Everyone knew that. The time to reveal the answer was finally coming. Finally, after passing through 6 formations, a group of people appeared in everyone's sight. It was a team combination: magician, shield man archer, the captain of the Tianjin sect, and 2 disciples of the Kixingmen. Most of these people were sitting cross-legged with pale faces to recover. Only one handsome boy who looked like a porcelain doll was quickly arranging the formation. His hands flashed quickly, arranging the formation nodes one by one like an afterimage. His technique was very exquisite. In front of this formation, the mighty army of undead was fighting with the creatures of the abyss. The 2 sides were in a stalemate, and they had to fight for important time to arrange the formation. Seeing this scene, looking at the handsome boy who arranged the formation like a porcelain doll, everyone was stunned, couldn't believe that the person who arranged the formation was so young. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light shone, instantly killing all the polluting creatures at the scene. The female general quickly stood beside Li Xian in the golden light, staring at Li Xian with burning eyes. Help me put the beast cores in the Kuan position. Li Xian handed a few beast cores to the female general, and then continued to arrange the formation. The female general looked at the beast cores in her hand. She was stunned for a moment, smiled lightly, and said, "Okay." After that, the heroic female general immediately started to arrange, and conscientiously completed the task assigned by Li Xian. The survivors in the back were also a little surprised when they saw this scene. But it was indeed important to set up the formation, so everyone came over to help. Unfortunately, most people were unable to set up the formation, and only the formation master could help a little. Finally, the dark formation was completed. As the formation operated, the black air from the abyss spread towards the formation, and began to strengthen the formation and increase its power. "It's done. Take a break." Li Xian walked to the side, and several skeleton warriors brought a stone for Li Xian to sit on. Such a scene made the people around couldn't help but look sideways again. "Hello Li Xian, my name is Chu Wanqiu. Can you tell me the names of these formations?" The female general looked at Li Xian with a smile. "Yes, this is a dark formation, which can absorb the black gas of the abyss to strengthen the formation. If the material is strong enough, it can even be strengthened to the level of the 7-star formation," Li Xian explained softly. 7-star formation? Really? The fiery fire fox not far away couldn't help but stand up, with horror in her voice. The 7-star formation is the strongest formation at this stage, and it is also the biggest barrier to block the creatures of the abyss. If these dark formations can reach the scale of the 7-star formation, then the creatures of the abyss will not be able to rush out of the passage at all. Chapter 364: The Power of Advanced Dark Formation. So at this moment, everyone present looked at Li Xian in surprise. Even the female general Chu Wanqiu listened curiously. It's a pity that there are too few materials. To set up a high-level dark formation, you need at least a silver-level beast core. After fighting here for so long, you can only collect 36 silver-level beast cores. Li Xian shrugged and told the story helplessly. Next to him, several skulls held some rags and gently fanned him. "Don't worry. I have silver-level beast cores here, and I can give them to you." The female general took out a pink women's storage ring, and threw it to Li Xian without hesitation. Storage rings are better spiritual tools than storage bags. They have more storage space, and their value has increased by dozens of times. Ordinary people can't afford them. But the female general threw such a valuable thing to Li Xian without any reluctance, which surprised Li Xian. "Let's go. The next formation will be changed to a high-level dark formation. You help clean up the polluting creatures. There are too many of them." Li Xian stood up, commanding the skeleton warriors to walk out of the formation and kill the polluted creatures deep in the passage. The survivors were not ambiguous either, and immediately rushed out with weapons. The female general did not attack again, but followed Li Xian and guarded silently. There were many survivors, and so many people attacked together, killing waves of polluted creatures in an instant. It only took more than 10 minutes to advance to the new damage formation. When they arrived here, Li Xian immediately set about arranging the advanced dark formation, using the old formation as a prototype, and arranged it bit by bit. "We're here to help." The hot fox, the vertical pupil woman, and a cute girl came over immediately, ready to help with the formation. Even the pale-faced Xiaoyao came over to help. "Xiaoyao, you should take a good rest. They can help you." Li Xian did not ask Xiaoyao to help. She had exerted great efforts in the previous battle. Both her spiritual power and mental power were greatly consumed. She must take a good rest. "Okay, when you need me, just let me know." "Junior brother." Xiao also knew that she was in a bad state, and was worried that it would affect the formation when it was arranged. So she did not force herself to participate. The rest of the people, led by Li Xian, took the silver-level beast core and various materials, and began to arrange the formation. The formation arranged this time was an advanced dark formation, which took longer than before. And the nodes and circuits arranged were more exquisite. The array patterns contained in it were linked together, just like a honeycomb, densely packed and interconnected. It can be said that the arrangement of the formation is quite complicated. For such a formation, even the several formation masters who helped had to be very careful, fearing mistakes. Their attainments in formation were not low. Otherwise, they would not have come to the Abyss Channel to repair the formation. Unfortunately, they did not dare to arrange it casually, and they were trembling with fear at every step. And they carefully confirmed every point before arranging it. Fortunately, they were just assisting, arranging some simple corners, and with Li Xian's supervision from time to time, there was no mistake in the whole process of arranging the formation. After a while, the formation finally took shape. A mysterious formation wave rippled in all directions, and permeated the passage in this area. The rolling black gas in the passage no longer spread outward, but gathered towards the dark formation in the form of a vortex. The originally simple formation began to slowly strengthen under the injection of black gas, becoming more and more powerful, and more huge. In the end, the entire formation could not be seen. The formation was directly shrouded by the misty gas, and it became a foggy area. But Li Xian knew that the dark formation was rapidly strengthening. As long as the formation existed for half a year, the black air absorbed by the formation would definitely make the formation advance to the level of the 7-star formation. With this formation, it was equivalent to completely sealing off the 9th channel. If the polluted creatures wanted to rush out, they would have to pay a huge price. At that time, even if the gold-level polluted creatures took action, it would be difficult to break the formation. The key is that as long as Li Xian is given time, he can set up thousands of such formations. Bang, bang, bang. A dull vibration came from the abyss passage, and the ground was shaking slightly, as if a huge abyss creature had appeared. After everyone felt the vibration, their faces changed, because the vibration sound made them think of a creature, the Abyss Armored Bull. The Abyss Armored Bull has ordinary combat power as a single unit, but has extremely strong team combat power. It is a powerful abyss monster that can break through the formation, and it is also a monster that often appears in the abyss passage. Now, the vibration in the passage is so frequent, which means there are at least several hundred Abyss Armored Bulls. This also made everyone's face change completely. They surrounded Li Xian vigilantly and protected him in the center. Don't worry. Follow me. Let you see the power of the advanced dark formation. Li Xian smiled indifferently, led everyone forward step by step, came to the dark formation, began to control the formation, and dispelled the fog. Sure enough, at the moment when the fog disappeared, densely packed Abyss Armored Bulls came running wildly. And there were so many that you couldn't see the end at a glance. Their bodies were covered with thick scales, with sharp horns facing forward and white mist coming out of their mouths. With their sturdy bodies and their unstoppable momentum, their appearance brought great pressure to the people at the scene. Rain of arrows. Li Xian mobilized the energy of the formation and condensed black arrows in the air. The number of these arrows was so dense that they could not be counted at once. The formation of so many arrows consumed a huge amount of energy. But after the energy around the dark formation was consumed, it quickly absorbed the black air and continued to replenish it. Such a scene also made everyone's eyes flicker, and they were surprised. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dense arrows fell from the sky, covering the running Abyss Armored Bull like a rain curtain. With so many arrows coming, normal people would be afraid. But the Abyss Armored Bull was not afraid, but ran faster. Puff, puff, puff. Arrows fell like a rain curtain, shooting at the Abyss Armored Bull running in the front. And the sharp arrows left wounds on the Abyss Armored Bull. Many Abyss Armored Bulls were shot in the eyes by arrows, wailing and falling to the ground. But more Abyss Armored Bulls were only slightly injured, and continued to run wildly with arrows stuck all over their bodies. Spears. Li Xian extracted dark energy, condensed dense spears, and shot out again. The sharp spears were projected at an extremely fast speed, and instantly pierced the body of the Abyss Armored Bull in the front, and fell down with painful wailing. The smell of blood filled the passage, and more spears appeared. sweeping the abyss armored bulls in waves. Although the thick-skinned abyss armored bulls were very resistant to attacks, there were too many spears, and their energy seemed to be endless, and it kept condensing. Finally, the last abyss armored bull, with spears stuck all over its body, walked slowly to the formation, let out its last wail, and then fell to the ground with a plop, dying. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief, watching a little kid like Li Xian kill the densely packed abyss armored bulls with the help of the formation. You know, even if tens of thousands of soldiers were fighting against these abyss armored bulls, they would suffer heavy casualties. But now, Li Xian alone, relying on a newly formed formation, was able to deal with the abyss armored bulls. Such a scene, such a picture, made the scene quiet for several breaths, and then cheers broke out. Too strong, they killed them all. High-level dark formation. It's really an amazing formation. Chapter 365 The Dying Female General. Without the formation, without the general, without Li Xian, we would not be able to stop the abyss armored bulls. But now, they are being killed. And they died so quickly. Li Xian, your formation has changed the fighting style. I see the hope of the rise of the human race. The scene was completely filled with cheers. Everyone looked at Li Xian, marveling at the power of the dark formation, and even more amazed that Li Xian could set up such an amazing formation. Some cute female array masters looked at Li Xian with admiration. Even the female general stared at Li Xian with burning eyes, and the surprise in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed at all. Although Li Xian felt it was normal to be stared at by so many people, he did not want to be a giant panda and be watched all the time. So he pointed to the abyss passage and continued. There is another wave of polluted creatures behind. Come over and practice. And try to control the array. Is it okay? Can we control it? The fiery fire fox came to Li Xian's side, blinking her big eyes and looking at him expectantly. Of course, for the advanced dark formation to exert its full power, at least 10 formation masters are needed, and when the formation absorbs enough energy in the future, the power it exerts will become stronger and stronger. Li Xian smiled and said, directly arranging the formation masters to control the formation. Then we go. Several formation masters couldn't wait to walk to the dark formation, and began to familiarize themselves with it. With Li Xian's explanation, everyone learned quickly. At this time, another wave of polluted creatures appeared. They were a large number of black bats, which covered the entire passage. Their cries contained strange fluctuations, which spread far from the passage. After hearing the cries, everyone at the scene felt dizzy, and their scalps tingled. Only those with strong strength did not feel dizzy, but they still felt irritated. Kill them. The fiery fire fox's eyes were filled with flames. She immediately controlled the formation and released her specialty, the super fire bomb. Boom, boom, boom. The scorching flames rose, and thick smoke and the smell of burning filled the passage. The smell was very unpleasant, and people could not help but frown. But the fire fox didn't care. She excitedly controlled the formation and released super large fire bombs. At this moment, she was like a turret, with sufficient energy. She bombarded the black bats wantonly, causing them to scream. The remaining array masters were not idle either, using their own attributes to release their abilities. Of course, some array masters, who were more concerned about the overall situation, released arrows and spears while saving energy as much as possible. For a while, arrows flew everywhere, spears rained down, and flames rose. The entire passage was filled with smoke, and wailing echoed throughout the area. When the dust settled again, at the scene, a large number of corpses gathered again. People looked at the densely packed corpses, and then looked at the dark array that was still absorbing energy, and everyone felt like they were dreaming. It's so cool. I've never used magic so freely before. It's so fun. She was so excited, her face was flushed, and she was very excited. Firefox, you just used too much energy. Most of the energy was supplied to you. We didn't dare to use magic casually. The vertical pupil woman said helplessly. Hee, it's okay. Anyway, the formation can absorb energy quickly. In the future, when the formation absorbs more energy, I can use magic more freely. When I think of such a scene, I am looking forward to it. Li Xian, you are so strong. I want to be your assistant, help you control the formation, and kill the polluting creatures. Firefox said happily, and immediately came to Li Xian's side, wanting to follow Li Xian. Can I? I also want to be your assistant. A cute little girl came over, and when she spoke, everyone stopped talking immediately. and smiled at the little girl. No need to follow me. I will set up more advanced dark arrays next. And you will rely on the 10 abyss channels to counterattack the abyss. At that time, there will be many arrays that you need to control. And it will be the same whether you follow me or not. Li Xian waved his hand and refused. He didn't want so many people to follow him. His target was the origin of the dark element, not the girls. Although these girls were pretty, they were still far inferior to his own little Qinyu. With little Qinyu as his obedient wife, Li Xian was content. Li Xian, are you going to continue to set up the formation? It's not 100% safe here. I take you back, and then send more people to protect you. The female general suddenly spoke, looking at Li Xian with burning eyes. No need. There are beasts surging at the intersection of several channels. We may be in danger if we go back. It is better to take it step by step. We can continue to set up the formation here. With so many formations as backup, we can completely push all the way to the bottom of the abyss channel. Li Xian refused. The female general felt that Li Xian's words made sense, but the abyss was very dangerous. The abyss monsters did not launch a large-scale attack not because they could not defeat humans, but to transform the environment. If the abyss knew about the genius Li Xian, they would definitely launch a large-scale attack to kill Li Xian, the powerful enemy, as soon as possible. So for safety reasons, the female general said seriously, you are very important. I will not allow you to be in danger. There are powerful enemies at the bottom of the abyss channel. If you push into the abyss channel, you may encounter great danger. Your proposal is too crazy. I suggest stopping temporarily. Great danger? How about this? We will set up the formation to half of the 9th channel, and use the remaining half as a buffer zone. What do you think? Li Xian changed his proposal. He wanted to go to the abyss and find out if there were any good things there. But he couldn't rush now. He still had to maintain his status as a genius and strive to obtain the origin of elements. So it was enough to set up half of the formation. Half? That's fine. The female general nodded. The 9th passage was very long. There was no problem with setting up half of the formation, as long as it didn't go too deep into the 9th passage. Well, let's continue. Everyone, help me take out the beast cores from these monsters. Thank you. Li Xian pointed to the many dead monster bodies outside the formation. You're welcome. This is what we should do. We can't help with the formation, so we should do some small things. As everyone said this, they all rushed out and began to dig out the beast cores in the monsters' bodies to serve as materials for the formation. These people included female formation masters. They did not mind the mess of the monster bodies. They responded actively one by one. Their white hands grasped their weapons and quickly dug out the beast cores, and then continued to the next one. Their movements were neat and tidy. They quickly and accurately dug out the beast cores one by one. And in the shortest time, they dug out all the beast cores. Looking at so many people responding actively, Li Xian found that these people were a little different. The hope in their eyes was stronger. Chapter 366 Purifying the Curse. Especially beside him, the female general, who always protects him. Even though she is dying, she still protects Li Xian, which makes Li Xian sigh deeply. General Chu Wanqiu, give me your hand. Li Xian suddenly looked at the female general. Eh? The female general was slightly stunned, with confusion in her eyes, but she still chose to believe Li Xian and raised her soft little hand. It is indeed a curse. You can live until now, it is really not easy. Li Xian felt it carefully, and found that it was exactly the same as the curse he had been cursed with. When he was cursed, his body died instantly. If he had not been reincarnated, he would have died long ago. Li Xian knew the power of such a powerful curse. But now, the female general was also cursed. And the power of the curse was even stronger. So strong that Li Xian looked solemn. Do you want to help me heal my wounds? Thank you. But no, it's not necessary anymore. The female general smiled bitterly. This curse was very terrifying. She asked many people for help, but it was useless. Even the saint-level masters could not solve it. Therefore, she had long lost hope for herself. She only hoped to see hope for the human race before she died. Now seeing a genius like Li Xian, she finally felt relieved. She smiled and touched Li Xian's head, and said softly, I am satisfied to see a genius like you before I die, and to see the hope of mankind. Even if I die, I can leave with peace of mind. Death? Don't worry. You won't die. The curse is indeed dangerous, but you don't have to be so pessimistic. Maybe I can solve it. Li Xian finished speaking. holding the female general weak hand, preparing to mobilize his purification talent. It's useless. Even the saint-level ancestors failed. No one can cure me. You gave the human race hope. I can see it before I die. I am already very satisfied. Really? The female general shook her head gently. Her body was in a terminal state. There was no medicine to save her. No one could save her. There was only one future for her, and that was death. So she let it go, and didn't care about life or death anymore. Instead, she persuaded Li Xian not to worry about her. The people around also knew about the general situation, and sighed helplessly. We heard about the general situation. It is said that the saint-level ancestor brought more than a dozen gold-level supreme elders to treat him. But the curse still could not be lifted. I heard about it too. It is said that this curse is unique to the abyss. It is a curse that is implemented by sacrificing life. It is very powerful, and cannot be lifted at all. Yes, I have studied curses. This kind of curse that consumes life consumes a lot of life, and requires countless lives to be sacrificed. It is also the most difficult curse to break. Under normal circumstances, even the abyss is unwilling to use it. The general is too threatening to the abyss. The abyss had no choice but to sacrifice so many lives and curse the general. Everyone said helplessly. They were very sad about the general's situation. At the same time, they hated the abyss more and more, and vowed to kill more abyss monsters to avenge the general. Unfortunately, no matter how many abyss monsters are killed, it is impossible to help the general. The general in the future will die under the curse, which also makes the atmosphere at the scene become depressing and heavy. Don't worry. With Li Xian here, we see hope. Even if I die, humans can protect their homes. Everyone must protect Li Xian in the future. The female general found that the atmosphere at the scene was heavy, and deliberately smiled to adjust the atmosphere. After hearing this, everyone sighed, not knowing what to say, and could only remain silent. Li Xian, let's continue to set up the formation. The curse has lasted for many years, and cannot be solved. Don't worry about me. The female general smiled at Li Xian, not wanting him to worry about her. But at this time, when the female general finished speaking, the purifying light began to shine, and enveloped the female general body. This light exuded a sacred radiance, and the holy power contained in it instantly merged into the female general body, and began to purify the curse in her body. As the holy light shone, a wisp of strange black air that was terrifying, disgusting, and frightening began to float up from the female general heart, and came into the air. These black airs were the cursed black fog. They were unwilling to leave like maggots on the tarsal bones. They formed a strange octopus in the air, and struggled to go to the female general again. The purifying light was too strong. The holy light even covered a radius of 100 meters. Under the strong holy will, the holy light continued to fall on the cursed black fog, and wrap the cursed black fog. The sacred flames continued to steam, burning and purifying with a crackling sound, forming a battlefield of purification in the air. Roar! An inexplicable roar came from the black air. The weaker people at the scene felt dizzy, and almost fell down in the roar. Even the stronger people turned pale. But Li Xian remained calm, mobilizing more and more concentrated purification power to continuously purify the cursed black fog. The two sides formed a battlefield in the air, fighting frantically. While the black air was burning, the purified light was also being consumed rapidly. The whole scene was a shocking scene. But everyone could see that the purifying light had the upper hand. The cursed black gas became less and less, and it became increasingly unable to hold on. And finally only a small ball remained. The female general looked at the scene, the burning black fog, and her eyes widened. Her rosy little mouth slightly opened. She really didn't expect that such an incredible scene would appear. The curse that even a saint-level powerhouse couldn't solve was actually being solved by Li Xian. The key point is that with Li Xian treatment, she felt a lot lighter, and the vitality from the gold level quickly nourished her body. She could feel that even if she stopped the treatment now, she could live another 10 years. So she was shocked, staring blankly at Li Xian, looking at this handsome boy. After a long time, the black fog was burned away, and the female general looked at Li Xian with complicated eyes, and said softly in her voice, "Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. The treatment has not stopped. The curse is just pretending to be solved. It will take at least 10 times to completely cure you," Li Xian explained solemnly. He knew clearly how difficult the curse was. Although part of the curse has been solved now, The remaining curse is more difficult. In particular, the curse will erode the soul. Perhaps the female general soul has been shrouded by the curse. So this matter must be taken seriously. Li Xian did not take it lightly. It's enough. My life was at the end before. I was ready to die at any time. But I didn't expect that you would buy me at least 10 years of life. Thank you. You solved the curse that even the saint-level ancestors could not solve. What can I do to thank you? The female general said gratefully. Chapter 367 Unexpected Soul Fruit. Thank me? That's fine. Cook. I haven't eaten for a day. I'm hungry. Li Xian said after taking out some ingredients and cooking tools. Cook. The female general was slightly stunned. She didn't react for a while. The great general personally said that he wanted to repay Li Xian. With her status, as long as Li Xian put forward the conditions, she could basically fulfill them. Identity, status, wealth, power, skills, all kinds of good things, it can be said that she has everything. With such a good opportunity, others would definitely scramble for the good stuff. Who would have thought that Li Xian would ask her to cook? This was simply laughable. Okay. Let's cook. Xiao Ming. Come and help me. The female general fair face flushed slightly. In fact, she was embarrassed. There was nothing she could do. She was good at fighting, but not good at cooking. For her, cooking was harder than killing a gold-level warrior. She had to ask a cute girl next to her for help. Okay. The cute girl tilted her head and looked at Li Xian curiously. She was very surprised that Li Xian could even cure curses, and even admired him. After all, this was a difficult problem that even the saint-level ancestors could not solve. And it was solved by Li Xian. This was simply unbelievable. Therefore, everyone at the scene was staring at Li Xian. Even Li Xian's senior sister Xiaoyao looked at Li Xian with burning eyes, wanting to ask why Li Xian was so powerful. Li Xian was too lazy to pay attention to everyone, and carefully thought about what to do next. He can set up a dark formation that others cannot set up, which is a huge help to humans. If he can completely cure the female general, his reputation among humans will skyrocket, and he will definitely attract the attention of the saint-level ancestors. However, if he wants to be granted the elemental origin, this is not enough, and he needs to make greater contributions, because the elemental origin is too precious. It is so precious that the female General Chu Wanqiu next to him is not qualified to contact it. The only person who can contact it is the saint-level ancestor. I wonder if the saint-level ancestor is in the Abyss Fortress. What kind of merit can be granted the elemental origin? Li Xian said secretly, thinking about how to make a great contribution. In the remaining 9 channels, dark formations have been arranged. This is a great contribution. There should be hope to obtain the elemental origin. Li Xian said secretly again, preparing to continue to arrange dark formations in the next few days, improve strength, and wait for the elemental origin to mature completely. After making the decision, Li Xian also joined the ranks of cooking. The main reason was that the cooks were clumsy and could even burn the rice. It was really frustrating. Li Xian had no choice but to cook by himself, purify the pollution of the polluting creatures directly, process their flesh and blood, and start to make braised pork. As a foodie, Li Xian not only loves to eat oranges, but also likes delicious food. In his previous life, he had tinkered at home a lot, so he is very good at this. And so, after he was busy for half an hour, a rich fragrance filled the abyss passage, causing everyone on the scene to look at Li Xian with burning eyes. Even the female general looked directly at Li Xian with her beautiful red eyes, and secretly swallowed her saliva. In order to hide her embarrassment, she used her fair little hands to gather the black hair around her ears, deliberately distracting herself. But the food smelled too good, and she was a gold-level strongman, with sharp 5 senses, and could smell much more fragrance than others. So she looked at Li Xian again, watching the braised pork that Li Xian was making. Time passed slowly, and the fragrance in the abyss channel became stronger and stronger. With Li Xian hands, one dish after another was gradually made, making people salivate. Finally, when the last dish was finished, Li Xian finally stopped busying himself, and said to everyone with a smile, "It's okay, everyone eat. It's finally okay, it smells so good, junior brother, I want to eat this, I want to eat a big bowl." Xiao came to Li Xian's side, pointing to the big pot of braised pork. "Okay, there are tableware over there, you serve everyone." Li Xian had taken out the tableware earlier, and directly arranged Xiaoyao to serve everyone. "Yeah." Xiaoyao nodded quickly, and quickly served everyone food. During this process, everyone liked the braised pork the most. Almost everyone ordered a big bowl. And the cute girl also ordered a big bowl. Li Xian looked at the cute girl, who was so petite and dainty, eating quickly with a big bowl in her arms. He was slightly stunned for a moment, because he found that this cute girl ate faster than everyone else. After half an hour, Li Xian watched such a big pot of braised pork being eaten up. He was speechless, and was also surprised at the appetite of the beauties. For example, Xiao Yao actually ate 4 bowls of braised pork, the female general ate 3 bowls, and as for the petite cute girl, actually ate 7 bowls of braised pork. That small girl ate so much, she is simply a big foodie. On the contrary, the fire fox, who has the hottest figure, ate more quietly, and less, only ate half a bowl of braised pork. Li Xian, why don't you eat? The cute girl, who had just finished 7 bowls of braised pork, came to Li Xian's side, stared at the braised pork on Li Xian's plate and asked, "Well, I'm almost full," Li Xian said with a smile. He didn't eat much braised pork, but mostly other delicacies, which added up to about 1 bowl. The female general saw that he didn't eat much, so she served Li Xian half a plate of braised pork. Unexpectedly, it attracted the attention of the cute girl. If you don't want to eat any more, can you give it to me?" The cute girl blinked her big eyes a little embarrassedly, and pursed her lips slightly. Here, seeing the cute girl wanting to eat but feeling embarrassed, Li Xian smiled slightly, and handed the plate to the cute girl. "Thank you. I treat you to the soul fruit. It's delicious." The cute girl took out a strange fruit from her ring, and handed it to Li Xian. Soul fruit? Li Xian heard of this kind of fruit for the first time, and looked at the cute girl in surprise. This is a fruit unique to our soul sect, which can slightly increase soul power. The cute girl explained softly. Increase soul power? Li Xian looked at the cute girl in surprise. It's a good thing to increase soul power, but whether it is useful to Li Xian is a little unclear. With speculation, he took the soul fruit and ate it without hesitation. In an instant, a warm current appeared in the heart, began to merge into the soul, increasing soul power. It can actually increase soul power. Li Xian was very surprised. In the past, he had obtained many good things that increased soul power in the summoned beast world, but unfortunately these things were useless later. Especially after Li Xian's soul reached the gold level, except for the soul growth brought by the contract, there was nothing that could increase his soul. But I didn't expect. Now there is a soul fruit that can actually increase his soul power. For Li Xian, this is a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect a delicious meal to bring unexpected gains. I wonder if there are many of these fruits, if I can take them for a long time in the future. Li Xian's eyes were burning when he thought of this, and he couldn't help looking at the cute girl. Are there many soul fruits of this kind? Can you give me some more? What kind of plant does this come from? This. The cute girl didn't know how to answer for a moment. She lowered her head in confusion, seemingly having something to hide. Can't you tell me? If you really can't tell me, forget it. Li Xian shook his head. No, it's not that I can't tell you. In fact, this is not grown on a plant, but because of special abilities. The cute girl explained. Chapter 368 Special Physique. Special ability? Li Xian was stunned. It was surprising that there was such a special ability. Is it a talent? No. It's a special physique. Our soul sect has very high requirements for accepting disciples. You must have a special physique. Any physique is fine. For example, Fire Peacock, her physique belongs to the fire attribute, and my physique is the spirit attribute. Both are extremely rare physiques. After we are recruited into the soul sect, we need to learn the special secrets of the soul sect, consume our soul power, and condense soul fruits of different attributes. This process is very difficult. We need to learn basic knowledge for several years, and strengthen our strength and soul. I have just learned how to condense soul fruits, but unfortunately I can only condense 12 per year. The cute girl explained softly, telling her own situation. So that's the case? The fire peacock condensed a soul fruit of fire attribute? Li Xian asked again. Yes, but she is still young, and has not reached the level of condensing soul fruit. The cute girl explained again. So that's the case? Are there many people in your sect who can condense soul fruit? Li Xian continued to ask, preparing to buy some soul fruits. Not many, we can only sell 50 soul fruits every month, to purchase various formation knowledge and formation resources, to enhance the foundation of the sect. If you want, I still have 3 here, I will give them to you when I condense soul fruits in the future. The cute girl said again. Okay, I teach you formation knowledge later. Li Xian thought for a while and said, Okay, can I still eat braised pork in the future? It's delicious. The cute girl said like a greedy cat. Okay, I treat you to braised pork later. Li Xian smiled, feeling that the other party was a little foodie. Thank you. Here, these 3 soul fruits are for you. The cute girl happily took out the accumulated soul fruits and handed them to Li Xian without hesitation. Okay. Li Xian raised his hand to take it. This girl didn't even mention the formation in order to eat braised pork. She is a real foodie. Of course. Soul fruit is also of some benefit to him. It can increase soul power a little, which is better than nothing. Now that he eats extraordinary fruit, it no longer increases soul power, and soul fruit becomes his only external object to improve his soul. Decisively eating 3 soul fruits, Li Xian took out some notes on his experience of formation and handed them to the cute girl as a reward. Li Xian, it's best not to eat too many soul fruits. Try to improve your spiritual power as the basis. After all, it takes several years to reach the gold level. When your spiritual power level reaches the half-step gold level, your soul will definitely be stronger than your spiritual power level. There is no need to eat soul fruits. You will have to temper your soul at that time. The female general reminded him gently, and said something that surprised Li Xian. Well, I know. Li Xian thought of the knowledge about the gold level. It is extremely difficult to reach the gold level normally. It usually takes many years to reach the gold level. Years of experience, fighting, the soul improves faster than spiritual power. So when spiritual power reaches the half-step gold level, the soul has already reached its limit. Only some geniuses, whose spiritual power is improving fast enough, need to pay attention to the improvement of the soul. Li Xian's situation is special. His fundamental strength is the soul. He can only exert a strong power by relying on his talent. So he only needs to improve his soul. This also led Li Xian to embark on a different path, which is completely different from the cultivation method of others. I will find an opportunity to learn more about the soul sect mentioned by the cute girl, and see what their secret method is. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Li Xian secretly decided, and set a goal for himself again. After making the decision, Li Xian led everyone to continue to arrange the formation, and at the same time taught the cute girl the knowledge of the formation. Time passed little by little, and the tide of small beasts continued. Commander Zhou and others who were guarding the gate of the 7 Stars formation all had serious faces, waiting for the return of the general. However, they waited for so long, and still didn't wait, which made their faces more serious, and the atmosphere on the scene became more depressed and heavy. Commander Zhou sent someone to check on the general's soul lamp. I'm a little worried. The one-armed old man looked at Commander Zhou. Okay, Adjutant Liu, you go check on the general's soul lamp yourself, right now. Commander Zhou gritted his teeth and said, Yes, Commander. Adjutant Liu was also very worried, and left quickly at the first opportunity, and went to the place where the soul lamp was placed. The rest of the people continued to wait. Kixingxi thought of something, and couldn't help but say, If they can come back alive, let them all leave their soul lamps, especially junior brother Li Xian. That's right. If Li Xian can come back alive, I won't let him participate in the mission casually. I will definitely protect him with all my strength, and train him to study ancient formations. I have a lot of ancient books, all written in ancient Chinese. I will teach him to read, and learn to make powerful ancient formations. The one-armed old man said. The black old man is right. I agree with this proposal. I agree too. The group of people were very worried about Li Xian, and also worried about the female general. They hoped that everyone would come back soon. Some even mentioned sending a large army to rush in immediately to rescue Li Xian and the others. Fortunately, Adjutant Li came and reported that the female general's soul lamp was not extinguished, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Time passed again, and the trend of the small beast tide gradually weakened. And finally the small beast tide ended. Commander Zhou immediately led the army and rushed into the abyss channel. As a result, as soon as they entered the channel, they saw almost all the corpses of polluted creatures, which filled the channel densely. So many corpses also made everyone's scalps numb and their hearts tremble. Commander Zhou ordered the soldiers to clean up immediately, and sent elite soldiers, with Adjutant Liu stepping on the polluted corpses, to search for the female general and Li Xian first. After a while, Adjutant Liu ran back from the 9th channel with a team of elite soldiers and reported the situation there. What did you say? The 9th channel is safe and sound? There are many strange formations? Yes, there are many survivors? Commander Zhou was surprised. Yes, this formation is very strange. It doesn't even require spirit stones to operate. I don't understand it at all. Lu Tongling said blankly. He had also learned the formation, but his formation level could only reach the second level, so he was considered a formation master with some achievements. But even so, he could not understand the formation of the ninth channel, which made him doubt his life. No spirit stones? Bullshit. Spirit stones are the energy source of the formation. The formation can operate. How can there be no spirit stones? If you don't understand the formation, don't talk nonsense. The one-armed old man scolded. It's true, those formations really don't have spirit stones, I promise. Adjutant Lu assured. Let me tell you, spirit stones are the fundamental energy of the formation. Just like people need water and food, without spirit stones, the formation can't work at all. As a second-grade formation master, you don't even understand this. How did you get your formation badge? Did you use a backdoor? The one-armed old man scolded. Chapter 369 3 years later. No, this is true. There is really no spiritual stone in the formation. My soldiers have seen it. They can guarantee it. Lieutenant explained helplessly. Yes, my lords, we all saw it. There is indeed no spiritual stone. It is very strange. The soldiers in the rear hurriedly spoke for Lieutenant, describing the scene they saw. But the one-armed old man and his men were unwilling to believe it. They have studied formations for many years. There are many formation masters. They are very confident in their formation level. In their cognition, they had never heard of a formation without spirit stones. So they still refused to believe it, thinking that the adjutant was talking nonsense. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Commander Zhou was still willing to believe his adjutant, although he also felt that it was a bit unbelievable that the formation did not use spirit stones, but decided to make a decision after seeing the situation on the scene. After the decision was made, everyone continued to set off, heading to the ninth channel in a mighty manner. Along the way, they also discovered the difference in the ninth channel, and found that there were many more corpses of polluted creatures here, and many of them seemed to have been killed by the formation. When they arrived in front of the dark formation, they looked at the formation that was running fast and emitting a strong aura. They were all shocked and looked at the dark formation in disbelief. It actually doesn't need spirit stones. How is this possible? How did they do it? It's too unbelievable. Isn't it? Someone said in astonishment. Wait. This is the abyss black gas. This formation is actually absorbing the abyss black gas. It actually uses the power of the abyss black gas to form a formation in turn. The one-armed old man said in shock. It's actually true. It's really a genius idea. Look at these array patterns. The structure is so detailed. It's like a honeycomb, interlocking. A fat array master said. What a powerful array method. The array structure is very special. Strange, what is this loop? What is the function of these array patterns? I can't understand it. The old man frowned. Can't understand? Master Bai, even you can't understand it? You are a master of formations. A formation master was surprised. I really don't understand it. This formation is too subtle. I feel that if I participate in the formation, I can only arrange some corner formations at most. I don't understand the core formation at all. The old man stared at the dark formation with a frown, and found that the formation was too mysterious. Even he, a master of formations, couldn't understand it. The people around also watched carefully, and the more they watched, the more shocked they were. Everyone stared at the dark formation with burning eyes, as if they had discovered a new continent. Have you discovered? The change in the energy absorption of the formation gives me hope for the human race. The one-armed old man suddenly said. Yes, I agree with this. The formation has solved the energy problem that we have been unable to solve for a long time, and even solved the black gas in the abyss. It is really a wild idea. Who arranged the formation? The white old man said solemnly. Could it be Li Xian? Our abyss fortress has existed for many years, and the existing problems have never been solved. But when Li Xian came, everything changed instantly. Except for him, I can't think of anyone else. The one-armed old man said again. But he is still a child. Although I also think it is him, this is too shocking. The white old man couldn't believe it. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Let's go to the depths of the formation, and see who has set up such an amazing formation. The white old man suggested. Okay. Let's go. The crowd set out again in a mighty manner, passing through one dark formation after another, spending a lot of time, and finally saw the person they wanted to see. That was Li Xian's small figure in front of the formation, arranging it bit by bit, commanding everyone to arrange the corner formation, controlling the overall situation. Beside Li Xian, the gold-level general was guarding silently. His originally pale face became ruddy, his lifeless vitality became extremely active. Such a scene, such a picture, made everyone finally believe everything, believe in Li Xian talent. At this moment, the people at the scene regarded Li Xian as hope, and everyone swore in their hearts that they must protect Li Xian and preserve this hope. As for now, of course, they protected Li Xian and returned to the Abyss Fortress, and rewarded him with various treasures. That's it. Under the protection of the people, Li Xian left the 9th channel, returned to the Abyss Fortress, and became the first-level protected person. The gold-level female general guarded Li Xian every day, which made Li Xian very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Li Xian's goal was to make merit and obtain the elemental origin, so he did not refuse the protection. So in the following time, he performed very well, and his age was also controlled to grow slowly. Time passed. 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. In the Abyss Passage, a mighty army was stationed in each passage, using formations to fight madly with the Abyss creatures. At this moment, all the passages were set up with dark formations, and there was only 5,000 meters left to the bottom of the Abyss, which completely blocked the passage for the Abyss monsters to invade the human world. This also led to a major outbreak of the Abyss monsters, and they carried out hundreds of crazy attacks in these 3 years. There have been more than 30 large beast tides, and even 5 super large beast tides. In the past 3 years, the number of casualties was not high, less than the number of casualties in the past 50 years. The most casualties were the people who protected Li Xian, because there were too many assassinations. In the past 3 years, there were various assassinations against Li Xian, with various means of attack, which were hard to guard against. There were even assassinations against Li Xian in dreams. Under the protection of many people and Li Xian's hidden strength, he was able to get through all the danger safely. At this moment, Li Xian was sitting on the throne of the Grand Marshal, quietly looking at the first passage of the Abyss. His sharp eyes swept through the dark formation and those roaring Abyss creatures. At this time, Li Xian had grown into a 15-year-old boy. His long black hair was tied behind his back, and his white clothes made his handsome face even more perfect, and the whole person was as eye-catching as an immortal. His strength reached the upper silver level, and it took 3 years to reach this level, which can be said to be quite abnormal and terrible. Most of the disciples of the same period were still at the iron and bronze levels, while he had already reached the silver level. The gap in strength was huge. Fortunately, his master was at the gold level, and with the abundant resources and super talent, he could also reach the speed, so it did not cause any waves. The only wave that almost caused a wave was the meeting with the saint-level ancestor a few days ago. Li Xian was still very worried about this level of strongman. In order to prevent the saint-level ancestor from seeing anything, Li Xian found an opportunity to return to the summoned beast world and crazily harvested various talents. He committed suicide thousands of times and obtained 1,000 talents. Finally, he encountered a very good talent. That is soul transformation. Chapter 370. Understand the prototype of the barrier. This talent can change the soul, allowing one's soul to become any desired appearance. With this talent, Li Xian changed his gold-level soul into a silver-level soul, and then met the saint-level ancestor without encountering any problems and passed the test safely. It's a pity that the elemental origin is still not obtained. The saint-level ancestor only promised that the elemental origin will mature soon, and he will take him back to watch the maturation process, to help him comprehend the ability. At the same time, he also gave him the position of Grand Marshal of the Abyss Fortress, letting him lead the army and attack the Abyss Passage. And all the dark formations must be arranged at the bottom of the Abyss channel. Find the Abyss crack, and counterattack the Abyss from there, which led to the current scene. This task is very difficult. The closer to the Abyss crack, the more monsters there are. Now the major channels are only 5,000 meters away from the Abyss crack, but the monsters in this 5,000 meters are densely packed, one next to the other, and there is no end in sight. Li Xian led his men to kill in the major channels for a day, and the monsters were still like a tide, which was simply endless. This also led to a stalemate in the battle and no progress. Li Xian touched the long hair beside his ears, and his sharp eyes swept through the generals and commanders, and finally landed on a girl carrying a thunder blade. This was the deputy commander he recruited, whose strength had reached the middle of the silver level, and who could fight above her level, and whose fighting power was extremely strong. And she was the child of destiny in this world. Lei Wuxuang, the impetuous and beautiful girl. The battle is now stalemate. Lei Wuxuang, do you have any solution? Li Xian asked. Report to the Grand Marshal, there are too many monsters. I suggest gathering many masters, uniting together to attack the first channel at the same time, advancing quickly, and buying time to set up the dark formation. As long as we can set up the formation, we can defend it according to the formation, and continue to move forward steadily. Lei Wuxuang carried a long sword on his back, and saluted respectfully. I don't think it's appropriate. Commander Zhou walked out of the crowd, saluted Li Xian first, and then said seriously, there are a lot of people from the Abyss sect hiding in the army now. They are bewitched by the Abyss, and become fanatics of the Abyss. They are hiding in the army, and no one knows when they will take action. If the masters are mobilized, if they take the opportunity to destroy the formation, then we will lose more than we gain. Everyone chose to remain silent after hearing this, because this matter is really troublesome. The people of the Abyss sect are human beings, and you can't tell anything from their appearance. No one knows how many Abyss sect undercovers are hidden in the army. Fortunately, these people believe in the Abyss, and are restricted in this world. The highest strength can only reach the bronze level, and cannot break through to the silver level. This also means that if a silver level master is in charge, the problem will not occur. If the masters of the major channels are transferred away, then things will be troublesome, and it is very likely that the formation will be continuously destroyed. This also caused everyone to be silent, not knowing how to solve this problem. Only the beautiful girl Lei Wuxuang wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it, and she was a little hesitant. Lei Wuxuang, if you have anything to say, just say it, Li Xian said faintly. Report to the Grand Marshal, I can find out who is from the Abyss sect. Lei Wuxuang answered seriously. Oh, how to find out? Li Xian was curious. Feeling? I can find out the people from the Abyss sect by feeling. Lei Wuxuang said seriously. Feeling? Everyone was talking about this, thinking that Lei Wuxuang's words were too unreliable, and some even showed contempt. The main reason was that this matter was too absurd. How could you find someone based on your feelings? It's impossible that whoever Lei Wuxuang said was from the Abyss sect. Whoever was from the Abyss sect was from the Abyss sect. Right? What if Lei Wuxuang said that Li Xian was from the Abyss sect? Then would everyone believe it? So everyone just regarded Lei Wuxuang's words as a joke. Okay, Lei Wuxuang stays, and everyone else leaves. Li Xian frowned and said, It's the Grand Marshal. Everyone bowed and left, leaving only Lei Wuxuang standing quietly, and the female General Chu Wanqiu, who was always by Li Xian's side. Chu Wanqiu, you and Lei Wuxuang go to search all the passages. As long as Lei Wuxuang says there are suspects, immediately bring them here and arrange them in the skeleton army. Li Xian suddenly looked at the heroic female general beside him. Chu Wanqiu was a little stunned when she heard this, mainly because she also felt that it was absurd for Lei Wuxuang to find an undercover agent based on her feelings. But what surprised Chu Wanqiu was that Li Xian actually believed it. This was unexpected for Chu Wanqiu. Lei Wuxuang beside him was also surprised. She couldn't believe that Li Xian actually trusted her so much. Go ahead. I hope the problem will be solved before dawn. At dawn, we will attack the first channel with all our strength, Li Xian said seriously. Okay. Although Chu Wanqiu wanted to say something, she finally chose to believe Li Xian and left with Lei Wuxuang to check for lurkers in the various channels. After they left, Li Xian was silent for a long time. He thought of the might of the saint-level ancestors and the frightening power. This power, called the domain, made Li Xian very envious and wanted to master it. Unfortunately, the domain was too far away for him. He was still learning the barrier, which was the prototype of the domain. In the past 3 years, Li Xian spent most of his time studying. His goal was to learn the bloody barrier of the female general. If he could condense the barrier, he would have a chance to obtain the domain in the future. Unfortunately, after 3 years of understanding, Li Xian's progress was very slow, and he could only simply form a small and exquisite light ball. It was only after he obtained 1,000 talents that he had a deeper understanding and had the opportunity to comprehend the small light ball. However, looking at the small light ball in his hand, Li Xian was helpless. It was too small and had no effect at all. Continue to comprehend and hope to form a barrier as soon as possible, so that it can be shown off. Otherwise, I am embarrassed to let others see this small light ball. Li Xian shook his head helplessly. The small ball of light was too small. Li Xian felt embarrassed to let others see it. So he kept it hidden until now. Fortunately, with a small ball of light, Li Xian felt that his understanding speed had increased a lot. Just like building a house. He learned the general steps of building a house. In the future, he only needed to build a bigger house. So Li Xian dragged the small ball of light with his left hand and began to continue to comprehend. Time passed slowly. And soon it was the next day. The next morning, the sun shone brightly on the earth, bringing vitality to all things. Li Xian was still contemplating with his eyes closed. The light ball in his hand grew bigger, from the size of a mouse to the size of a football, and finally took shape. Li Xian's mind was flashing with inspiration. He didn't want to miss this good opportunity, so he didn't stop contemplating. He still closed his eyes, and the spiritual power around him continued to surge. Outside the door, the female general and Lei Wuxuang, who had been busy all night, rushed back in a dusty state, and walked quickly to the door, ready to report the results. But, when they stepped into the house, the female general suddenly raised her hand to stop Lei Wuxuang. What's wrong? Wanqiu? Lei Wuxuang asked in confusion. Shoo, keep your voice down. He actually reached this step, too fast, really too fast. The female general trembled all over. Ah? What do you mean? Lei Wuxuang was at a loss. He couldn't understand what it was. This is the prototype of the barrier, the initial stage of forming the barrier. Generally only the golden great perfection has the opportunity to comprehend, and it takes decades, even hundreds of years, in order to comprehend the blood barrier. I was in seclusion in the blood valley for 30 years, and then I comprehended the blood barrier, but I didn't expect that. He only took 3 years. The female general had a complicated expression. She sighed at Li Xian's extraordinary talent, and felt a little sad. As a super genius, she had spent 30 years to comprehend the blood-colored barrier, which had shocked the whole world. But Li Xian only comprehended it in 3 years. He was simply not a human being. Therefore, although the female general Wanqiu was happy for Li Xian, she felt very sad. She complained in frustration, complaining that Li Xian's talent was too great and too depressing. It turned out to be like this. Lei Wuxuang was surprised, and her eyes widened in disbelief, because the knight behind her began to communicate with her secretly, and learned about the knowledge of the barrier. The strong man in the knife said secretly, Wuxuang disciple, Li Xian is definitely a big golden moon retreat. You have to hold on tight. This guy has comprehended the barrier in 3 years. He is simply a monster. It took me 80 years. 80 years. Chapter 371 Weird Vertical Pupils. 80 years? Why did it take so long? Aren't you a genius? Master? Lei Wuxuang asked secretly. Of course I am a genius. It's already very fast for me to take 80 years. Others take more than 100 years. In my era, almost no one could surpass me. But I didn't expect that. There are 2 people who are stronger than me in this era. The female general Wanqiu beside you is a super genius, much stronger than me. But I didn't expect that. Li Xian is even more powerful. It took me 80 years to comprehend it, but this kid took 3 years, and he didn't even have to fight. He sits lazily and reads books every day. This is simply not a human. Damn it, it's really annoying to compare yourself with others. This kid comprehended it in 3 years. It's simply unreasonable. The strong man in the thunder blade complained in frustration. Obviously he was hit hard, and said a lot of envious words. Lei Wuxuang was also frightened, looking at the light ball in horror, looking at the flashing light, trying to see something, but unfortunately she couldn't understand anything. There was no way. The barrier was a very high-level power. Generally only those who had reached the golden great perfection could begin to comprehend it, to prepare for the breakthrough of the half-step saint level. But I didn't expect that. Li Xian began to comprehend it so early, and it only took 3 years. This also frightened the strong men in the thunder blade. Even the talented Wanqiu was stunned and stood still, obviously shocked. It took them a long time to recover. Lei Wuxuang whispered, Sister Wanqiu, what should we do about the attack on the abyss? Pause first. Wait until Li Xian is done. It is too important to comprehend the barrier. It must not be disturbed. Moreover, he is the hope of the human race. Wanqiu said seriously, and waited directly at the door to prevent anyone from disturbing Li Xian. Lei Wuxuang did not dare to neglect it either. He also quietly guarded and looked around vigilantly to prevent any accidents. Time passed slowly, and soon 3 hours passed. The ball of light in Li Xian's hand grew a little bigger again, from the size of a football to the size of a basketball. Overall, it was a small improvement. Not bad. Li Xian opened his eyes, and his eyes swept across the scene in the ball of light, and he had a faint understanding of it. However, he still had things to do. Now it was time to put away the ball of light and attack the first channel. Let's go. Prepare to attack the first channel. Li Xian stood up and walked out with big strides. Li Xian, I suggest that the battle be postponed. You should speed up the understanding of the barrier. This is very important. Chu Wanqiu said seriously. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Li Xian nodded. What he valued was the origin of the elements. Only by making more achievements could he get it. As long as he broke through the first channel, he could see the space crack. And his merits, reputation, will be unprecedentedly improved. He opened the abyss channel for the first time and saw the abyss crack. Such merits are unmatched. At that time, the elemental origin will definitely belong to him, and no one will be qualified to compete with him. Thinking of this, Li Xian immediately mobilized the strong men in the army, rushed into the first channel, and began to counterattack. Of course, those abyss sects that were found, it was not clear what was going on. They just became cannon fodder, mixed in the skeleton army, and became the advanced team. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was about to break out. Tens of thousands of skeleton armies rushed in from the dark magic circle and entangled with the densely packed polluted creatures and began a crazy battle. The masters in the rear also joined the battle, continuously supporting one by one. The battle progressed in an orderly manner, and the undercovers of the Abyss sect felt something was wrong, but they did not dare to reveal their identities because they would die faster if they did. They could only fight hard, and after being injured by meritorious service, they would have the opportunity to return to the Dark Formation. Not to mention, one person performed very well, and after fighting for half a day, he was valued by Li Xian and was allowed to return. This led to the people in the Abyss sect seeing hope, and they frantically killed polluted creatures, but helped humans instead. But these undercovers don't know that those who are allowed to return will soon be dealt with secretly. Now it just gives the undercovers a hope, making them more crazy to kill polluted creatures. Time passed little by little, and the battle progressed little by little. After a day of fighting, they finally fought out an area, and they could set up a dark formation. Li Xian did not hesitate, and immediately led everyone to set up a dark formation, trying to maintain the results of the battle. Then according to this method, they continued to attack and fight. It took a full month. Finally, the first channel of the abyss was opened, allowing everyone to see the scene near the abyss crack. There, a terrifying giant ape monster was quietly waiting, looking at the people at the scene with cold eyes. Behind the giant ape, there were dense space cracks, and at the location of the largest space crack, there was actually a vertical pupil embedded, and it exuded a heart-pounding power. When the vertical pupil saw the human appearing in the first channel, it suddenly glowed green, and enveloped the undercover in the skeleton army. Ah! The screams echoed through the first passage. The undercovers covered their heads and howled in pain. Their facial features were bleeding. They fell to the ground in fear and died. What is that? Why do I feel fear in my heart? Commander Zhou was so scared that his scalp went numb, and he took several steps back. His face turned pale and bloodless. It wasn't just him. Except for Li Xian and Chu Wanqiu, everyone else looked similar at the scene. Even Chu Wanqiu shook a little. Obviously he had suffered a loss. Li Xian, let's retreat. Chu Wanqiu hugged Li Xian and quickly retreated to the back, worried that something might happen to Li Xian. It's okay, don't worry. Li Xian was held in Chu Wanqiu's arms, feeling a little helpless, mainly because it was too ambiguous. He couldn't help but comfort Chu Wanqiu, and asked her to stop. Li Xian, it's very dangerous here. The giant ape's strength is definitely not inferior to mine. The key is that the vertical pupil is too terrifying. I'm worried that it's the method of a saint-level strongman. Chu Wanqiu explained worriedly, but did not let go of Li Xian. Instead, he hugged him tightly, and continued to take Li Xian away. Only saint-level masters can deal with saint-level masters. Unless the saint-level ancestors come, no one can deal with the vertical pupil. Okay. Evacuate first. Li Xian waved his hand, and a skeleton man in black robes came out of the black vortex, and quickly conveyed Li Xian order. Moreover, the skeleton man in black robes could actually command the remaining skeleton army, and was responsible for the rear guard to prevent being attacked. Surprisingly, the giant ape did not attack, but just stood in the first passage, staring at Li Xian with cold eyes. The violent killing intent enveloped the first passage like a substance. Li Xian was not afraid. while being carried away. He had time to look at the giant ape and looked at him with interest. Bang! The giant ape raised its big foot, crushed the stone next to it, pointed at the stone, and then pointed at Li Xian, revealing a cruel smile. Hee. Li Xian smiled, and did not care about the threat, but recalled the vertical pupil just now. In the vertical pupil, he saw a golden thread. Chapter 372 Origin Level Dark Control. It's that kind of golden thread again, which is completely different from the power of the golden level, but it is very similar to Qinyu golden thread. Why is the golden thread in the vertical pupil? Li Xian was puzzled, and vaguely thought of a possibility, and thought of a person. When he was in the abyss, Li Xian saw a tattered flag, with a word Tian written on it. Maybe, there is a powerful person with a word Tian in his name. This person has fought with many enemies in the abyss. The key is that this person may be related to Qinyu. And maybe Qinyu Elder, or something like that. This possibility is very high, otherwise the strange golden thread would not easily listen to Qinyu words, obediently follow Qinyu, and help Qinyu comprehend the golden thread. Although the power of the golden thread that Qinyu comprehended is much worse, but as long as Qinyu's strength is improved, the golden thread will become more and more strange, and more extraordinary. Just like the last time he secretly went back. He saw Qinyu growth. Her silk thread has become more and more powerful. At the silver level, she is invincible in the same level. This growth surprised Li Xian. And he also believed that Qinyu and the golden silk thread had some kind of relationship. She must be his elder. Unfortunately, Li Xian felt that his strength was still too weak and could not investigate further. The key point was that even Qinyu was getting stronger quickly. And Li Xian felt a sense of urgency. Yi Fan, as the protagonist of Destiny, improves very fast. But compared with Qinyu, Yi Fan is far behind. Qinyu improvement is too fast. Li Xian sighed. The stronger Qinyu becomes, the more soul power she will get back. Li Xian should be very happy. But he still feels very stressed. What if Qinyu reaches the gold level, and he is caught up? Wouldn't he be useless? Of course. This stage is still very long. Qinyu is not even half a step into the gold level. She still has a long way to go. This period of time is enough for Li Xian to improve to the middle gold level, and get the elemental origin. As long as he has the elemental origin, Li Xian combat power will increase dramatically. If he comprehends the barrier, he will be able to break into the Divine Emperor Palace. Thinking of this, Li Xian left and returned to the Abyss Fortress with a large army. The next step was a heavy meeting, and the situation of the Abyss crack was reported to the Saint-level Ancestor. 3 days later, Li Xian received the order of the Saint-level Ancestor, and got a piece of silk cloth emitting a strange glow. In the study, Li Xian sat at the desk, squinting his eyes to look at the scroll, checking the contents of the silk cloth. Can't the Saint-level Ancestor come? Has the beast-taming sect reached this point? Li Xian frowned. On the beast-taming sect side, there is also a space crack, which was opened up by the Abyss 10 years ago. Fortunately, the Saint-level Ancestor participated in the battle, and blocked the completion of the crack despite being injured. Unfortunately, the space crack has already appeared, and the Abyss creatures are eyeing it from the other side, making the already difficult situation even more precarious. Fortunately, Li Xian turned the tide here, arranged a dark formation, and stabilized the situation in the Abyss Fortress. This side was considered stable, and the beast-taming sect became a key control area. Even the Saint-level Ancestors had to guard it every day, and did not dare to leave. It's a pity that the beast-taming sect is not suitable for arranging formations. It's very troublesome. I'm still too weak. Li Xian sighed. If he had Saint-level strength, the Abyss would never attack this world as recklessly as it is now. The deterrent power of 2 Saint levels is still stronger. In addition, he can summon the army of undead, which is also a problem for the Abyss. Moreover, Li Xian can sneak into the space cracks, go to the Abyss to investigate the Abyss information, know himself and the enemy, and make better plans. If the strength of the Abyss is not as strong as imagined, he can stir up trouble in the Abyss, search for elemental origins everywhere, and improve his strength. This can also involve part of the power of the Abyss, so that they cannot attack other worlds at will, which can also be regarded as helping many worlds in disguise. So, Li Xian wanted to reach the Saint level as soon as possible, but it was too slow. After absorbing so much soul power, he did not even reach the middle level of gold. According to his calculation, it would take more than 10 years, or even longer, to reach the middle level of gold. The saint level is too far away. Let's focus on the present and absorb this thing first. Li Xian's right hand brushed across the silk cloth, and colorful light shone. A black elemental origin appeared in Li Xian's hand, like a glowing gummy, soft and sticky. Finally I got it. Li Xian smiled. After working so hard for so long, he stabilized the Abyss Fortress, and broke through the first passage. He also had Chu Wanqiu, and the master of the 7-star sect to guarantee him. Li Xian finally got the elemental origin he wanted. Unfortunately, I owed him too much. The master of the 7-star sect already guaranteed me a lot. I didn't expect Chu Wanqiu to guarantee me with his life. Li Xian shook his head. When he came to this world, he had always been a passerby. Unfortunately, after staying for a long time, you will always meet some people. Some people who value you and believe in you. For example, Master Huolinger. She and all the gold level of the 7 Stars Gate together guaranteed Li Xian and believed in Li Xian. And Chu Wanqiu, the heroic female general, actually signed a contract and guaranteed with her life. The value of this guarantee is heavier than all the gold level guarantees of the 7 Stars Gate. This also made Li Xian very helpless. Forget it. Since she believes in me so much, then I will protect this world well. As a reward for them. Li Xian sighed, taking the elemental origin and looking at it carefully. The mysterious power flashed on the origin, making Li Xian fall into obsession. A moment later, Li Xian broke free from his obsession. Circles of water ripples rose behind him, and the whole person disappeared in the illusion. When he appeared again, Li Xian had come to a basement, a retreat place known only to him. Take a deep breath. Li Xian's soul half protruded from his body, and his upper body was separated from his soul. The next second, Li Xian pressed the elemental origin into his soul, and began to absorb it quickly. Buzz! The colorful light began to shine, and the mysterious dark power surged wildly, enveloping the whole body. Under this dark power, Li Xian completely merged into it, as if he had become the incarnation of darkness, and disappeared. Time passed little by little, and soon 7 days passed. The black fog surrounding Li Xian gradually dissipated, and his closed eyes slowly opened, and a trace of black burning light floated from the corners of his eyes, making Li Xian's temperament change drastically. So that's it, the origin is already similar to instinct, and is at the limit of power, and the next step is rules. Li Xian was in a trance. He clearly felt that his control over the dark power had reached its peak, and was already at the limit of the dark power. As long as he was willing, he could condense his own dark barrier within a year. Chapter 373 Weird Little Red Shoes. It's really a good thing. The dark power of the summoned creatures has increased by at least 30%. Even the number of summoned dark creatures, and the summoning strength have increased. Soon, I will be able to comprehend the dark barrier. The burning light in Li Xian's eyes became more and more solid, like clouds and mist coming out of his eyes, floating slightly in the air, making Li Xian look more and more extraordinary. Silently closing his eyes, the overflowing power began to converge, and soon all the strange images disappeared, and Li Xian returned to his original appearance. The Abyss Fortress cannot be attacked now. It must be in a stable state. The beast-taming sect has a saint-level ancestor guarding it, so there is no need to worry for the time being. My only goal now is to improve my strength. Then, I should look for a new world, and search for the elemental origins of other worlds. Li Xian said secretly. This was actually the suggestion of the upgraded ancestor, asking him to improve his strength as much as possible and prepare for the future war. Then let's go! It's a good time to test the origin level dark control to see how strong it is. After Li Xian finished speaking, he took out the jade talisman and sent it to the female General Chu Wanqiu, Huolinger of the 7 Stars Gate, and many of his subordinates. He told them that he had found a way to improve, and that his strength would increase dramatically when he returned next time. After seeing the reply, Li Xian looked at the concern from Chu Wanqiu in the jade talisman, and smiled slightly, feeling that he really owed a big favor. Soon. I will be back soon. As Li Xian spoke, his soul began to separate from his body, and under the power of the summoning rules, he went to the summoned beast world. Then he fell into endless darkness. It was loneliness, the darkness of death and fear, and the place where everything ended. But now, after he had the origin level control of darkness, he found that he didn't have that fear anymore, and even felt like a transformation, which was very strange. Ding! You have died. Randomly resurrecting with the sound of the machine, Li Xian's world changed again, and when he woke up again, he was already in the ocean, in the blue water. Huh? It turned into a shark this time? Let me see what the talent is. Li Xian muttered as he called up his talent, and found that he had obtained 3 more talents. One was to strengthen teeth, one was to strengthen the body, and the other was an elemental ability, to cast underwater vortex. In short, they were not good talents. Li Xian integrated them into his own talents, and was too lazy to continue researching, and directly used the Advent. Swish. With the Advent ability being cast, Li Xian used Qinyu as the coordinate, from the summoned beast world, and descended to Qinyu's side, and saw Qinyu taking a bath in a wooden barrel. Hubby, you're here. Qinyu's eyes turned cold when she heard the voice, and her powerful aura spread all around, but when she saw that it was Li Xian, she immediately restrained all her momentum. My little Qinyu has become stronger again. Li Xian's soul broke away from the shark's body, and used the heroic spirit transformation to stay beside Qinyu. He held Qinyu's slender waist with his right hand, and carried her on his shoulders, and strode towards the soft couch. Husband. Qinyu's face turned slightly red, she said embarrassedly, and then was thrown on the soft couch. Next, the two fell into their own world. 100,000 words omitted here. 3 days later, Li Xian, with Qinyu reluctant to leave, returned to the summoned beast world with a golden thread given by Qinyu. This golden thread is very special. It is condensed from Qinyu's soul, and can be integrated into Li Xian's soul to protect him, which is a powerful means of soul protection. Li Xian has many soul talents, and his ability to protect himself is easy. However, Qinyu insisted on giving it to him, so Li Xian accepted it. Next, reincarnation began again. Li Xian gained more and more talents, so many that he could not remember them all. With each reincarnation, his strength improved slightly. As long as his soul could bear it, he did not need to stop. I can reincarnate at least 50 more times. Unfortunately, the best reincarnation only reached Zone 11. I wonder what Zones 1 to 10 look like. Quack! Li Xian was lying on the lotus leaf, murmuring. He instinctively called out twice, and after finding out that it was the lazy toad, he shook his head speechlessly. In the world of summoned beasts, there should be 100 zones. I was in Zone 99 when I came. Through continuous reincarnation, I have been to many zones, even Zone 11, but I have never been to Zones 1 to 10. I am really curious, and want to see how strong those zones are. Quack! Li Xian was very curious. When he was in Zone 11, Li Xian gained an ability, which was Soul Transformation. This was a very powerful ability that helped him avoid the detection of the saint-level ancestors. Through this ability, Li Xian realized that there are differences between talents, and the better the talent, the closer the area is. Try it. According to my wishes, there is a certain chance to get close to areas 1 to 10. Try reincarnation. Li Xian knew that he could slightly affect reincarnation. Although the probability was not high, there was hope to get close. With this thought, Li Xian committed suicide again and returned to darkness. Ding! You are dead. Resurrecting randomly with the sound of the machine, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was the bloody earth and bloody sky. A twisted blood moon floated in the sky, emitting a depressing atmosphere. For some reason, Li Xian felt that this blood moon seemed to be smiling at him, a strange smile. He felt that the world was very quiet, without a single sound, not even the chirping of insects and birds, so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. Inexplicably, Li Xian felt a chill on his back, and a creepy feeling surged into his heart. It seemed that something was touching his back, but Li Xian had already opened the God perspective, and there was nothing around. He only saw that this was District 3 from a God perspective. Holding back the shock in his heart, Li Xian looked behind him, but saw nothing. But when Li Xian looked back, he suddenly found from the corner of his eye that there was a pair of small leather shoes in front of him, a pair of small red leather shoes. What made Li Xian solemn was that he saw nothing from his God perspective, and he didn't even know how the little red leather shoes appeared. An inexplicable chill came from his neck, as if something was breathing at his neck, and a feeling of extreme palpitation surged into his heart. Die! A terrifying flame appeared around Li Xian, and the whole person was shrouded in flames, turning the surroundings into a terrifying sea of fire. But Li Xian did not feel at ease at all. Instead, he felt more and more weird, and more felt that something was wrong. Because the pair of little red leather shoes, at some unknown time, appeared on his feet, as if he was wearing a pair of little red shoes, and he could not take them off no matter what, as if they were growing on his feet. He, you are not dead. The silver bell-like laughter came from his ears, and Li Xian was inexplicably frightened. and he used all his offensive abilities without hesitation. Chapter 374, Rule Zone and Rule World. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power was surging, and it quickly spread in all directions with Li Xian as the center. All kinds of abilities were almost used all at once. For a moment, the sacred light shone, the flames rolled, the wind howled, and the dark breath was surging. All kinds of elemental abilities enveloped Li Xian, and the whole space was like a hell. But after using all these abilities, Li Xian's expression did not relax at all, but became more solemn. Because the pair of red shoes, at some point, moved upwards from under Li Xian's feet, and appeared on his knees. Li Xian didn't even know, when the red shoes appeared on his knees. Hee, you're not dead. The laughter sounded again. Li Xian had an inexplicable feeling that the sound seemed to come from his eyes, which was very strange. Suddenly, Li Xian got perspective found that, at some point, his left eye was gone. No blood flowed out of the left eye, leaving only a dark hole. The strange feeling surged into Li Xian's heart again, and a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. His heart felt as if it was pierced by a needle, and there were waves of stabbing pain. Without hesitation, Li Xian decisively used the last resort and performed self-destruction. Boom! A loud roar. Thick smoke billowed. Li Xian's world fell into darkness, returning to the dead and silent land of death, which was also the area where Li Xian appeared every time he died. Hee, you are not dead. The strange laughter appeared again. Red flashed in the corner of Li Xian's eyes. A pair of red shoes that faded a little appeared on his waist. Ding! You are dead. Randomly resurrecting with the sound of the machine, Li Xian saw the light again. The area he went to this time seemed to be more than 90 areas. The area was very large. It is not certain where it is for the time being, but Li Xian knew that the world of summoned beasts is a huge circle. The outermost area is Area 100, then Area 99, Area 98. The closer to the center, the smaller the area, the more powerful people there are. Li Xian didn't know why this happened. He only knew that he was in big trouble, because the pair of little red shoes had appeared on his arm, and scarlet blood was flowing out of his ears. At this moment, he had no other ability to deal with it except self-destruction. Boom! The self-destruction appeared again, and the heat wave swept in all directions, frightening the summoned beasts in all directions, and fled in fear. Hee, you are not dead. The dark world. Li Xian was silent in the darkness, and a pair of little red shoes stepped on his shoulders, and the color was slightly lighter than before. Ding! You are dead, randomly resurrecting boom. The explosion happened again. Li Xian started to self-destruct again and again. As he self-destructed crazily, he found that the red shoes were getting fainter and fainter, and the laughter was getting quieter and quieter. After self-destructing 40 times, the red shoes finally disappeared, but Li Xian was in a heavy mood. Because of the special golden thread that Qin Yu gave him, it collapsed. At the moment when the red shoes disappeared, the strange red power dissipated and enveloped Li Xian's soul. At the critical moment, the golden thread appeared, and perished together with the red energy. What on earth is this? Li Xian was still in shock. He was relieved but also a little scared, feeling that he had provoked an existence that he shouldn't have provoked. He carefully checked his condition, and found that his soul had lost his left eye, his right ear, 3 fingers, and 5 toes. The rest was still intact, and he had not suffered any greater damage. However, when he opened the data panel, looking at the newly added ability, he was extremely surprised. Wait! The golden thread is connected to Qin Yu's soul. She must have been affected. Li Xian did not dare to be careless, and immediately used the ability to descend, and went directly back to Qin Yu's bedroom, and saw Qin Yu fainting on the ground. At this moment, Qin Yu's face was as pale as paper. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her aura was like a candle in the wind, which could dissipate at any time. Seeing this scene, Li Xian rushed over like lightning, held Qin Yu in his arms for treatment, and checked her condition. The soul is seriously damaged. Luckily I have a way. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly took Qin Yu back to the summoned beast world, returned to the Songlong territory, and returned to their bedroom. Both of them were injured in the soul, but soul fusion can heal soul injuries, and the two are already husband and wife, so the soul fusion method is the best method. And so, Li Xian did not hesitate to start healing the soul injury with Qin Yu. Time passed, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. After a month of treatment, the two finally recovered from their injuries. After checking and confirming that there were no hidden dangers, They breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. It's all thanks to you this time. Li Xian looked at Qin Yu gratefully, and at the same time realized that his strength was not enough. It's okay. I also got a blessing in disguise. And we both got good results. Qin Yu leaned her head on Li Xian's shoulder, leaning on him, and said softly, Well, this time we did have a good harvest. Li Xian nodded in approval, dropped the data panel. Ding! Li Xian, Lord of the Wolf, 61.23 million honor points. Master, Qin Yu Little Fatty. Physique, Soul Heroic Soul, Lower Gold. Origin, Darkness. Control, Fire, Earth, Water, Wind, Ice, Thunder, Wood, Light, Poison, Space and other elements. Talent, Rule Talent, Reincarnation Pool, Telekinesis, God Perspective, Heroic, Dragon Power, Mantis Puppet, Soul Hand, Treasure Hunt, Companion Spirit Suit, Self-Explosion. Rule Talent. Looking at his data panel, Li Xian's eyes fell on the Rule Talent. His eyes flashed with joy, and he clicked on this talent at the same time. Rule Talent, one of the 9 supreme talents, can be summoned by the Rule Plane, and has the opportunity to obtain the power of rules and a large amount of soul power. Looking at the introduction of the Rule Talent, Li Xian wanted to give it a try, because he felt that as long as he wanted, he could be summoned away, without having to enter the summoning array. This is mainly a rule type, which fundamentally solves the problem of summoning. However, he did not act in a hurry, but browsed the memories in his mind. When he reincarnated to the 3rd area, which was the area of the strange little red shoes, Li Xian forcibly copied all the memories of that body, but he did not have time to watch it. Now that it was safe, he could take a good look. With curiosity, Li Xian browsed the memories in his mind, and his expression gradually became solemn. Rule Area? Li Xian understood the name of the 3rd area, which was called the Rule Area, where various rule creatures lived. The rule creature he reincarnated into was called a Rule Farmer. It was very weak and belonged to the lowest level of the Rule Area. That is, the bottom of the food chain. The one who killed the Rule Farmer was Little Red Shoes. When Li Xian reincarnated, Little Red Shoes had already gone. The reason that it always affected Li Xian and almost killed him was just the remaining power of Little Red Shoes. Just a little bit of remaining power is so amazing. Li Xian looked solemn and decided not to approach Area 1 to 10 casually in the future. He would consider approaching Area 1 to 10 after striving to reach Saint level. As a creature of rules, I can respond to the call and go to that magical world. Li Xian was delighted. He discovered an interesting world through his memory, which is the world of rules. The danger level of the world of rules is very high, but it is also very low. According to Li Xian's estimation, his chances of survival are very high, but he must act according to the rules. The world of rules is full of rules, and under the rules, it is also full of soul power that makes Li Xian salivate. Chapter 375 Rules Farmer. If I go to that world, I can reach the golden great perfection in the shortest time, or even the half-step saint level. Li Xian said secretly, with a strong expectation in his heart, but for the sake of safety, he decided to condense the blood-colored barrier before making a decision. Of course, Qin Yu golden thread was still needed to save his life. This time, the golden thread helped Li Xian a lot. If it weren't for her, Li Xian would probably have suffered very serious injuries, and it might take decades to recover. After considering this, Li Xian told Qin Yu about this matter. Qin Yu naturally agreed, and nodded her head without hesitation, and was even prepared to condense the special golden thread within 3 days regardless of consumption. No need to work so hard. Take your time, and condense the golden thread within a month. I still need to comprehend the blood-colored barrier, which will take at least a month, Li Xian said hurriedly. He didn't want Qin Yu to consume too much. This little girl is usually very smart, but she is like a little fool when she comes to him. Li Xian is really afraid that she will consume too much. Under his strict request, Qin Yu decided to slow down the condensation speed, extending it from 3 days to 1 month. That's it. Time passed slowly in Li Xian's understanding of the barrier, and soon another month passed. This morning, Li Xian, refreshed, embraced Qin Yu's slender waist and returned to her world. After some instructions, he returned to the summoned beast world and began to try to go to the rule world. The rule world is very strange. The whole world is like a game. Everything is set, and everyone must act according to the rules. It is incredible. Li Xian stood in the hall of the city lord mansion, put his hands together, condensed his body according to the rule's talent, that is, the body of the rule farmer. This is a natural talent. All rule farmers are like this, and they look exactly the same, as if they were carved out of the same mold. After condensing the body of the rule farmer, Li Xian's eyes flashed with starlight, and saw a starry sky, and the stars shining in the starry sky. These stars are bright and dark, big and small, each one represents a call. For safety reasons, Li Xian chose a smaller, dimmer star and responded to the call. Swish! A dark passage suddenly appeared, and Li Xian's body automatically floated away, heading to the end of the passage. Darkness. Endless darkness again. The feeling of loneliness enveloped his body and mind again. Fortunately, Li Xian had the origin of darkness, and had a strong resistance to loneliness, and even a little sense of adaptation. In such darkness, a rotating gray door slowly appeared, appearing in front of him like a vortex. Without hesitation, Li Xian plunged into the vortex and disappeared completely. Squeak! A creaking sound similar to the sound of a door opening and closing was heard. Li Xian shuddered and slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a rough gray wooden board, with chaotic tree grain extending in all directions from the board. What made Li Xian frown was that these tree grains seemed to look like a smiling face. Inexplicably, Li Xian thought of the smiling blood moon in Area 3 and felt a little uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath, thinking that he could revive by self-destruction, the newly mastered blood-colored barrier, the 2 special golden threads given by Qin Yu to save his life, and the huge benefits of this world, Li Xian suppressed his inner irritability, turned his head and looked around, and found himself in a strange cabin. The cabin was very small, only about 10 square meters. Li Xian was near the corner of the cabin, like a wood sculpture, standing on a dim disc. Next to him, there were 4 similar discs, and there were faint vortices flashing on the discs. Turning his head to continue looking at the wooden house, he found that the floor of the wooden house was the same as in his memory, and it was black. But there was white flashing outside the door, which made Li Xian a little confused, because according to the copied memory, the outside of the door should be black. But now it has turned white, which is a bit wrong. Doubts filled his heart, and Li Xian couldn't help but release the God perspective to watch. What shocked him was that the God perspective that could scan hundreds of kilometers was suppressed by some force, and could only see a 1-meter radius. Such a scene made Li Xian more surprised and cautious. At the same time, he carefully tested his abilities, and found that many of his abilities could not be used. It seems that the passive ability of physical strength has the least impact. The head should be able to be put back after it is lost, Li Xian said secretly, observing from a God perspective, because he was close to the corner of the wooden house. The God perspective just happened to see a small area outside the wooden house. Unfortunately, he only saw the black ground, and there was no plant in sight. This was somewhat similar to his memory, which made Li Xian feel relieved. The only thing that puzzled Li Xian was why there was a white spot at the door of the wooden house. A strange sound rang out, and 4 figures slowly appeared on the 4 discs on the left side of Li Xian. 4 identical figures. They wore coarse cloth clothes, had bald heads, and dull faces. They looked stupid, without any sense of agility. After these figures appeared, they raised their hands stiffly, condensed a wooden hoe, and then carried the hoe and walked mechanically outside. Li Xian frowned when he saw this scene. He instinctively raised his hand and touched his head. He found that he was also bald, and his clothes were exactly the same as theirs. Suppressing his emotions, Li Xian also condensed a wooden hoe in his hand, put it on his shoulder, pretended to be dull and followed behind, and walked out slowly. Creak! The door of the wooden house rang, and the dim air poured into the wooden house. Li Xian walked forward step by step without making a sound. Finally, he saw the white color from the corner of his eye. It turned out to be a person, a silver-clad man. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief, finally understanding what was going on, and finally calmed down, because except for that man, the scene was probably similar to his memory. Li Xian, who had calmed down, followed the team and finally stopped in front of the silver-clad man. For safety, Li Xian stood at the back in a daze, secretly looking at the man in white. The man looked like a scholar in ancient times, dressed in white, with a long sword on his waist and a book in his hand. Li Xian glanced at it and could not see the words on the book clearly. Huh? A soft huh? Suddenly sounded, and the figure in white suddenly walked in front of Li Xian, looking at him carefully. The black and white eyes seemed to be able to see through Li Xian. Seems to be quite smart. Could it be an elite farmer? The man in white gently moved his right hand in the air, and soon an illusory interface appeared in everyone's vision. No, number 6. Occupation, farmer. Combat power, 11 good at weeding, planting, insect control. Belonging to Gu Xiaohao territory in the divine realm. Potential, unknown. Combat power 11? Unknown potential? Interesting. Summoned a special farmer. Great. Gu Xiaohao. Got lucky too. The figure in white looked at Li Xian with surprise, looked at him carefully for a few times, and then said, I wonder what other farmers are like. Take a look at their attributes. Gu Xiaohao took a step to the right, selected a bald man next to Li Xian, pointed at the void with his index finger again, and the illusory interface appeared again. No, number 5. Occupation, farmer. Combat power, 10 good at weeding, planting, pest control. Affiliation, Gu Xiaohao territory of the divine realm. Potential, 13. The potential is so low, the average potential of the last wave of farmers was 15 points. This time there is 13 points. That's too bad. Gu Xiaohao shook his head, and continued to check the information of another farmer. Chapter 376 God Domain World. Number 4. Occupation, farmer. Combat power, 10 specialties, weeding, planting, pest control. Belongs to Gu Xiaohao territory in God Domain. Potential, 14. Gu Xiaohao clicked on the information of another farmer, and found that the potential value was still very low. Only 14 points, which made Gu Xiaohao very helpless. Fortunately, he saw 3 strong farmers standing behind him, and he nodded with satisfaction. These 3 farmers were the batch summoned before, and their potential was not less than 15. Unfortunately, 7 of them died, and only 3 were left. It is estimated that the potential of the first batch of farmers is not low, but unfortunately many of them died. Fortunately, there is a number 6 in the second batch, whose potential is unknown. Gu Xiaohao looked at Li Xian again, then took out an ancient token and shouted to the farmers. Listen carefully. I am your Lord Gu Xiaohao, the Lord of the God Domain. From now on, your task is to assist me, strengthen the base, and enhance your strength. Now, in the name of the Lord, I will grant you a level. When you reach level 10, you can ask me to upgrade, which will bring you great benefits. Gu Xiaohao finished speaking, waving the ancient token, and a magical light flashed in an instant. Li Xian felt a shackle on his body, as if he was hit, and a message appeared in his field of vision. No 6 level 10/10 experience points. Occupation, farmer. Combat power, 11 specialties, weeding, planting, pest control. Belonging to Gu Xiaohao territory in the divine domain. Potential, unknown. Looking at the information that suddenly appeared, Li Xian remained calm and continued to stand still. Okay, next you follow number 1 to weed outside the base. Be careful, don't die. Gu Xiaohao glanced at everyone, looked at Li Xian attributes, reminded them, and sent them away. Get the order. Everyone carried hose, and walked forward step by step. Li Xian looked around secretly along the way, and found that this seemed to be a manor, about the size of a football field. There were few buildings here. There was a large wooden house with the Lord Mansion written on it, and the small wooden house where Li Xian appeared just now. Li Xian glanced at the sign on the cabin, and found that it said Farmer Dormitory. The 2 cabins were surrounded by wooden stakes similar to fences, which surrounded the entire manor. To Li Xian's surprise, the manor was very bright, just like daytime. But when he looked outside the fence, it was pitch black. Li Xian has many passive abilities, such as night vision, dark observation, dark affinity, dark detection, and supervision. In short, a lot of passive talents allow him to see more clearly in the dark. But Li Xian found that it was still pitch black when he looked outside. Only the area with a radius of 3 meters is gray-black, which makes it clearer. This makes Li Xian frown secretly. Listen carefully. I am farmer number 1. Next, I will take you to weed outside the territory. Plants are our important resources and food. Whoever can weed a blade of grass will have a chance to eat a blade of grass. If you can't weed, you can only drink soup. Also, please note that your observation range is 1 meter. This is the world of God Domain. Only the territory is light. Everything outside is dark. You must be careful of wild beasts in the dark, such as lone wolves. Their observation range is 1.5 meters. It is very dangerous. 7 of our companions have been eaten by lone wolves. I hope you can come back alive. The leading farmer number 1 explained that he was very different from ordinary farmers. He was more agile and intelligent. It might be because he was one of the first batch of farmers. He was promoted to a higher level. He was no longer so dull. But he was still a little rigid in his actions. Yes. The farmers collectively responded. And they moved forward step by step. When they walked out of the territory, all the farmers instinctively clenched their hoes and became a little scared. Because the surroundings were really black. They could only see a distance of 1 meter. The unknown darkness made everyone afraid. But the peasants did not dare to disobey the Lord's words, and could only hold hoes and move forward step by step around the territory, hoping to lean against the fence of the territory and safely look for weeds. Li Xian followed silently at the end. His passive talent brought him an advantage. Others only had a radius of 1 meter, but he had a radius of 3 meters. This observation range was very good, twice as much as the lone wolf observation range mentioned by peasant number 1. With curiosity, Li Xian followed everyone around the territory, but did not find any weeds. Occasionally, he saw some traces of hoes, which seemed to have been hoed by others before. Next, 2 people will form a group and freely search for weeds. Don't leave the territory more than 5 meters. Farmer number 1 gave another order. After his order was given, farmer number 5 walked to Li Xian mechanically, looked at Li Xian, and then raised the hoe, pointing to the east. Weeding? Weeding? Li Xian imitated farmer number 5 and also replied weeding. Then the 2 of them walked forward mechanically. As they walked, Li Xian treasure hunting talent suddenly set a prompt, telling him that there was a treasure right in front of him. Treasure? Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to get a hint as soon as he came to this world. You know, his treasure hunting talent is getting stronger and stronger, and he doesn't care about ordinary treasures anymore. But he didn't expect that. He just came to this world, and his treasure hunting talent responded. With curiosity, Li Xian and number 6 continued to move forward, and soon saw a large gray stone, about 1.5 meters in diameter, ordinary in shape, nothing special. Li Xian found that behind the big stone, there was a wild grass with green leaves and red stems, which looked a bit like purslane on earth, also called hemp god vegetable. The target of the key treasure hunting talent hint is this wild vegetable. With curiosity, Li Xian walked to the side of the big rock and prepared to go around it. Number 5 saw Li Xian action and said mechanically, "There is no wild grass. Go to the west." No! Li Xian looked at the purslane 1.5 meters away, and suddenly remembered that ordinary farmers can only see a radius of 1 meter. So he realized that he didn't see it. But Li Xian knew that purslane was the wild grass they were looking for. Come with me. Li Xian decided to be more cautious, and took number 5 with him to weed. In case of danger, he would have a helper. I'm number 5, you number 6, listen to me. Number 5 spoke woodenly, his words were a little mechanical, as if his number was higher, he had more power. Freedom to act. Li Xian thought about it, and didn't intend to turn hostile, so he prepared to find an excuse to see the purslane first. It's not dangerous to be alone, I'm stronger. Listen to me. Number 5 spoke again in a dull voice, very stubborn. Li Xian was a little annoyed when he heard this. Although he should be cautious, he couldn't follow number 5 like a fool. Besides, there was a self-destruction. At worst, he could just return to the world of summoned beasts. So Li Xian didn't answer number 5's words, turned around and walked towards the plants behind the big rock. He and number 5 were already a little apart, and after taking a step, others couldn't see him anymore. So he walked directly behind the big rock and looked at the purslane. Chapter 377 Purslane. When approaching purslane, Li Xian felt that his treasure hunting talent was beating faster, clearly pointing to this wild vegetable. The wild vegetable doesn't look special. Let's dig it up and see. Li Xian raised the hoe and dug at purslane. Bang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Sparks flew between the hoe and purslane, making Li Xian's eyes jump. So hard. Li Xian couldn't believe it. He had many passive talents, and his strength increased greatly, but even so, he couldn't even dig up a weed, and his hands were numb from the shock. Huh? Number 5 is coming. Li Xian saw number 5 walking around, obviously looking for him, but even though they were less than 3 meters apart, number 5 did not find Li Xian. On the contrary, number 5 was walking around nervously because he could not see him, and kept talking with his mouth open, but unfortunately Li Xian could not hear his voice. We are so close, but I can't hear anything. This world is really not simple. I will weed first, and see what this thing is for. Li Xian did not feel any danger, if there was any danger. His passive would have given a warning long ago, after all. When the little red shoes appeared, it gave him crazy warnings. Although he was in the unknown darkness, Li Xian did not feel any sense of crisis. So he continued to weed with peace of mind. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of weeding continued, and Li Xian's hands were numb from the shock. He could only mobilize more talents to suppress the vibration, and at the same time activate extraordinary power to continue weeding. Bang, bang, bang. With the tyrannical force mobilized, the pearl porcelain finally had a little damage, and a little juice flowed out of the roots. After hesitating for a while, Li Xian looked at the memory he copied before, and thought that after weeding, they would take the weeds back to eat. So Li Xian was relieved, dipped a little juice with his fingers, and tasted it a little. Instantly, warm currents rippled through his body. His hands, which had been numbed by the shock, actually recovered, no longer numb at all, and his physical strength recovered a little. Recovered physical strength? Good stuff. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised, but he found that number 5 was walking around, and by walking like this, he got closer to the area where he was. It seemed that there was some kind of rule, which made it easy for them to get together. Li Xian thought about it, stopped weeding, and walked around on the black ground instead. At this time, his treasure hunting talent prompted him to continue walking, and he soon saw another porcelain a few meters away. This porcelain was a little bigger and brighter than the current one. Do you want to weed this big one first? Li Xian frowned, considering that he had just arrived in this world. It was better to be careful. He did not weed, but walked back and looked at number 5. At this moment, number 5 was still 2 meters away from him, but he could not see him, and was still walking around in the dark. According to this trend, it would not take long for Li Xian to be found, since porcelain is easy to find. Does it mean that porcelain is very common in this world? I look for it again. Li Xian walked a few meters to the west. With the help of his treasure hunting talent, he saw some porcelain and some other weeds. However, the sense of crisis made Li Xian realize that there was danger there. He returned to the back of the big rock and found that number 5 was getting closer and closer. Li Xian thought about it, took a step towards number 5, and immediately heard number 5's voice. I found you. Don't run around in danger. As number 5 spoke, he walked towards Li Xian mechanically, and found that Li Xian had walked a little further. He followed him, and suddenly found that Li Xian was holding a hoe and weeding. You actually found weeds. Number 5's eyes widened, as if he saw an unbelievable scene, and he stood still. What's wrong? Li Xian asked tentatively. You are awesome. Number 5 gave a thumbs up, and although his expression did not change much, he praised Li Xian with his actions. Because according to normal circumstances, farmers with higher rankings are more likely to find weeds. But Li Xian, as number 6, found it before number 5, which naturally surprised number 5. Li Xian saw the scene, did not say anything, and deliberately continued to weed in a dull manner, which resulted in his hands being numb from the shock. Together, number 5 came over, raised the hoe, and started to help. The two of them were busy, and it took a whole morning to remove a weed. When the weeds were weeded, a ball of light suddenly floated away, and turned into a large and a small one rushing towards the two people. Experience plus 2 no. Number 6 level, 1. 2 out of 10 experience occupation, farmer combat power, 11 specialties, weeding, planting, pest control, affiliation, divine domain Guxiaohao territory potential, unknown. It will take another 8 experience points to level up. Li Xian glanced at the data panel, and thought of getting some porcelain not far away, and couldn't help but want to go and weed. However, he did not act rashly, but picked up the weeds on the ground and prepared to go back to have a look. It was noon now, and it was time to go back to see the situation, and see what other farmers had harvested. With this thought in mind, Li Xian reached out to pick up the porcelain on the ground, but found that it was not light, just like holding a 10-gene stone. Fortunately, this weight was nothing, not to mention him. Even the farmer number 5 next to him could pick it up. So Li Xian carried the softened porcelain and walked towards the territory together. Guxiaohao territory. Most of the farmers who went out came back and stood in front of Guxiaohao. Most of these farmers were empty-handed. Only number 1 and number 2 had a stone in their hands. We didn't find a single weed, And one farmer died, and the other 2 farmers haven't come back yet. I don't know if they are alive. The mission in the God domain is too difficult. Gu Xiaohao sighed, took out the ancient token and stuck it into the ground, and suddenly a halo appeared. Gu Xiaohao took the stones brought back by farmers number 1 and number 2, and threw them into the halo of the ancient token. Suddenly, the token glowed, and an energy scale increased. Insufficient energy. I can only summon another peasant. This is not a solution. Do you want to ask my father for help? With my father divine power, he should be able to support me in small amounts. Gu Xiaohao looked at the scale of the token. He wanted to ask his father for help, but was worried about violating the rules of the divine world. He could only sigh helplessly. Huh? In distress, Gu Xiaohao suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the entrance to the territory. He found that the 2 farmers he summoned had returned safely and brought back a weed. They brought back a purslane. Ha! God is helping me. Gu Xiaohao shouted excitedly, ran to Li Xian like a rabbit, took the purslane, and said happily, "Okay, this purslane is big enough. It can be cut into 2 halves. One half is used to recharge energy, and the other half is used for eating. Finally, I don't have to go hungry today." Chapter 378 Increased Soul Power. Gu Xiaohao was very excited. Then he remembered Li Xian who brought back the purslane. He was surprised and clicked on Li Xian attributes to check. 2 experience points have been added. Not bad. So you have contributed the most. Gu Xiaohao clicked on the attributes of the number 5 farmer next to him. Seeing that the number 5 farmer also increased his experience by 1 point, he immediately understood everything. Number 6, you performed very well. I am optimistic about you. Keep going and level up. If you reach level 10, I will give you a big reward. Gu Xiaohao made a promise to Li Xian. Then happily returned to the ancient token and put the weeds on the ground. Then Gu Xiaohao took out a long sword from his waist and cut the purslane into 2 halves in the white light. After doing all this, Gu Xiaohao put half of the purslane into the token to charge it. When the energy increased by a small scale, he smiled. TSK TSK. Finally I can replenish all the farmers. Gu Xiaohao was very happy. Turned around and ran back to the big wooden house in the Lord Mansion. Took out a big black pot from it, and quickly set it up. Then Gu Xiaohao took out a water hyacinth, poured clean water into the big black pot, and put the other half of the purslane into the big black pot. Flame. Gu Xiaohao took out the book in his hand, read 2 words, and suddenly a flame appeared under the big black pot, and continued to burn, and soon a pot of hot food appeared. Everyone come and eat. Gu Xiaohao took out a few large bowls from somewhere, and began to distribute food to everyone. Number 1 and number 2 each brought back a stone, and they could drink 2 bowls of soup. The remaining farmers could only drink 1 bowl of soup. Yes, just soup. And they couldn't even eat the purslane. When it came to Li Xian, Gu Xiaohao filled 4 bowls of soup, plus 2 purslane rhizomes. This instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the surrounding farmers looked at Li Xian with envy. Farmer number 5 next to Li Xian, because he followed Li Xian to Wheat, was lucky enough to drink 2 bowls of soup and a purslane. This made farmer number 5 very excited, and he looked at Li Xian from time to time, as if he was looking at the boss. In the spotlight of the crowd, Li Xian tried his best to keep a dull expression. He first sipped some soup. He felt warm all of a sudden. He felt clear from the inside out. Without hesitation, Li Xian increased the speed of drinking soup. Soon he finished a large bowl of soup. Then he found that his experience points had increased a little. Suppressing his curiosity, Li Xian drank 2 more bowls of soup and gained 2 points of experience points. Finally, he picked up the remaining bowl of soup and looked at the 2 purslane inside. Even soup can increase experience points, so plants must have good effects. Li Xian tasted the purslane with anticipation and found that the taste was not very good, just like the purslane in his previous life. Both were not delicious. Gurgle. Li Xian finished the last bowl of food and stared at his data panel. Soon, his experience points began to increase, and it rose to the maximum value, and then a layer of golden light appeared around him. Number 6. Level 2 and 1/20th experience points. Occupation, farmer. Combat power, 12 specialties, weeding, planting, pest control. Belongs to Divine Domain. Gu Xiaohao. Territory potential, unknown. Looking at his data panel, looking at the level upgrade from level 1 to level 2, Li Xian felt a deep joy in his heart, because he found that at the moment of upgrading, his soul increased by a small section, This small section is not small, equivalent to the soul power provided by Qin Yu for 1 month. You should know that Qin Yu is different from others. She provides very high soul power, much more than the little fat man and other masters. Just such a simple upgrade can make Li Xian gain so much soul power. If he continues to upgrade, Li Xian's soul will become stronger and stronger. Maybe he can reach the golden perfection at the fastest speed. Haha, not bad. I really reached level 2. If I have enough experience points in the future, I can also upgrade my skills. Seeing the golden light when Li Xian upgraded, Gu Xiaohao was very happy, and talked about the importance of skills with a smile. Okay. Li Xian answered dully. His eyes fell on the skills he was good at, and saw weeding, planting, and insect control. Previously, these 3 skills did not have experience points displayed. But now that the level has reached level 2, these 3 skills can be upgraded. High-level skills are definitely stronger than low-level skills. For example, if you have level 2 weeding, then the weeding speed will be much faster. Of course, Li Xian pays more attention to strengthening the soul, according to the memory copy before. In addition to upgrading, a special golden stone can also strengthen the soul. However, the copied memory is very small and one-sided. Li Xian did not get more information, and could only explore on his own to find the golden stone. Okay, let's go eat after dinner. I hope you can bring back more weeds. Gu Xiaohao saw everyone finish their meal, and urged them to weed, obviously anxious to get weeds. Hearing Gu Xiaohao order, everyone gathered their hoes, and turned around to walk out of the base. Still in a 2-person team. After arriving at the gate this time, farmer number 5 did not ask Li Xian to follow him like last time, but stood quietly beside Li Xian. Where to go? Li Xian looked at farmer number 5. I listened to you. You're awesome. Farmer number 5 gave a thumbs up, obviously thinking that Li Xian was more awesome. Let's go! Li Xian thought of the weeds near the big rock, and decided to go there first, and let farmer number 5 weed. At that time, he could get rid of farmer number 5, and go around, looking for the golden stone. If he couldn't find it, he would upgrade as soon as possible, and see what would happen after reaching level 10. The main reason was that he found that after reaching level 2, the suppression of his various abilities had become smaller. The God perspective that could only detect a 1-meter radius can now detect a 2-meter radius. The eyes that could see 3 meters can now reach about 3 meters and 2 meters. This is a big surprise for Li Xian. His biggest advantage is his various talents. As a result, he was suppressed a lot before, but now he finally sees hope. With expectation, Li Xian moved forward step by step, and soon came to the vicinity of the big rock. Pretending to look around, farmer number 5 saw Li Xian spinning around randomly. He hesitated for a moment, and wanted to command again. After all, he was number 5, and Li Xian was number 6. But when he saw Li Xian wandering around for a while, and finally came to a plant, he was completely convinced. You are great. From now on, you are number 5, and I am number 6. Farmer number 5 gave a thumbs up again. Swish. A faint golden light flashed from farmer number 5, then floated up and fell on Li Xian. In an instant, number 6 and Li Xian data turned into number 5, and his sequence position suddenly moved forward. Inexplicably, Li Xian had a feeling that his voice had increased a little. Weeding? Li Xian smiled in his heart and pointed at the person and gave an order. Chapter 379, A Strange World. Yes. The farmer number 5, no number 6, on the opposite side, raised his hoe very obediently, and began to hoe the land little by little, very seriously. Seeing this scene, Li Xian nodded with satisfaction, turned around and walked around, and began to explore this area. In the darkness, Li Xian could see a wider range, plus the God perspective was clearer, and the range of vision was also within a radius of 2 meters. Li Xian's search speed was faster. He walked east first, with the help of his treasure hunting talent, walking in the dark, moving forward 20 meters, finally saw 2 wheat plants, and smelled the aroma of mature wheat. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Li Xian secretly observed, while retreating quickly. When the sense of crisis disappeared, he understood what he saw. 7-spotted ladybug? It actually gave me such a strong sense of crisis. This world is really not simple. Li Xian slowly retreated, and cautiously returned to the vicinity of the big rock. After thinking for a while, Li Xian adjusted his direction, and turned to walk towards the south. With a talent for treasure hunting, Li Xian walked 30 meters, and saw a big locust tree in the distance. The locust tree was about the thickness of a bucket, with lush branches and leaves. white locust flowers, and a hint of fragrance. Li Xian wanted to pick them after smelling the fragrance. But his sense of crisis reminded him that there was danger over there. Li Xian looked carefully, and found that there were bee-like creatures flying. These bees gave Li Xian a stronger sense of crisis. Higher than the 7-spotted ladybug. It can be said that if you get close, you will definitely die. Li Xian did not approach, but slowly retreated, and returned to the big rock again. Let's go to the west. I remember there are some plants there. Li Xian adjusted his direction again, and walked west step by step. Not many steps away, he saw those plants again, and felt the sense of crisis again. There were a few purslane and a few unfamiliar weeds among these plants. But what really caught Li Xian's attention was the creature hidden in the grass. It seems to be a cricket. A bit troublesome. Let's go around it first. Li Xian didn't know the observation range of this creature, and after thinking about it, he gave up approaching. If he could weed, he could level up. There was no need to take risks. So Li Xian decided to slowly level up first. Bypassing these weeds, Li Xian continued to walk a little further west, and saw 2 black stones on the ground. The black stones were very similar to the big stones before. However, the black stones could be picked up, while the big stones were too big. Not to mention him. Even if all the farmers came, they couldn't take the big stone away. Picking up the 2 black stones, Li Xian studied them. But he found nothing. He couldn't even put them into his pocket. He could only put them in his pocket. After walking 3 meters forward, Li Xian saw blood on the ground and vaguely saw dog footprints, which seemed to be wolf footprints. Let's go back first. Li Xian turned around and left in a hurry. He returned to the big stone in the dark and walked towards his companion, who was weeding. That is, the farmer rank 6. At this moment, farmer number 6 was weeding slowly, raising and lowering his hoe, trying to weed the purslane bit by bit in the sparks. He was weeding alone in the dark, and was obviously very scared. He kept looking back and forth, alert for danger. This also caused his weeding speed to be much slower than in the morning. It was not until Li Xian walked over that farmer number 6, who was weeding, finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're back. Well, it's my turn. Li Xian walked over and started weeding, waving his hoe in the sparks. Because of the upgrade, and his soul became stronger, he could mobilize more talents and was less suppressed. So he weeded faster. The 2 spent most of the afternoon to dig up the larger purslane and gained experience points. Experience points plus 2.5 looking at his harvest. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction, picked up the purslane from the ground, and looked at it carefully. Purslane is very hard when it grows, but after being dug up, the plant becomes soft and can be eaten. But it is a little heavy. After a look, Li Xian did not see the specialness of the horse-tooth worm, but he found that it could not be put into the portable space, which was very strange. Maybe it's because of the rules. Everything must be done according to the rules. Li Xian muttered secretly. Considering that there is still time, Li Xian took farmer number 6 and walked east again. This time he bypassed the wheat far away, scanned the surroundings, and finally saw a piece of black broken wood. To Li Xian's surprise, there were mushroom-like fungi on the broken wood, which seemed edible. Li Xian did not approach the mushrooms, but observed them for a long time from 2 meters away. After confirming that there was no danger, he left and prepared to pick them next time. After all, he had harvested a lot today. Because number 6's observation range was too small, he could only see darkness from beginning to end. He could not see anything, and could only follow Li Xian blankly. Seeing Li Xian walking back, number 6 scratched his bald head, not knowing what was going on. Another stone. Li Xian was walking in front, and saw a larger black stone on the ground. He picked it up without hesitation and put it in his pocket. Number 6 saw this, and immediately cast an envious look at Li Xian, because this stone was relatively large and worth at least 5 bowls of soup. Let's go. Go back. Li Xian touched the 3 stones in his pocket, and carried the heavy purslane, and walked towards the base step by step. In the base, the rest of the farmers had returned to the base because they were hungry, and were standing in front of Gu Xiaohao, handing in the items they brought back. This time, number 1, number 2, and number 3 all brought back a stone, which made Gu Xiaohao quite satisfied. Unfortunately, the remaining farmers still got nothing. Gu Xiaohao sat on a wooden chair and injected the stone into the token. Seeing that the energy scale of the token increased very little, he frowned. The energy is still not enough. It's almost enough to build farmland. Alas! Gu Xiaohao shook his head. He felt that the world of God domain was too difficult to survive. He didn't even dare to leave the base. I don't know how Fox Girl's base is developing. Her mother is very powerful. And she should be able to bring her more help. I envy her so much. Gu Xiaohao sighed, and wanted to go out and search for materials by himself. But thinking of the dangerous outside world, and thinking that he was the son of God, it would be in vain if he died. He decided to stay alive for a while, and wait until the barracks were built. Building a barracks also requires energy. I don't have so much energy. It's too difficult. Gu Xiaohao looked at so many farmers, who only brought back 3 stones. He was really helpless. Fortunately, he still remembered Li Xian. So he still had a glimmer of hope. In such expectation, 2 figures slowly walked in from the gate, holding a bigger porcelain in their hands. Ha ha ha. You didn't disappoint me. That's great. Gu Xiaohao jumped 3 feet high in excitement, and rushed to Li Xian like a rabbit, took the porcelain, and calculated the energy that could be obtained in his mind. Chapter 380 Crisis in the Dark Night. There are still stones. Li Xian calmly took out 3 stones from his pocket, 2 small ones, 1 big one, and handed them all to Gu Xiaohao. Originally, he planned to keep them secretly, but unfortunately, he couldn't figure out the stones, and couldn't put them into his own space, so he simply gave them to Gu Xiaohao first, so that he could upgrade as quickly as possible, since there were a lot of stones anyway. 3 stones, good job, I now declare that you are the deputy captain, and your sequence is number 2. Gu Xiaohao announced excitedly. As his voice fell, golden light shone around Li Xian, his serial number became number 2, and his authority was a little greater. This scene made the farmers at the scene look at Li Xian with envy. Only number 1 farmer frowned. Come on, cook and eat. Gu Xiaohao waved his hand, and led everyone to gather in front of the black pot, cut the horseshoe sedge into 2 halves, boiled 1 half, and injected the other half into the ancient token. The other 3 stones were also injected into the token, and the energy on the token instantly increased by 1 level. Finally, we can build farmland. It's so cool. Gu Xiaohao didn't care about eating. He immediately ran to the southeast corner of the base, and waved the ancient token. Soon, the light shone, and about an acre of farmland appeared in the southeast corner. The land was extremely fertile, and very suitable for growing plants. Finally, there is farmland. The next step is to find seeds. Gu Xiaohao looked at his farmland with satisfaction. But when he thought of the problem of seeds, he had another headache. There was no way. Even weeds were hard to find, let alone seeds. He could only tell the farmers to pay more attention to the seeds. Next is mealtime. Li Xian ate more food due to his outstanding performance, and his experience points increased rapidly. This also caused the farmers to always look at Li Xian with envy. Even the number 1 farmer looked at him with envy. Everyone go back and rest. Continue to look for plants, stones, if possible, try to find seeds. After dinner, Gu Xiaohao gave everyone a few instructions, then he happily returned to his big wooden house, locked the door and rested. Li Xian saw the scene, and he was puzzled. He felt that this guy was a bit like running away, holding back his doubts. Li Xian walked towards the farmer dormitory. But just as he reached the door, he heard the howling of wolves outside the territory. Black fog also swirled around the base, and the oppressive atmosphere swarmed from all directions, as if it was going to swallow up the entire base. Li Xian found that the bright environment in the base was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strong sense of crisis made Li Xuan walk forward quickly, and walk into the cabin. Bang! After everyone entered the cabin, Li Xian put the wooden latch of the cabin in place, and then looked out through the crack in the door. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strange sound came from outside the door, and Li Xian felt creepy, as if something terrible had appeared in the territory. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Li Xian took 2 steps back, and found that the rest of the farmers were huddled together, holding their heads, and not daring to look outside, and shivering like little quails. Li Xian did not dare to be careless. He closed his eyes like them, held his head, and did not look outside. He only observed secretly from the perspective of God. Suddenly, from the perspective of God, Li Xian saw a white shadow passing by. Because the speed was too fast, Li Xian could not see clearly what it was. But the cabin trembled for no reason, as if it was hit by a strong force. A faint sense of crisis arose in Li Xian's heart. He put away the perspective of God and found that the sense of crisis had not changed. He opened the perspective of God again. And the sense of crisis remained the same. This made Li Xian confused. He didn't know what went wrong. Nor did he see what went wrong outside. Bang! There was a loud noise from the door of the wooden house. Li Xian suddenly found that there was a pair of footprints on the ground at the door. But there was no one in front of the wooden house. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Li Xian continued to pay attention like other farmers, listening to the noise outside. Bang, bang, bang. There were constant collisions. And there were always sounds coming from outside. Sometimes there were footprints. Sometimes they disappeared. And sometimes there were even two symmetrical footprints, which was very strange. This sound lasted for 5 hours. Then, the sound suddenly disappeared, and the footprints also disappeared. It became very quiet outside, too quiet. Li Xian felt a little flustered for some reason. He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately put away his God perspective, and didn't dare to look outside anymore. Instead, he closed his eyes, and rested like other farmers. As time passed, the strange silence became more and more obvious, and the silence became more and more creepy. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long, only 10 minutes, and then there was no such strange silence anymore, and everything returned to normal. At this time, the farmers in the wooden house breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted their bodies one by one, and began to sleep soundly. Li Xian's sense of crisis also disappeared. He looked out through the crack of the door, and found nothing unusual. He then observed from a God perspective, and still saw no danger. He breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the corner, Li Xian squinted his eyes and thought. He always felt that this strange silence was too scary. He didn't know what caused it. I'd better upgrade as soon as possible. This world is too weird, Li Xian said secretly, and spent the night in a doze. In the morning, light came into the wooden house from the crack of the door. The sleeping farmer slowly got up, walked out of the wooden house one by one, and stood outside with hose. Li Xian didn't sleep all night, but he had many talents to help him. So even if he was suppressed, it didn't affect him. So he walked out in high spirits and looked around secretly. There were no special changes in the base. It looked the same as before. The only difference was that there was a thin scratch in the southeast corner of the wooden house. This scratch reduced the thickness of the wooden house by half. If it happened again, there would be a hole in the wooden house. Li Xian remembered this scratch and decided not to go near the southeast corner when he rested at night to prevent accidents. The sun is so bright, but it's a pity that it's still pitch black outside the base. This damn world of God. Gu Xiaohao came out, looking at the sun in the sky, stretching his body. His words were somewhat contradictory, but they were all true. Only in the base could one see the bright sky and the sun. Outside the base, all they could see was a dark hole. Everyone had to be careful to prevent being attacked. Little guys, let's go. Get more plants back. Now that the farmland has been built, we can build a barracks next. I need more energy, Gu Xiaohao shouted, calling on everyone to go, while he himself patrolled the base. Wandering around the base, not daring to leave the base, Li Xian ignored the timid lord, and followed Captain Number 1, walking out of the dark base. Chapter 381 Upgrade Again. After arriving at the gate of the base, Number 1 suddenly looked at Li Xian and said seriously, "You are very powerful, but I am still the most valued. I know a special place, and I will definitely bring back more things today." "Oh, then bring more." Li Xian nodded, led his younger brother, Farmer Number 6, and strode towards the east. When Number 1 saw this scene, he was silent, as if he had not expected such a scene to appear. This also caused Number 1 to be somewhat confused. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only watch Li Xian lead Number 6 into the darkness. There was a long silence. Number 1 didn't know what to do. Finally, he led the remaining farmers and walked to the west. On the other side, Li Xian continued to walk eastward, thinking about how much he would bring back today. He was not far from upgrading now. Quickly upgrading could make him exert more power and become safer. Naturally, he couldn't wait to upgrade. The only thing to be careful about is that you can't act too evil, expose yourself too much, and cause unnecessary trouble. Let's pick mushrooms first. One mushroom alone won't have much impact. Confirm whether the mushroom is edible, Li Xian said, and continued to move forward along the path in his memory. He soon saw a broken piece of wood and found the mushroom. The moment he saw the mushroom, Number 6 behind him suddenly opened his eyes, and couldn't wait to go over. However, he turned his head again to look at Li Xian, and gave him a thumbs up. Deputy Captain, you are the best. Go pick them. I look around. Li Xian gestured to number 6 to pick mushrooms, while he stood quietly not far away. Okay. The hoe in the hands of farmer number 6 turned into a hatchet, walked to the mushrooms, and began to chop the mushrooms little by little. As sparks flew, the mushrooms were chopped and shook slightly. Li Xian watched quietly, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, he moved closer, looked carefully for a few times, and turned around to observe the surroundings. His observation range is relatively wide, and he can see most dangers in advance. For example, he just walked a dozen steps to the left. With the help of his treasure hunting talent, he found a pig grass, but the small white worm on it brought a sense of crisis, and Li Xian would naturally not act rashly. He bypassed the pig grass and walked east for more than 10 meters, and saw 2 strange stones on the ground. The stones had a certain texture and a hint of iron brown. Take it away, just in case it is useful. Li Xian used a hoe to move the 2 brown stones, and after finding that there were no worms or anything like that, he picked them up and put them in his pocket. Then he walked forward a dozen steps and saw a small red leaf grass. Li Xian did not feel any danger. He evaluated his own strength and found that it would not take long to weed out the red leaf grass. For experience points, Li Xian wielded the hoe and started weeding quickly. At the same time, he used his extraordinary strength and weeded frantically in a spark. After 2 hours of hard work, the red leaf grass was finally weeded out, and a ball of light merged into Li Xian's body. Experience +3 not bad. Li Xian was very satisfied with the experience he gained. Seeing the juice flowing out of the red leaf grass, he thought about whether to try it. Considering that he had no sense of crisis and that he had many talents, he carefully tasted a little. It seems to have the effect of herbs and can heal injuries. Li Xian analyzed it carefully and felt that this red leaf grass was quite good, and its value was not low. He tried to put it into the space, but still couldn't put it in. It seemed that the rules were different, or it was suppressed. Shaking his head, Li Xian walked around again, gradually getting familiar with the surrounding environment, seeing many plants and stones, and also detecting a lot of dangers. For example, he encountered a white snake on the road. The observation range of this snake was higher than that of the lone wolf, reaching 2 meters. If Li Xian hadn't deliberately tested it, he wouldn't have been able to test it. Of course, snakes are also divided into different types. Li Xian encountered a blue snake again. Its detection range was only 1.5 meters. Different snakes are very different. Li Xian carefully tested the situation in the east, and finally felt that the time was about right. So he walked towards the mushrooms with the red leaf grass. However, when he walked around the broken wood where the mushrooms were, he saw farmer number 6 waving a hoe, smashing a palm-sized black ant. The key point was that farmer number 6 had many black spots on his body, especially his ankles, which turned black, and he was obviously poisoned. Bang, bang, bang. Farmer number 6 used all his strength and smashed the ant a few more times, smashing the big ant to death. But farmer number 6 fell to the ground first, without a breath. Li Xian looked at the dead farmer number 6, and then at the struggling ant that was smashed into the soil. Li Xian took a step forward, raised the hoe, and began to smash it wildly. Bang, bang, bang. Li Xian's strength was even greater, and with the blessing of his level, he smashed the big ant to death in less than a minute, and then a ball of light fell out and merged into Li Xian's body. Experience +3 Li Xian looked at the experience value that was about to be upgraded, and then looked at the dead farmer number 6, and the half-cut mushroom. He sighed. Even an ant can kill a person. It seems that it is imperative to speed up the upgrade. Li Xian shook his head, explored around the mushroom, confirmed that there was no danger, and turned the hoe into a hatchet, and chopped at the mushroom. Amidst a large number of sparks, Li Xian spent 2 hours, and finally chopped the mushroom down. Buzz! Golden light shone, centered on Li Xian in the darkness. His level reached level 3, and his soul power increased by 1 section, which was equivalent to the soul power of Qin Yu's soul feedback for about 35 days. It seems that as the level increases, the amount of souls will increase. Look at the attribute panel. Li Xian called up the attribute panel. No, Deputy Captain number 2 level, 3 and 1/30th experience value occupation, farmer combat power, 13 specialties, weeding, planting, pest control, affiliation, Divine Domain Gu Xiaohao Territory Potential, Unknown Level 3. Combat power has also increased a little. And the suppressed talents have been further liberated. Li Xian carefully observed the surroundings. In the dark, his vision can see 3.5 meters. And the observation range of the God perspective has also increased a little. And the power can be exerted more. Overall, it's pretty good. It seems that we still need to continue upgrading. Li Xian secretly made up his mind, and prepared to continue working hard to upgrade and obtain more soul power. I go back in a while. I got 2 plants this time. So it must have taken more time. This is justified. Li Xian muttered and began to wander around. With his stronger observation ability, he became more and more familiar with the surrounding situation. It can be said that the area within 50 meters on the east side of the base was almost visited by Li Xian. As for the area outside 50 meters, Li Xian did not touch it, because the strong sense of crisis reminded him that the area 50 meters away was very dangerous. If the level was not high enough, it was best not to seek death. So Li Xian wandered cautiously within 50 meters. When the time was almost up, he returned with red leaf grass, mushrooms, ant corpses, and 2 brown stones. I don't know how Gu Xiaohao would react to bringing so many things back. If there is no abnormality, I can upgrade with more confidence. Li Xian looked at the 2 brown stones in his hand and felt that they were very valuable. 1 brown stone seemed to be equivalent to 10 stones brought back before. Of course, Li Xian was just estimating, and the specific situation needed to be verified. With expectation, Li Xian slowly walked towards the base and walked alone in the dark. Inside Gu Xiaohao base, 2 farmers stood quietly, with blood on their bodies, pale faces, and scars. Chapter 382 upgraded again. These 2 farmers, respectively farmer number 1 and farmer number 3, are also the first batch of people summoned. If Li Xian had not been promoted, they would still be farmer number 1 and farmer number 2. Now, except for the 2 of them, the other farmers have not returned, obviously met with an accident. In front of them, there are 10 stones, similar to the stones that Li Xian brought back yesterday. 10 stones should be a good harvest, but unfortunately only 2 farmers came back, which made Gu Xiaohao look ugly. Even his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, how did you lead the team? So many peasants died. These stones only have 100 energy in total. I can only make 1 more peasant. Gu Xiaohao kicked the number 1 peasant angrily, and felt so depressed that he wanted to hit his head against the wall. I'm sorry, Lord, I was too eager for quick success. Number 1 hurriedly admitted his mistake, and was too guilty to look at Gu Xiaohao. You? Forget it, pay more attention in the future, don't be too eager for quick success. Gu Xiaohao was helpless. He knew clearly that the peasants he made would not betray him, and he risked his life every time he went out, for the purpose of finding resources. Now that so many people have died, although he is angry, considering the special talent of number 1, he can only sit there depressed and absorb the stones bit by bit with the ancient token. After 10 stones were quickly absorbed, Gu Xiaohao looked at the energy in the token and shook his head helplessly. There is not much energy in the token. With the energy you just provided, it can only create 4 farmers. If I can't give more energy, I will have to sell the farmland. Gu Xiaohao looked at the farmland in the southeast corner of the base. He built it with great difficulty. If he sold it, the price would be reduced by half. Thinking of the dilemma of having no energy, Gu Xiaohao sat depressed, feeling very distressed. At this time, he felt something, looked up at the gate, and saw a figure returning with a full load. You actually brought back rare white mushrooms. Is this red leaf grass? This is a herb for treating injuries. An iron ore? There are actually 2 pieces. Which is too strong? Gu Xiaohao looked at Li Xian, who walked in from the door in surprise. He couldn't believe that Li Xian actually brought back so many things. He seemed to be dreaming. Wait, is this the corpse of a giant ant? You've been through the battle. Are you injured? Gu Xiaohao hurried over, and was relieved to see that Li Xian was not injured. He also realized that Li Xian companions had not returned. But it was already very good that they could return safely after encountering the giant ant. You know, the corpse of a giant ant alone is worth 120 energy, which is more expensive than a peasant. Adding white mushrooms, red leaf grass, and 2 pieces of iron ore, Gu Xiaohao felt that his peasants could be replenished at once. Okay. Number 2. You are really my lucky star. I must reward you. Tell me, what reward do you want? 2 peasant subordinates. Or to upgrade your level? 100 energy can help you upgrade 1 level. Gu Xiaohao looked at Li Xian seriously and decided to train Li Xian and protect his safety. There was no other way. Peasant number 1 lost so many of his companions and only brought back 10 ordinary stones, with a total energy of only 100 points. The 2 pieces of iron ore brought back by Li Xian were worth 200 energy points, plus 120 energy points from the ant corpses, and red leaf grass for healing, and white mushrooms with higher nutritional value. With so many good things, Gu Xiaohao realized that Li Xian was extraordinary and valued Li Xian more and more. So he looked at Li Xian, made 2 suggestions, and asked Li Xian what he wanted. I want to upgrade, Li Xian said solemnly. His companions were a burden to him, and upgrading was the foundation, especially a legitimate upgrade. How could Li Xian let it go? Okay, I upgrade you. Gu Xiaohao took out the ancient token. First injected 2 pieces of iron ore, the ant corpse, half a piece of red leaf grass, and half a piece of white mushroom into the token. Then he took the token and drew a strange symbol in the air. Buzz. Golden light shone. Li Xian was bathed in the golden light, and his level was upgraded from level 3 to level 4. At the moment of upgrading, Li Xian's soul power increased again, which was equivalent to about 40 days reported by Qin Yu. It can be said that he had a great harvest. No, Deputy Captain number 2 level, 4 and 1/40th experience points occupation, farmer combat power, 14 specialties, weeding, planting, pest control. Belongs to Divine Domain Gu Xiaohao territory potential, unknown. Very good, keep upgrading, you must reach level 10 as soon as possible, then I will give you a great gift. Gu Xiaohao checked Li Xian attributes, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he put half a piece of red leaf grass into his pocket, and went to cook with half a piece of mushroom. While running, he muttered, saying to summon a few more farmers after dinner. Not long after, the mushroom soup was ready. Li Xian once again enjoyed special treatment, and in the envious eyes of farmers number 1 and number 3, he got mushroom soup and mushrooms. After dinner, Gu Xiaohao waved the ancient token in front of the farmer dormitory, starting to summon new farmers, and soon the golden light shone, covering the whole wooden house. Not long after, 5 farmers with dull expressions slowly walked out of the small wooden house, and mechanically stood in front of Gu Xiaohao. Their potential is not high, and their combat effectiveness is worrying. It seems that we need to build a barracks as soon as possible, and summon soldiers, so that we can protect the farmers from accidents. Gu Xiaohao muttered and looked at Li Xian. He now values Li Xian more and more, and doesn't want Li Xian to have any accidents, so he naturally has to send someone to protect him. Number 7 and number 8. From now on, you will follow number 2, your vice captain, and protect him well. Protect him with all your strength. Gu Xiaohao pointed at the 2 farmers and ordered them to protect Li Xian. Yes. The 2 dull-looking farmers responded, and walked stiffly behind Li Xian, protecting him like bodyguards. Number 1, who was not far away, watched silently, looking very lost, as if part of his authority had been stripped away. Number 1, you will lead the remaining farmers. You have a good talent. Make good use of it. And don't rush for quick success like you did today. Gu Xiaohao looked at number 1. Yes, Lord. I will work hard, and I will definitely make good use of my talent this time. Farmer number 1 answered solemnly, and the whole person seemed to have transformed, emitting special fluctuations. Yes, let's go find energy. Gu Xiaohao looked at the serious farmer number 1, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, Lord. Everyone set out again, and walked out of the base. Farmer number 1 did not say anything to Li Xian, but led everyone, and strode to the west. Li Xian glanced at farmer number 1, and was somewhat curious about his fluctuations just now. The fluctuations were obviously different from those of ordinary people. What on earth is it? Forget it. Let's go and search for energy first, and strive to upgrade as much as possible. Li Xian didn't think about it anymore, and walked east with farmers number 7 and number 8. After reaching level 4, his God perspective detection range reached 4 meters, and his vision could see a little more than 4 meters. And he could easily see things in the dark. Huh? What is this? Li Xian suddenly looked at the black earth, and in a raised piece of soil, there seemed to be something inside. Chapter 383 Mysterious Fruit. Could it be a plant fruit? Li Xian took a few quick steps forward, trying to observe from a God perspective. He understood that this was a world of rules. Even if he had reached level 4, the suppression had been reduced, but it was not easy to go too deep into the soil. With this in mind, Li Xian carefully explored from a god perspective. The powerful god perspective only saw about 1 centimeter underground. This depth was enough. Li Xian did see his target, which was an egg, a mysterious white egg. There were some strange patterns on this mysterious white egg, and a faint vitality was emanating from the white egg. Li Xian looked at it carefully, and after confirming that there was no danger, he slowly approached and carefully dug with a hoe. Farmers number 7 and number 8 saw this scene, and were a little confused. They didn't understand what they were doing. As they watched, their eyes widened, because a fist-sized white egg appeared in their field of vision. Food. Farmer number 7 spoke, and his eyes were obviously more lively than farmer number 8's. You guys come dig. Be careful. Don't damage the egg, Li Xian ordered. Okay. Farmers number 7 and number 8 heard the order and began to dig carefully, revealing the white egg inside little by little. I don't know what kind of egg it is. After digging it out, Li Xian picked it up and looked at it. He was a little confused about what kind of egg it was, but he felt it was edible. So he simply put it in his pocket. Let's go! Li Xian led everyone to continue moving forward, heading towards the weed area explored yesterday. Soon, they came to 2 weeds, and under Li Xian command, the 2 farmers began to dig hard. After assigning tasks to the 2 farmers, Li Xian turned and walked into the darkness, and walked towards the wheat not far away. The last time he saw the wheat, he wanted to take it away, but he felt a sense of crisis at that time. Now that his level has been upgraded, and he has the ability to kill insects, it's a good time to give it a try. Along the way, Li Xian picked up 2 pieces of broken stones on the road, which were broken stones with very low energy, not as good as iron ore, where the iron ore appeared before. There may be more iron ore. Let's go and look for it later. Maybe there will be unexpected gains, Li Xian muttered, and slowly came to the wheat area. He saw the 2 wheat beads, but there was no ladybug. Instead, he saw a white worm on the wheat. The sense of crisis is very weak. It seems that with my current strength, I can easily kill this worm. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He slowly approached with a hoe, poked the white worm fiercely, and directly poked the worm off the wheat. A strange sound rang out, and with it, circles of water ripples spread in all directions, and Li Xian felt as if his brain had been hit hard and was a little dazed. Fortunately, Li Xian had extraordinary talent, and quickly blocked this feeling, and then looked at the bug seriously. Surprisingly, the bug was very slow, crawling away little by little, as if avoiding Li Xian. So this is all you can do, die. Li Xian waved the hoe, and hit the bug's head hard. Bang! With a dull sound, the insect screamed and huddled up. Bang! 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 Li Xian was not soft-hearted. He smashed the hoe hard. After 8 consecutive hits, a ball of light finally appeared. Shwa! As the ball of light poured into Li Xian's body, his experience points increased by 4 points. Not bad. Not bad, the experience points are more than I expected. Li Xian was in a good mood. He quickly picked up the dead insects and collected them well. Then he walked around the wheat and looked carefully. After confirming that it was safe, he began to collect wheat. The grains of these 2 wheat grains are very large, a circle larger than the ones Li Xian had seen in his previous life, and each grain is full of vitality. Because the grains are large, there are relatively few grains on the whole wheat. Experience value +1. After Li Xian peeled off a seed, a ball of light suddenly poured into Li Xian's body, and then the experience value increased. It can be like this? The seeds on these 2 wheat plants add up to ES, estimated to be 20 to 30, which means, as long as I pick them all, I can level up again? The surprise came too quickly. Li Xian couldn't believe that there would be such a big harvest. Collect the seeds immediately. Li Xian was really happy. He quickly peeled the seeds, and picked all the seeds according to the experience value prompt. At the moment when the seeds were taken, the 2 wheat stalks withered directly, like ashes burned by flames, and disappeared. Looking at this scene, Li Xian took 2 steps back because he felt a sense of crisis. Under the withered wheat, an earthworm slowly emerged. The size of the earthworm was similar to the earthworm in the previous life, but it opened its mouth and revealed saw-like teeth. Roaring at the surroundings, Li Xian retreated quickly, and left the earthworm's observation area in 2 or 3 steps. It could only howl above the soil, and finally drilled back into the soil. The power contained in this guy is not strong. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? It seems to be the same as the feeling of being cursed at the beginning. Will killing this earthworm bring a curse? Li Xian stood 2 meters away and observed silently. In the end, he did not act rashly for the sake of caution, but looked at his attribute panel. No, Deputy Captain number 2 level, 5, and 1/50th experience points occupation, farmer. Combat power, 15 specialties, weeding, planting, pest control. Belonging to, Divine Domain Gu Xiaohao territory potential, unknown. Really good, the suppression force has become smaller, huh? The telekinesis can be released. Although it is only released half a meter away, it is enough. It can be said that this pearl wheat has been a great help. If I find a few more plants, my level will definitely increase quickly. Li Xian couldn't wait to find more wheat. And at the same time, he thought of the farmland in the base. He felt that if he planted wheat in the farmland and then picked it, he might be able to gain a lot of experience points. Wait, it shouldn't be that simple. If farming can quickly level up, there is no need to explore the outside world. There must be something else. Forget it. Ignore these, and go find wheat first. Li Xian did not stay here, but went back to see farmer number 7 and farmer number 8. After confirming that they were safe, he walked towards the southeast. After searching for a while, Li Xian did not find new wheat, but saw a plant with red fruits. This plant was about the height of a water cup, with emerald green leaves and rosy fruits. A bit like a small tomato. But it was shining, and it was not an ordinary product at first glance. Li Xian stared at the plant, feeling the power contained in the fruit, which would be of great help to him. But he didn't go over, because the location of this plant was 51 meters from the base. Beyond the 50-meter area, Li Xian could feel that the danger level within 50 meters and beyond 50 meters was not at the same level at all, and it was not an area he could step into now. The strong sense of crisis clearly reminded him that if he stepped beyond the 50-meter area, he would definitely get into big trouble. It was just that the red fruit was too tempting, and his treasure hunting talent was giving him crazy hints. So Li Xian was unwilling to give up. Chapter 384. Eat a fruit to reach the golden middle position. After a long silence, Li Xian decided to give it a try. After all, he had a hoe, and could reach the fruit within 50 meters. He did it as he thought. Li Xian stood at the 50-meter boundary, and stretched out his hoe to hook the red fruit over there. He first tried to touch the plant with the hoe. During this process, Li Xian did not encounter any danger, but felt that the black fog around him was thicker. This made Li Xian slightly relieved, and he could not help but slowly approach the red fruit, and then he exerted force suddenly, and directly hooked the fruit to fly to himself. In an instant, the red fruit rolled towards Li Xian, from the area of 51 meters, to the area about 10 centimeters in front of Li Xian. Roar! The earth-shaking roar resounded through the sky. Li Xian felt his scalp tingling, and the whole person was in great fear. Without hesitation, Li Xian turned around and ran. His telekinesis burst out, wrapped around the red fruit and quickly held it in his hand, and quickly ran towards the base. The roar continued to sound. Li Xian did not dare to be careless, and continued to run wildly. The red fruit in his hand caused the treasure hunting talent to prompt quickly. Eat it now. Li Xian knew that the red fruit was attracting the roar. If he continued, no one knew what danger he would encounter. He simply swallowed the fruit directly. Even if he died, he could still make a profit. So, he swallowed the fruit into his mouth, like swallowing a whole fruit, and ate it quickly. At the moment he swallowed the fruit, a warm current flowed through his body, and Li Xian's soul increased rapidly, like riding a rocket. In a short period of time, Li Xian's soul actually broke through the lower gold level, and reached the middle gold level. Such a harvest is simply a pleasant surprise. Golden median. Great. Really great. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. The range of the god perspective expanded again, increasing to a radius of 6 meters. Telekinesis was also affected, reaching a range of 1 meter. This surprise came too quickly. Li Xian felt that even if he was killed now, it would be worth it, because according to his estimation, he was still a long way from the golden median, and he had to work hard for at least half a year. Unexpectedly, 1 fruit was enough to get it done. This made Li Xian want to shout twice. What a world full of treasures. Even if it's dangerous, it's worth fighting for. Li Xian muttered as he ran. Suddenly, a sharp tentacle came quickly, from 50 meters away, and pierced his heart directly. Li Xian stopped running, and then he slowly fell to the ground. At the moment of falling, the tentacle also separated from his heart. Bang! Li Xian lay motionless on the bed, and his breath dropped rapidly. The tentacle swayed in the air, retracted like lightning, and then a triumphant roar came out. Although this roar was heard several times, each roar was farther and farther away, clearly moving away. On the black ground, Li Xian lay quietly, and suddenly opened his eyes after a while, and stood up slowly, then brushed off the dust on his body, touched his self-healing heart, and nodded with satisfaction. The sense of crisis has completely disappeared, and it's safe. Li Xian turned his head and looked at the darkness 50 meters away, feeling that although this time was dangerous, it was worth the trip. The point is that he found that the monsters in this world are simple-minded, so he can be bolder and more unrestrained. Thinking of this, Li Xian did not return to the base, but walked to a weed not far away, picked up the hoe, and started to work. The level reached level 5, and the soul increased to the middle of gold, and the power was more exerted. It didn't take Li Xian long to finish weeding, and he gained 3 experience points. After doing all this, Li Xian turned and walked towards farmers number 7 and number 8. Seeing the 2 farmers still weeding, Li Xian was relieved. He didn't want his 2 subordinates to die again. With 2 tools, he could occasionally act as a shield. However, the 2 farmers were still weeding the first weed, and they had barely weeded less than half of it. This showed the huge gap between the 2 sides. I helped too. I just have experience points. I can't let the 2 farmers take all of them. Li Xian went over to help weed. With his strength, the weeding speed increased greatly. After a busy period, the 3 successfully dug up 2 weeds, and all 3 gained some experience points. Li Xian, who had a lot of harvest, took 2 farmers to a nearby place to dig up 2 more small grasses, and gained some experience points. After doing all this, it was time to go back for dinner. Li Xian happily took a lot of harvest, and 2 farmers, and walked to the base. In the base, farmer number 1 brought back all his subordinates safely, and also harvested 5 ordinary gravel stones and a weed. Such a harvest made Gu Xiaohao very happy. He finally smiled, and patted number 1 to praise him. Not bad. Not bad. It is worth training you. You have a good talent, and are worth training. Thank you, Lord. Farmer number 1 smiled. The pressure from Li Xian rise finally reduced a lot. With the Lord, farmer number 1 was no longer afraid that Li Xian would take away the quota. Thinking of the quota to change his fate, farmer number 1 expected to reach level 10 as soon as possible. And through this quota, he could change his fate. Time passed slowly. Gu Xiaohao continued to charge the ancient token he had given him. Unfortunately, the total value of the broken stones was only 50 energy. Although there was still a weed, but half of it was used for food, so it could only charge half. The energy is still not enough. I wonder how much energy number 2 can bring back this time. I'm looking forward to it. Gu Xiaohao couldn't help but think of Li Xian. Gu Xiaohao now also attaches great importance to Li Xian, whose potential is unknown. He even decided in his heart that if Li Xian brought back so many good things in the morning, he would work harder to train Li Xian and make Li Xian transform. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiaohao waited silently. But the sky in the base was getting darker and darker, and Li Xian still hadn't come back, which made Gu Xiaohao frown. Nothing can happen. I have high hopes for you, Gu Xiaohao muttered. After he finished speaking, 3 figures walked in from the gate of the base, holding a bunch of things. Gu Xiaohao saw this scene. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he rushed over like a rabbit. Surprisingly, there are so many gains again, and there are white snake eggs. Now we can finally have a full meal. You did a great job, very good. Gu Xiaohao looked at so many things, jumping around excitedly, as happy as a monkey. But at this time, he suddenly found that Li Xian level was a little wrong, 1 level higher, which made Gu Xiaohao frown. At this time, Li Xian took out some wheat grains from his pocket and handed them to Gu Xiaohao. This is it. Looking at the wheat grains handed over by Li Xian, Gu Xiaohao was completely shocked, looking at Li Xian in horror. You actually got wheat grains. That's so powerful. It's my lucky star. Now your experience value is right. That's great. I must reward you. I must. Gu Xiaohao was so happy that he excitedly took out the ancient token and waved it at Li Xian. As the golden light shone, Li Xian was once again shrouded in the golden light. His level suddenly increased by 1 level. No, number 2 vice captain level, 6 and 1/60th experience value occupation, farmer combat power, 16 good at weeding, planting, Pest control. Belonging to Divine Domain Gu Xiaohao Territory Potential, unknown looking at Li Xian level. Gu Xiaohao smiled and said, "Come on. Number 2. I have a special quota. I will give it to whoever reaches level 10 first between you and number 1. There is only one quota now." Chapter 385 Dropped Items? Quota? Li Xian frowned, not knowing what this quota was for. Yes, farmers are the most basic type of soldiers. Although number 1 is an elite farmer, he is still very weak, and this quota can help you transform. Gu Xiaohao smiled. He didn't say anything more, and instead asked everyone to plant wheat in the fields and irrigate with clean water. There's not much water left. Everyone can get some water for free at the beginning, which can be used for 10 days. Today is the 8th day, and there's not much left. Gu Xiaohao looked at the water bag, and shook his head helplessly, feeling that it was too difficult to develop the oracle base, and lacking things in all aspects. Gu Xiaohao, who felt helpless, could only hope to accumulate enough energy quickly and build a barracks. While Gu Xiaohao was talking to himself, Li Xian was thinking about the quota issue. Since it could transform him, it must be a very good thing, and he naturally couldn't let it go. As for the opponent number 1, this guy turned out to be an elite farmer, and had special talents, which was indeed a bit extraordinary, but Li Xian was confident that he could surpass him. With many talents, Li Xian is confident that he can reach level 10 tomorrow and get this quota. With this idea in mind, Li Xian began to plan the direction of tomorrow's exploration. He was not going to go to the east anymore. First, there was a chance of encountering the existence that made the roar. Second, there were fewer weeds and monsters, and the remaining ones were not suitable for contact now. Considering this, Li Xian decided to go to the south tomorrow to explore the area over there. Okay, the wheat has been planted. I don't know when it will grow. Number 2. You have made a great contribution. Let's go and eat. Today you and I will eat white snake eggs. Gu Xiaohao was very happy. He led everyone to the area where the big black pot was and started to cook food. This guy took out a small and exquisite pot from nowhere. The big pot boiled half a piece of weeds, and the small pot boiled a whole white snake egg. When the meal was ready, the farmers, including farmer number 1, could only drink wheat soup. Only Li Xian followed Gu Xiaohao and could not only drink wheat soup, but also taste white snake eggs. Such a scene made the farmers envious. Even farmer number 1 was envious. Li Xian was actually a little confused. When he ate the white snake egg, his experience points did not increase, until he ate a small piece of the white snake egg, completely. Gained a small amount of knowledge of the world of God. A piece of information flashed through his mind, and Li Xian immediately understood some of the situations in this world. Knowledge? Li Xian was surprised, and he probably understood some of the situations of the plants outside. For example, the white snake egg contains the inheritance of knowledge. For example, the black ant has a strong physique, and can also use poison. For example, the bug that Li Xian killed today is called a spirit bug, which has a strong impact on mental strength. There is also a sharp-toothed earthworm. Whoever kills this earthworm will be cursed, and will encounter bad luck. In short, although the knowledge added to his mind is not much, Li Xian is very satisfied. It also allows Li Xian to find an opportunity to cheat outside to strengthen his soul. He knows a magical plant called Lingxian flower. Eating this flower can strengthen the soul. And there are quite a lot of them. It is very common outside 50 meters. As for the pearly red fruit plant, Li Xian still didn't know its information. He had too little knowledge. Li Xian still needed to continue eating white snake eggs. In addition, with the base as the center, the danger level within 50 meters and 50 meters away was 10 times different. This was the content of the knowledge, which also made Li Xian very grateful. Tomorrow. Eat some more white snake eggs tomorrow. Li Xian secretly made up his mind, and prepared to act secretly tomorrow, to obtain more knowledge of this world. Okay. It's getting late. Everyone go back and rest. It should be safer tonight. Gu Xiaohao looked at the sky and said something, and walked lazily towards his lowered cabin. Li Xian was puzzled, but thinking of the danger last night, he returned to the cabin early to prevent any accidents. To Li Xian's surprise, this night was indeed very quiet, without any danger at all, and it was completely different from the previous creepy night. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly in the base, and the whole base was warm. If it weren't for the dark outside the base, Li Xian would have relaxed his vigilance. Young men, you must try to find water sources when you go out today. Whoever finds the water source first, I will reward him with a promotion. Let's go, Gu Xiaohao said loudly. Yes. The farmers nodded, carrying hoes, with big bald heads, strode out of the base, and walked into the darkness. Following Li Xian were still farmers number 7 and number 8, like bodyguards on the left and right. Li Xian looked around with a god perspective, and walked forward step by step in the dark world. Li Xian suddenly saw 5 ants fighting on the left exploration edge. Their target was a fat bug. The two sides fought fiercely. The fat bug was large, but under the siege of the ants and the influence of the toxin, the bug's fighting speed gradually slowed down, and the speed became harder and harder. And the poisoning became more and more serious. Li Xian saw this scene, saw 2 injured ants, and the fat bug with scars, and felt that there was a chance to gain experience points. Follow me. Li Xian looked at the 2 farmers behind him, and immediately led them to the direction of the ants. When they were about to get close, Li Xian said to the more agile number 7, "Take 2 steps forward, and then immediately step back." Yes. Farmer number 7 didn't understand. With a low detection range, he couldn't see the ants and bugs in the dark at all. He could only follow Li Xian orders, and take 2 steps forward. As a result, just after taking these 2 steps he saw 5 ants, and a big bug, which scared farmer number 7 so much that he hurriedly stepped back. Because they were too close. The ants and bugs naturally saw this scene. One of the ants turned around and rushed towards the farmer. The rest of the ants continued to fight. Fighting with the big bug. This side. After farmer number 7 retreated to the side of Li Xian. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it for a while. Here it comes. Li Xian raised his hoe high and smashed it forward. At this moment, a black ant rushed over and was hit. Bang bang bang. With the help of extraordinary power, Li Xian smashed the monsters crazily. After smashing them for more than 10 times, a ball of light finally rose up. Experience plus 2.5. Li Xian glanced at number 7. He also gained 0.5 experience points for attracting monsters. Go over there and attract another one, Li Xian ordered. Yes. The emotion in the eyes of the farmer number 7 was obviously changing. He seemed a little afraid to go over. But facing the order of Li Xian, the deputy captain, the farmer number 7 had no choice but to go over. Soon, he attracted another ant. After Li Xian smashed it, he gained 2.5 experience points. Continue. He started to attract monsters again. Unexpectedly, all 3 ants were attracted. Come together, the injured 2 are left to you, Li Xian ordered, and rushed over wielding a hoe. Bang bang bang. The 3-on-3 battle started instantly. Li Xian took the lead, challenged the strongest ant, and smashed the ant to death in a crazy swing. The remaining 2 farmers had a hard time fighting. If the ants hadn't been injured, the 2 farmers would have been dead. Fortunately, Li Xian came to support in time, rushed over and smashed them, and quickly killed all the ants. Experience plus 2.2. Experience plus 2.2. Looking at the experience points he had gained, Li Xian was very satisfied. Thinking of the fat bug, he gave an order. You guys clean up the ant corpses and wait for me to come back. After saying that, Li Xian rushed towards the fat bug and found that the guy was dying. Go to hell. Li Xian immediately swung the hoe and smashed it at the fat bug. Bang. Experience plus 5, as the prompt sounded. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction. But he suddenly discovered, next to the fat bug, there was a small ball of light. Just like the game drop from killing monsters. It can actually drop? By the way, this world is very similar to the game world. And it is normal to drop. But why don't ants drop? Is there a special requirement? Li Xian didn't know the fat bug, and didn't understand what monster would drop it. He was going to take it back to Gu Xiaohao to let him see what it was. Let's see what's in the ball of light first. Li Xian walked towards the small ball of light curiously, ready to see the dropped items. Chapter 386. Magical Little Hedgehog. Swish. As Li Xian approached, a small ball of light floated up, quietly floating in the air, emitting a bright and burning light. Li Xian gently touched the ball of light with his right hand, and the ball of light shone in an instant, and a piece of information of perception flooded into Li Xian's mind. It turned out to be the perception of the barrier, or the barrier of Earth. How is it possible? Li Xian couldn't believe that. He actually gained the perception of the barrier here. You know, the barrier is the prototype of the domain, and it can be transformed into a powerful domain in the future. The domain is a special ability of the saint level, And it is also a sign of a true strong person. It takes ordinary people decades to comprehend it. But now, there is such a benefit. Good. Good. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised, and praised it repeatedly in his heart. He couldn't wait to absorb these insights and increase his understanding of the barrier. Soon, Li Xian opened his eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and the earth stream element was rippling around. Very good. Very good. As long as I accumulate more earth insights, I will definitely be able to comprehend the earth barrier. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He quickly scanned the surroundings with a god perspective, trying to find more targets. Unfortunately, apart from seeing a few weeds, he did not find any new targets. He could only arrange 2 farmers to search around. Follow me. Li Xian picked up the fat bug and ordered 2 farmers to take the ants and walk to the area where the weeds were. There were 3 blue flowers here, which were also valuable things. Li Xian ordered the farmers to weed here, while he wandered around. Now that his level is high enough, the suppression in all aspects has been decreasing. For example, his ability to change can already be used, but the time of use is suppressed by the world, and it cannot last too long. The same is true for other abilities, such as the detection range of the god perspective has also been expanded a lot, as long as it is turned on. You can easily see the area of several meters around. Even the god perspective can penetrate the black earth, and observe a small number of scenes under the earth. Under such observation, Li Xian's range of activities naturally expanded, and he saw more and more things. After confirming the surrounding environment, which would not threaten the 2 subordinate farmers, Li Xian began to explore a larger area, even running to the 50-meter border area. What a pity, there is no red fruit. What kind of fruit is that? Li Xian was curious, and wanted to eat some red fruit, but unfortunately, he didn't see it again. Helpless, Li Xian had to continue wandering, picking up a piece of iron ore on the way, and digging a purple leaf grass, which increased his experience points again. Ant nest. I actually found an ant nest. Li Xian showed a look of surprise, and quickly walked to the vicinity of the ant nest, carefully looking at the scene here. But looking at the densely packed ants in the ant nest, Li Xian thought about it, and decided to leave. There was no other way. There were too many ants. It was very difficult to deal with so many ants. And Li Xian didn't want to do anything he was not sure of. After bypassing the ant nest, Li Xian continued to walk forward, and suddenly his eyes lit up, because he saw a hedgehog. A small, harmless-looking hedgehog. However, the hedgehog gave Li Xian a strong sense of crisis. A very strong sense. Even if Li Xian's head was chopped off, it could be reattached. But facing this hedgehog, Li Xian still felt a strong sense of crisis. But Li Xian did not retreat, but looked at the little hedgehog from a distance. Because on the needles on the back of the hedgehog, there was a grape-like fruit. And this fruit made Li Xian treasure hunting talent crazy. It must be a good thing, I must get it. As for the danger, so what? When I was collecting red fruits at 50 meters, the owner of the roar was even more dangerous. I still collected the red fruits. Although this hedgehog is not easy to deal with now, as long as I can eat the fruits, I can die and be summoned again. However, it's better not to die if I can. I'm still thinking about what the list is. The point is that I have a way. Maybe I can try it. Li Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body changed slightly, from a human to a hedgehog, which looked not much different from the little hedgehog. With a tentative move, Li Xian moved forward little by little, and when he came to a distance of 5 meters from the little hedgehog, the hedgehog suddenly turned around and looked at him. What a strong detection range. It can actually see an area of 5 meters. Li Xian was surprised, and couldn't believe that the detection range of this hedgehog actually reached 5 meters. You know, the detection range of a lone wolf is only 1.5 meters, and the detection range of an ordinary farmer is only 1 meter. From here, we can see the extraordinariness of this little hedgehog. Fortunately, with various talents, Li Xian still has a certain confidence. Otherwise, he would not have taken advantage of the situation. Chirp! When the little hedgehog saw Li Xian, his black eyes were blank, as if he did not understand why he saw his kind here. With low intelligence, he was stunned. Chirp! Li Xian imitated the little hedgehog and called twice, cautiously not getting close to the other party to prevent accidents. Chirp! The little hedgehog called to Li Xian twice again, curiosity and a hint of happiness in his little eyes. Then the little hedgehog jumped twice, and the grapes on the thorns behind him suddenly floated up and fell into the little hedgehog's hands. Then it held the grapes with its two little paws, pretending to hand them over, but it didn't approach easily, as if it was worried about scaring Li Xian away. Is this for me? Li Xian carefully felt the sense of crisis, and found that the sense of crisis dropped sharply, not as crisis ridden as before. It seemed that the little hedgehog's hostility towards him had decreased a lot. With caution, Li Xian took 2 steps forward carefully, looking carefully at the little hedgehog opposite. The ability of the other party to take the fruit from behind just now seemed a bit like telekinesis. Sure. The little hedgehog was even happier when he saw Li Xian take 2 steps towards him, and even danced with joy. Then the little hedgehog mobilized an invisible force, lifted the grapes and handed them to Li Xian, and slowly landed in front of Li Xian, waiting for Li Xian to pick them up. It should be telekinesis. Li Xian felt the familiar power. He hesitated for a moment, took the small fruit, and began to eat it carefully. It didn't matter that he ate it. His telekinesis immediately vibrated and was naturally exerted. The range of exertion was increased to 2 meters. Such an unexpected harvest made Li Xian very happy. He couldn't help but want to get more small fruits. So he walked forward a little, and looked at the little hedgehog opposite. Sure. The little hedgehog was very happy. He pointed to the distance and danced to Li Xian, as if asking Li Xian to follow it to another place. It seems that there are similar fruits in the distance, Li Xian muttered secretly, estimating that there was still a lot of time for the ability to change. So he tried to move forward a little bit, until he was 50 centimeters away from the little hedgehog. He stopped moving forward. The little hedgehog jumped happily, ran a few steps to the west, and then looked back. Chapter 387: A Great Harvest. After confirming that Li Xian was following behind, the little hedgehog happily continued to move forward, leading the way, looking back at Li Xian from time to time. That's it. One person and one hedgehog moved forward on the black ground, stepping on weeds, passing through a big banyan tree, and finally coming to an area of 50 meters. Li Xian hesitated, because the little hedgehog wanted to go 50 meters away, which was not an area that could be easily stepped into, and the danger level was too high, and Li Xian was really worried. Sure. The little hedgehog saw that Li Xian was not going to leave. It called twice, but Li Xian was still unwilling to get close. Sure. The little hedgehog danced with joy, as if to let Li Xian wait here. Then the little hedgehog left 50 meters, and went into the bushes 50 meters away. Not long after the little hedgehog left, Li Xian took a few steps back, confirming that the little hedgehog could not detect him. He immediately changed into human form. The suppression is too harsh. It still needs to be upgraded, otherwise the ability to change cannot last too long. After Li Xian regained his human form, he exhaled, and felt his body relaxed a lot. Then he scanned the area with a god perspective, and then condensed a hoe to select a weed nearby, and started weeding to earn experience points. Time passed, and soon an hour passed. After Li Xian weeded the weed, he suddenly discovered something, and the hoe in his hand disappeared. Then he changed into a hedgehog and hid aside. Soon, a familiar figure appeared. Those tiny hedgehogs slowly crawled out from the green grass. On the thorns on its back, there were a dozen grapes, and a dozen unknown fruits, some similar to hawthorn, some similar to blueberry, and some similar to jujube. The focus was on the sides of the little hedgehog's body, where there were 2 eggs floating. One should be a white snake egg, and the other could not be named. After the little hedgehog walked out of the grass, it stepped on the black ground, and quickly crossed the 50-meter boundary line, then kept looking around, looking for Li Xian figure. Sure. The hedgehog was very anxious because he didn't see Li Xian. He kept shouting, and his black eyes were full of anxiety. After hearing this sound, Li Xian slowly walked over from the darkness, and came to the area within 3 meters of the hedgehog. Sure. The hedgehog was so happy to see Li Xian was still there that he jumped and danced. Then he gave all the fruits he brought to Li Xian, and they fell in front of him. So many things surprised Li Xian, but he would not miss the opportunity to improve his strength. So he immediately tasted these fruits. What surprised Li Xian was that these fruits have different abilities. For example, hawthorn can increase soul power, although the increase is not as good as the red fruit last time, but it is equivalent to the soul power provided by Qinyu for 1 month. And jujube can strengthen the body, but unfortunately Li Xian pays more attention to the soul. After eating a jujube, he did not eat the remaining jujube, but ate blueberries instead. Blueberries are good, they strengthen the power and talent of the water element. Not bad, very good, Li Xian said secretly, and ate most of the food with a few slurps, leaving only the jujubes. which he threw back to the little hedgehog. The little hedgehog saw that Li Xian didn't like jujubes, but didn't care. Instead, he started eating them, and seemed to like them very much. After eating, the little hedgehog used telekinesis to make the 2 eggs float in the air, and at the same time, he waved his little paws, and suddenly a flame condensed, enveloped the 2 eggs, and began to burn. Li Xian clearly saw that the flames did not burn the 2 eggs, but roasted them at a certain distance, and were obviously cooking food. Such a scene, such a humane approach, surprised Li Xian very much, and he felt that the creatures in this world were really magical. Chirp! A few minutes later, a strong fragrance filled the surroundings. The little hedgehog handed 2 baked eggs to Li Xian, and kept chirping. Li Xian hesitated for a moment, but decided to eat them. Now that he was weak, he must not miss any opportunity to improve his strength. At worst, when his strength improved in the future, he would take care of this little hedgehog, which would be a reward for it. Considering this, Li Xian used telekinesis to peel the 2 eggs, and began to quickly taste the food. Not to mention, the 2 eggs tasted very good, and my stomach felt warm after eating them, and a lot of knowledge began to flow into my mind. Gain a certain amount of knowledge of the world of God domain. Following the prompt, Li Xian instantly understood the name of the previous fruit. For example, blueberry is called blue fruit, and it has the effect of strengthening water element and water talent. For example, the other white egg is a pheasant egg, and eating it can increase the perception of danger. For example, grapes that strengthen telekinesis are called telekinesis fruits. Eating them can strengthen telekinesis without any side effects. In short, this knowledge is very important to Li Xian. It makes him more and more aware of the world of God domain, and he is no longer completely in the dark. The only thing that makes Li Xian regretful is that there is still no information about the red fruit before. It seems that the fruit is not an ordinary product in this world. No matter what. Upgrade first. Now that the little hedgehog is helping, my upgrade plan may be faster. Li Xian secretly made a plan, thinking about the next route to improve. Let's go to the big locust tree first. There are bees there. Since there are bees, there is honey. Eating it will definitely be very beneficial. In addition, picking wheat will increase experience points. I wonder if picking locust flowers can increase experience points. Can the little hedgehog beat those bees? Li Xian muttered secretly, looking forward to honey. There are many good things in this world. Honey will naturally not be too bad. It must have extraordinary effects. So Li Xian chirped twice, and led the little hedgehog towards the big locust tree. They were very fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive near the big locust tree, and saw dozens of bees collecting honey on a long slanting branch. Chirp! The little hedgehog was very happy to see the bees, and quickly released a flame, which enveloped dozens of bees, and instantly burned them to ashes, leaving only one bee alive. The little bee was frightened, and immediately flapped its wings and fled. The little hedgehog hurriedly chased after him, leading Li Xian to run to an area 50 meters away. Finally, Li Xian stopped in the 50-meter area and did not follow him out. The little hedgehog chirped twice, indicating that it would be back after a while, and then it went into the grass to chase the little bee. Li Xian took this opportunity to find a corner and turned into a human again, strode to the side of the tree, and observed carefully the branch where the bee was flying just now. I feel that the danger is not very strong. I will try to pick the flowers and leaves of the locust tree. Li Xian's body was wrapped in telekinesis, and he drifted to the big locust tree little by little, and landed on the branch where the bees had just picked the flowers, and began to try to pick the flowers and leaves. Experience value plus 0.1. Experience value plus 0.1 after picking a leaf and a locust flower. Li Xian suddenly paused, and then he was ecstatic, because this big locust tree was very lush. There were too many leaves and flowers to count, and he had just picked one. Chapter 388 Special Quota. Although a leaf only gives 0.1 experience points, if all these leaves are picked, Li Xian dare not think how many levels he can reach. With deep expectations, Li Xian acted quickly, his hands flashed quickly, and even mobilized telekinesis to help pick leaves. With all his efforts, Li Xian picked a bunch of leaves in a short while, and his level was raised again. Okay, keep picking, try to raise another level before the little hedgehog comes back. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He continued to pick fruits quickly. His experience points kept rising. He was in a sea of happiness. At this time, Li Xian's eyes lit up. He found a small bird's nest on the branch of the locust tree. There were white eggs lying still in the nest. There are 3 eggs. Good stuff. You must not miss it. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He approached the branch carefully. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis enveloped his heart. Li Xian hurriedly retreated and returned to the branch area where the bees were originally. As expected, there are dangers on every branch. The bees on this branch have been dealt with. So I can pick the leaves here? If I dare to approach other areas, I will be in big trouble. Not only that, I must pick the leaves here as soon as possible. Otherwise the creatures on other branches may approach this side. Li Xian realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately continued to work, picking leaves and locust flowers quickly, even squeezing himself and mobilizing all his strength to pick. Time passed slowly. Li Xian picked more and more, and his experience points increased rapidly, and his level continued to upgrade in a golden light. Li Xian didn't know how much he had picked, but he knew that he was being suppressed less and less, and even the soul hand could be condensed. Then 2 soul hands helped to pick, but unfortunately the iron puppet and the summoned dark creatures were still suppressed and could not be used, and Li Xian felt very sorry. Bang! The golden light shone. Golden light shone around Li Xian's body again. His level reached level 10, and his strength increased greatly. No, Deputy Captain number 2 level 10 maximum level, need to change job occupation, farmer. Combat power, 20 specialties, weeding, planting, pest control. Belonging to Gu Xiaohao territory in the divine realm potential, unknown. Looking at his data panel, seeing that he finally reached level 10, Li Xian was very happy, and the whole person was overjoyed. Finally reached level 10 too fast. It's a pity that I won't get experience points if I continue to pick. I don't know if it's because of the maximum level, or the level is too high, I won't get experience points. Let's stop for now. Li Xian fell from the sky, and put all the leaves and flowers he had picked around the big stone, and then called 2 subordinates to carry the leaves and flowers to the base. With so many leaves and flowers, it would take more than 10 trips for these 2 people to carry them all. It was very cumbersome. But this step could not be cancelled, because through these leaves, he could prove the reason for his level increase. That's it. Li Xian guarded these leaves while waiting for the little hedgehog to return. Unfortunately, the little hedgehog still hadn't returned by noon. Li Xian drew a pattern on the border, which roughly meant that he would be back in the afternoon. If the little hedgehog came back, he would let it wait here. Li Xian didn't know whether the little hedgehog could understand it, but he tried his best. With a lot of harvest, Li Xian rushed back to the base in a dusty manner, and saw the sad-looking farmer number 1 in the base, and Gu Xiaohao, who was excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Ha ha ha. Number 2. You are too strong. You actually got so many leaves and locust flowers. Although the energy contained in a single leaf is not much, the amount is large, which is enough for me to charge the token. I must reward you. Gu Xiaohao was so excited. If he didn't have to absorb these leaves as quickly as possible, he would have jumped up and down. Even so, he was shaking while absorbing the energy of the leaves. He felt that he had never encountered such a good thing. He found that since summoning Li Xian, this base seemed to have welcomed a new life, and the energy increased very quickly. Li Xian always brought back a lot of things, and today he brought a big surprise, which made Gu Xiaohao want to cry with happiness. So he must reward Li Xian, a good reward, such as giving Li Xian that quota, that important quota for real transformation. Number 2, I decided to give you that quota. You must be very curious. What is that quota? Right? Gu Xiaohao looked at Li Xian solemnly. Yes. Li Xian was very curious. He was level 10, so he didn't need to pretend to be dumb like before. It's very simple. The quota is transformation, which can make your troops advance. You are a peasant now, the lowest troop, with low combat effectiveness. I will transfer you to a new job later, and then give you that quota, which can make you advance to transformation, with a high probability of advancing to a rare troop, also called a little hero. Gu Xiaohao explained patiently with a smile, without a hint of impatience. If it were any other peasant, Gu Xiaohao would not bother to pay attention, but Li Xian was too good. Gu Xiaohao decided to train him with all his strength. Number 2, there are many types of little heroes, such as warriors with special talents, mages, summoners. In short, this quota is very important. You can even transform into a hero in the future. Gu Xiaohao said quietly, with a little starlight in his eyes. Hero? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, hero. When the little hero reaches level 100, there is a chance to change jobs and become a real hero. master powerful power, and dominate this area. Gu Xiaohao continued to tell the story, with expectation in his eyes. Li Xian listened to Gu Xiaohao's story, and also had great expectations in his heart, thinking about how much the soul can be improved if he becomes a little hero, how much suppressed power will be unlocked. Li Xian was really curious, looking at Gu Xiaohao expectantly, waiting for him to help him change jobs, and then use that quota. Not far away, farmer number 1 watched silently, his eyes full of bitterness. As the first farmer to be created, and an elite farmer who had used special treasures, number 1 was not weak, and even had special talents. But now, the quota originally reserved for him was going to be given to someone else today, which made farmer number 1 very bitter, and he became extremely decadent. The main reason was that he had appeared several days earlier than Li Xian, and his level had always been higher than Li Xian, but Li Xian upgraded too quickly, and surpassed him in a short time, which made farmer number 1 very uncomfortable. However, he was doomed to fail, because Gu Xiaohao took out the ancient token, and at the same time, he also took out a mysterious hexagonal stone. Buzz! The hexagonal stone glowed, reflecting in the air, and gradually formed a figure in the air. A figure of a middle-aged man who looked similar to Gu Xiaohao. The moment this figure appeared, the farmers present felt a terrifying pressure, which was the suppression of the lower level from the higher level. Chapter 389 Job Change. Father! Gu Xiaohao looked at the illusory figure in the sky and shouted happily. Didn't I say that you would summon me when your energy was enough to build a barracks? You are summoning me after just a few days? The illusory figure in the sky looked at Gu Xiaohao and asked with some dissatisfaction. Father, the energy for building a barracks has been accumulated. Look! Gu Xiaohao raised the token in his hand high. The scale on it reached the barracks stage, and even higher. Huh? You've accumulated enough energy so quickly. How could it be? The illusory figure was surprised. It's farmer number 2, his potential is unknown. He helped me find many plants, which allowed me to accumulate energy early. Gu Xiaohao pointed at Li Xian and praised him generously. Unknown potential? I didn't expect you to summon a special farmer. Not bad. Change his job later, so that he can bring you more help. The illusory figure looked at Li Xian with admiration. Okay, father. Gu Xiaohao nodded, and continued. I plan to give him a special quota after he changes his job, and let him become a little hero. No! The illusory figure refused without hesitation, and continued. Farmers with unknown potential have appeared many times in the Oracle world. Most of them developed well in the early stage, but not in the later stage. This quota cannot be given to him. But number 2 is really strong. He helped me find a lot of energy. He is very special, and should have good development in the future. Gu Xiaohao argued. Take a look at this first. The illusory figure waved his hand, the space rippled slightly. A strange blood-colored stone appeared from the space, and fell into Gu Xiaohao's hand. This is Dragon Blood God Stone? Gu Xiaohao was shocked when he saw the blood-colored stone, and looked at his father in disbelief. You guessed right, it is the Dragon Blood God Stone. You are building a barracks now. When you build a first soldier, use the Dragon Blood God Stone, then your first soldier will become a Dragon Blood Warrior, and then give the quota to the Dragon Blood Warrior, making the Dragon Blood Warrior transform into a little hero. At that time, the Dragon Blood Warrior will be a Dragon Blood Hero, and his strength will be very strong. Are you sure you want to give the quota to the peasant? The illusory figure continued. Gu Xiaohao hesitated when he heard this. He looked at Li Xian, and then thought about the powerful Dragon Blood Hero, and immediately knew what he should choose. After a long silence, he nodded and said, Father, you are right. The Dragon Blood Hero is indeed powerful. I know what to do. Well, develop the base as soon as possible. The first wave of attack will start soon. Develop it well. As the illusory figure spoke, it slowly began to fade. It's father! Gu Xiaohao bowed and saluted, watching his father disappear into the world. Then, Gu Xiaohao glanced at Li Xian, then looked at the dragon blood stone in his hand, walked to the side of the Lord Wooden House, and waved the ancient token in his hand. Build a barracks. Boom! With a dull sound, a rich light shone on the ancient token. Then the earth trembled, and an ancient wooden barracks appeared next to the Lord Wooden House, exuding a murderous atmosphere. Looking at the newly appeared barracks, Gu Xiaohao crushed the dragon blood stone in his hand, condensed a ball of red blood floating in the air, and gradually flew into the barracks. Create the first soldier. As Gu Xiaohao spoke, the barracks shone with light, and soon the light dissipated, and a figure with a strong aura around him slowly walked out of the barracks. This figure was burly and majestic, with a height of more than 2 meters, and a pair of eyes like copper bells, exuding a tyrannical aura. What is shocking is that this man's face and skin, actually, are in the state of dragon scales. It is indeed a dragon blood warrior. That's great. Gu Xiaohao felt the breath of the dragon blood warrior, and was very excited. He wanted to use the quota on the dragon blood warrior immediately, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough energy, so he could only give up temporarily. Dragon blood warrior, from now on you will be called Long Zhan, Gu Xiaohao said excitedly. Yes, Lord. Long Zhan's voice was loud, and he carried a huge sword like a door panel behind him, looking mighty and domineering. Okay. Long Zhan. You are free to move around next. Go outside the base to search for energy. Try to get enough energy as soon as possible. I will make you a little hero, Gu Xiaohao said immediately. Yes. Long Zhan nodded, carrying a giant sword, and walked out of the door with a domineering aura. The road he took just happened to overlap with farmer number 1. When these farmers saw Long Zhan coming, they hurriedly made way and did not dare to stop him. Only farmer number 1 was emitting a circle of strange light. He looked at Long Zhan for a few times and then walked aside. Long Zhan glanced at farmer number 1 with disdain, held his head high, and walked proudly outside the base, with pride all over him. You guys should go and collect energy. 2. Gu Xiaohao waved his hand, ordering everyone to go out and collect energy. With the Dragon Blood Warrior, he realized the gap between the Dragon Blood Warrior and ordinary farmers, and his mentality was changing rapidly. However, seeing the halo under farmer number 1's feet, thinking of his talent, thinking of the first wave of monster attacks that would come soon, Gu Xiaohao wanted to improve the strength of number 1. At this time, Gu Xiaohao turned his head and looked at Li Xian, thinking of the energy in the ancient token, which was almost all accumulated by Li Xian, and the quota he promised was not given to Li Xian. Gu Xiaohao felt a little guilty. Wait a minute. Number 2. Your level has reached level 10. I will transfer you to a new profession that is stronger than a farmer, such as a fisherman, a lumberjack, or a miner. You can choose one of the 3, Gu Xiaohao said, waving the ancient token to cover Li Xian. And the remaining energy was also consumed at this moment. Buzz. As the light rippled, 3 options appeared in front of Li Xian. He chose lumberjack at the first moment, and then his whole body began to transform from the inside out. Crack. As if something was broken, Li Xian's whole body shook violently, and a sense of enlightenment surged into his heart. At the same time, he also gained a talent of rules that can be summoned into a lumberjack. That is to say, even if he died, when he was summoned to this world again, he would appear as a lumberjack, not a weak farmer, which was a huge improvement. In addition, his soul power also surged, equivalent to Qin Yu's soul power for 100 days, and the suppression of various abilities weakened again. Number 2. Since you are not a farmer anymore, give yourself a name. Gu Xiaohao thought for a while and said, Li Xian. Let's call it Li Xian. Li Xian said. Okay, Gu Xiaohao said, and pointed at Li Xian. And then the attribute panel appeared. Name, Li Xian level 10/20 occupation, lumberjack combat power, 30 specialties, logging, weeding, planting, pest control. Belongs to God domain. Gu Xiaohao territory potential, unknown huh? You actually retain the ability of a farmer. Is this your specialness? Gu Xiaohao was very surprised to see the abilities that Li Xian was good at. Unfortunately, these abilities could not be compared with those of the Dragon Blood Warrior. He finally shook his head and said, Go and earn energy. After saying this, Gu Xiaohao said to the farmer number 1, You have good talent. Get to level 10 as soon as possible. I will also let you change your job. It's the Lord. Farmer number 1 was very happy, and hurriedly led the farmers away. Li Xian glanced at Gu Xiaohao, said nothing, and left with the condensed axe. At this moment, his observation range increased greatly. The observation range of a normal lumberjack is only 2 meters away, which is twice as much as that of a farmer. If he adds various talents, he can see 10 meters away, and the God perspective can see 12 meters away, which increases very rapidly. It's a pity that he didn't get the quota. Li Xian was a little unwilling, thinking about whether to find an opportunity to kill the Dragon Blood Warrior. Chapter 390 Rapid Upgrade. To be honest, He actually valued that quota very much, and he worked so hard before just to get it. But he didn't expect that. The quota would eventually fall to the Dragon Blood Warrior. Although this guy hasn't got it yet, but when the energy is enough, it will definitely be used on the Dragon Blood Warrior. And the energy required shouldn't be too much, probably so many barracks, so this matter is more troublesome. Li Xian frowned, finally shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's talk about it later, upgrade first, the rest are empty, the soul is the root of everything." Li Xian felt his soul power, and felt that many abilities were released a little. He smiled, and felt that he might be able to explore 50 meters away. Let's continue to find the little hedgehog. There is no farmer following me this time, so I can move freely. Li Xian has become a lumberjack, and his combat power has been directly increased from 20 points of a level 10 farmer to 30 points. With such combat power, coupled with various talents, Li Xian can already explore the area 50 meters away, with no farmers following him. He strode directly to the 50-meter boundary line. From a distance, he saw the little hedgehog guarding the 50-meter line. Li Xian was not surprised to see it. What surprised him was the many fruits on its back, which were of various kinds and large in number. In addition, there was a lot of honey floating on the little hedgehog's head. The natural color of the honey aroused Li Xian's appetite. After putting away the axe, Li Xian's body changed and turned into a hedgehog again. At the same time, he found that the suppression force was much smaller, and the ability to change could last longer. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction, and quickly came to the hedgehog's vicinity, and walked to its field of vision. Chirp! The hedgehog was anxiously waiting, and when he saw Li Xian, he jumped happily, and immediately offered everything with telekinesis. Just like a dog, Li Xian was not polite, and took them all at once, tasting the effects of these fruits one by one. Needless to say, these fruits are all good things. Some strengthen the fire element, some strengthen the water element, some strengthen the soul, and some strengthen the spirit. In short, the effect was extraordinary. Li Xian gave up the fruit that strengthened his body and ate the rest. As for the last honey, Li Xian tasted it carefully. Instantly, the sweet fragrance filled his mouth and his whole body felt warm. Li Xian observed carefully and found that the ability of his companion's spirit suit had actually increased a little bit, which surprised Li Xian. After the companion's spirit suit reached the extraordinary level, there was no change, except that the soul became stronger and the power of the companion's spirit suit was a little stronger. There was basically no change. The companion spirit suit can evolve into the companion holy suit. Now that I have eaten a little bit of honey, the companion spirit suit has a reaction. Does that mean that I have found the way to evolution? Li Xian's eyes changed completely when he looked at the honey. He felt that his companion spirit suit had a chance to evolve into a companion holy suit. With deep expectations, Li Xian began to eat heartily, and ate all the honey. During this process, Li Xian found that the companion spirit suit was getting stronger little by little. Although it was still a long way from transforming into a companion holy suit, Li Xian saw hope. Continue to search for honey. No. Let's go 50 meters away to find fruits that strengthen the soul. The soul is the key. Li Xian looked at the little hedgehog opposite him, chirped twice, and then walked towards the area 50 meters away. The little hedgehog was surprised that Li Xian took the initiative to approach the area 50 meters away this time, but it was very happy, and immediately led the way in front. Huh? The strange wind blew the weeds and branches in the air, and Li Xian, who had just stepped into the 51st meter, felt the cold chill, which was the chill that could blow to the bone marrow. Li Xian did not dare to be careless. With a sense of crisis, followed the little hedgehog a little bit forward, and slowly got into the green grass. The plants 50 meters away are very lush, green and dotted with flowers. It's simply a different world. Walking in such an environment, Li Xian felt a sense of crisis from time to time, although it was not strong, but Li Xian still realized the degree of danger here. Swish! A black venomous snake suddenly emerged from the grass, and the black snake passed by like a black lightning, but the next second the black venomous snake died suddenly, and was stabbed to death by the little hedgehog's telekinetic control of the spikes. Looking at the dead venomous snake, and seeing the experience points just gone, Li Xian felt a little distressed. There was no way, these were all experience points, which could help him level up quickly. Li Xian even thought, should I let the little hedgehog hurt the monster, and then I would kill the monster, so that I could gain experience points. If I let the little hedgehog help, I can definitely level up quickly, and reach level 10 today, and meet the job change conditions again, but this is too abnormal. Li Xian shook his head. Although he became a lumberjack, his combat power only increased by 10 points. It is absolutely impossible to level up 10 levels in one day, and it is even difficult to level up 2 levels. But thinking of what Gu Xiaohao had done before, Li Xian was not going to delay anymore. Nor was he going to pin his hopes on Gu Xiaohao, because he was not a man who kept his promises, no matter what the reason. Let's upgrade. Strengthen the soul as soon as possible. At worst, give up this body, and be summoned by someone else again. Thinking of this, Li Xian looked at the little hedgehog. Chirp! Li Xian called twice, using the Wanjie communication to simulate speaking, which roughly meant that when you meet prey again, don't kill it. Just beat it half to death. Chirp! When the little hedgehog heard Li Xian talking, it immediately cried out happily twice, as if Li Xian talking to it meant that he recognized it. This also made the little hedgehog jump excitedly, running here, running there, and soon attracted a group of enemies. Shichichi. The spikes on the hedgehog's body suddenly floated up, flying out like a sharp blade, and swishing to hit the prey one by one. These prey included ants, earthworms, grasshoppers, locusts, in short. They were all warned and were in a dying state. Well done! Li Xian praised through the Wanjie communication, and then opened his mouth, and fireballs condensed and appeared, smashing into the prey. Boom, boom, boom! The flames shone, and the prey were hit by the flames one by one, burning to death in the painful burning. And a large amount of experience points were fed back. Experience points plus 6. Experience points plus 7. Experience points plus 8 because the experience points increased too quickly. Li Xian was promoted directly from level 1 to level 4. The high experience points surprised Li Xian again and again. Name, Li Xian. Level 43/100 Occupation, Lumberjack Combat Power, 60 Specialties, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Pest Control. Belonging to, Divine Domain, Gu Xiaohao Territory. Potential, Unknown. Looking at his level, looking at his combat power that has doubled, Li Xian is really happy. Especially the increase in soul power, which makes Li Xian feel extremely happy. The main level is increased too fast, a full 3-level increase. The soul enhancement brought by these 3 upgrades, which together is equivalent to the amount of soul provided by Qin Yu for 1 year. Such a harvest is almost to the extreme. As long as I keep going, my soul won't take too long to break through to the upper gold level, Li Xian said secretly, hoping to reach the upper gold level as soon as possible and become stronger. However, Gu Xiaohao will definitely notice something unusual. Should I go back to Gu Xiaohao after I reach level 10? After all, I will probably have to change my job after reaching level 10. I can go back and take a look. What if there is a chance to change my job? If he disagrees, then we break up. At worst, I can just self-destruct and choose another summoner to summon me. Chapter 391 Full Level. Considering this, Li Xian collected the bodies of the dead prey and placed them one by one in the 49-meter area, in case he needed them later. After doing all this, Li Xian continued to move forward, following the little hedgehog through the grass, and came to an area of crooked trees. The trees here were bare, and exuded a rotten smell, only the occasional tree, which exuded vitality. The little hedgehog selected a blue fruit tree, raised its little paw and pointed, and chirped non-stop. Is it delicious? Li Xian understood what the little hedgehog said, walked to the bottom of the fruit tree, carefully observed the blue fruit tree, found that the fruit looked a bit like strawberries, but it was blue. Li Xian mobilized telekinesis, and used common sense to pick these blue fruits, but it felt a bit strenuous. So strong, it's not easy to pick. Li Xian was surprised. His telekinesis was continuously released, and the range that could be used reached 8 meters, and the telekinesis that could be mobilized was also much stronger. But with such a strong telekinesis, it was a bit difficult to pick the fruits, and it consumed a lot of telekinesis, which surprised Li Xian. However, Li Xian's soul was strong, and he was not afraid of telekinesis consumption. So his telekinesis was like a big net, covering the fruits on the tree, and he began to pick them quickly. Soon, the fruits were picked one by one. Li Xian tasted them, and in an instant, his spatial ability rippled slightly, and even the space he carried with him became a little bigger. This blue strawberry can actually enhance spatial ability. Good stuff. If it continues to be enhanced, will my portable space be able to be used in this world? Li Xian felt joyful, and felt that it was very likely. With deep expectations, Li Xian continued to search and picked hundreds of blue strawberries from the tree. While eating, he used telekinesis to wrap the blue strawberries and floated them in the air. The little hedgehog looked at this scene in surprise. It seemed that he did not expect that Li Xian could use telekinesis to move so many fruits. Even he himself did not expect it. With curiosity, it also learned from Li Xian, using telekinesis to control the leaves around it, slowly floating in the air, and gradually learned Li Xian's trick. After learning it, the little hedgehog jumped up and down, showing its childish personality. It looks like it's still an underage hedgehog. Such a small hedgehog actually has such strength. I wonder what it can achieve when it grows up. Li Xian was a little curious, but he quickly put the matter behind him. Improving the soul is the main point. He will not give up the main thing for the sake of the trivial. After eating the blue strawberry, he turned around and used the Wanjia communication to ask the little hedgehog about the area where the hawthorn was located. Hawthorn can strengthen the soul power. Although it is not as much as the red fruit, it is also a rare good thing. How could Li Xian miss it? Naturally, he had to eat a lot. Chirp! The little hedgehog jumped and pointed to the east, indicating that Li Xian should follow it. Li Xian nodded, eating the blue strawberry while following, slowly walking through the green plants. Whoosh! A big rat suddenly emerged from the bushes, biting Li Xian fiercely with its sharp teeth, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Boom! The hot flames spewed out from the mouth of the little hedgehog, and in an instant, the flames rolled, and the big rat flew backwards, and its whole body was burning, and it was also heading towards death. Li Xian looked at the flames released by the little hedgehog, and felt that its flames were not ordinary strong, and were obviously different from ordinary flames, and it must have eaten a lot of fruits that strengthened flames. Of course, Li Xian would not miss the opportunity to gain experience points. He immediately condensed several fireballs and blasted them over. Boom, boom, boom. Under Li Xian's series of bombardments, the already dying rat died in despair and was burned to ashes. Experience points plus 10 points? Not bad. But I always feel that this is not all the experience points of the rat. Could it be because of the little hedgehog's action? Li Xian secretly guessed. But he was too lazy to investigate further. He continued to follow the little hedgehog forward, looking for the figure of Hawthorn. They encountered many attacks along the way. Unknown creatures appeared from time to time, and even a lone wolf was seen. A lone wolf is simply a crippled wolf, a useless wolf that was driven out of the wolf pack. But these wolves alone put a lot of pressure on Li Xian, and were very dangerous. Even if the little hedgehog saw it, it chose to bypass it. Of course, the little hedgehog was not afraid of the lone wolf, but there was no need for conflict. Their food was different, and there was no reason to fight. In addition, the lone wolf's detection range was relatively small. This wolf did not find Li Xian and the little hedgehog at all. They just missed each other and ignored each other. Chirp! After walking forward for a distance, the little hedgehog suddenly pointed to something in the distance and said something, as if explaining, "Where is your home?" Li Xian was surprised, and immediately followed the little hedgehog. After walking more than 1,000 meters, they stopped under a grape trellis. Soon, when the little hedgehog looked around, an underground cave appeared in the bushes. This was the little hedgehog's home. Li Xian took a quick look from his god perspective, and found that there was a strange white line not far from here. The white line was like a huge circular decomposition line, separating the two areas. The inner area, where Li Xian and his team were, was not particularly strange. However, the outer area gave people a strange feeling. Even when Li Xian looked at it, he felt a little creepy. It seemed that this white line represented the safety level. If you crossed this line, you would face a terrible attack. This also made Li Xian feel heavy-hearted, and he wondered what existed outside the white line. Chirp! The little hedgehog came over and raised his little paw, pointing at the white line and shouting something. After hearing this, Li Xian was surprised, because the little hedgehog said that the area within the white line was a safe zone, which meant that the area they were in, including the area within 50 meters, was actually a safe zone. Outside the white line was a shallow danger zone, where various monsters were rampant, and they needed to be extra careful. The key point was that the little hedgehog said that it often went to the shallow danger zone, which once again refreshed Li Xian's understanding of the little hedgehog. This little hedgehog is really amazing. It's so powerful even before it reaches adulthood. How strong will it be when it reaches adulthood? Li Xian glanced at the little hedgehog, and was surprised at how powerful it was. However, strengthening the soul was the key point. So Li Xian continued to urge the little hedgehog to find the hawthorn tree. Sure. The little hedgehog was not vague and continued to move forward with Li Xian. They encountered dangers from time to time along the way, including various strange insects, poisonous flowers, and black water. It was very thrilling. Fortunately, the little hedgehog was very powerful. It was like entering an uninhabited place here. It easily passed through a large area, which also made Li Xian level increase rapidly. In just 1 hour, Li Xian level was raised to level 10, reaching the limit of the lumberjack's level, and could not be raised any further. Name, Li Xian. Level 10 maximum level. Need to change job occupation, lumberjack combat power, 130 specialties, logging, weeding, planting, pest control, affiliation, divine domain, Gu Xiaohao territory. Potential, unknown. Chapter 392 The Pointed-Eared Beauty. Seeing that his level had reached the maximum, feeling that his various abilities had been released, Li Xian nodded with satisfaction. The visual perspective can see about 50 meters away. How about the God perspective? Li Xian turned on the God perspective, and in an instant a large area fell into his observation. The observation range was not smaller than the visual observation at all, and it was slightly beyond it. About 50 meters in radius? Not bad, really good. Li Xian was very surprised. The powerful God perspective gave him stronger self-confidence, especially under the God perspective. The various hidden dangers also appeared clearly. Finally, I saw the hawthorn tree. This is a good thing to strengthen the soul. Li Xian scanned the area of 50 meters, and finally found the hawthorn tree. He saw the dense red hawthorns on it. The ruddy fruits made Li Xian mouth sour. More than one? There is another one over there. Huh? There is a river in the shallow danger zone. Wait, what kind of monster is that? Tentacles? Li Xian narrowed his eyes. From the perspective of God, he found a tiger-like figure, but on its neck, there were many tentacles. These tentacles swayed around the tiger neck, emitting a strange black light. At this time, one of the tentacles suddenly stretched out, like a black lightning, and stretched out a long way. When it came back, it was covered with blood. Li Xian saw a leopard-like creature falling from the tree, and its heart was pierced by a blow. It's it. There's no doubt about it. The creature that attacked me at that time was this tentacle tiger, Li Xian said secretly. He was very afraid of this monster. The sense of crisis brought by the other party was too strong. Li Xian was frightened from the bottom of his heart. Chirp! Chirp! The little hedgehog saw Li Xian not moving for a long time, and quickly raised his little paw, pointing at a distance and calling out. In that direction was a big tree, which was a hawthorn tree. Let's go! Li Xian said through the Wanjia communication, and walked towards the hawthorn tree. There were so many hawthorns. Li Xian was looking forward to how much he could be strengthened. If he could be strengthened to the upper level of gold, it would be a big profit. With deep expectations, Li Xian and the little hedgehog came under the hawthorn tree. At this time Li Xian swept his eyes from the perspective of God, and his eyes lit up. There are people. Li Xian walked towards the boundary line within 50 meters, and finally stopped at the boundary line. He used the God perspective to scan, and clearly saw the figures. It was a pointy-eared beauty holding a longbow. She was wearing a strange green outfit, with fair skin, a hot body, and an extremely beautiful face. She was simply beautiful. Li Xian had seen many beauties, but only Qin Yu could compare with such a beautiful woman. However, compared with this pointy-eared woman, Qin Yu was less sexy and more cute. My little Qin Yu is still cuter, Li Xian muttered secretly, and continued to observe the pointed-eared woman. He had to admit that she was really sexy and had a hot body. At this moment, the woman was looking around with a serious expression, guarding a few winged little people, collecting flowers and weeds, just like a farmer weeding. This scene, could it be another lord? Li Xian guessed secretly, and continued to observe from a God perspective, and soon found a base full of natural atmosphere. As expected, it is a lord similar to Gu Xiaohao. There is no one in the territory. Could it be that the pointy-eared beauty holding the longbow is the lord? Li Xian was very surprised. Gu Xiaohao, as a man, never dared to leave the base. But unexpectedly, the pointy-eared beauty here was very brave, and actually left the base directly. You know, this beauty doesn't look very old. Probably just a girl. This also made Li Xian look at this girl with a new eye. The lords are in a competitive relationship. It is inevitable that wars will break out in the future for resources. Although Gu Xiaohao has made good progress in the early stage, I always feel that Gu Xiaohao is no match for this girl. Li Xian muttered secretly, and did not move forward. Nor did he intend to contact the girl. The main reason was that he was a lumberjack in Gu Xiaohao base. If he rashly entered the range of other people's bases, it would be a provocation, and he would probably be attacked. Unless Li Xian was abandoned by Gu Xiaohao and became a refugee. Even refugees are divided into different levels. It is easier to be valued as a lumberjack. If Gu Xiaohao does not transfer my job, I will come to this base. Maybe I will be valued by this girl and recruited as a member of the base, thus completing the job transfer. It is also an additional choice. Li Xian muttered secretly, thinking about the possibility of being recruited after becoming a refugee. Now that his level has reached level 10, there is a high chance of being recruited. Especially now in the early stage. A refugee is of great help. Not to mention a lumberjack. Of course, Li Xian could also commit suicide. Return to the world of summoned beasts. And be summoned again. An upgrade from level 1. I go back and confront Gu Xiaohao first. If he doesn't give me a job change, I leave and become a refugee. And find this pointy-eared beauty. If I'm not recruited, I commit suicide again. Return to the world of summoned beasts. And be summoned again. That's it. After considering this, Li Xian returned to the hawthorn tree and used telekinesis to quickly pick the fruits on the tree. Li Xian, who was at level 10, had stronger telekinesis. He easily picked the hawthorns from the tree, and then ate them quickly, constantly strengthening his soul. Seeing that Li Xian loved hawthorns so much, the little hedgehog ran to a hawthorn tree not far away, used telekinesis to get a bunch of them, and handed them to Li Xian like offering treasures. Li Xian was not polite, and took them all at once. Then he ate the hawthorns and blue strawberries at the same time, and his mouth was full of sour water, which was very sour and refreshing. 10 minutes later. Let's go. Let's go back. Li Xian ate very sour and refreshingly. His soul power and spatial ability increased rapidly, but his mouth was too uncomfortable, so he had to distract himself by hurrying. Then he returned along the same route with the previous road. The two of them moved faster, and in less than half an hour, they returned to the area 50 meters outside Gu Xiaohao territory. Back here, Li Xian continued to eat hawthorn and blue strawberries until almost dusk, when he finished eating blue strawberries. But unfortunately, there was still a lot of hawthorn. Li Xian originally planned to give the hawthorn to the little hedgehog, but the blue strawberry had a strong effect, and Li Xian portable space could actually be opened. Although opening the portable space in this world consumes a lot of soul power, and can only open a small gap, Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. That's great. I can finally store the spoils. Li Xian immediately put all the hawthorns into the portable space, and even put the prey they killed along the way into the space. After doing all this, Li Xian asked the little hedgehog to get 10 mouse corpses, and then he was ready to return. Chirp! Li Xian used a Wanjie communication to say something to the little hedgehog, asking it to go back first and come back tomorrow morning. The little hedgehog felt very happy with Li Xian, hearing that they could play together tomorrow. It immediately jumped up and left in a happy mood. After the little hedgehog completely got into the grass, Li Xian left a message on the ground. The general meaning is, if I don't show up tomorrow, then the little hedgehog should leave and don't need to come back. Under normal circumstances, Li Xian will definitely come. If he doesn't come, something must have happened. Li Xian took a deep breath, tied up 10 big rats with a vine, turned and walked towards Gu Xiaohao base. The energy contained in these 10 big rats is not small, enough to build 3 barracks. By bringing so much energy to Gu Xiaohao, Li Xian has done his best. If Gu Xiaohao doesn't transfer Li Xian's job, then Li Xian can only leave here and become a refugee, looking for a new master. With this idea in mind, Li Xian walked forward step by step in the dark environment, walking towards the base alone on the black land full of insects, rats and ants. From a distance, Li Xian found a person standing proudly at the entrance of the base. That person was the Dragon Blood Warrior. At this moment, the Dragon Blood Warrior stood like a javelin, with explosive muscles bulging high, and blood vessels like earthworms bulging in the flesh and blood, looking very powerful. With a 2-meter-long door panel sword behind the Dragon Blood Warrior, the Dragon Blood Warrior at this moment was very deterrent. But Li Xian was not afraid of the Dragon Blood Warrior. At level 10, he unlocked many abilities, which was enough to cause a lot of trouble to the Dragon Blood Warrior. Chapter 393 Dark Evil Tiger. Where have you been? Why did you come back so late? The Dragon Blood Warrior saw Li Xian coming back, and asked coldly, looking at Li Xian with a condescending look. I went to look for energy. Li Xian frowned. Why didn't I find you? I walked around the area within 50 meters, and didn't see you at all. Tell me, where did you go? The Dragon Blood Warrior said condescendingly. I went to the area 100 meters away. Li Xian frowned even more. 100 meters away? Just you? Even I don't dare to go 100 meters away easily now, how can you? A lumberjack. Go 100 meters away. The Dragon Blood Warrior said in disbelief. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. These rats are creatures outside the 100 meters. Oh, I forgot, you haven't been outside the 100 meters, so you are not qualified to know these rats. Li Xian said, carrying the rat on the vine, strode into the base. Such words almost made the proud Dragon Blood Warrior explode. But when he saw the rats, he narrowed his eyes. These rats contain great energy. They must have been very powerful when they were alive. Why did the lumberjack carry 10 of them? Did he really go 100 meters away? No. It's very dangerous over there. How dare this kid? And there's something wrong with his level. The Dragon Blood Warrior was in doubt. He was only level 1. He didn't dare to go too far. He could only fight in the 50-meter area. Fortunately, his fighting ability was very strong. He still killed 3 prey at level 1. And protected the farmers, and got a lot of weeds. He showed great strength, which amazed Gu Xiaohao. But there was a problem in the base. No one could solve this problem. Not even the Dragon Blood Warriors. Then they thought of Li Xian, and prepared to see if Li Xian had any solution. But Li Xian came back so late. And the Dragon Blood Warriors even went out to look for him for a long time. But they couldn't find him. That's why the scene just now happened. The center of the base. Gu Xiaohao sat silently in front of a big black pot, holding a water bag with an ugly face. Because there was not much water left, this little water was only enough for today's meal. If there was no water tomorrow, the whole base would starve. This was a huge trouble for the base. Gu Xiaohao had to solve this problem. Next to him, Farmer number 1 stood quietly. Now he had become a lumberjack, named Gushan. He was lucky. Today Gushan helped the Dragon Blood Warrior fight, got a lot of experience points, successfully reached level 10, met the conditions for job transfer. After returning to the base, Gu Xiaohao immediately changed the job of farmer number 1 to a lumberjack. And he had his own name. To be honest, Gushan has been performing very poorly recently. And the resources he brought back were not even 1/10 of Li Xian. But Gushan still became a lumberjack. The same profession as Li Xian. The reason is that Gushan has a special talent, which is command and amplification. This talent allows Gushan to command many subordinates and amplify them. Because of this talent, he still received the same treatment as Li Xian without making much contribution, and changed his job to a lumberjack. This is also the reason why Gushan is happy. Sure enough, if you pay more, you may not give more. Even if I don't pay anything, as long as I have talent, I can give more than Li Xian. In the future, when I reach the maximum level, the Lord will definitely transfer my job as soon as possible. As for Li Xian, he can only work hard to earn energy. Gushan smiled, knowing that if the lumberjack wants to transfer his job after reaching the maximum level, he will need more energy. With such a large consumption, Gu Xiaohao will definitely not give it out easily. Gushan guessed that it would be very difficult for Li Xian to get a chance to transfer his job. He would need to provide a lot of energy and merit to transfer his job. But Gushan is different. As long as he reaches level 10, he can change his job. Even if he doesn't bring back energy, he can use the energy brought back by Li Xian to change his job. Because he has talent, he can develop into a general in the future. Gu Xiaohao will definitely train him with all his strength. When he thinks that the energy Li Xian brings back every day is for Gushan, Gushan is very happy and feels that his future is bright. Gushan, who is in a good mood, stands quietly, guarding Gu Xiaohao and waiting for Li Xian to return. Huh? Li Xian is finally back. He actually brought back so many big rats. Gu Xiaohao felt something, looked in the direction of the base entrance, and when he saw Li Xian, Gu Xiaohao was stunned. His brows instantly frowned. No, the level is wrong. Gu Xiaohao quickly walked to Li Xian's side and directly opened Li Xian attribute panel. Name, Li Xian. Level 10 maximum level, need to change job occupation. Lumberjack combat power, 130 specialties. Logging, weeding, planting, pest control. Belongs to, divine domain, Gu Xiaohao territory potential, unknown. Level 10? You actually reached level 10? How is that possible? Gu Xiaohao was shocked, looking at Li Xian in disbelief, and froze in place. Gu Shan, who was secretly happy, also widened his eyes, looking at Li Xian attribute panel in horror, and was frightened. Even the Dragon Blood Warrior was stunned, and couldn't believe that Li Xian had reached level 10. You know, Li Xian had just changed his job at noon, and he and the Dragon Blood Warrior were both level 1, but the Dragon Blood Warrior hadn't even reached level 2, and Li Xian had reached level 10. Such a gap, so frightened the Dragon Blood Warrior that he began to doubt his life. What's wrong with your level? Gu Xiaohao eyes flickered, suspecting that Li Xian was hiding something. Lucky, I encountered some half-dead creatures, and I solved them by the way, and then I reached level 10. Li Xian said calmly. Is there such a good thing? Where is it? Take me to see it. Gu Xiaohao looked unconvinced. It's 100 meters away, I take you there right now. Li Xian said directly. 100 meters away? Isn't that the shallow danger zone? Gu Xiaohao's face changed completely. He was completely scared. Even with the protection of the Dragon Blood Warrior, Gu Xiaohao didn't dare to go out of the base more than 10 meters. Li Xian was talking about the shallow danger zone. Gu Xiaohao didn't dare to go there, and gave up immediately. But Gu Xiaohao was very suspicious of Li Xian, and couldn't help looking at the Dragon Blood Warrior. Long John, you and Li Xian go to the shallow danger zone to see if what he said is true or not. Lord, there are monsters rampant in the shallow danger zone. My level is only level 1. It is very dangerous to go there. It is best to go after level 5. The Dragon Blood Warrior saluted respectfully, not daring to step into the shallow danger zone easily. That's right, I forgot you were only level 1. Gu Xiaohao frowned, and looked at Li Xian again. Your words are too unrealistic. You describe the scene in the shallow danger zone, then I will believe you. Okay, I saw a tiger over there, with many tentacles on its neck, looking very strong, like a king. Li Xian said. Tiger? Tentacles? You actually encountered the dark evil tiger. Gu Xiaohao was shocked when he heard this. He had heard a lot of information from his father, and knew clearly how powerful this tiger was. This tiger was the biggest obstacle in the early development of the base. A dark evil tiger could easily destroy a base. It was definitely the strongest boss in the novice area, and was very difficult to deal with. Gu Xiaohao did not leave the base before because he was afraid of this evil tiger. But who would have thought that Li Xian would actually encounter it? This was really shocking. Can this tiger prove that I have been to the shallow danger zone? Li Xian asked again. It can prove that the dark evil tiger does roam the shallow danger zone. As for your level, if I guess correctly, you took advantage of the monsters that the dark evil tiger injured. And you were lucky enough to reach level 10. Right? Gu Xiaohao guessed. I did take advantage of it. And got some experience points. Li Xian told the truth. There was nothing wrong with this. It was indeed a bargain. But Li Xian did not say whose it was. Is that so? Gu Xiaohao stared at Li Xian carefully. And finally nodded. I have reached the maximum level. Can I change my job? Li Xian stated his purpose. Yes. But you need to complete a trial task before changing your job. If you can bring back a water bag of water, I will change your job for you. Gu Xiaohao's eyes flickered, and he took out a water bag. This is a space item. After filling it with water, it will be enough for them to live for several days. Okay. Li Xian had seen the river from a god perspective before. It was easy to find water. He just hoped that after he brought back the water, Gu Xiaohao would fulfill his promise. Chapter 394 Leaving. Then let's eat. Gu Xiaohao handed the water bag directly to Li Xian, with a generous attitude. But his right hand, which was in his pocket, clenched a strange stone, which could communicate with his father, and summon his father's illusory figure. It seemed that Gu Xiaohao was ready to communicate with his father, and ask about the situation. This scene, naturally, was seen by Li Xian, who had a god perspective, and he said nothing, but took the water bag and hung it on his shoulder. Next to it, the Dragon Blood Warrior and Gu Shan looked at each other, without saying anything, but looked at Li Xian with strange eyes. The task of finding water is very difficult. Previously, the Dragon Blood Warrior walked around within 50 meters outside the base, but did not find any water source. If you want to find a water source, you can only go 50 meters away, or even to the shallow danger zone. The key is that even in the shallow danger zone, you may not find a water source, so this task is very dangerous, and you may die if you are not careful. Such a difficult task, even the dragon blood warriors were unwilling to go now, but without water, they had problems even eating, so they could only go to look for it. Originally, the most suitable person to go was the dragon blood warrior, after all. He was the strongest, but it was a pity that Gu Xiaohao gave this task to Li Xian, and also said it was a trial task. For Li Xian, it was more of a life or death task than a trial. The dragon blood warriors and Gu Shan naturally saw it, but they said nothing, and hoped that Li Xian could bring back water. If Li Xian had an accident and died, it would be Li Xian death, and it had nothing to do with others. So no one spoke now, and everyone followed Gu Xiaohao to the big iron pot, and cooked a pot of weeds to eat. After dinner, Li Xian returned to the farmer wooden house, preparing to spend the dangerous night. Considering the stone that Gu Xiaohao had held before, Li Xian sat in the corner of the house, secretly released his listening ability, and listened to the sound of Gu Xiaohao wooden house from a distance. Gu Xiaohao Lord House. Things really happened as Li Xian expected. After Gu Xiaohao closed the door, he took out the stone and called his father. Soon, an illusory figure appeared, floating in the air, emitting the special fluctuations of a higher life form. Gu Xiaohao told what happened today, including his suspicion of Li Xian and possible secrets, without hiding anything, which made the illusory figure narrow his eyes. This person may indeed have hidden a secret. The Lord of the God Realm world, when summoning his subjects, has a certain chance of summoning creatures from a special world. This Li Xian may come from a special world, and has hidden secrets. It is indeed worth exploring. Let's do this. When he changes his job, you will have the strongest control over him. Then use this precious crystal to explore all his memories. If he hides a big secret, and it is worth controlling, you can summon me immediately. Then I will spend another precious treasure to control this person as a slave. The illusory figure said calmly. But when he mentioned the treasure, he seemed a little painful. Okay, father. When he gets the water back, I will change his job, and then I will investigate his memory. Gu Xiaohao said seriously. Well, that's it, the illusory figure said, leaving behind a precious crystal, and then the illusory figure disappeared, leaving only Gu Xiaohao stroking his chin and thinking secretly. Farmer Wooden House. Li Xian retracted his ability to listen, lowered his head slightly, feeling a little irritable. After all, it has come to this point. I originally wanted to find hope here, but unfortunately I still have to leave in the end, Li Xian said secretly, with a cold look in his eyes. And then he leaned against the corner, closed his eyes, and dozed off alone. The farmers around him were like little quails, curled up in the corner to sleep. And only Gu Shan glanced at Li Xian leaning against the corner, and said nothing. In this way, time passed slowly, and gradually came to the next day. In the early morning, the sun was shining, and the air was fresh. Li Xian walked out of the wooden house early, holding a water bag and looking at the sky. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds. However, when looking at the scene outside the base, it was still the dark world. This base is like an independent little world. It's really magical. Li Xian glanced at the entire territory, and then looked in the direction of the Lord Mansion. From the perspective of God, he found that Gu Xiaohao was still sleeping. Li Xian ignored him, but carried the water bag out of the base, and walked silently in the dark alone. Half an hour after Li Xian left, Gu Xiaohao got up lazily, saw the dragon blood warrior and Gu Shan and others outside the door, but did not see Li Xian. Where's Li Xian? Gu Xiaohao touched the precious crystal in his pocket. He's gone. He left early in the morning, Gu Shan said truthfully. Gone? He was very diligent in changing his job. Gu Xiaohao smiled. Lord, I saw that Li Xian's face was a little strange yesterday. Will he betray you? Leave the base forever? Gu Shan hesitated and said, Don't worry. The night in the God domain is very dangerous. It's okay these few days, but it will be very dangerous on the night of death. Without the protection of the base, he will die outside. So Li Xian will never dare to betray. He can only follow my orders and find water, Gu Xiaohao said confidently. I see, I'm relieved, but can he bring back water? This mission is difficult, Gu Shan said again. It is indeed difficult, so you have to work hard to upgrade, and have the strength to enter the shallow danger zone as soon as possible, Gu Xiaohao urged. Yes. We will definitely work hard to improve our strength. Gu Shan and the Dragon Blood Warrior nodded hurriedly, and then, under Gu Xiaohao command, left the base to upgrade and obtain resources. On the other side, shallow danger zone. Li Xian has now turned into a hedgehog, dragging the water bag with telekinesis, moving forward step by step. In front of him, the little hedgehog is clearing the way, using various means of attack, killing the attackers. Even the corpses are collected by Li Xian and thrown into the portable space. During this process, Li Xian is also eating hawthorn. His soul power is constantly improving, moving towards the upper gold level. Such a fast improvement speed makes Li Xian very satisfied. He likes it very much, and wants to improve for a long time. Unfortunately, there are too few hawthorns. It takes time to find hawthorns. The outside world at night is too dangerous. Li Xian can't forget the strange scene at night. He must find a new residence as soon as possible. First collect the water source, and then take the water source to find the female lord next door. Maybe she will be taken seriously. Li Xian muttered secretly. He also had water in his personal space, but he couldn't take it out at all. It was as if the water was not qualified to appear in this world. This made Li Xian realize again that the extraordinariness of this world. This extraordinariness is the extraordinariness from the essence of higher existence. Li Xian even planned to find some water later, put it into his personal space, and see what changes would happen. With this idea in mind, Li Xian followed the little hedgehog and stopped near a strange black plant. What is this? Li Xian asked hurriedly. He had a feeling that as long as he ate this strange plant, he would definitely get great benefits. Chapter 395 Refugees. Chirp. The little hedgehog looked at the plant, and also showed greedy eyes, but it suppressed this greed, raised its little paw to express something to Li Xian, and even pointed at the grass. There was a dark spider hidden, a spider that made Li Xian shudder after seeing it. Dark spider? Li Xian understood the words of the little hedgehog through the communication of the 10,000 worlds, and learned that the bead plant was called the Flower of Darkness, which was of great help to the dark power. In the world of God domain full of darkness, this bead of dark flower is good for any living being. The key point is that the dark flower appears randomly. Every night, the dark flower disappears from its original place and reappears in a new area. This also makes the dark flower very difficult to find. But it is also easy for any living being to get it. Now, this bead of dark flower is about to mature. Hiss. With a hissing sound, the dark spider rushed out suddenly, and the black silk thread was like a sharp steel needle, suddenly piercing the little hedgehog. The speed of the thread was extremely fast. Even with Li Xian's strength, he couldn't see it clearly. This made Li Xian's face change slightly. Ding ding ding. A series of sparks appeared. With the sound of ding ding ding, dense spikes floated up from the hedgehog's body, flying towards the dark spider like a rain curtain. Both sides floated directly in the air, and a life and death battle broke out in this area. The speed was as fast as lightning. Is this the real strength of the little hedgehog? It's so strong. Li Xian couldn't believe it. The silly and cute little hedgehog actually showed such terrible strength. This strength was probably close to that of the dark evil tiger. This little hedgehog was still a minor, and his fighting skills were immature, which was why he fought the dark spider so hard. If the little hedgehog had grown up, how strong would it be? Li Xian couldn't imagine it, but he knew that the little hedgehog was about to win. Bang! A dull sound sounded, and a dark figure fell to the ground, making a strange scream, and then the figure fled into the distance. Swish! The little hedgehog fell from the sky, with telekinesis wrapping around 4 spider legs. Obviously they had just been torn off. Li Xian saw this scene, shook his head, and lamented the bad luck of the dark spider. But he still picked up the spider legs and put them into his personal space. This thing contains energy, maybe it will be useful in the future. How can you miss it when it's ready? So he put it into his personal space as soon as possible. Shichichi. The little hedgehog won, and was very happy, dancing in front of the dark flower, waiting for it to mature. After a while, the rich fragrance of flowers permeated, rapidly spreading in all directions, a sign of maturity. When the little hedgehog saw this, his telekinesis was immediately mobilized. He picked the dark flower directly, and handed it to Li Xian immediately, and then kept shouting, "Let me take it immediately." "Okay. I got it." Li Xian sniffed the fragrance of the flowers, and saw from a god perspective that creatures from all directions were approaching quickly, and hurriedly took the dark flower, and ate it. Boom! The cold and silent air flowed through his body. and he felt as if he was in the vast universe. With a sense of loneliness, Li Xian ignored these feelings and immediately looked at his dark control. His origin-level dark control was shaking violently and began to transform little by little. This transformation was not a simple transformation, but a transformation towards rules. A qualitative change, which made Li Xian's eyes widen in disbelief. It turned out to be a rule. I actually encountered such a great thing. Unfortunately, one dark flower is too little. Not enough for complete transformation. And 2 more are needed. Li Xian felt the surge of dark control and estimated the approximate energy. He felt that it could only transform by 35% at most. But even so, it could still greatly increase the power of dark control. Li Xian was very satisfied with this and wanted to experiment immediately. However, when he thought of the dark flower, which was obtained with the help of the little hedgehog, Li Xian immediately looked at the little hedgehog and said sincerely, "Thank you." "Sure." The little hedgehog jumped up and down, very happy, and kept expressing his emotions, which probably meant that as long as Li Xian played with it, it would be very happy and content. "Have you always been alone?" Li Xian felt the little hedgehog's loneliness and felt that it wanted to have a playmate. "Sure." The little hedgehog nodded and told his story bit by bit. Li Xian listened quietly and gradually understood why it longed for a companion. When it was very young, it was attacked by a powerful monster in the middle danger zone, and its father died in the battle, and its mother protected it and brought it to the shallow danger zone. Not long after, the powerful monster chased after it, and its mother led the monster away and never came back. The little hedgehog was still very small at that time. It could only look for food alone and fight with other creatures alone. No one cared even when it was injured. It could only grow up silently. When it was injured, it could only hide in the small nest under the great trellis to recover. It was always alone. Until one day, it saw Li Xian. It was very happy because it finally found a companion. Even if this companion was weak, it didn't care and wanted to help. Li Xian listened quietly to the little hedgehog's story, followed it step by step, and finally walked to the edge of the shallow danger zone and saw the stream with clear water flowing. The river was only 2 meters wide, with pebbles all over the river, and small fish and shrimps swimming around. It looked harmless. But Li Xian's sense of crisis kept reminding him that the river was not safe. Fortunately, his sense of crisis was not strong. Li Xian used telekinesis to control the water bag, filled it with water from the river, and poured the water in the water bag into the portable space. For this purpose, Li Xian dug a pond to hold the clean water. To Li Xian's surprise, after the clean water appeared in the portable space, it actually caused strange changes in the space, and it seemed to have undergone a transformation. This surprised Li Xian greatly. He felt that as time went on, his personal space might become extraordinary like the world of God. Thinking of this, Li Xian plundered a large amount of river water and put it all into his personal space. Because he plundered too much, Li Xian discovered from his God perspective that a strange creature was swimming towards him from the lower reaches of the river. The creature was like a fish man, giving people a very scary feeling. "Sure," the little hedgehog hurriedly reminded, expressing that there was danger approaching. Li Xian did not stop, and hurriedly followed the little hedgehog to run away. It was not until he ran in the grass for half an hour that the sense of crisis gradually dissipated, and Li Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Next, I will go find the pointy-eared beauty. This place is not far from her territory. I will try to see if she dares to accept me as a lumberjack." After Li Xian finished speaking, he took a deep breath and called up the data panel, looking at the column of belonging, finally chose to give up. Buzz! A strange sound sounded, and with this sound, Li Xian was shocked. Identity changed, from a lumberjack in Gu Xiaohao territory, officially became a refugee. Chapter 396 Nancy Territory. With this prompt, Li Xian felt that his identity disappeared. He lost the protection of Gu Xiaohao territory, and no longer had the corresponding responsibilities. But his level began to drop sharply at this moment, from level 10 directly to level 1, and his strength was greatly reduced. Fortunately, he retained the profession of lumberjack. Huh? Not bad, the level dropped to level 1, just dropped to level 1, and it will be fine if it is raised again. Li Xian didn't care. With the little hedgehog here, he could definitely reach the maximum level in one morning. It was not difficult at all. After reaching the maximum level, he went to the pointy-eared beauty's territory to ask if she would accept him. After considering this, Li Xian called the little hedgehog and walked forward in the lush grass, starting the leveling journey. Gu Xiaohao territory. At this time, Gu Xiaohao was playing with the treasure crystal, leisurely waiting for the return of the people. Not long after, the dragon blood warrior came back with a frog, walking with a fierce wind, and his scaly face was full of arrogance. Gu Xiaohao looked at the prey brought back by the dragon blood warrior, and immediately smiled with joy, and ran over to praise him. Lord, Li Xian hasn't come back yet? He didn't really run away, did he? The dragon blood warrior asked. Don't worry. He doesn't dare to run away. It's extremely dangerous outside at night. If he doesn't come back, he will definitely die. And if he really runs away, his level will drop from the maximum level 10 to the lowest level 1. This is something no one wants to endure. So he definitely doesn't dare to run away. Gu Xiaohao said confidently. That's good. I always feel that this kid is hiding a secret. The dragon blood warrior narrowed his eyes and said, Indeed, there is a secret. Don't worry. I will know his secret when he comes back. Gu Xiaohao smiled mysteriously and pinched the treasure crystal in his pocket. After he finished speaking, suddenly, the smile on his face stopped, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Lord, what's wrong? The dragon blood warrior asked doubtfully. He actually gave up his identity and chose to become a refugee. How is it possible? He doesn't want to die? Gu Xiaohao said in shock. Li Xian? He gave up his identity? Became a refugee? The dragon blood warrior asked in disbelief. Yes. The token just prompted Li Xian to give up his identity. All his information disappeared from the territory. Even his level was reduced from the maximum level to level 1. Hateful. Is this guy not afraid of death? He actually gave up. A level 1 lumberjack can't survive outside. Is this guy crazy? Gu Xiaohao said angrily. I didn't expect him to be so bold. He would rather give up his rank, give up the hope of living, and leave the territory. What on earth is this guy thinking? The dragon blood warrior frowned, and felt that Li Xian had a problem with his brain. Wait! My water bag. Li Xian took my water bag away. Damn it. That's my important water storage device. Gu Xiaohao suddenly remembered the water bag, thinking that the water bag was taken away by Li Xian. Gu Xiaohao's face turned the color of liver, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Could it be that Li Xian came back yesterday just to cheat you out of a water bag? The dragon blood warrior's face darkened. I don't know. Fortunately, I still have a small water bag, which can supply 3 people for 3 days. In other words, only the 2 of us and Gu Shan can eat in the future, and the other farmers must give up. Gu Xiaohao said with a grim face. The dragon blood warrior's face also darkened. 3 days is barely enough for the dragon blood warrior to improve his strength, and he should be able to enter the shallow danger zone. But the small water bag stores too little water, and he can't bring back much water at all. In this case, they can only go to the shallow dangerous area to find water many times. This process is very dangerous and prone to accidents. The dragon blood warriors naturally don't want to take risks. But there is no way. They can only eat this bitter fruit and accept this reality depressingly. That's it. Time passed slowly in everyone's complicated mood, and soon it was close to noon. On the other side, the territory of the pointed-eared beauty. As the Lord, Nancy was holding an ancient token, standing in front of the barracks, gently waving the token, releasing a faint glow. As the light shone, the wooden door of the barracks was slowly pushed open. A slender figure carrying a longbow and holding a long sword walked out of the barracks and saluted Nancy respectfully. Greetings, Lord. I am your soldier Captain Wendy. Welcome. My soldier captain. Are you an elite soldier? Lord Nancy looked at Wendy expectantly. Yes, Lord. As your first soldier, I am indeed an elite soldier. Wendy answered affirmatively, her beautiful eyes flickering. Very good, the base is developing better and better. I will arrange 5 elves for you to collect plants in the afternoon. We will split into 2 groups and try to accumulate enough energy as soon as possible. Lord Nancy nodded with satisfaction, looking forward to the development prospects of the base more and more. Lord, the wisdom in my mind tells me that the outside world is very dangerous. I will lead the team to collect plants. You can't go out to take risks. It's too dangerous. Captain Wendy said seriously, not wanting the Lord to take risks. Don't worry. I'm not a vase. Look at the 3 buildings in the base, and the surrounding protective walls and protective light gates. I earned energy to build them. I am stronger than you. Lord Nancy smiled confidently, exuding a heroic aura. Captain Wendy heard this and did not persuade him, but looked at the Lord with admiration. Lord Nancy, who was speaking, suddenly turned his head and looked at the entrance of the base. There, a figure carrying an axe stood quietly, patting the illusory gate of the base with his hands. Who are you? Lord Nancy and Captain Wendy took out their weapons, walked quickly to the gate of the base, and looked at the figure at the door with vigilance. To their surprise, the word refugee was displayed above the figure's head. Hello. My name is Li Xian, and I am a level 10 lumberjack. Are you willing to accept me and become a citizen of your base? I can pay 5 times the energy, as long as you can help me change my job and don't hinder my growth. Li Xian said seriously. Level 10 lumberjack? Become my subject? Lord Nancy was surprised to hear this. She never thought that she would meet refugees at this time, and they were level 10 lumberjacks. You should know that refugees will appear frequently in the middle and late stages of the God Realm world. The probability of refugees appearing at this stage is almost 0. But now, there is a refugee in front of her, and he is a level 10 lumberjack. Such lumberjacks are very useful in the early stage. And Nancy was instantly moved. I brought a piece of wood here to pay for helping me change my job. In the future, as long as you promise to help me change my job and not hinder my growth, I will provide you with more energy, Li Xian said, dragging a piece of wood from behind slowly, and put it at the door with a bang. This is it. When Lord Nancy saw such a big piece of wood, his eyes flashed purple, and he immediately looked at Li Xian. Chapter 397 finally changed jobs. Lord Nancy, the world of God domain is extremely dangerous. Please be careful of the other party, maybe they have some purpose. Captain Wendy reminded him hurriedly, worried about something happening. It's okay, no one can lie to me. Also, if I can't even tolerate a refugee, how can I build a huge empire in the Oracle world? Nancy said proudly, holding her snow-white neck high. At the same time, she held up the ancient token, released a magical glow, enveloping Li Xian. Are you willing to become my subject? As a lord, I guarantee that, as long as you do your best to provide energy for the territory, I will not restrict your growth and will give you a bigger stage. Prompt: Are you willing to join Nancy territory? I do. Li Xian agreed without hesitation, choosing to agree in the prompt that suddenly appeared. Swish. The light shines. Li Xian's body is full of light. His identity also begins to change at this moment, officially integrated into this base, becoming a new subject of the base. Name: Li Xian. Level 10 maximum level. Need to change job occupation. Lumberjack combat power, 130 specialties. Logging, weeding, planting, pest control. Ownership, divine domain, Nancy territory potential, unknown. Looking at the change of ownership on the attribute panel, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Lord Nancy expectantly, wanting to change job as soon as possible. Welcome to join my territory. Please come in. I will change your job immediately. The wood you brought is very valuable. Nancy waved the ancient token, and the light gate at the gate opened, inviting Li Xian to enter the territory. Following the invitation of Lord Nancy, Li Xian took the big wood and stepped into the territory step by step, from the darkness, and instantly walked into the land of light, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky, and the red sun, and lowering his head to look at the beautiful green territory. Li Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally joined the new territory, and finally he could change his job. Li Xian, who was in a relaxed mood, saw everything beautiful. The environment of this territory is especially beautiful. On the houses and walls, there are plants and flowers, which emit fragrance. Unfortunately, these decorations seem to be dead things, which are built into the base. They are not energy and cannot be eaten. However, the environment here reminds Li Xian of elves and those beautiful races and legends. Just looking at the appearance of Lord Nancy, it seems that he is a little different from the legendary elves, and seems to be more mysterious. Please follow me. I will take you to the barracks to change your job. What job do you want to change to? My barracks are now level 1, and can allow lumberjacks to change jobs to 2 professions. One is a swordsman, and the other is an apprentice archer. Wendy is a swordsman, but she is an elite soldier, so she has learned archery, which makes her more powerful. When Lord Nancy saw Li Xian coming in, he first used the token to absorb the energy contained in the wood, and then happily invited Li Xian to change his job. Li Xian heard what Lord Nancy said. And after a little thought, he said, change to a swordsman, which is more suitable for fighting. Okay. Lord Nancy took the lead, led Li Xian to the front of the barracks, raised the token without hesitation, and helped Li Xian change his job. As the light shone, Li Xian was bathed in the ocean of light, and his whole body began to transform from the inside out. Even his soul was soaring. The soul that had eaten a lot of hawthorns, and was not far from the upper gold level. At the moment of the job change, the soaring soul made Li Xian's soul level directly break through to the upper gold level, becoming a true upper gold strongman. The various abilities suppressed by this world were unlocked one step further, and could exert a stronger combat power. Even the summoned skeletons controlled by Dark Sham could be used. But Li Xian still needed to experiment to see to what extent. At this moment, he was suddenly covered with a layer of blue armor. A layer of ancient close-fitting armor. The armor was not gorgeous, but it was thick and had a hint of majesty. More majestic than the previous lumberjack. The key point is that the axe in Li Xian's hand has also turned into a sharp long sword, emitting a cold light. Name, Li Xian. Level 11/100. Occupation, sword soldier. Combat power, 150. Specialties, swordsmanship, logging, weeding, planting, pest control. Belonging to, divine domain, Nancy territory. Potential, unknown. The initial attack power is 150, which is stronger than the full level lumberjack. This is only level 1. If it is upgraded to level 10, how much combat power will I have? Li Xian couldn't imagine it, and felt that the gap between professions was huge, like a chasm. Congratulations, Li Xian, for becoming a swordsman. Lord Nancy also saw Li Xian attribute panel. Seeing that Li Xian was good at so many things, she was also very surprised. However, when she saw the potential column, her surprise became even stronger. Unknown potential? Lord Nancy looked at Li Xian carefully with her big eyes, trying to see something, but found nothing. She just felt curious in her heart. At this time, she suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly asked, by the way, which territory are you from? Li Xian? How did you become a refugee? I came from the neighboring Gu Xiaohao territory, where I encountered unfair treatment, so I chose to leave and became a refugee. Li Xian told the truth. The neighboring Gu Xiaohao territory? There is actually a territory near me. This is important news. Lord Nancy's fair face became solemn. In the world of God domain, the lords are in a competitive relationship, and often attack each other. Now there is a lord next door. Lord Nancy will naturally pay attention to it. She couldn't help asking again. Li Xian, how strong is Gu Xiaohao territory? What kind of troops are there? It's not bad. There are a few farmers, a lumberjack with special talents, and a dragon blood warrior. As for Lord Gu Xiaohao, he is very timid. Li Xian gave a brief account, including Gu Shan with special talents, the situation that the dragon blood warrior may be transferred to a little hero. Basically everything he knew was said. The strength is quite strong. But Lord Gu Xiaohao is a bit weak. He dares not leave the territory. This has a great impact on the early development of the territory. After listening to Li Xian's words, Nancy was very solemn at first. But after hearing the timid Gu Xiaohao, Nancy felt an opportunity. Li Xian, thank you for the opportunity you provided. I will give you a credit. When you reach level 10 and the barracks are upgraded to level 2, I will immediately transfer you to another position. Lord Nancy looked at Li Xian gratefully, and was very glad that she accepted this unknown refugee. You're welcome. Go ahead and upgrade the base. My upgrade speed is very fast. Don't let me reach level 10 while the barracks are still at level 1. Li Xian said with a smile. Don't worry. With the big wood you provided, I can recruit a few more soldiers and elves, and then hunt wild creatures, collect plants, and speed up the development of the base. Lord Nancy was very confident. With this big wood, the development speed of the territory could be greatly improved. Especially after increasing the population of the territory, the speed would be even faster. So Lord Nancy smiled and waved the token, and the light enveloped the barracks. Chapter 398 Sword Soldiers. Swish. The barracks were covered with fluorescent light, shining in all directions, and soon 3 figures walked out of the barracks. They were 3 heroic women wearing armor, holding long swords, with exquisite curves and heroic appearances, and they were 3 female sword soldiers. After the 3 female sword soldiers appeared, they hurriedly saluted the Lord, but when they saw Li Xian, they all showed surprised expressions, as if they did not expect that there was a male sword soldier. Fortunately, they were just curious and didn't say anything. Instead, they walked to Lord Nancy dutifully and guarded silently. Swish! After Lord Nancy summoned the sword soldiers, he ran to the elf house and summoned some elves. The elf house is equivalent to a farmer dormitory. It can summon the lowest level gathering soldiers, and is also an important source of energy collection. Because the big wood brought by Li Xian has sufficient energy, Lord Nancy summoned 10 more elves, plus the 10 elves in the base. A total of 20 elves were accumulated. With the addition of these creatures, the originally empty base instantly became more popular, and Lord Nancy smiled even more. Captain Wendy next to him also smiled when he saw the creatures in the base. He looked at Li Xian with a little more intimacy, and felt that Li Xian joining had injected a lot of vitality into the base. Then the two sides got to know each other, and the newly appeared elves jumped, and everyone was very surprised by Li Xian's inexplicable intimacy. They didn't know that, after his strength was unlocked, Li Xian's natural affinity talent was also gradually unlocked, which was very attractive to these elves, which led to the scene. However, Li Xian was anxious to experiment with the control of darkness, to see how many skeleton monsters he could summon. So he walked out of the base as soon as possible and headed straight for the shallow danger zone. At the entrance of the base, Captain Wendy saw Li Xian leave. Looking at the dark outside world, she looked at the Lord with some concern. Lord, Li Xian has become a member of our base. Wouldn't it be too risky for him to go out alone? It would be better to have a companion who can take care of him. It's okay. You don't have to worry. Li Xian came from the next base. He has to travel a long distance and will inevitably encounter various dangers on the way. Li Xian can come to our base safely. He must have something extraordinary. The focus now is to upgrade the base as soon as possible. Don't let the slow upgrade of the base affect his upgrade. After all, only the second level barracks can allow sword soldiers to transfer. If you want to upgrade the second level barracks, you need the Lord Mansion to reach the second level. And you also need a tool room and a kitchen. Lord Nancy explained, without any doubt about Li Xian's fighting ability. Is that so? It seems that Li Xian is very powerful. Captain Wendy looked in the direction where Li Xian left and said, Of course, even more powerful than you. Lord Nancy said with a smile, I am an elite captain. I am also very strong. Even if he is very special, I should not be too far behind. Captain Wendy said somewhat unwillingly. You will know later. Lord Nancy smiled and touched her pointed ears. Well, I'm a little curious. Captain Wendy also thinks Li Xian is very strong. Of course, she hopes that she won't fall behind too much. After all, she is an elite soldier. But for the mysterious Li Xian, Captain Wendy is still a little lacking in confidence. She just hopes to collect more energy today and better show her talents. On the other side, shallow danger zone. Swish! The long sword passed through the air, bringing a bloody light. Li Xian figure suddenly appeared, killing a big rat in the bloody light, easy and fast. Experience plus 20,150 points of combat power, plus my physical talent. I am getting stronger and stronger. It only takes one sword to kill a big rat. It's really easy. Li Xian stepped into the shallow danger zone, looked at the rats on the ground, scanned all directions with a god perspective, and easily locked onto a big rat hole. Watching the big rats appear in the rat hole, Li Xian muttered to himself. Next, let's experiment with the control of darkness, and summon a wave of undead skeletons to try. I wonder what kind of combat power the undead skeletons can exert in this world. I hope it won't turn into powder as soon as it appears. Li Xian felt the suppression of the world of the divine domain. He suddenly put his hands together, and under the power of darkness, he used the summoning of the dead. Buzz! A black vortex condensed and appeared on the left side of Li Xian. Mist spread from the vortex to all directions. A small space crack condensed and formed with the black vortex. Roar! A roar came from the space crack. A huge monster slowly drilled out of the crack, and roared to the sky with a tyrannical aura. However, the next second, the giant was crushed to the ground by the gravity of this world. Bang! The giant roared and struggled madly. But it could only move a little bit and couldn't even stand up. And it was a giant skeleton tiger. A silver lower-level giant tiger whose strength far exceeded that of a skeleton warrior. But the giant tiger that exerted a tyrannical force in other worlds couldn't even stand up in the world of God domain. The suppression was so terrifying. Li Xian carefully examined the giant skeleton tiger and roughly understood the situation. He realized that ordinary skeleton warriors would be crushed into slag in an instant when they came to the world of God domain. Try a stronger one. The silver great perfection skeleton two-headed dog. Li Xian continued to summon, his thoughts echoing in the vortex. Soon, a fierce skeleton two-headed dog, emitting flames and cold breath, majestically emerged from the crack. Then its flames and coldness were instantly pressed into its body, and the tyrannical breath disappeared, leaving only an ugly skeleton frame. Looking around blankly. Go. Kill those rats, Li Xian ordered. Woof. The two-headed skeleton dog wanted to roar to the sky, but found that he could not shout. Finally, he could only bark and rush towards the rat. 1 minute later, the two-headed skeleton dog was bitten to pieces by the rat, and only his soul was sent back to the original world by Li Xian. As for its current body, it has been bitten into powder by the rats, and it looks extremely miserable. Too weak. It can't even beat a rat. It seems that we can only summon the bone dragon. Li Xian had no choice but to communicate with the bone dragons in the vortex with his powerful thoughts, and communicated with 5 of them at the same time, and summoned them. Bang, bang, bang. The figure of the bone dragon proudly appeared in this world, and the terrible aura spread in all directions, and then was compressed back. The 5 powerful and arrogant bone dragons stood there like wooden chickens at this moment, looking blankly ahead. They found that their strength was gone, and their bodies were compressed like puppies, staring at each other. Go, kill the rats in the rat hole, don't die. Li Xian gave the 5-headed skull dragon an amplification, making them stronger. Then the 5-headed skull dragon began to fight, carefully lured a big rat over, and surrounded the big rat and spit fire. After fighting for several minutes, the big rat was finally killed. Experience plus 20. The suppression was too harsh. If it weren't for my amplification, they probably wouldn't be able to kill even 1 rat. However, as long as I continue to upgrade, the amplification will be stronger, then they can also exert stronger strength, earn more experience points for me. So, you continue to fight, and continue to earn experience points for me. Li Xian arranged for the 5 skull dragons to continue fighting, while he himself used the god perspective to observe the surroundings, looking for new prey, hawthorn trees, dark flowers, etc. Now that his soul has reached the upper level of gold, the suppression he has received is lower. The range of the god perspective has reached a radius of 100 meters, which is wider than the field of vision. Such a useful god perspective naturally became Li Xian's means of observation, and he could easily see the dangers and opportunities hidden in the darkness. Found it. Hawthorn tree. Stream. What is that? From the perspective of Li Xian on the ground, he saw a black shadow flashing under the purple leaf tree in the west. It was very fast and disappeared in an instant. Even from the perspective of God, he couldn't see it clearly. Li Xian immediately adjusted the perspective of God and scanned the western area several times, but still didn't see the black shadow. This made Li Xian frown, because for some reason, he felt a little cold on his back. Chapter 399. The God Domain World Full of Crisis. Take a deep breath. Li Xian suppressed the tension in his heart, and carefully checked the purple leaf tree area in the west again, but still found nothing. For the sake of caution, Li Xian did not go to the purple leaf tree area in the west, but went in the opposite direction, that is, the eastern area. In the eastern area, he did not see any particularly dangerous enemies, some insects occasionally, and some small beetles, and most importantly, vegetables similar to tomatoes. Seeing this tomato-like vegetable, Li Xian did not hesitate. He immediately stepped on the grass step by step, relying on his sense of crisis and treasure-hunting talent, and approached the tomato 30 meters away little by little. The tomato was surrounded by a bright light, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary product. Li Xian naturally could not miss it. Experience plus 20. Just after walking a distance, a prompt appeared in his vision. It was that the bone dragon he summoned killed another big rat. Although these 5 bone dragons are very expensive, they can only kill a big rat together with my powerful amplification. But it is still good to have a little brother to earn experience points. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction, and continued to move forward with the sword in hand. When he passed a large bougainvillea, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and Li Xian quickly retreated, swinging his sword. Puff! The large bougainvillea was cut off, and red blood flowed from the leaves, exuding a bloody smell. Inexplicably, Li Xian felt a little numb on his scalp, and hurriedly retreated a few steps. Poisoned, Li Xian looked at his blackened right hand, and retreated again and again, under the effect of resistance to many toxins, and the effect of super recovery. His right hand recovered as before. Huh? The steaming flame appeared on Li Xian's left hand, and the hot fireball was released suddenly, sweeping the big leaf flower with explosive force. Boom! The flame steamed, illuminating the dark world. Suddenly, a large group of black bugs rushed in from all directions, enveloping the flame, and all the flames disappeared in an instant. Li Xian clearly saw that. These black bugs were actually eating the flames, and after eating, they actually emitted more darkness. Experience plus 25. What a dangerous world. There was no warning of danger before. Did this flower attack me on impulse? Li Xian was puzzled. He could only stare at the black bugs more carefully. Then he raised his left hand and gathered the power of wind. Whoosh! A violent tornado gradually took shape. The huge tornado that could sweep across half the sky could only form a small tornado of about 10 square meters in this world. But Li Xian had plenty of ways. After using one tornado, the second, third, and fourth tornadoes appeared soon and began to sweep towards the black bugs. Whoosh! The wind was howling, and the branches and leaves were dancing. For tornadoes rushed towards the black bugs and began to strangle them crazily. Surprisingly, these black bugs were not afraid at all. Instead, they united together to form a huge black palm and slapped the tornadoes fiercely. Under the blows of these strange black bugs, the 4 tornadoes were actually directly blown apart. What powerful black bugs! If their vision was not too narrow, they could not detect me. I am afraid that even I would be in danger. Li Xian was very grateful for the vision problem in this world. Originally, he was also deeply affected by it. But the God perspective gave Li Xian a lot of help, allowing him to see the enemy clearly. But the enemy could not find Li Xian in the distance, and could only be attacked. Gone? After the 4 tornadoes were extinguished, Li Xian watched the black bug suddenly fly up and fly towards the middle danger zone. Forget it, upgrade first, no need to take risks. This thing seems to be controlled by something, better be careful. Li Xian did not chase, but walked to the big leaf flower, and put it in the space. Then he continued to move forward cautiously, step by step towards the direction of the hawthorn tree. After picking, plant this hawthorn tree in the space, and by the way, plant some other plants, to see if it can bring benefits to the space. Li Xian walked 5 steps forward, stopped in front of a purslane, condensed a hoe in his right hand, and started weeding. Under his powerful strength, it only took a moment. A purslane was weeded. Experience plus 1. So little, forget it. Let's go to the tomatoes. Li Xian put the purslane into his personal space, found a place to plant it, and then continued to walk towards the tomatoes. Sure. The crisp sound of birds came from the sky. Li Xian immediately felt the extreme danger. He quickly shrank in the grass, used his transformation ability, and turned into a plant. At the same time, he used the hidden ability in his talent to suppress his breath as much as possible, so that he could not see any abnormality. Whoosh! A huge bird flew across the sky. A black bird as big as a millstone passed through the sky, emitting an inexplicable breath. Suddenly, the bird swooped down and disappeared in a shadow. He quickly flew the bird into the air. Its sharp claws grabbed a lone wolf, a bloody lone wolf. The lone wolf howled in pain. The voice was full of fear and despair. It's really dangerous. Watching the bird fly away, Li Xian's sense of crisis began to decrease little by little, but there was still a fatal danger. Li Xian did not return to his original state immediately, but continued to hide, until a few minutes passed, the sense of crisis disappeared. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian continued to move forward, and finally arrived at the location of the tomatoes. But at this moment, a locust the size of a mouse was guarding around the tomatoes, making a strange creaking sound. This locust is not simple. It can bring a sense of crisis to Li Xian. Although it is not very strong, he still needs to be careful. Huh? Li Xian put his hands together, and the rolling flames condensed into a dragon shape, sweeping towards the locust with an explosive breath. Boom, boom, boom. The flames steamed and swept towards the surrounding plants. While burning the plants, they also burned the wings of the locust. But the locust's body suddenly collapsed more than 10 meters high, looking for the enemy's position in confusion. Unfortunately, its field of vision was too small, and it could not see Li Xian, who was casting spells at all. In addition, Li Xian controlled the flames to attack from different directions. The locusts could only be engulfed by the flames in anger, and escape into the distance in the flames. Can they escape? Li Xian waved his right hand, and a wall of fire suddenly blocked the locusts. At the same time, he mobilized the strong wind from the sky to press down and press the locust to the ground with all his strength. Sharp earth spikes suddenly rose from the ground, piercing the locust's body with a whoosh, freezing it in midair amid its painful cries. And its breath gradually dissipated. Experience plus 35. As the prompts came, golden light shone around Li Xian body, and his level also went from level 1 to level 2. Name, Li Xian. Level 221/200. Occupation, Swordsman. Combat power, 170. Proficient in swordsmanship, logging, weeding, planting, pest control. Belonging to Divine Domain, Nancy. Territory potential, unknown. The soul power has increased again, equivalent to the soul power provided by Qin Yu for 2 years. Such an upgrade speed is really too fast. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. Feeling that all abilities were unlocked again, even the invisibility ability could be used, his face was full of joy. The treasure hunting talent has been suggesting that tomatoes are treasures. I wonder what effect it will have. I am looking forward to it. Li Xian walked forward step by step with anticipation, and slowly stopped in front of the tomatoes, looking at the red and shiny tomatoes. Chapter 400. The Domain of the Little Hedgehog. These tomatoes are very fresh and tender, with a faint fragrance, but unfortunately there are too few of them. Only 3 tomatoes grow on one plant. Li Xian is very curious, and telekinesis covers the tomatoes, carefully taking one off to examine it carefully. The crazy hints from the treasure hunting talent, like flashes, indicate the extraordinary nature of the tomatoes. Li Xian took the tomato, gently broke it open, and instantly the rosy juice overflowed, revealing the sandy soil inside, which greatly increased Li Xian's appetite. There's a lot of sandy flesh. I wonder how it tastes. Li Xian took a bite, and the delicious tomato flavor lingered in his mouth, which made Li Xian's eyes brighten. I haven't eaten tomatoes with this taste for a long time. I only ate them when I was a child in my previous life. But unfortunately I never saw them again. Li Xian tasted the tomato carefully, and at the same time waited for the effect of the tomato. This is it. Li Xian was suddenly startled. And then, he was ecstatic. Because in his mind, a lot of knowledge about the flame barrier emerged. And this knowledge was very rich, which also made Li Xian's perception of the flame barrier more detailed. With surprise, Li Xian quickly ate the tomato in his hand, and then ate the remaining 2 tomatoes. Then he closed his eyes, carefully absorbed the knowledge about the flame barrier, and the vast amount of knowledge made Li Xian's perception more and more, and clearer. Huh? A circle of flame spread around with Li Xian as the center, forming a circular flame barrier like an eggshell. The size of this barrier is not big, with a diameter of about 3 meters. But the barrier indicated that Li Xian's strength had improved, indicating that he finally had his own barrier. Ha! I'm so lucky. I didn't expect that the first barrier I comprehended would be a flame barrier, which is more perfect and clearer than the blood barrier. Li Xian opened his eyes in surprise, looking at the red flames around him and the plants that were burned around him. And he smiled. Experience plus 1. Experience plus 1. Plants were burned to death one by one, and the feedback of experience appeared in front of him. Li Xian's smile became more and more obvious, and he felt that the world was full of treasures. With the understanding of the flame barrier, I have a better understanding of the blood barrier, and the prototype of the barrier field. The field is the standard of the saint-level strongman, tsk. If I comprehend dozens of barriers, and transform them into fields in the future, I wonder to what extent my combat power will increase. Li Xian's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he planned to enter this world frequently in the future, to search for good things everywhere, and to enhance his strength. With this thought, Li Xian continued to move forward, and the flame barrier around him burned all the creatures passing by, weeds, insects, flowers. Wherever he passed, experience value channel prompts. Huh? The little hedgehog is here. Should I continue to follow it? With my current strength, I can already survive in the shallow danger zone. As long as I am careful, it won't be a big problem. However, with the little hedgehog helping me fight monsters in front, I will level up faster. Then I should continue to follow the little hedgehog. Li Xian quickly returned to the area where the bone dragons were summoned. He found that 3 bone dragons had been knocked down by the big rats. They were repairing their injuries. The remaining 2 bone dragons were fighting with a big rat. Both sides were fighting back and forth. As Li Xian's level increased, his amplification became stronger and stronger, and 2 bone dragons could actually fight a big rat. Recover. Li Xian waved his right hand, and the bone recovery ability was activated. Instantly, The bones of the 3 bone dragons were repaired and stood up again. Be careful. Don't get knocked down again. I don't have time to come back to treat you. Li Xian left quickly, and came to a hawthorn tree with all the plucking as fast as possible. He turned into a hedgehog early and walked over. Chirp! The little hedgehog was lying on the ground waiting. When it saw Li Xian coming, it jumped happily, raising its 2 little paws high, looking naive. Let's go, looking for the flower of darkness, tomatoes, hawthorn trees, blue strawberries. Li Xian walked over, talked to the little hedgehog through the communication of the 10,000 worlds, and prompted it to look for these things. Chirp! The little hedgehog nodded immediately, walked ahead with its little paws, and began to help Li Xian find gifts. Whoosh! The little hedgehog suddenly paused, and the thorns on its body suddenly flew up, flying to the right front. Soon, a little beetle fell to the ground, with a hedgehog thorn stuck in its body, and its breath began to decrease rapidly, obviously on the verge of death. Li Xian quickly mobilized telekinesis, and hit the little beetle with a bang, killing it. Experience +9. Looking at the experience points he gained, Li Xian nodded with satisfaction, and immediately released the flame barrier, and began to burn the surrounding plants. Chirp! The little hedgehog looked at the flame barrier in surprise. It circled around Li Xian, then closed its eyes, as if it was comprehending something. After a while, a circle of the same flame barrier appeared around it, emitting a burning breath. Li Xian was speechless. I never thought that the little hedgehog would also learn to form a barrier. This was really unexpected. You can try to condense into a domain, which is a larger barrier. After reaching the extreme level of understanding of flames, it forms a flame domain space that belongs to you alone. Li Xian explained tentatively, wanting to know how strong the little hedgehog was. Chirp! The little hedgehog heard Li Xian's words, and thought about it. Then it closed its eyes again. This time, it closed its eyes for a longer time. For half an hour. And then slowly opened its eyes. Whoosh! Flame suddenly gushed out from around the little hedgehog, spreading wildly in all directions to the west. A flame field of hundreds of meters, with the little hedgehog, as the center suddenly took shape. The rolling flame steamed in the field. And with the little hedgehog's thoughts, various powerful creatures were condensed. And even more little hedgehogs were condensed. It actually worked. How strong have you become? Li Xian asked in surprise. It was not burned by the flames when it was standing in the domain. It was obviously protected. Li Xian could not see through the little hedgehog before. He thought that this little guy could survive in the dangerous shallow danger zone in his infancy, which was enough to show that he was very strong. But Li Xian never dreamed that the little hedgehog could even use the domain. This really surprised him. Chirp! The little hedgehog chirped at Li Xian, and put his little paws together, making a gesture of gratitude. It was obvious that because of Li Xian teaching, it learned the domain and expressed its gratitude to Li Xian. Bang! 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 After thanking him, the flames in the domain condensed into ropes, with the little hedgehog as the center, throwing all the creatures in the domain over. All of them were dying. Seeing this, Li Xian hurriedly killed these creatures, listening to the prompts of the experience value. Experience value +6. Experience value +9. Experience value +12. Bang! Golden light lit up around Li Xian's body. That was the light of upgrading Li Xian, who had just directly upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Chapter 401. The increasingly powerful Li Xian. Name, Li Xian. Level 30/300. Occupation, Swordsman. Combat power, 190. Specialties, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Pest Control. Belongs to Divine Domain, Nancy. Territory potential, unknown. Seeing the level reach level 3, seeing the combat power increase from 170 to 190, Li Xian nodded with satisfaction. The improvement in level is only superficial. What really makes Li Xian happy is that his soul power has been strengthened again, and he is heading towards the golden perfection. And the world's suppression was reduced again, his ability was unlocked again. Now, he was even less worried about the 5-headed skull dragon. It was estimated that even if it encountered 4 big rats at the same time, the 5-headed skull dragon could survive, or even win the battle. Li Xian was in a good mood, continued to listen to the prompt sound of the experience value, and killed the creatures thrown at him one by one. Bang! The golden light shone again. Li Xian level was improved again, so fast that it was like riding a rocket. The increase in the soul made Li Xian feel happy. He felt that if he continued like this, His soul would be able to break through to the golden great perfection in a few days. By then, he would be a golden great perfection master, and could work towards becoming a semi-saint. The domain must also be mastered as soon as possible. Without the domain, you will never reach the saint level. Li Xian muttered secretly, preparing to grasp the domain. He could not be stuck at the semi-saint stage because he could not master the domain. That's it. Li Xian and the little hedgehog continued to move forward. They started killing in the shallow danger zone, upgrading, looking for various treasures. With a talent for treasure hunting, Li Xian's search speed was very fast, and he found useful good things from time to time. While Li Xian was happy, he also did not forget to teach the little hedgehog some knowledge. This little guy has a very deep foundation, and he learns everything very quickly. Near dusk, it condensed the second domain. Looking at the black domain around the little hedgehog, Li Xian was hit hard. It was obviously him who gave the little hedgehog some advice, but he himself did not master the domain, but the little hedgehog performed it first. Fortunately, after the domain appeared, Li Xian saw the formed domain and had some insights, and finally condensed into a dark barrier. Almost done. Little hedgehog, go back. I will go to your nest to find you tomorrow. You don't have to look for me. My strength is already very strong and I can move freely. Li Xian looked at himself, who had reached level 10 again, nodded with satisfaction, and felt that in the shallow danger zone, except for the dark evil tiger, he no longer needed to fear any danger. Chirp! Chirp! The little hedgehog nodded, raised its little paw and shook it at Li Xian, saying goodbye. This was what Li Xian taught it, telling it that shaking its little paw means goodbye. The little hedgehog is very smart, and it learned it after only one time, which is very worry-free. In addition to goodbye, there are some other things, which also made the little hedgehog gain a lot. That's it. After Li Xian and the little hedgehog parted ways, they returned to the safe zone, which is within a 100-meter radius of the base. After confirming that there was no one around, Li Xian turned back into a human. Huh? It's still more comfortable to be in human form. Li Xian stretched his body, checked the prey he brought back, and nodded with satisfaction. Considering that the outside world was very dangerous at night, Li Xian sent the 5 skeleton dragons back and summoned 100 skeleton tigers. Li Xian, a level 10 sword soldier, was even more powerful. 5 of the amplified skeleton tigers were enough to fight a big rat. Li Xian planned to use them to see how dangerous the wild was. Let's see if 100 skeleton tigers can provide a lot of experience points for me. With expectation, Li Xian ordered the skeleton tigers to wait and act after dark. The reason for this is that Li Xian has reached the maximum level and can no longer gain experience points. He will use his mind to order the skeleton tigers to act after he returns to change his job. Go back. Li Xian held a big tree in his right hand and a big net made of vines in his left hand. There were densely packed prey, plants, animals, and even dark rabbits. All of these were carried by Li Xian and walked to the Nancy base. Nancy base. Lord Nancy was cooking 2 large pots, cooking food bit by bit, making today's dinner. She placed a lot of food materials, including mushrooms, vegetables, fruits and the like, which were quite rich, unlike Gu Xiaohao, who just put a weed to cook soup. The food in this world was slightly poisonous, and Li Xian had resistance and could not feel it at all, but the summoned peasants, elves, and even sword soldiers could not eat it. These foods must be boiled to remove the toxicity and be eaten. Therefore, water is very important for the territory. Without water, a territory will soon perish. Lord Nancy is very clear about this. So when she saw that there was not much water in the water bag, she felt a little uneasy. But she still took out all the water to cook, and put a lot of ingredients. Lord Nancy values her subordinates very much. She thinks that her subordinates can gain experience points by eating. So she regards eating as a way to train her subordinates. So she didn't skimp on water, or even ingredients, but made the ingredients very rich. At this moment, 20 elves were surrounding a big pot, looking at the steaming food cutely. Each one of them was like a kitten, blinking their eyes and waiting. The sword soldiers next to them were in a similar state. Each one of them was looking at the big pot, swallowing their saliva. They had been tired for an afternoon, fighting many dangerous battles, and their stomachs had been growling with hunger for a long time. Now they smelled the fragrance of the food, and naturally they wanted to eat it very much. At this time, Captain Wendy saw that the food was finally cooked. But Li Xian had not returned yet, and she could not help but ask, "Lord, the food is cooked, But Li Xian has not returned yet. What should we do? It's okay. I will divide the food first. And leave some for Li Xian. You must be hungry after a busy day. So you can eat first. And I will leave some for Li Xian. Lord Nancy smiled and served everyone with a bowl. The rich food inside made everyone eat immediately. However, Captain Wendy discovered that Lord Nancy did not eat. The bowl of the most abundant food in front of him was actually reserved for Li Xian. Lord, is this bowl of rice reserved for Li Xian? Don't you have any food? Captain Wendy asked hurriedly. I'm not hungry. You guys eat. Lord Nancy smiled and shook her head. How can you not be hungry? You participated in more battles today than us. Captain Wendy frowned. She looked at the empty pot and suddenly remembered that when she was cooking, the Lord water storage bag seemed to be empty. This gave Captain Wendy a bad idea, and she asked quickly, Lord, is there no water? Are you not eating because of the lack of water? Not me. Lord Nancy didn't know how to answer, and finally said helplessly, Originally, the water was enough for 2 days, but I made a mistake. Today, I summoned too many people, so the water was not enough. Don't worry. I will lead the team to find water tomorrow, and everyone will definitely have food at noon tomorrow. But Captain Wendy fell silent after hearing this. She looked at her bowl and handed it to Lord Nancy. Lord, please eat my food. No, I am the Lord. I will not be affected if I skip 1 or 2 meals. But you are different. If you skip 1 meal, you will be more likely to get sick. Even your walking will be affected the next day. So eat quickly. This is the Lord order. You must eat. Lord Nancy said seriously. But Captain Wendy wanted to refuse, and she also blamed herself. Chapter 402 Li Xian Great Harvest. But she couldn't refuse the Lord order, because all this was true. She could only eat the food in the bowl in silence. As for the last bowl of rice on the table, it belonged to Li Xian. No one moved it. In their minds, Li Xian was already their companion, and he also needed food. Gu Xiaohao territory. Several skinny farmers looked at the empty pot. They were starving, but there was no food to eat. After a day of hard work, they could only look at the Lord and Gu Xiaohao. Go back to sleep. If you are really hungry, eat the juice from the weeds. Although it is poisonous, it is only slightly poisonous and generally not noticeable. Gu Xiaohao cut a weed into several pieces and threw them to several farmers. He took the pot back to the Lord cabin and called the Dragon Blood Warrior and Gu Shan. The 3 of them ate in the Lord cabin. Several tired farmers picked up the weeds on the ground and returned to the cabin to taste the juice in the weeds. Unfortunately, there was very little juice, and it was slightly poisonous, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Soon, hunger and the micro-poison caused the weakest farmer to have problems. He huddled in a corner tiredly and began to get sick and feverish. No one paid attention to them, because even Gu Xiaohao had given up on them. On the other side, Gu Xiaohao was eating in the Lord Wooden House, while checking the energy he had collected today. Today you got too little energy. All these people combined, it's not as much as what Li Xian brought back before. Gu Xiaohao frowned. Lord, the plants within 50 meters have been dug up almost, and only big stones are left. Without tools, it is impossible to dig them up. A tool room must be built. In addition, I ventured to 50 meters away. The creatures there are not simple. I also need to be careful there, so the harvest is not much. The Dragon Blood Warrior explained. His face looked a little ugly. He had not paid attention to what Li Xian brought back before. But now, he calculated that he did not bring back as much as Li Xian did, which made the Dragon Blood Warrior very depressed. I hope you can bring back more things tomorrow. This energy will be consumed by eating alone, and it is also needed for daily maintenance of the base. In addition, the Dark Night is coming soon. I must upgrade the Lord base to level 2 the day before it comes, which requires more energy. Gu Xiaohao frowned. We will try our best to find energy. The Dragon Blood Warrior and Gu Shan nodded seriously. Speed up, alas. I don't know how Li Xian got so much energy at that time. I should have trained him well. Gu Xiaohao felt a little regretful. He didn't calculate it before. Now that he calculated, Li Xian brought back a lot of energy, on average. It was much more than the Dragon Blood Warrior. As a result, such a good person was forced to leave by himself, which made Gu Xiaohao very depressed. Although I was wrong, Li Xian's choice to become a refugee was also a foolish move, because no one could survive the dangerous night in the wild. Li Xian would definitely be finished. Gu Xiaohao said angrily. Indeed. The wild at night is very dangerous. 10 times more dangerous than during the day. Gu Shan agreed. The dragon blood warrior next to him also nodded. Although he was amazed at the speed at which Li Xian collected energy. No one could survive the outside world at night. Only the territory was the safest. Therefore, the three of them thought that Li Xian was finished. And they no longer thought about Li Xian, but worried about how to find more energy and water. On the other side, Nancy territory. After the tired elves had eaten and drunk enough, they went back to the elf house to rest. Since there were many elves, some of them could only go to the barracks to rest. This also caused Captain Windy to have no place to rest. In the end, it was the Lord who said that Captain Windy should go to the Lord Wooden House to rest. Lord, Li Xian has no place to rest either. Will he also go to your Lord Wooden House to rest? Windy asked. Well, there are too few houses in the base. For now, he can only rest in the Lord Wooden House. When he has enough energy in the future, I will build a special soldier house for him. Lord Nancy nodded. She didn't think that Li Xian was a man, so resting in the Lord Wooden House would have any impact. Well, I don't know when he will come back. The food is getting cold. Captain Windy turned her head and stared at the delicious bowl of food covered with a lid. It should be soon. It's not far from dark now. Here he comes. He's back. Lord Nancy turned his head sharply and looked at the light gate at the door. Sure enough, a figure walked in from the light gate. This person was Li Xian. Lord Nancy and Captain Windy saw this scene and ran over in a hurry. When they saw Li Xian carrying a lot of things and walking into the territory with heavy steps, they stopped at the same time, looking at the big tree and the corpses of many creatures wrapped in vines. Lord Nancy widened his eyes in shock, and the whole person seemed to be dreaming. Oh my God! So many things! The total energy is too much, Lord Nancy said in surprise, looking at Li Xian in disbelief. Captain Windy next to him was also shocked. She looked at a big rabbit emerging from the vines and immediately showed a look of astonishment. Isn't this a dark rabbit? This creature is very strong. Even if I upgrade to level 10, I can't beat it. I am an elite swordsman. Li Xian, how did you do it? You are just an ordinary swordsman. Captain Windy was really shocked. Such a plump dark rabbit was actually caught by Li Xian. Such fighting power was simply terrifying. So at this moment, the two beauties were terrified and looked at Li Xian like stupid geese. Come! Help me. This thing is not light. Li Xian was a little tired. Without telekinesis, it was not easy to carry so many things. In addition, he had been fighting all day today, so he wanted to rest. So he called two girls to help carry the goods. Wait, you are level 10? Captain Windy suddenly read the article. And then she smiled bitterly. I am so stupid. You can bring back so many prey. You must be level 10. You are really too strong. Lord Nancy next to him did not speak, but looked at Li Xian seriously, and then showed a beautiful smile. Don't worry. Since you helped me so much, I will also do my best to help you grow. I will help you change your job today, Lord Nancy said with a smile. Thank you very much. I'm hungry. I go eat first, Li Xian said after putting down his food. Go ahead. The bowl of rice next to the big pot is yours. Everyone has eaten. You don't mind if we eat first, Lord Nancy said with a smile. It's okay. People should eat and rest early, so that you can work better tomorrow. Li Xian waved his hand indifferently. He was also a farmer before, and he knew how tiring it was to work all day, especially the weeds here are very strong, and sparks can be seen when weeding. Farmers are not lazy. They all work hard. So when they come back, they feel exhausted and want to eat and rest. And usually they have a set time to eat. Li Xian came back late, and he had guessed this long ago, so he didn't take it to heart. He walked quickly to the bowl of rice, opened the lid, and looked at the food inside, showing a little surprise, because the food in the bowl was too rich. It was completely different from Gu Xiaohao territory. In Gu Xiaohao territory, it was basically soup, and there was rarely any food. But I didn't expect that this bowl of rice would be so rich. Mushrooms, vegetables, and unknown fruits. In short, it made people want to eat at a glance. There was no hesitation. Li Xian quickly finished the bowl of rice, felt warm in his stomach, and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 403 Another Job Change. Not far away, Lord Nancy smelled the fragrance of food, and her stomach growled. She quickly took out the ancient token to cover it up, and moved closer to the tree to absorb energy. Captain Wendy, who was standing next to her, saw the scene and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say, and could only help silently. The light shone on the ancient token, and the huge trees, weeds, and the monster corpses all turned into energy, and all merged into the ancient token. Looking at the energy overflowing in the token, Lord Nancy was pleasantly surprised. She looked at Li Xian with gratitude. We finally have enough energy. Thank you, Li Xian. Please follow me. Lord Nancy quickly invited Li Xian. The three of them came to a vacant lot next to the Lord Mansion. To upgrade the second-level barracks, you must have a second-level Lord Mansion. But to upgrade the second-level Lord Mansion, you need a first-level kitchen and a first-level tool room. These are necessary buildings. I can't upgrade without them. So I need to build a kitchen and a tool room. Lord Nancy spoke softly, obviously worried that Li Xian would have an opinion. Upgrade? This energy is enough. Li Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. He had played this kind of game in his previous life, and clearly knew the series of conditions required for upgrading, which was why Li Xian brought back so many things. If it was still not enough, he would take out the things in his portable space, which stored a large number of prey corpses, as well as plants and weeds. There were even many plants planted in the space. It can be said that as long as Li Xian was willing, he could take out a huge amount of energy. Thank you for your understanding. Lord Nancy smiled slightly. 2 dimples appeared on her fair face, and her pointed ears moved at this moment, looking very cute. It's a pity that such a cute Lord Nancy did not attract too much attention from Li Xian, but instead made Li Xian have a question. Lord Nancy, are you an elf? No. Not really, I am a descendant of the ancient gods. This is our trial field, and also an important channel for becoming a god, where we can build a base and prepare for becoming a god. When I built the base, I chose the elves. So my appearance and the people in my territory are all elves. Lord Nancy explained with a smile. I see. The descendants of the ancient gods and their deification. Can you tell me about the deification? Li Xian asked curiously. Because of the oath contract, I can only say one thing. When you become a hero in the future, you will have the opportunity to know the forces behind me. You will learn more at that time. Now I can say that the ancient gods are very powerful, and have existed for countless years. They are the main force in the battle against the abyss, and the strongest guardian gods protecting the world. Lord Nancy spoke in a clear and soft voice, talking about some of the situations of the ancient gods. But after she spoke out a lot of knowledge, inexplicable rules would appear, blocking these words, so Li Xian and Wendy couldn't hear them. Such rules made Li Xian realize the power of the ancient gods, and he couldn't help but become more curious. Especially since the ancient gods were the main force in the battle against the abyss. This really shocked Li Xian. I can only say so much. I've told you a lot of knowledge, but you can't hear it. Unless you join the ancient gods in the future, you will have a chance to understand it. Lord Nancy finished her speech seriously, then looked at the ancient token, and saw the huge amount of energy. When she looked at Li Xian, she had a different emotion. I'm going to start. Boom! Lord Nancy held the token high in her fair little hand. With a boom, the token shone with light, covering the open space, and soon a building rose from the ground. When the light dissipated, the word kitchen was written on the door of the building, and 2 slender cooks slowly walked out of the building and bowed to Lord Nancy. Greetings, Lord. Well, you can do your own things. Lord Nancy waved her hand, walked to the open space on the side of the kitchen, raised the ancient token again, releasing rays of light. Boom! There was another boom. The building called the tool room slowly rose, and was completed. Greetings, Lord. 2 heroic female elves walked out of the tool room, bowed, and saluted the Lord. Well? Lord Nancy nodded, quickly walked to the Lord Mansion, and raised her right hand happily. Hint, upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade? A message flashed by. Lord Nancy nodded immediately and said, upgrade the Lord Mansion. Bang bang bang. With Lord Nancy's clear and pleasant voice, the wooden Lord Mansion began to change, gradually turning from a small wooden house into a big tree, a tall tree exuding vitality. Successful, the Tree of Life, as long as it is upgraded to 1 more level, it can become an ancient Tree of Life. Lord Nancy clenched his fist happily. The upgrade of the Lord Mansion also unlocked many buildings. She could build more buildings and soldiers, and even mounts. So Lord Nancy looked at the Tree of Life, and was as happy as a child. When she thought that this was all brought by Li Xian, she couldn't help but look at Li Xian and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Li Xian. Now you can change your job. You don't need to upgrade the barracks to level 2. After the Lord Wooden House is upgraded to the Tree of Life, you can unlock archers, sword and shield soldiers, and hunters. What type of soldiers do you want to change to? I feel good about the hunter. It has a special ability, which allows it to hide itself better in the dark, and it is a natural assassin. Lord Nancy explained. Considering the subsequent job transfer, she said again, archers may be transferred to elf archers in the future. I don't know what sword and shield soldiers will become. Hunters should also have stronger jobs to transfer to. The details will depend on the subsequent situation. Lord Nancy finished speaking, blinking her big eyes at Li Xian, waiting for Li Xian's choice. Then choose the hunter. I am still very curious about the hunter ability, Li Xian said calmly. Okay. Lord Nancy nodded immediately, raised the ancient token again, and began to help Li Xian change his job in the shining golden light. Whoosh! The sound echoed like the wind, and Li Xian was bathed in the golden light, transforming from the inside out. He only felt that his soul was rapidly strengthening, and the speed of improvement was as fast as lightning. The overflow of the soul was almost full. Almost there. I'm getting closer and closer to the golden perfection, closer and closer. Li Xian muttered in surprise suddenly. His whole body was shaken. A strong force spread from his body. The job change was completed at this moment. Li Xian clenched his fists, feeling the power contained in his hands. He spread his right hand. A crescent-shaped scimitar appeared in his palm, emitting a cold light. Name, Li Xian. Level 10/1000. Occupation, Hunter. Combat power, 350. Specialties, Assassination, Concealment, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Pest Control. Belongs to, God Domain, Nancy Territory. Potential, Unknown. Good attributes. Li Xian looked at his attributes, looking at the newly added Assassination and Concealment abilities, nodded with satisfaction. These two abilities are quite suitable for him, much stronger than archers, sword and shield soldiers. However, Li Xian thinks that the Amplification Aura type ability is more suitable for him. After all, he can summon dark creatures. If there are more Amplification Auras, it can also make the skeletons more powerful. Unfortunately, this is the elf territory, and there is no amplification ability. If it were the undead territory, it might be better. But I don't know where the undead territory is. Even if there is, it is hard to say whether the Lord there will block the level. Li Xian will not pin his hopes on others. He feels very lucky to meet a Nancy Lord, which is enough for him to gain soul power. Of course, if he becomes a Lord himself, he will not be blocked by others. Become a Lord yourself? Li Xian was slightly stunned, and felt that this was really a solution. He immediately turned his head to look at Lord Nancy and asked, Lord, do people like us have a chance to become lords? Lord Nancy frowned when she heard this. She looked at Li Xian carefully, and seeing Li Xian's sincere eyes, she was silent for a while. Yes, but it's difficult. It requires 5 conditions, one of which is... What is it? Li Xian asked. Kill a lord. Chapter 404. Killing a lord. Kill a lord? It's like this. Li Xian was surprised. He had never expected such a condition. Yes, after killing the lord token will be dropped. It is such an ancient token. With the token, and completing the remaining 4 conditions, you can establish a territory. Lord Nancy explained. I see, I understand. Li Xian nodded and stopped asking questions. Aren't you going to ask me about the remaining 4 conditions? Lord Nancy was puzzled, and was very surprised that Li Xian did not ask. Don't worry. When I show my value in the future, you will tell me everything naturally. Li Xian smiled confidently. He had only joined this territory for half a day, and Lord Nancy had already told him a lot of things, which was considered to be the most righteous. If he knew too much about the problems of becoming a lord, any lord would worry about whether he would be killed by Li Xian and robbed of the lord token. Now he only knew 1 condition, and did not ask the remaining 4 conditions, which would make Lord Nancy feel at ease and better improve his strength here. After all, becoming a lord is still a long way off. Li Xian is more concerned about improving his soul, and it would be best if he could reach the golden great perfection, or even the half-saint. After considering this, Li Xian did not ask any more questions, but said lazily, It's too late. I should rest. Well, let's go to the Lord Mansion, which is inside the Tree of Life. There is a lot of space there, and there are 5 rooms. Lord Nancy said with a smile. Okay. Li Xian yawned and walked towards the Tree of Life. After opening the door, he chose a house to rest and sleep. Outside, only Lord Nancy and Captain Wendy were left standing quietly. What an interesting person. Lord Nancy smiled, feeling that Li Xian was very interesting. Captain Wendy beside him looked at him blankly, not knowing why Lord Nancy said Li Xian was interesting. Come with me, there is still a little energy in the token, just enough to build farmland. I didn't expect that the second-level barracks would actually need to build farmland. Lord Nancy shook her head helplessly, feeling that energy was really scarce. So much energy was almost consumed, which made her very painful. Finally, another radiant light shone, and the farmland was built, appearing in the right corner of the territory gate. As for the energy in the token, there was only a little left, not enough to even use the elves, so naturally there was no way to use it. Gurgle. The stomach gurgled, and Lord Nancy touched her stomach with her little hand, feeling really hungry. Unfortunately, there was no water, so she could only endure the hunger and walked towards the room in the Tree of Life. Captain Wendy looked at the Lord worriedly. She knew clearly that if the people in the territory did not eat, the probability of getting sick was extremely high, and the sickness rate of weak farmers could even reach 80%. So they had to eat. Even though Captain Wendy was quite strong, she still had to eat. As for the Lord, although she said that it was okay for her not to eat, Captain Wendy was still worried. With such worries, the two walked into the Tree of Life. As soon as they walked into the living room, they saw a plate of fruit. A plate of red apples. Why is there fruit here? Wait. It's him. Lord Nancy turned her head and looked at the room where Li Xian was. At this moment, she felt a deep gratitude in her heart. She felt that she was so lucky to meet Li Xian. Thinking about the rapid increase in the base's energy, the rapid increase in the number of people, and the vigorous development of the base's buildings since Li Xian joined, all of which were brought by Li Xian. Lord Nancy was so happy to meet such a good citizen that she wanted to jump for joy, especially when she saw the bright red fruits and thought that these were enough to fill her stomach. She was even more happy. That Gu Xiaohao is such a stupid lord. He actually gave up such a good Li Xian and gave me a bargain for nothing. Lord Nancy felt happy, especially after she took a bite of the apple. The sweet taste made her feel even happier. Huh? Apples can actually strengthen the body. This is a good thing. Why didn't Li Xian eat it himself? He actually gave it to me. Lord Nancy felt the improvement of her body and realized the value of the apple. When she looked at Li Xian's room, she became more grateful. She did not say any more words of gratitude, but kept it in her heart. Some help does not require too much thanks, but only requires actions to repay. Lord Nancy naturally understood all this, and smiled and took Captain Wendy back to the next room to rest. In the other room, Li Xian leaned on the bed, silently checking his summons, which were the 100 giant skeleton tigers. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and the area around the territory became quiet, so quiet that it was scary. Li Xian used his thoughts to get feedback from the giant skeleton tigers, and found that they were actually afraid of something. Li Xian hurriedly checked and found that their vision was compressed tenfold, and an inexplicable coldness surrounded them. This chilling feeling does not act on the body, but comes from the soul. Li Xian can feel it through his thoughts. However, the darkness of this world still needs to be tested, in order to see how dangerous it is. So he moved his mind slightly, commanding the skeleton tiger to start moving, attacking a rat hole that was selected in advance. Li Xian has changed his job to a hunter, and the suppression he is under is lower. With a stronger soul, he can better display various talents and enhance the skeleton tiger. This also caused these skeleton tigers to exert combat power far beyond their own. Each of them was really powerful, roaring and hunting big rats. The battle began. Li Xian remotely controlled the skeleton tigers, fighting continuously, hunting monsters everywhere in this area. And the experience points were also increasing rapidly. Experience points plus 15. Experience points plus 15. The experience points have decreased. It should be that the stronger I am, the less experience points I get. I guess I won't get any experience points if I weed now. Li Xian looked at the experience value prompt and soon realized the reason for the decrease in experience value. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he looked forward to the changes in the future. With 100 skeleton tigers fighting for him, the speed of gaining experience value would increase at a terrifying rate. Li Xian was not worried about this at all. The only thing he had to pay attention to now was whether the skeleton tiger could survive this night safely. Li Xian still attached great importance to that cold feeling. According to the information I got, tonight is not the night of death. In other words, it is still relatively safe at night. If it is really dangerous, we can only lose these 100 giant skeleton tigers. Li Xian knew clearly that after these summoned creatures died, as long as their souls were sent back to their original world, they would recover after a while. So there was no need to worry about death. In addition, many giant skeleton tigers could be summoned, and they were not as rare as bone dragons. So it would not be a pity if they died. Li Xian's goal was to check the degree of danger in this world. And more importantly, to level up. To level up at night. And to improve the strength of the soul. With this thought in mind, Li Xian commanded 100 skeleton tigers to continue fighting. Killing in the dark night. Experience plus 15. Experience plus 15 bang. A skeleton tiger head suddenly shattered. And it fell to the ground motionless. What? Li Xian narrowed his eyes. Just now, he was controlling the skeleton tigers to fight. And suddenly one of them died. This surprised Li Xian. Without any hesitation, Li Xian controlled the remaining tigers to look for the attackers. Scanning the surrounding grass. Looking for the enemy's position. To Li Xian's surprise, 99 skeleton tigers did not find the enemy. And found nothing. Which made Li Xian frown. Chapter 405 Weird. Do you think I can't find you? Li Xian God perspective suddenly activated, with Nancy territory as the center, and suddenly spread to the west in all directions. The perspective extended to a radius of 150 meters, and then stopped. The strong observation range made Li Xian smile. Let me see where you are. Li Xian God perspective scanned, carefully looking for the enemy's position in the shallow danger zone. With strong observation ability, directly penetrated the plants, and saw the enemy hidden in the plants. I found you. Li Xian God perspective instantly locked onto a black plant. Under it was a dark spider with 4 legs broken. It's this guy. Li Xian remembered who it was. It was the spider that escaped after the last battle with the little hedgehog. At that time, the little hedgehog tore off its 4 legs. Now this dark spider is still missing a leg, and even looks sick. But the dark spider in this state can actually kill the giant skeleton tiger instantly, which is enough to prove its extraordinariness. I kill you today. And see how much experience I can get. Li Xian gave the order expectantly. And 99 skeleton tigers roared and rushed towards the dark spider. And surrounded and killed it while it was on guard. A crazy battle began. Although the 99 skeleton tigers were suppressed, their individual combat power could not beat the dark spider. But they were numerous. And with Li Xian command, they cooperated very well. In such a joint battle, after 12 skeleton tigers were seriously injured, they finally killed the dark spider in the bushes. Experience plus 50. The experience is a bit low. Li Xian analyzed it carefully, and found that the difficulty of earning experience has increased. Not only has the difficulty of hunting monsters increased, but the experience bar has also increased a lot. In this case, he needs to be in the stage of hard work for a long time. Fortunately, he can summon dark creatures, otherwise it would take a lot of time. Silently commanding the skeleton tigers, picking up the intact bones on the ground, replacing the injured bones. Soon 2 skeleton tigers recovered, and only 10 seriously injured skeleton tigers were left. There is no need to worry about the seriously injured ones. They can slowly repair their bones. As long as they are given some time, they will recover. Li Xian did not wait, but commanded the remaining 89 skeleton tigers, and started fighting again. With the previous battle, the next hunting road became easier, and they moved more recklessly in the shallow danger zone. Experience plus 15. Experience plus 15 bang. Golden light shone around Li Xian, and his level finally reached level 2 near dawn, becoming a level 2 hunter. Name, Li Xian. Level 23/1100. Occupation, hunter. Combat power, 370. Proficient in assassination, stealth, swordsmanship, logging, weeding, planting, pest control. Belongs to divine domain, Nancy territory. Potential, unknown. Not bad. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 only adds 100 experience points. The difficulty of upgrading is not much higher. Great. Continue upgrading. Li Xian commanded the skeleton tiger to continue fighting within 150 meters around the territory. During the battle, some skeleton tigers died from time to time. But some repaired skeleton tigers joined in and continued to fight. The time came to 4:40 in the morning. The number of Li Xian skeleton tigers had dropped to 40. And Li Xian level had been upgraded to level 4. And his strength had increased again. However, in the next 3 minutes, Li Xian could not find any enemies. Not even a single creature. Not even a bug. Such a scene made Li Xian frown. And he was a little confused. Trying to control the 40 skeleton tigers to move forward, Li Xian continued to search. At this time, he suddenly saw a woman in white standing under a crooked willow tree not far away. The figure was in white clothes and black hair, with a slender figure and elegant temperament, giving people a hazy feeling of a graceful lady. Li Xian was immediately attracted and instinctively controlled the 40 skeleton tigers to move forward, wanting to see the figure's face clearly. Time was also passing at this moment. The 40 skeleton tigers were getting closer and closer to the woman's figure. At this time, the time came to 4:44:44. Suddenly, the woman in white turned her head, revealing a delicate and beautiful little face. But her dark eyes stared at Li Xian through the 40 skeleton tigers, and Li Xian looked at each other. Bang, bang, bang. The 40 skeleton tigers suddenly burst and shattered, and an extremely oppressive cold feeling swept all around. Li Xian, who was in the base, shuddered suddenly, and then found that blood was dripping down his cheeks. Nancy Base. The light gate of the base's protective fence cracked, and the protective wall collapsed. The City Lord Mansion, where the life tree was condensed, also made loud bangs, as if something was madly attacking the life tree. However, the level 2 life tree was extremely strong, and it actually withstood the heavy blow, but Li Xian's condition was not good. He only felt his scalp tingling. Purification. The power of the holy light rippled in the room, blood flowed in Li Xian's facial features. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart, and a cold chill rose on his back. The holy light continued to spread. The power of purification shone. And it should have been the warm power of light. But Li Xian could not feel any warmth. Only coldness. Looking at the territory from a god perspective, Li Xian did not see anyone. Not even in the room where he was resting. But he could feel that there seemed to be something behind him. Staring at him, Li Xian tilted his head slightly, and looked back from the corner of his eye, and found a white skirt behind him, and a pair of white legs under the skirt. The pair of calves were very slender and white, so white that it looked strangely pale. For some reason, Li Xian felt a hand on his left shoulder. A heavy feeling came from his left shoulder. Li Xian felt frightened and immediately burst out all his light talents. Buzz! A strong holy light spread from Li Xian's body. He was like the sun, illuminating the whole house. The hand on his shoulder was red as if it was baked, twisting, and there were faint wailing and twisted screams. Crack! As if something broke, Li Xian was shocked, and then he opened his eyes. Huh? When did I close my eyes? Li Xian found himself lying down, and immediately sat up, looking carefully inside the house, and found nothing, and when he opened his eyes to observe the outside world, his brows were furrowed. Because he didn't know when the ancient token of Lord Nancy was floating in the air, illuminating the entire territory, and dispelling everything in the darkness. Li Xian used the god perspective to look at the next room, and found that Lord Nancy and Captain Wendy were sleeping, and did not notice anything. At this time, Lord Nancy's body was shining with golden light, which was the light of upgrading. She actually upgraded in her sleep. Cooperative kill. Experience points plus 1,000. A line of words also appeared in front of Li Xian, and his level rose to level 5 in the next second. Cooperative kill? It seems that the Lord token has taken action, and it actually provided me with 1,000 experience points. What kind of monster is that woman in white? Even the gate of the territory was destroyed. Li Xian looked at the gate of the territory solemnly. Watching the gate slowly recover under the light of the token, he narrowed his eyes. This is a dangerous world. Fortunately, the Lord Wooden House was upgraded to a life tree, otherwise it might not be able to withstand that strange existence, so I live in the life tree in the future. Li Xian made a decision, prepared to sleep in the life tree every night in the future, and urged Lord Nancy to upgrade the life tree more. After making the decision, Li Xian narrowed his eyes, and fell into a doze against the pillow. As for the ancient token, after repairing everything, it flew back to Lord Nancy, and returned to its original state. The whole process was as if nothing had happened. But the battle log of the token simply recorded this incident. The record was very vague. It only said that the territory was attacked, and Li Xian helped to kill the enemy, nothing else. There was no way. The battle log was so vague. Just like that, everything fell silent, except Li Xian, The whole territory didn't know what happened in the outside world. In the morning sun rose slowly, enveloping the territory, making the whole territory glow with vitality. Lord Nancy and Captain Windy woke up slowly, stretched slowly, and prepared to get busy. But the next second, Lord Nancy was startled, and immediately opened her mouth. I actually upgraded. What's going on? My level actually increased by 1 level. Lord Nancy was surprised. Upgrade? How could it be? Did something happen at night? Captain Windy asked in confusion. It's possible. I checked the record on the token. Lord Nancy realized that something must have happened at night, and immediately picked up the token to check the content. Chapter 406. The first wave of attack is gone. The territory was attacked last night. Did Li Xian participate in the killing? When Lord Nancy saw the record on the token, she was slightly stunned at first, and then showed a look of horror. How could it be? How could the base be suddenly attacked? There are still a few days before the first wave of monster attacks, and last night was not the night of death. How could it be suddenly attacked? And the attacker was killed, and Li Xian participated in the killing, which means, if there was no Li Xian, the territory would have suffered huge losses last night. Lord Nancy was stunned. She didn't expect so many things to happen last night. The key point was that they didn't know anything, and slept soundly all night. She couldn't imagine how serious the consequences of the base being attacked would be if Li Xian hadn't been there. I feel that accepting Li Xian was my greatest luck. He is definitely a treasure refugee. Gu Xiaohao next door must have a problem with his brain. He actually drove away such a good person. And I got it for nothing. Lord Nancy was very fortunate. Especially when she saw that her level was raised by 1 level. She felt more and more that the decision was so correct. Lord Nancy, in a joyful mood, immediately ran to Li Xian's house, ready to express gratitude to Li Xian. When he walked to the hall, he found Li Xian in the yard outside the door, ready to leave the base. Li Xian, what happened last night? Lord Nancy said hurriedly. I know. I need to investigate the relevant information again. Let's do this for now. I'm leaving. Li Xian interrupted Lord Nancy, strode out of the base, and walked towards the hedgehog's nest. The strange woman last night was not simple. Li Xian was going to ask the little hedgehog if he knew this strange woman. With the little hedgehog's strength, he might know some relevant information. So Li Xian walked quickly and left the base in the sight of everyone. Not long after, Li Xian came to the shallow danger zone in the dark, saw the black land covered with weeds, and heard the strange sound of insects. Darkness calls. Li Xian suddenly put his hands together, and a space crack more than 10 meters long slowly took shape, emitting special power fluctuations. As the space crack appeared, a mighty army of skeletons came out of the crack. Standing majestically, they included skeleton warriors, skeleton axemen, skeleton archers, and skeleton tigers. Thousands of skeletons, like an army of undead, followed Li Xian's orders and went deep into the shallow danger zone. Li Xian, who had reached the 5th level of hunter, was once again unlocked. He could summon more and more undead creatures, and the increase was getting stronger and stronger. With such a strong increase, even the skeleton warriors, who were weaker than the skeleton tigers, could also exert strong combat power in this world. So Li Xian summoned a group of skeletons, let them fight with all their strength, sweep the shallow danger zone, and also look for information about the strange woman. The purpose is to find out how many of these strange women there are, and whether they will appear again in the future. With this idea in mind, after Li Xian arranged the skeletons, he turned into a hedgehog again, stepped on the cold ground, smelled the faint fragrance of flowers, and walked towards the little hedgehog's nest. On the other side, Gu Xiaohao territory. Gu Xiaohao, who was sleeping late, was awakened by a knock on the door. With a face full of irritability, Gu Xiaohao unhappily opened the door of the Lord Mansion and looked at the 5 people outside. The 5 people were the Dragon Blood Warrior, the woodcutter Gushan, and 3 sickly farmers. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so sick? Where are the other farmers? Gu Xiaohao frowned and looked at the 3 farmers. The other farmers are dead, Gushan said in a low voice. Dead? Died in one night? What a waste! Gu Xiaohao looked unhappy. He thought that these farmers could at least survive for 3 or 4 days without eating. And they could also go out to work more, providing him with more energy. But he didn't expect that after one night. There were only 3 farmers left, and they looked sick and looked like they would not live long. This made Gu Xiaohao very upset. He felt that after Li Xian left, the whole base was in a terrible state. But there was no way. Without water, the food problem could not be solved at all. Gu Xiaohao could only say with a gloomy face, "Go find energy. I need more energy." "Yes." Gu Shan and the others bowed and saluted, and left the base with 3 sickly farmers, leaving Gu Xiaohao standing there depressed. The water in the small water bag can last for 2 days. The Dragon Blood Warrior must be upgraded to level 10 in these 2 days, and then be transferred to a little hero. When you become a little hero, you can go to the shallow dangerous area to find water. Well, I figured it out in an instant. I am really a genius. Gu Xiaohao muttered complacently, and then said, "Although I will lose some peasants, it doesn't matter. They are just some low-level peasants. After I have energy, I can summon as many as I want." Gu Xiaohao didn't take the peasants seriously at all. They were just some low-level soldiers. Plus, he had a background, so he didn't care about it. "If I can't bear it anymore, I will ask my father for help. With my father's strength, he will definitely help me through the difficulties." After Gu Xiaohao finished speaking, he lazily walked into the city lord mansion and went back to sleep. On the other side, Nancy territory. After Nancy arranged the team, she took Captain Wendy and a swordsman and walked towards the area 50 meters away, fully armed. She was going to find someone, and she had to get water, otherwise everyone would have no food at noon. Food was a very serious problem for the people in the territory, and it had to be taken seriously. Considering that 50 meters away was very dangerous, Nancy did not let the elves follow. Instead, she took Captain Wendy and the swordsman, and carefully went to 50 meters away, and began to look for water, and fought the enemy in the crisis. The nest of the little hedgehog. Li Xian was communicating with the little hedgehog, asking for relevant information. What surprised Li Xian was that the little hedgehog really knew about the existence of the strange woman, and even saw it more than once. According to the little hedgehog, the strange woman is the strongest existence besides the dark evil tiger. There will be a strange woman in a shallow danger zone outside each lord base. They are very hostile to the lord base. Each strange woman stares at the base, and when the time comes, they will become the strongest monsters in the first wave of attacking the base. They are powerful, and there is a high chance that they can break through the base. Unless the base is upgraded to level 2, there is a chance to survive. Fortunately, a strange woman will only attack one base, and there will not be a situation where multiple strange women attack. This also makes Li Xian look strange. It turned out to be like this. I didn't expect that the first wave of attack in Nancy territory would be broken like this. Doesn't that mean that there will be no more enemies in the territory at that time? Or, there will be no powerful enemies? Li Xian muttered secretly, feeling speechless. It's not time to attack yet, and the enemy is gone. He really didn't expect it. Little hedgehog, when does the dark evil tiger usually attack the lord's bases? Li Xian asked again. Chapter 407, The Gradual Transformation of Strength. Chijijiji. The little hedgehog danced and shouted, telling everything he knew like a bamboo tube pouring beans. From the 3rd wave to the 10th wave of monster attacks, the dark evil tiger may appear, randomly attack the surrounding territories. When Li Xian heard this, his brows frowned. The dark evil tiger is not simple. According to the little hedgehog's intelligence, territories below level 5 cannot withstand the attack of the dark evil tiger. Even if Li Xian is now, he will be killed instantly if he encounters the dark evil tiger. There is no other way. This evil tiger is an elite boss, and no one can afford to provoke it at this stage. Li Xian is naturally concerned about such an enemy. But considering that the first wave of monster attacks has not even started yet, with his own upgrade speed, by then, he may be very powerful, and be able to kill the dark evil tiger. Thinking of this, Li Xian no longer thought about this matter, but secretly commanded the skeleton army to harvest experience points, while following the little hedgehog to pick up bargains. Time passed slowly, and soon half a day had passed. Lord Nancy held the long sword, panting and covering her right hand, a black spot slightly spreading on her wrist. I didn't expect that I was so cautious, but I was still poisoned. Fortunately, I leveled up when I went to bed last night, and mastered a poison resistance ability. Otherwise, I would have died here. I'm so glad. Lord Nancy was very glad, seeing that the poison on her wrist was no longer spreading. She breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing the 2 subordinates beside him covered in wounds, Lord Nancy fell into a state of decadence. It's almost noon. I still can't find water. What should I do? Should I ask my mother for help? No, I will never bow to that strong woman, Absolutely. Lord Nancy gritted his teeth, held the long sword and continued to move forward, killing into the shallow danger zone in the battle and killing, trying to find water. They didn't know that? Whether it was within 100 meters of the base, or the shallow danger zone, it was swept by Li Xian's skeleton army. The danger of these areas has been greatly reduced, which has supported them to come to the shallow danger zone. Otherwise something would have happened long ago. However, the shallow danger zone is not simple. Even if it has been swept, it is still dangerous. If Lord Nancy and his men want to reach the river, they will inevitably encounter many powerful enemies and eventually fail. Another 2 hours passed, and it was already past noon. Lord Nancy walked back with wounds all over his body, his face full of bitterness and decadence. And he was exhausted and staggering. Failed? I didn't find the water source. Lord Nancy, feeling depressed, walked towards the base step by step. When she was 10 meters away from the base, she couldn't go on, because she couldn't face her people. Without water, she couldn't cook. The people would go hungry and get sick. This was a heavy blow to the base. Frustrated, Lord Nancy was about to say something, but suddenly she smelled a faint fragrance, which seemed to come from the base. Lord Nancy sniffed her little nose, confirmed it again, and found that it really came from the base. She immediately widened her eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. The smell of cooking meat? How could it be? There is no water in the base. How can there be the smell of cooking meat? Do you smell it? Lord Nancy said, and hurriedly looked at the two subordinates around him. Lord, we smelled it too. It really is the smell of cooking meat, so fragrant, and it is getting stronger and stronger. Captain Wendy and another swordsman, sniffing gently, smelling the meaty aroma floating in the air. The two of them almost turned into little greedy cats. Let's go. Hurry back to the base. Lord Nancy hurriedly called his subordinates, and rushed to the base with staggering steps. At this moment, the three of them were covered with wounds everywhere. The wounds were intertwined, and the bright red blood was dripping from the wounds. And they looked very miserable, because Lord Nancy always rushed to the front. She was the most seriously injured, with as many as 5 poison skin spots, which was extremely embarrassing. But even in such a mess, they still ran very fast, even fell down, and supported each other to run to the base. When they ran into the base, they saw the cook busy around 2 big pots, the elves looking forward to the big pots, and Li Xian holding a water bag and pouring water into the big pot. Lord Nancy was silent, and for some reason, his eyes turned red. Taking a deep breath, Lord Nancy suppressed his emotions and ran to the big pot. Looking at the fragrant pot of cooked meat, she turned to look at Li Xian, and said in a trembling voice, Li Xian, is this the water you brought back? Yes, I brought it back on the way. Here you go. Give me your empty water bag, and I bring you some more later. Li Xian threw the water bag in his hand to Lord Nancy casually. Thank you. Lord Nancy emotions fluctuated even more, and she looked at Li Xian deeply. She had risked her life to find a water source before, but she failed in the end. When she returned to the base, someone had already brought back water. This feeling of seeing a new world after a dark period made her so excited that she wanted to cry. But she was a lord, so she couldn't cry. She could only suppress her emotions with all her strength. The meat is almost done. Let's eat. I put self-healing fruit and detoxification fruit in it, which can heal injuries and remove poisoning. Li Xian saw that the meat was almost cooked, and he served a large bowl to Lord Nancy, and then said, Nancy, you came back too late. I arranged for the cook to cook in advance. Do you mind? Don't mind. From now on, your orders in the base are my orders, and everyone must obey them. Lord Nancy nodded solemnly and announced sincerely, Well, thank you for your trust. Let's eat. Li Xian continued to serve the rice. Okay. Lord Nancy ate the food in small bites. For some reason, today's food was particularly fragrant and delicious. Thanks for the warmth in my heart, very comfortable, very happy. Everyone come and eat. After Li Xian served the meal, he invited everyone to eat. He only served a small amount himself, and ate slowly in a corner. It was mainly because he had eaten a lot outside, and had no appetite now. He was just pretending to eat, and then secretly checked his level. Name, Li Xian level 811/1700 occupation, Hunter combat power, 490 specialties, assassination, concealment, swordsmanship, logging, weeding, planting, pest control, Belonging to God Domain, Nancy Territory Potential, Unknown. There are only 2 levels left before I can change my job. It will be soon. The problem can be solved in one afternoon. Li Xian said secretly, feeling his soul getting stronger and stronger, the power that came from inside and outside, which made Li Xian a little fascinated. Especially the unlocking of various abilities, and the transformation of talents caused by a large amount of fruits, which made Li Xian ecstatic, and felt that the whole world of God Domain was so beautiful. At this time, Lord Nancy walked to Li Xian with a bowl, looked at Li Xian attribute panel, said nothing, but sat down next to Li Xian. Li Xian, we encountered a fatal danger in the shallow danger zone. It was a 2-meter-long black snake. It was very powerful. We were knocked away by it, and lost our weapons. The 3 of us almost died because of it. But at the critical moment, a skeleton tiger emerged from the darkness, killed the black snake, and saved us. You often go out. Have you seen this skeleton tiger? Why did it save us? Are there kind monsters in the world of God? After Nancy finished speaking, she looked at Li Xian curiously, with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. There are indeed some kind beings in the world of God Domain, such as a kind little hedgehog. But there are more dangers. All kinds of dangers. By the way, I have something to ask you. Li Xian suddenly changed the subject, and his face became more serious. What is it? Lord Nancy was curious, and immediately wiped the meat from the corner of her mouth and looked at Li Xian seriously. When will the first wave of monsters attack the territory? Li Xian asked the doubts in his heart. The day after tomorrow at dawn. Lord Nancy's face flashed solemnly, and she was very worried that the base would not be able to survive this difficult time. According to the information she knew, the first wave of attacks was very dangerous, and many bases were destroyed by monsters and eventually failed. Chapter 408 Nancy Quota. Lord Nancy is eager to fight, eager to level up, and eager to upgrade the base. It is to strengthen the base, summon more soldiers, so as to overcome the first wave of monsters, and obtain the rewards of the world of God. Yes, there are rewards for overcoming difficulties. As long as the territory is not destroyed in the early morning of the day after tomorrow, all the creatures in the base will receive rewards from the world of God. That is a generous reward, a reward that no one can refuse. The key point is that this is only the first wave of rewards. The more you go in, the more generous the rewards will be. Even the gods will salivate over the rewards that appear in the later stages. This is also the reason why the gods send their descendants to enter the world of the gods. As long as they can build an empire in the world of the gods, they can even become gods in the future. So what Lord Nancy wants most is to build an empire here and become a true god emperor. But that is too far away. Lord Nancy's biggest problem now is to survive the first wave of attacks the day after tomorrow. Li Xian, are you willing to be my personal attendant? Lord Nancy suddenly asked. Personal attendant? Why do you ask that suddenly? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. The first wave of attack is very dangerous. If we can't make it, the creatures in the entire territory will die. But I have the gods as my backing, and I will be taken back to the ancient god world at the last moment. The ancient god world has special rules. Ordinary people cannot enter the ancient god world. If you become my personal attendant, you can enter the ancient god world. At that time, if the base cannot survive the first wave of attack, you can leave with me and leave the world of gods alive. Lord Nancy looked at Li Xian seriously. She was very grateful to Li Xian, and recognized Li Xian from the bottom of her heart. She was willing to give the only position of personal attendant to Li Xian, just to protect Li Xian in the most dangerous moment. Sorry, I don't want to be anyone's attendant. Li Xian shook his head. He could feel that Lord Nancy was kind, but he would never be someone else's attendant. At worst, he would return to the world of summoned beasts. This was also the reason why Li Xian decisively refused. But the first wave of monster attacks is very dangerous. If it is a large number of ordinary monsters, it is not a big deal. I am afraid that the first wave of attacks will be a terrible strange creature. Although there will only be one such strange creature, it is really dangerous. Lord Nancy persuaded. It's okay. I will take care of this matter. I'm leaving first. Here, I leave the task of washing the dishes to you. Li Xian put the empty bowl in Nancy's little hand, turned around and strode out of the base. This approach made Lord Nancy laugh and cry. She could only watch Li Xian leave helplessly. Let's see what happens. If we can't hold on to the first wave of attacks, then beg mother once. Although that woman is hateful, it's worth it to save Li Xian, Lord Nancy said in a daze, in front of the delicious boiled meat. She looked at the direction where Li Xian left for a long time. Gu Xiaohao territory. A small pot was set up in the territory. Gu Xiaohao, Dragon Blood Warrior, and Gu Shan were sitting together eating boiled wheats. The atmosphere seemed very dull. Are the three farmers dead? Gu Xiaohao said in a low voice while eating the unpalatable wheats. Yes. They waited outside for 2 or 3 hours. And then they began to stagger and died soon after. Gu Shan explained, with a hint of depression in his voice. How many wheats did they weed in total? 5? Gu Xiaohao frowned. No. Only 1 in total. Gu Shan said in a low voice. Only 1? They are such trash. All of them are trash. Gu Xiaohao's face was grim. Especially when he saw that they only brought back a little. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If they continued at this speed, they would not be able to accumulate enough energy, let alone upgrade the Lord Mansion. Long John, you have to speed up the upgrade. There is only enough water for today and tomorrow. You must find a water source from the day after tomorrow. In addition, I remember that the day after tomorrow is the first wave of monsters to attack. At that time, the task of fighting against the monsters depends on you. You must win. Gu Xiaohao said seriously. He had great confidence in the Dragon Blood Warrior. Otherwise, he would not have given up Li Xian and chosen the Dragon Blood Warrior. Okay, Lord. As long as I can change my job to a little hero before the first wave of monsters arrive, I will be able to overcome the difficulties. The Dragon Blood Warrior said sullenly. But he was not very confident in his heart. Mainly because the first wave of attacks would test the territory's ability to withstand. If the Lord Mansion cannot be upgraded to level 2, it will be difficult for him to withstand this wave of attacks by himself. But now there is no energy. The Dragon Blood Warrior can only suppress all this in his heart. Shallow Danger Zone. Li Xian stood quietly on a big tree, looking down at the entire Shallow Danger Zone, and also looking at the Middle Danger Zone. The Middle Danger Zone is the area where the little hedgehog used to live. It is extremely dangerous there, and all kinds of strange creatures are thronged. According to the information provided by the little hedgehog, in the Middle Danger Zone, there are a lot of strange female shadows, and even a lot of dark evil tigers. Each of them is feared. In short, Little Hedgehog suggested that you should not go to the middle-level danger zone in the short term. Li Xian observed the middle-level danger zone from a god perspective, and found that the god perspective was more strongly suppressed in that area. And there was also an inexplicable sense of weirdness in his heart. Little Hedgehog once said that the middle-level danger zone is a hero hunting ground. Which means that the hero's fighting power is enough to go there. Then I will go there after I become a hero? Li Xian was silent, and thought for a long time. In the end, he did not go to the middle danger zone, but commanded the skeleton army to sweep across the shallow danger zone. And in the wanton killing, he moved forward step by step. It was evening. Everyone in Nancy territory returned to the territory, sitting quietly around the big black pot, looking forward to the food inside. Like greedy cats? While waiting, Lord Nancy looked towards the gate of the base from time to time, wanting to see when Li Xian would come back, worried that something might happen to him. I have a quota, which I have been reluctant to use before. When Li Xian reaches the maximum level, I will give it to him, so that he can also become stronger, Lord Nancy said secretly, still looking at the gate of the territory from time to time. After waiting for a long time, she finally saw Li Xian. Bang! A dull sound sounded at the gate. Li Xian dragged 3 big trees, carried a large net of prey, and walked slowly into the base. You are back. Lord Nancy stood up immediately, looking at the returning Li Xian excitedly, and was very happy about the many supplies he brought back. Well, I'm at the maximum level, please change my job, these energies are enough. After Li Xian finished speaking, he walked out of the gate, and brought back 3 big trees, and a big net of prey. The elves and the female swordsmen who were surrounding the big iron pot, looked at so many things, all of them were stunned, and stood still in shock. There were so many things, even if there were another 100 elves, they couldn't get so many things. Chapter 409, Ancient Tree in the Barracks. But Li Xian himself actually brought it back. Such a result, which scared everyone in the base. Everyone looked at Li Xian like a goose. Come to collect energy, help me change my job. Li Xian waved at Nancy, who was in a daze. Alright. Lord Nancy was stunned for a moment, and hurried over to collect energy. Looking at the skyrocketing energy on the token, she suppressed the joy in her heart, and said quickly, Li Xian, I have a quota, which can let you change your job to a little hero. Do you want to change your job? If you want, I will help you change your job immediately. Little hero. Li Xian thought of Gu Xiaohao. And thought of Gu Xiaohao's original promise. And felt a little emotional. In the end, he got the quota again. However, thinking that every time I upgrade, my soul will be strengthened a little. Li Xian couldn't help asking, I am a hunter now. And I should be able to change my job to a shadow hunter. If I change my job to a little hero, can I still change my job to a shadow hunter? If I become a shadow hunter first, can I still change my job to a little hero? After changing to shadow hunter, you can change to little hero. But once you become little hero, you can't change to shadow hunter anymore. You can only change to a stronger one. Lord Nancy hurriedly explained, wondering why Li Xian said that. I see. I'm a hunter now. Can I change to a normal profession first, then change to shadow hunter, and then change to little hero? Li Xian asked hurriedly, looking at Lord Nancy expectantly. Yes, there is a profession called archer hunter, which is a semi-professional profession. You can become a shadow hunter in the future, but this will waste time upgrading. It's better to change to little hero. You can complete the change without upgrading the barracks. If it doesn't work, wait until the barracks are upgraded, and I will change you to shadow hunter. Lord Nancy persuaded, somewhat confused about Li Xian's idea. Change to a bow hunter first, and then change to a shadow hunter after reaching the maximum level. Li Xian said seriously. But? Lord Nancy wanted to say something, but seeing Li Xian's serious look, she felt a little embarrassed to refuse Li Xian, so she nodded and said, Okay, I listen to you. Well, start changing jobs. Li Xian urged. Okay. Lord Nancy raised the ancient token, and the colorful light enveloped Li Xian's body, and he was immediately bathed in the colorful ocean. After a moment, Li Xian was shocked, and his soul power surged. His already powerful soul instantly broke through to the golden great perfection, becoming a true golden great perfection master. Finally reached the golden great perfection. Li Xian felt the transformation of his soul, and a deep sense of surprise emerged in his heart. He felt that the world of God domain was really his paradise of happiness. He even didn't want to leave this world. The next step is to become a semi-saint. After becoming a semi-saint, you can almost dominate a world. I just don't know how much soul power a semi-saint needs. Oh, and there are also barriers. I have to comprehend more barriers as soon as possible. Li Xian analyzed the current situation secretly, and opened the attribute panel to check the situation. Name, Li Xian. Level 10/1300. Occupation, Archer Hunter. Combat power, 400. Specialties, Archery, Assassination, Stealth, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Pest Control. Affiliation, Divine Domain, Nancy Territory. Potential, Unknown. The combat power on the attribute panel has been reduced, but the soul has been transformed, and the experience points required for upgrading are not much. It is indeed a semi-professional. Li Xian looked at the attribute panel, and seeing that the experience value only needed 1300, he nodded with satisfaction, and then secretly controlled the skeleton army to start the action. What surprised Li Xian was that after the soul reached the golden perfection, the skeleton army became more and more powerful. A single skeleton warrior could fight a big rat, and the more powerful skeleton tiger was roaring in all directions like a real tiger, sweeping everything, except for the elite boss Dark Evil Tiger. Li Xian's skeleton army had almost no rivals in the shallow danger zone, and was simply invincible. Experience +6. Experience +9. A series of prompts appeared, and Li Xian's experience began to soar, like a rocket. According to this method of improvement, in one night, +1 morning, his level will reach level 10. By then, he can be promoted to a shadow hunter. This speed is simply too terrifying. Li Xian suppressed the joy in his heart. Considering the importance of Nancy territory, he couldn't help but look at Lord Nancy and remind him, Nancy, I brought back enough energy this time. You should upgrade the base first. It's best if all the buildings are upgraded to level 3. Okay. Lord Nancy nodded, and hurriedly followed Li Xian's instructions, and began to upgrade the barracks. Buzz! With the colorful light shining, the original level 1 barracks were successfully upgraded to level 2, but if they want to upgrade to level 3, the treatment pool needs to be built. And the main base also needs to be upgraded to level 3. The key to upgrading the main base is that there needs to be a level 2 territory defense stronghold, and a level 2 defense gate. In short, they are mutually constrained, and all aspects need to be improved, and there can be no shortcomings. Lord Nancy was originally worried about not having enough energy, so she upgraded the defense, the light gate, and built a healing pool. However, she found that she had plenty of energy, so she upgraded the life tree. Wow! With a crashing sound, the life tree was successfully upgraded to the ancient life tree. It not only had all the characteristics of the Lord Mansion, but also could fight, protect, and become a life. Such a result made Lord Nancy so happy that she wanted to jump up and down, just like a child. Upgrade the barracks and see. Li Xian looked at the cheerful Lord Nancy and reminded him with a smile. Okay. Lord Nancy began to upgrade the barracks again, and upgraded everything to level 3 as much as possible. The level 3 barracks also became a big tree, a lush old tree. Barracks old tree? It can produce soldiers, and can also fight and protect, which is really good. Li Xian glanced at the tall barracks old tree, and felt it was quite interesting. Li Xian, the barracks old tree has added new soldiers, shadow hunters, elf archers, tree demon warriors, and higher level elf priests. Lord Nancy said with surprise, and couldn't help introducing it to Li Xian. Not bad. I am now a bow hunter, in addition to changing to a shadow hunter. Can I also change to an archer? What about the elf priest? Can I change my job? Li Xian asked curiously. He didn't know much about this aspect of profession. You can change to an elf archer, but you can't become an elf priest. You must be a woman. As for the tree demon warrior, it is the route taken by the elves. Lord Nancy explained softly, telling everything he knew one by one. I see. Let's do this for now. Let's go eat. Li Xian nodded, and was about to go eat, when a golden light suddenly appeared on his body. His level was raised, from level 1 to level 2. This, Lord Nancy, Captain Wendy, and other elves, looking at Li Xian who had suddenly upgraded, they were all dumbfounded, staring at him blankly. Each of them was a little confused. What's going on? How come he suddenly upgraded while talking? A female swordsman blinked blankly. I don't know. Does he have a special talent? By accumulating knowledge, he can upgrade his level? Another female swordsman whispered. It's possible. Such a talent is really good. It can be upgraded through learning. I also want such a talent. I want it too. The people in the base discussed quietly. They were very curious about Li Xian upgrade, and couldn't help wanting to know more about him. Even Lord Nancy couldn't help but look at Li Xian a few more times. Chapter 410 Max level again. However, thinking of Li Xian's specialness, Lord Nancy did not ask anything, but smiled. Let's go, and have a meal. Eat. Eat. When everyone heard about eating, they happily ran to the big black pot. Looking at the hot food in the pot, everyone was drooling. Eat, everyone is full today. Lord Nancy greeted everyone with a smile, and at the same time did not forget to serve a bowl to Li Xian first, a big bowl full of food. Thank you. Li Xian was not polite. He took the bowl and ate it. He enjoyed his dinner amid the chatter of the elves. During this process, Li Xian experience points kept increasing, and he received reminders of his experience points from time to time. The conscientious skeleton army did not know what sleep was. In the absence of powerful enemies, the skeleton army almost swept through the shallow danger zone. They even surrounded the territory and killed several times in the shallow danger zone, until there were few prey, and it was almost impossible to see them. The skeleton army moved towards the shallow danger zone farther away. Time passed in such a battle, and when Li Xian went back to rest, the next day came slowly. In the early morning, the air was fresh and the sun was bright. Li Xian, who was lying on the soft couch, slowly opened his eyes, stared at the wooden roof, and smelled the natural breath of the ancient tree of life. Li Xian smiled slightly. It's really a good place to rest. Li Xian slowly got up, walked to the cross-shaped window, and looked out. At this moment, Chuanwei was very lively, with elves flying in the air like fireflies, and crisp laughter coming from time to time. Several tall female swordsmen, with long swords hanging down from their waists, stood by the side in a heroic manner, with smiles on their faces. Captain Wendy, who was leaning on the side with her arms folded, had sharp eyes, and saw Li Xian in the window at a glance, and immediately nodded to Li Xian. Li Xian smiled slightly, walked back to the soft couch, rested his head on his hands and looked at the roof, waiting for the final moment. Yes, after a night of hunting by the skeleton army, Li Xian harvest skyrocketed, and his experience value was only a little away from the maximum level, which brought Li Xian a big surprise. I originally thought that I would reach the maximum level at noon today, but I didn't expect that I would reach it soon after waking up. It was a pleasant surprise. Li Xian felt the surge in soul brought by the upgrade, and felt that the suppression of various abilities was reduced again, and he couldn't help but smile. I will change my job in a while, and I should be able to reach the maximum level again when I come back in the evening, and I can change my job again, so how much will my soul be strengthened by then? I can't even imagine it. Li Xian opened the data panel, looked at the experience points that continued to increase, and quietly waited for the full level to appear. Experience points plus 8. Experience points plus 12. Experience points plus 16, outside the gate of the ancient tree of life. Lord Nancy waved the ancient token, and summoned a few female swordsmen, letting them gather together 10, and then arrange their respective tasks. After sending away several waves of subordinates, Lord Nancy looked at Captain Wendy, and asked in confusion, "Where is Li Xian? Did he go out early?" "No, he's still in the house." Captain Wendy answered immediately. "In the house? How could that be?" Lord Nancy was surprised. Usually, Li Xian was the first one to go out hunting. Today, he left so late. This surprised Lord Nancy. Did something happen? Lord Nancy was worried. Quickly walked to the door of Li Xian's house, and knocked gently. Knock. 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 Come in. Li Xian's voice came from inside the house. Squeak. Lord Nancy pushed the door open, looked at Li Xian on the couch with doubt, asked, "Li Xian, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" "Nothing, I'm almost at the maximum level. You can help me change my job later before I go out, so I don't have to come back again," Li Xian said calmly. Almost at the maximum level? So fast. Lord Nancy was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then showed an unbelievable look. You know, Li Xian just changed his job last night, but he slept all night, and he had to change his job again in the morning, which surprised Lord Nancy very much. Wait, could it be? Lord Nancy thought of the time when she leveled up in her sleep, and instantly thought of the base being attacked. And then Li Xian went out to fight, which led to the leveling up. However, she looked at the token record, and found no battle record. This means that the monster did not attack the base. And it may be that Li Xian went out to level up at night, which made Lord Nancy a little solemn. Because the outside world at night is too dangerous. 10 times more dangerous than during the day. It is easy to get into trouble when leveling up at night. Even if some remote control methods are used, it is easy to get into trouble. So she hurriedly said, "Li Xian, it's very dangerous outside at night, be careful." Okay. Hearing this, Li Xian smiled. Before he could say anything, suddenly a circle of rich golden light lit up around him. His level finally reached the maximum. Is it the maximum? Lord Nancy asked hurriedly. Yes, I can change my job now. Li Xian felt the range of the god perspective increase again, reaching a radius of 500 meters, and a strong joy rose in his heart. Okay, come with me. Are you really going to change your job to elf archer? Actually, shadow hunter is not bad either, Lord Nancy said, while walking towards the ancient tree of the barracks with Li Xian. No, I want to try changing my job to elf hunter, whether it will affect my appearance, such as becoming an elf, Li Xian said with a smile. He still looks human now. Even after changing his job several times, there is still not much change. This time he wants to test the effect of changing his job to elf archer. Anyway, his goal is to strengthen his soul. It doesn't matter which profession he changes to. It's alright. It's mainly for experimentation. Well, the race will change. Elf archer is a racial profession. And it's also a second-level profession. Second only to Little Hero, Lord Nancy said seriously. Well, I'm a little looking forward to it. The two of them stopped in front of the old tree in the barracks, and looked at the tall old tree in the barracks. The old tree in the barracks is very lush, with green leaves on the branches, full of vitality. The more than 10 meters tall and heavy tree trunk, even if it is still, can still bring an invisible pressure. Above the key ancient tree, an old man's face appeared, looking kind and gentle. But as long as the base is in danger, the ancient trees will show their powerful strength, like a barrier, blocking the invaders, even if they die in battle. I'm going to start, as Lord Nancy said. The ancient token was raised high, and the colorful light enveloped Li Xian, and the job transfer began again. Buzz. Li Xian was motionless in the buzzing sound, and the rolling warm current flowed in his body, gradually forming a round energy ball. Li Xian silently closed his eyes, and the whole person was enveloped in the energy ball, and began to transform. As a second-level profession, the elf archer is definitely a transformation-level profession, which is obviously not comparable to the first-level profession. The increase brought by the job change can be said to be all-round, including the soul. Li Xian can clearly feel the rapid surge of soul power. This instantaneous surge has exceeded the soul enhancement brought by the 5th level, and there is no sign of stopping. Chapter 411 Elf Archer. Li Xian's mood at this moment was like riding a rocket. He was really too happy. He just wanted to improve forever. Unfortunately, the warm current stopped soon. The light group around him disappeared, and the breath of nature began to spread. Li Xian's job change was finally completed. Huh? It's done. I don't know what new ability I have mastered. Li Xian opened the attribute panel expectantly to check his relevant situation. Name, Li Xian. Level 10/2000. Occupation, Elf Archer. Combat Power, 600. Specialties, Nature's Favorite, Precision Shooting, Archery, Assassination, Stealth, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Pest Control. Belonging to Divine Domain, Nancy. Territory Potential, Unknown. Nature's Favorite and Precision Shooting? Not bad. Li Xian looked at the skills on the attribute panel, looked at himself again, and slowly smiled. At this moment, he had changed a lot. His appearance changed from the original human form to a slender, fair-skinned, and handsome male elf with pointed ears. His appearance was exactly the same as his soul, as if his body was condensed from his soul. He was still handsome and eye-catching. Li Xian used the god perspective to observe himself. He found that he was wearing a decent set of ancient pattern light armor, carrying a shining mysterious longbow, and with his handsome face, he looked dignified and handsome. Li Xian didn't feel anything, but he found that the way Lord Nancy looked at him was a little strange, and he seemed to look at him a little more than usual. Experience +6. Experience +7. Experience +8. A series of experience value prompts sounded, and Li Xian ignored the experience value. Instead, he found that the observation range of the god perspective had increased sharply again. Now it has reached about 1 kilometer in radius, which is a very big improvement. Li Xian was very satisfied with this, and he wanted to immediately raise his level to the maximum level again, and then change his job to Little Hero, and then continue to strengthen his soul. However, when thinking of Little Hero, Li Xian naturally thought of Gu Xiaohao. After midnight tonight, the first wave of monster attacks will appear. Li Xian really wants to know whether Gu Xiaohao can survive this difficult time. Li Xian plans to go there tonight to join in the fun. If there is a chance, he will kill this kid and get his Lord token. With the token, Li Xian can build his own base and recruit soldiers like a lord, so as to better explore this world. I just don't know if Gu Xiaohao Lord token can establish a territory of the undead. In addition, Gu Xiaohao has the protection of the gods behind him, so Li Xian is a little bit hesitant and can't act rashly. It's better to test it first. If the gods behind Gu Xiaohao are very powerful, then Li Xian will naturally be more careful to avoid accidents. If that god doesn't play a big role in this world, then Li Xian will have to use some ideas. Of course, at this stage, upgrading and changing to a Little Hero are the key points. So Li Xian turned his head to the side, looking at the beautiful Lord Nancy. I go level up first, and come back to change to a Little Hero in the evening. Well, go ahead. Be careful. Don't worry. I know what to do. After Li Xian finished speaking, under the gaze of Lord Nancy, he strode out of the base and headed straight for the shallow danger zone. Li Xian, whose strength was gradually exerted, no longer had many concerns in the shallow danger zone. In the entire shallow danger zone, Li Xian didn't care about anyone except the dark evil tiger, even the strange woman that day. Li Xian was not afraid. With the various abilities that were unlocked, as long as the strange woman didn't escape, Li Xian had the possibility of killing her. Since there is nothing to worry about, I will improve my strength as soon as possible. Now it is not the soul power that restricts me, but the barrier. Although I have comprehended some barriers, I am not satisfied. To achieve a semi-saint, it is best to choose a barrier that suits me, and then it will come naturally. Li Xian muttered to himself, scanning the surroundings from a god perspective, walking step by step towards the shallow danger zone in the east. The shallow danger zone is not small, it is like a guardrail, separating the various territories. It seems that when the strength of each territory reaches a certain level, it will be able to cross the shallow danger zone, attack the neighboring territory, and complete the annexation. After the annexation is completed, it will be possible to attack the central area, which is the middle danger zone, and also a more dangerous area, requiring stronger strength to enter. To the west of Lord Nancy is Gu Xiaohao territory, so whose territory is to the east. I really want to see it. It just so happens that the monsters around Nancy territory are almost killed, so let's go to the east to see it and practice our level. Li Xian muttered as he moved forward step by step, coming to the shallow danger zone with ease, and saw the skeleton army from afar. Looking at the skeleton soldiers' hands, many of them were carrying a large number of plants. Li Xian could not wait to speed up his pace. These plants were picked by Li Xian order, so that he could find good things to improve his perception. After Li Xian walked over, he immediately checked the plants and tested the effects of the fruits. He soon saw a very interesting fruit. Good stuff. It can actually increase my understanding of ice. This ice peach is really good. Where did you pick it? After tasting an ice peach, Li Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked where it was picked. Kakaka. One of the skeleton warriors raised his white skeleton hand and pointed to the east. Let's go and take a look. Li Xian kept all the fruits that could be used, and threw away the unusable ones. Of course, some of the plants were to be planted in the portable space. After all, these plants came from the world of the gods, and Li Xian could not miss them. The number of skeletons is a little small. It just so happens that my power has been unlocked. Continue to summon. Li Xian clasped his hands together, and the dark power immediately became turbulent. In an instant, a dark space vortex slowly appeared, and dense skeletons roared and rushed out, and then were stunned for a few seconds by the pressure of this world. Finally, under Li Xian's command, these skeletons formed a skeleton army of 3,000 people. There are many types of these skeletons, including skeleton dogs, skeleton rats, skeleton snakes, skeleton dragons, and some shadow assassins who are good at assassination. The shadow assassins were prepared for Gu Xiaohao. When the first wave of monsters attacked Gu Xiaohao, Li Xian planned to let the shadow assassins take the opportunity to make trouble, test the gods behind him, and even kill Gu Xiaohao. If it succeeds, it will be great. If not, we can only take it slowly. I upgrade first, search for ice peaches, and with the ice barrier, I can use this barrier to directly achieve semi-sainthood, and then slowly integrate other barriers, and even master the domain. Li Xian continued to move forward in the vast army of skeletons, and walked towards the eastern area. Far away, Li Xian saw a new base from his god perspective. A rough and simple dilapidated base. Chapter 412 Lion Orcs. This base is really small. There are few facilities in the base, only a few buildings. The base Lord Mansion is made of wood, obviously not more than level 1, and the creatures in the base are just a few kittens, real kittens, similar to the kitten profession of farmers. The only bright spot is that the Lord here is a lion orc. This orc is tall, muscular, holding a huge axe, with scars on his face, looking very fierce, and stronger than Lord Nancy. This lion orc is quite fierce. It's strange. He has few subordinates, and his base is not developing well. Why is he so fierce? Wait, could it be that he has fully upgraded his level? Li Xian secretly guessed and felt that this was very possible. In the early stages of development, it is easy for the people to get into trouble. A strong lord can play a very important role. Li Xian felt that this lion orc chose to fully upgrade himself and rely on hunting monsters to obtain energy. A good way to improve. But facing the strange female figure, the orcs are still far behind. It is difficult to survive, unless the gods behind them take action. Li Xian looked at the other party, and found that he was treating the bite marks on his arm, and it seemed that he had encountered a strong enemy. Li Xian continued to scan, and soon saw a black lizard lying quietly on the small earth slope next to the base. This lizard was strong, covered with scales, and its big tail was shaking back and forth, and its eyes were fixed on the lion orc base. That should be it. It seems that the lion orcs have met someone who holds a grudge. TSK. Li Xian looked around in surprise, and found that the lion orc's base was very special. In the center of the base, there was a magical totem torch, which illuminated the area within a radius of 50 meters, and dispelled the darkness in the area. In this area, the vision of any living creature is no longer suppressed by the darkness, and can see farther. Li Xian was very curious about the totem torch, and felt that each of these lords had unique skills, and hidden good things. Wait, why don't I trade with these lords? Since they have the support of living beings, they must have good things like elemental origins. This is a good thing that can transform talents from extraordinary level to origin level. If we can trade, we will be rich. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. He stared at the lion-orc base with burning eyes, ready to try to trade. It's just right to kill this lizard. Such a big lizard. I will definitely get a lot of experience points after killing it. It's just right to try trading through this point. Li Xian naturally saw that the lizard had brought great trouble to the base. If he killed the lizard himself, he could earn some experience points and trade with the lion orcs. The main reason was that prey was scarce now. Li Xian didn't want to let the lizard go. Now, he would basically not gain experience points by collecting plants. Even if he hunted small creatures, he would gain very little experience points. Such a big lizard would definitely provide a lot of experience points. How could Li Xian not let it go? So he sent out the skeleton army and charged forward in a mighty force. Orc base. After the lion orc bandaged the wound on his arm, he walked to the entrance of the base with a solemn expression and looked at the black lizard on the small earthen slope to the west. This black lizard was his enemy, an extremely difficult enemy. The attack power of the black lizard was normal, not particularly strong, but its defense was amazing, and the axe was like chopping on stone. The key point was that after finally cutting a wound, it healed quickly, almost in seconds. Such a result made the lion orc feel very difficult. After a fierce battle, he was defeated and fled back to the base. This was his first miserable defeat, and he began to doubt whether the path he chose was right or wrong. What should I do? With this lizard here? I dare not leave the base at will. If I am caught up by this guy, there will be another fierce battle. I will definitely be more seriously injured. This guy is too difficult to deal with. The lion orc looked solemn, thinking about the solution. But the opponent was too strong. He pondered for a long time, but still couldn't think of a solution. He could only stand there with an ugly face. But at this moment, the lion orc suddenly looked at the darkness in the west, and then his pupils shrank. In the darkness in the west, black air rolled, and a group of hideous skeletons slowly walked out of the darkness, leading the army to the base. There were a lot of skeletons, and their terrifying number made the lion orc's scalp numb, and he was in a state of horror. How is it possible? How can there be so many skeleton monsters here? This number, at least several thousand. The lion beastman's face changed greatly, and he immediately took out a magical stone from his pocket, on which a totem pattern was engraved, and a stream of rhythm belonging to the gods flowed. After holding the stone tightly, the lion beastman felt a little more at ease, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This magical stone is his important trump card, which can be used in the world of the gods, and can unleash a terrible attack of the gods. But after using it, it also indicates that his mission in this world has failed. At that time, the gods will come and take him away. If it is not necessary, he will never use this stone. But there are too many skeleton monsters in front of him, which are a bit scary. Didn't you see that the black lizard with a ferocious breath started to run away? Ong! The deafening dragon roar resounded through the world, and a skeleton dragon with white bones rushed out from the darkness in the sky, roaring at the world with invincible power. Then the skeleton dragon swooped down like a king, and in an instant, its huge bone claws grabbed the black lizard, and then tore it apart fiercely. Squeak! With a scream, the powerful black lizard was torn apart in an instant, and blood dripped from the sky like a rain curtain, dyeing the earth red, and frightened the lion orcs, and made them retreat again and again, because he saw another 9-headed skeleton dragon flew out from the darkness, and rushed towards the base with great momentum. Such a scene was really too scary, and what shocked the lion orcs even more was, he found that on the back of one of the largest skeleton dragons, a black-robed man was sitting quietly. His face was covered by a hood, and his figure was completely hidden. Gulu. The lion orc swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that he was so unlucky to encounter such a terrible existence. So many terrible skeleton monsters made him feel extremely heavy. But what surprised him was that these skeleton monsters did not attack the base. Instead, they brought many plants and prey corpses and stopped at the gate of the base, standing silently. At this time, a dark banshee walked out of the team, looking at the lion orc in the base and said, "My master wants to make a deal with you. As long as you can provide the elemental source, all these prey are yours, and even provide you with more energy." Elemental source? Deal? The lion orc was moved when he heard this, and squinted his eyes to look at what the skeleton monster brought. Chapter 413 Trading the Origin of Elements. There were more than a dozen large trees, dozens of prey corpses, hundreds of weeds, and many stones and fruits. There were even fruits that strengthened the body, which made the lion beastman very excited. But considering the origin of elements, he felt that things were a bit tricky, because the world of God domain was too special. Every time the gods took action, projected into the world of God domain, and sent things to the world of God domain, it would consume a huge amount of divine power. In addition, if the gods interfere too much in the affairs of the God realm, they will be rejected by the God realm. In the long run, the gods will not even be able to appear in the God realm. So without great benefits, the gods are generally unwilling to interfere in the affairs of the God realm. This is also the problem of the lion beastman, because in the family, he is not favored. The ancestors of the family do not value him, and he only has a mysterious stone in his hand. Like other lords, they usually have 5 mysterious stones in their hands, and some favored lords will also receive special care from the gods. For example, giving away various treasures, helping the lords of the God realm world, and creating special bloodline professions. This is what the lion orcs envy the most. But he can only envy and watch. Now he has an opportunity to trade. As long as he can obtain these energies, he can develop quickly, survive the first wave of attacks, and gain the attention of the family. I can trade. The gods consume a lot of divine power when they attack. These energies are not enough. I need twice as much energy. In addition, I need a water bag of water. I don't have much water. The lion orc had a serious expression and said his bottom line. He was actually very smart. Normally, everyone didn't have much water. In order to save water, he only recruited 5 kitten farmers. This also led to very little water in the base. It has persisted until now, and can even last for 2 days. But if it continues, the water will be consumed sooner or later. He must consider it in advance. So he proposed this condition. Okay, give me your water bag. The dark banshee was silent for a while, as if she had received an order, and suddenly said, okay. The lion orc poured the remaining water in the water bag into the big black pot, and then threw the water bag out. Wait for me for a while. After the dark banshee said this, she quickly floated towards the skeleton army and gradually disappeared. A while, the lion orc was slightly stunned when he heard this, and he didn't quite understand what this meant. He knew clearly that if he wanted to find water, he needed to go to the shallow, dangerous area and fight, and he couldn't get water in a short time. Now that the dark banshee said this, the lion orc felt that the dark banshee might be wrong. But it didn't take 2 minutes. The dark banshee emerged from the skeleton army, quickly stopped at the gate of the base, and threw the water bag in. The water is full, and these energies are also for you. The dark banshee waved to the skeleton army and another group of skeleton monsters, with many plants and animals, slowly came over. The lion orc looked at the water bag in his hand. Looking at the full of clear water, he was stunned, and felt a little confused. It actually took a while. The lion beastman was very surprised. He had never expected it to be so fast. He felt it was incredible. But he had no time to wonder, because the skeleton monsters brought more than a dozen big trees to the door, and also put down many plants and corpses. The entire door was lined with many energy plants, and the lion beastman was more and more excited. With so many things, he would be able to upgrade his level, and even upgrade the base to level 2. He would be tempted. Suppressing his emotions, the lion beastman held the mysterious stone and said, "What type of elemental origin do you need? I will contact the ancestors now. Except for the dark origin. Any other origin will do." The dark banshee said sharply. "Ah?" The lion beastman was stunned again, and felt confused again. He wanted to say, as a skeleton monster, "Shouldn't you have the dark origin? Why not the dark origin?" However, he did not ask more questions, but immediately injected soul power into the totem and began to communicate with the ancestors. Boom! The space shook slightly, an illusory lion projection appeared in the air, and his eyes swept across the lion orcs with coldness. However, when this illusory lion projection saw the skeleton army at the door, he did not look at the black-robed man on the back of the bone dragon, but glanced at the darkness 800 meters away. "Ancestor, I am completing a deal. They are willing to provide energy plants in exchange for elemental origins. Except for the dark elemental origin, everything else is acceptable." The lion beastman bowed hurriedly and narrated what happened just now. "Yes. The lion projection said a word coldly, and then the space rippled, and a magical stone and an elemental origin that looked like a candy emerged from the space. Then, the illusory lion projection disappeared, leaving only the magical stone and the elemental origin. Thank you, ancestor. The lion beastman looked at the strange stone excitedly. This stone was recognized by the ancestor. With this stone, he had 2 life-saving trump cards. This obviously means that the ancestor recognized his performance and increased the training efforts, which also made the lion beastman excited. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, the lion beastman took the 2 things. But at this time a message came into his mind, which was the message from the ancestor. After receiving the content of the message, the lion beastman hurriedly said, "This earth element source is for you. In addition, my ancestor said that as long as you can help me block the first wave of attacks, the ancestor will provide another element source. If you block the second wave of attacks, the ancestor will take out 2 more element sources. If you can kill the dark evil tiger, then..." The lion beastman took a deep breath and said seriously, "The ancestor said that he could give you a squire quota, giving you the opportunity to enter the ancient god world." Squire quota. In the darkness 800 meters away, Li Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and shook his head speechlessly. Lord Nancy promised a squire quota before, but Li Xian didn't take it seriously. Now it seems that this quota seems to be a bit extraordinary. However, he still said that it was impossible to be someone else's squire. So he used his mind to order the Dark Banshee to reject the proposal and trade treasures in the field instead. And soon, Li Xian received information again, and the 2 sides reached 3 conditions. As long as Li Xian helped the lion beastman territory survive the first, second and third waves of attack, he would receive 3 elemental origins and a domain magic crystal. The transaction agreement was reached, and Li Xian was in a good mood. But he became more and more wary of the unknown gods, because as soon as the projection appeared, it discovered Li Xian in the dark. And even the black-robed substitute that Li Xian arranged on the back of the bone dragon could not confuse the other party. Gods, they are really scary. I have to be careful. Don't let anything go wrong. Li Xian narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. Soon, the dark banshee floated over from a distance and immediately knelt in front of Li Xian, holding the elemental source in both hands. I didn't expect that in the world of the little fat man. Even the elemental source that Saint-level strongman valued was so easily obtained by me. It's really surprising. Then what's next? Li Xian took the elemental origin and squeezed it gently. It felt like squeezing a candy. It was very fun. However, the throbbing of his soul reminded Li Xian that as long as he took this earth elemental origin, his ability to control the earth would be like controlling darkness, and he could use it more freely in this world. Without hesitation, Li Xian took the candy and swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 414. Control of the Earth Element. The reason why he swallowed it so directly, without worrying about encountering any problems, is because of the special nature of the elemental origin. It is an original power, second only to the rules, and its internal structure cannot be changed, plus there is no reaction to the sense of crisis. Li Xian concluded that the elemental origin is well preserved, there will be no problem, even if there is a problem. The worst that can happen is reincarnation. There are 2 more points. Through Li Xian observation, the elemental origin should not be a particularly precious thing for the gods, at least it cannot be compared with the things in the world of the gods. It is worthwhile to exchange an elemental origin for the resources of the god realm world. It can also help the lion orcs in the future to resist monster attacks. This is a very suitable deal. The most important point is that the projection of God is very powerful. If God wants to kill Li Xian, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Even if they are 800 meters apart, Li Xian can feel the horror of God. The opponent's level is too high. The 2 sides are not at the same level at all. So Li Xian directly took the elemental origin, eating it like eating candy. Boom! As the elemental origin was swallowed, Li Xian only felt a loud rumbling sound in his body, and his whole body trembled a few times. At the same time, a terrifying warm current flowed in his body, and rolling heat waves surged in his body, like a river, a sea, and it kept on flowing. Under such power, Li Xian only felt that his control over the Earth system was madly improving and transforming, like a chick breaking out of its shell, and cracks appeared one after another. Crack! With a crisp sound. Li Xian was in severe pain, and in an instant, his perception of the Earth element was improved several times. It felt like the whole world was filled with Earth elements, surrounding me, cheering and leaping around me, slowly forming a vortex of earth elements. Ding! Successfully promoted, supernormal earth control, promoted to origin earth control. Ding! Li Xian, Lord of the Wolf, 91.93 million honor points. Master, Qin Yu Little Fatty. Physique, Elf Archer Rule Body. Soul, Golden Great Perfection. Origin, Darkness Control, Earth Control, Fire, Water, Wind, Ice, Thunder, Wood, Light, Poison, Space and other elemental controls. Talent, Level 3 Rule Talent, Reincarnation Pool, Telekinesis, God Perspective, Heroic Transformation, Dragon Power, Mantis Puppet, Soul Hand, Treasure Hunt, Companion Spirit Equipment, Self-Destruction. Looking at his data panel, checking the soul of the Golden Perfection, and the control of the Earth system, Li Xian couldn't help but smile. He made the right bet, his strength was further enhanced, he was getting closer and closer to the semi-saint. Even the next road, Li Xian knew how to go. Li Xian, in a good mood, commanded the skeleton army, marching towards the east, heading straight to the area where the ice peach was found. Experience +3. Experience +4. Experience +5 along the way. The skeleton army swept across the 4 directions, killing all the enemies along the way, and marched on the Black Land invincibly. During this process, Li Xian's experience value was also increasing rapidly. Even if the experience of killing monsters was less, it was still a lot. Think about it. Thousands of skeleton monsters. They only need to kill them casually. Can bring Li Xian a lot of benefits. And also cause Li Xian's experience value to increase rapidly. The team continued to move forward, and stopped at the junction of the middle danger zone. A skeleton soldier walked out of the team with a click, pointing at a big tree not far away, and kept clicking. Li Xian looked up, and found that there was a lush peach tree in the middle danger zone. The peach tree was very tall, more than 10 meters high, with lush branches and leaves, and thick branches extending to the shallow danger zone. It actually spans 2 danger zones. So lush. It's a pity that there are not many ice peaches. But it should be enough for me to master the ice barrier. Li Xian's eyes were bright as he scanned the big ice peaches on the peach tree. He estimated that there were about 50 ice peaches in total. This number was not comparable to the peach trees in his previous life. But the ice power contained was enough for Li Xian to master the ice barrier. However, the middle-level danger zone was very dangerous. And even the little hedgehog didn't dare to go there. The little hedgehog was the strongest creature under the dark evil tiger, and was stronger than the dark evil tiger when he grew up. Even the little hedgehog had to be cautious in the middle-level danger zone. So Li Xian naturally had to be careful. The point is that he has a skeleton army, which can fully upgrade around the shallow danger zone. And there is no need to act rashly. To be safe, Li Xian did not plan to go to the middle danger zone, even if it was only a line away. First pick the ice peaches that extend to the shallow danger zone, and then continue to upgrade, and come back to check the situation after reaching the maximum level. Li Xian mobilized telekinesis, and picked all 7 ice peaches that extended to the shallow danger zone. As for the middle danger zone, Li Xian did not touch it at all, even if it was only a little bit away. Crunch! Crunch! Li Xian took the ice peach and ate it. In the sweet peach juice, it took a short while to eat all 7 ice peaches. The rolling energy spread in his body, and a lot of ice barrier perception lingered in Li Xian's heart. He just felt comfortable all over, and his understanding of the ice barrier increased dramatically. So that's it. Li Xian's eyes showed a trace of sudden realization, and vaguely understood the true nature of the ice barrier. Swish! The cold air spread on the surface of the body, and circles of faint ice barrier spread around Li Xian, covering the black earth and freezing the tender green weeds. This is the prototype of the ice barrier. As long as he eats another ice peach, Li Xian will be able to fully comprehend the ice barrier. However, Li Xian did not continue to pick ice peaches, but put away the ice around him, strode towards the east, moved away decisively and directly, gradually disappeared in the darkness. Soon after Li Xian left, the trunk of the ice peach tree trembled slightly. A red paper umbrella slowly stretched out from the peach tree, and slowly opened. At the handle of the red paper umbrella, a white and slender little hand was holding it. After the little hand appeared, a strange aura spread in this area, and an inexplicable sense of horror enveloped the scene. The area that was originally full of insects and birds suddenly became silent, like a dead place. A breeze blew by, and the red paper umbrella swayed slightly. At some point, a figure appeared under the red paper umbrella. Standing quietly, The figure was slender and graceful, wearing a bright red gauze dress, with a pair of snow-like arms and long black hair swaying in the wind, giving people a feeling of floating in the air. Unfortunately, because the red paper umbrella was pressed too low, the face of the figure could not be seen. Only the white chin and rosy mouth, as well as the cute little melon seed face could be seen. All of this indicated that this was a beauty. A beautiful little beauty. But at this time, the red paper umbrella was lifted up, just revealing the eyes of the figure. Chapter 4:15 The Terrifying Power of God. It was a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes. The pupils were as black as ink, like the dark night sky. With her appearance, she was definitely a great beauty. But these eyes had no emotion at all. The gaze was extremely cold, and stared at the distance without blinking, staring at the direction where Li Xian left. Such a strange gaze, anyone who saw it would feel creepy, and even feel a chill on the back. 100 meters away, Li Xian led the skeleton army forward step by step. The skeletons behind him collapsed and died for no reason. A strange cold feeling lingered on Li Xian, making his heart cold. He did not stop moving forward, or even look back, but continued to move forward decisively step by step. In the cold feeling, and the inexplicable pulling, he walked a long way in the darkness. Half an hour later, the strange feeling disappeared, the inexplicable pulling feeling broke. Li Xian walked a distance again, slowly stopped, and then smiled. Crack, crack, crack. The ice spread around his body, with him as the center. A 3-meter square ice barrier was officially formed, like a special ice stand. And this was the real ice barrier, not a prototype at all. You want to lure me with illusions, ridiculous. Li Xian smiled disdainfully. The prototype of ice just now was simply fake. He had a deep understanding of the barrier, and after eating those ice peaches, he completely understood it, and no longer needed to eat them. But some kind of illusion changed the surrounding scene, showing that he only needed one ice peach to realize it. If he wanted to pick another one, he would need to go to the middle-level dangerous area to pick it. Li Xian had many talents, and had experienced a lot of battles. He immediately realized that something was wrong and decisively turned around and left. As expected, as soon as he took a step to leave, he felt a strong sense of crisis. But this sense of crisis came with a strange sense of estrangement, as if as long as he didn't make a wrong move, he wouldn't be hurt. Just like that, Li Xian left directly, without looking back, without stopping, and walked away in big strides. And what he gained was the ice barrier. Now that I have the barrier, I only need soul power. Next, I just need to accumulate enough soul power. Li Xian took a deep breath, and looked at the shallow danger zone in front of him from a god perspective, looking at the various creatures hidden in the green jungle. So many creatures. Enough for me to upgrade today. This time before dusk, I must upgrade to the maximum level. Li Xian made up his mind, waved his right hand, and the skeleton army marched forward, hunting monsters everywhere in the dark, earning experience points. Time passed in such a battle, and it was evening in a blink of an eye, when another golden light lit up around him. He finally reached the maximum level again, reaching level 10. Great! Finally reached the maximum level. Go back and change to a little hero immediately. After Li Xian finished speaking, he sent a part of the skeleton army to guard the gate of the orc territory, and he walked back with the remaining subordinates. Dark assassins, you go outside Gu Xiaohao territory, hide quietly, and wait for my order. Li Xian walked to a place not far from Nancy territory, and immediately gave the order. Yes! Hundreds of dark assassins saluted respectfully, and then disappeared into the darkness. Li Xian arranged for the remaining skeleton army to hide in the darkness, and he took a bunch of big trees, monster corpses, and walked towards the Nancy base. Nancy base. Nancy stood in front of the big tree in the barracks, waving the ancient token, trying to summon soldiers one by one. After she had summoned 10 elven archers, she stopped summoning. She actually wanted to summon an elven priest, but unfortunately, she had too little energy. The energy she had earned all day was only enough to summon 10 elven archers. Unfortunately, there is too little energy. I can't continue to summon. I don't know if these troops can cope with the attack in the early morning. Lord Nancy was very worried. Before she entered this world, she had heard a lot of news about the first wave of attacks. It was said that many lords did not survive the first wave. Not only did these lords fail, they couldn't even leave alive. This also made Lord Nancy very cautious. She didn't dare to be careless at all. She wanted to summon the elf priest. Unfortunately, her energy was not enough. She could only hope that Li Xian would bring back more energy. The priest can heal and dispel evil. I really hope that Li Xian can bring back enough energy, Lord Nancy said secretly, praying that Li Xian could bring back more things. Bang! A dull sound came from the gate. Dozens of big trees were thrown on the ground, and there were many prey corpses. When Lord Nancy saw this scene, her big eyes instantly lit up with joy, and she took her little feet and ran towards Li Xian. Li Xian, you are back. Great. So many big trees. So much energy. Enough to summon the sacrifice. Li Xian, you are so strong. Lord Nancy looked at the things on the ground. She was so happy that she couldn't help but run to Li Xian's side and circle around him. The elves also flew over with laughter, also flying around Li Xian. And some elves even landed on Li Xian's shoulders and rubbed their little heads against Li Xian's face. There was no way. Li Xian was naturally friendly. After his strength increased, his suppression power was much less. In addition, he changed his job to an elf. The elves had no ability to resist him. They were very friendly to him. Quickly collect energy. Help me change my job. I have reached the maximum level. I can change my job to a little hero. By the way, what little hero can I change to? Li Xian touched the little elves flying around him, and looked at Lord Nancy with some curiosity. I don't know either. I can only know after I change my job. Lord Nancy shook her head, squatted on the ground to collect energy, with a hint of apology on her face, because she really didn't know what kind of little hero she would become. Is that so? It doesn't matter. As long as you are a little hero. Any job is fine. Li Xian waved his hand indifferently, turned around and walked out the door again, and then appeared with a pile of supplies. This scene once again shocked Lord Nancy. She asked stupidly, there won't be supplies at the door. At the door? Smart. Li Xian dropped a bunch of things, and brought a lot of things from outside, which made everyone in the base dumbfounded. Li Xian didn't care, put down the things and asked, Nancy, can you get the elemental origin? I need a few. Exchange them for energy, such as these. Elemental origin? I can get it in the ancient god world, but there is no elemental origin in this world. If I want to get it, I need to ask the family for help. Lord Nancy explained softly. She actually didn't want to contact the family, because her mother was the patriarch, and she was the person she least wanted to ask. But if Li Xian needs it, she is willing to ask her mother for help, which is the last thing she wants to ask. How about this? I will tell you about this in a few days, and see what kind of elemental origin we will look for at that time. Li Xian made an appointment with the lion orcs, and was ready to talk about this matter after the third wave of attack was over. Yes. Okay. Lord Nancy nodded, considering that she could not help Li Xian at all. She sorted out her words, and began to talk about some information about the world of the gods, and also about various information about the ancient gods. Li Xian listened quietly, asking questions from time to time, such as how strong the gods are, how powerful the gods are in this world. After the story was finished, Li Xian felt a little heavy in his heart, because the gods were stronger than he had imagined, and the level of the gods was completely transcendent, not belonging to the category of humans. Each of them had the power to destroy the world, project all realms, lock souls, and provoke the gods. If they were not careful, their souls might be wiped out. Chapter 416. The first wave of attacks arrives. Such a result makes Li Xian look solemn. But there is also good news, that is, the gods are greatly rejected in the world of the gods, and many methods cannot be used. Li Xian wants to deal with Gu Xiaohao. Although he cannot do it openly, he can use some hidden tricks. For example, through special means, lead a group of monsters to the outside of Gu Xiaohao territory and then kill him. Or get poisonous plants from other places, plant them in the safe zone, and kill Gu Xiaohao. As long as Gu Xiaohao is not killed directly, as long as Gu Xiaohao dies in the world of God, it will basically not be noticed by God. After knowing this news, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and a plan slowly emerged in his mind. Li Xian, I'm going to help you change your job to a little hero. Are you ready? After collecting the energy, Lord Nancy looked at Li Xian seriously, with a serious look on her face. Well, let's start. Li Xian took a deep breath, looked at Nancy expectantly, waiting for the start of the job change. Buzz! Colorful light shone from the ancient token. Lord Nancy held the token in her fair little hand and raised it high. Endless light poured out from the token, enveloping Li Xian, and also enveloping this area. Li Xian was wrapped in the colorful light, and his whole body began to transform from the inside out. Soul, physique, will, multiple aspects were rapidly transformed. But when the colorful light was about to complete the final transformation moment, the colorful light dissipated with a bang, and the job transfer collapsed. What's going on? Li Xian frowned, carefully checked his condition, and found that his soul had become much stronger. But the attribute panel showed that the job transfer was not completed. Li Xian, follow me. Lord Nancy put away the token with a serious face, and quickly pulled up Li Xian's sleeve and walked towards the ancient tree of life. After entering the room of the ancient tree, Lord Nancy immediately closed the door, pulled Li Xian to sit on the table in the living room, and sat opposite each other. Li Xian, are you from another world like our lord? Why do you ask? Li Xian asked calmly. It's like this. As lords, the creatures we summon have no souls. We can upgrade them and strengthen them at will without any restrictions. When I changed your job to a little hero just now, I was reminded that your soul level was not enough. Your soul needs to reach the level of a semi-saint before you can change your job to a little hero. Lord Nancy told the truth without hiding anything. Is your soul level not enough? Li Xian was silent. He did not expect such a result. And he did not expect that the creature summoned in the base had no soul. Li Xian, don't worry. I know a way to help your soul. Strengthen it to a semi-saint. Then I will help you to become a little hero again. Lord Nancy saw Li Xian was silent and thought that Li Xian was in a bad mood. She hurriedly spoke to comfort him. She had received too much help from Li Xian and was always grateful to him. Even if Li Xian's soul came from the outside world, she was still willing to help him. What method? Li Xian felt the concern of Lord Nancy and could not help asking. The method is to survive the first wave of attacks and obtain the prizes of the God Realm world. The prizes of the God Realm world are very precious. You can choose to use the prizes to strengthen your soul and reach the semi-saint. Lord Nancy explained seriously. Oh, it turns out to be like this. Li Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. It felt like a sudden turn of events. It turned out to be so easy to solve the problem. Li Xian, we can't let our guard down. The first wave of attack is very dangerous. Although the base is very powerful, we still have to be careful. I'm going to summon some more soldiers, just in case. After all, there may be boss-level monsters in the first wave of attack. If we fail, we're done. Lord Nancy said solemnly. Don't worry, you will survive the first wave of attack safely, don't worry. Li Xian smiled, and got up and walked into his house. Why? Nancy Lord was a little confused when she heard this. She didn't understand the deep meaning of Li Xian's words. You will know when the time comes. Li Xian waved his hand and walked into the house, leaning on the soft couch with his eyes closed, remotely controlling the skeleton army, while also monitoring Gu Xiaohao territory. As for the skeleton army on the Lion Orc side, they were also ready to go, waiting for the arrival of the first wave of attack. Nancy Lord in the living room was still very confused, but for some reason, she felt that Li Xian's words were very convincing, so she didn't say anything else. Of course, now that she has enough energy, she took the token and went out to summon some elven archers and elven priests. The next step is to wait, waiting for the first wave of monsters to attack in the early morning. After Lord Nancy arranged everything, he stood outside holding his sword tightly, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Time passed. Darkness fell, and an inexplicable pressure enveloped the area. The whole world was silent. So quiet that it was scary. As if the world had been silenced. Captain Windy and the elven priestess, standing on the left and right of Lord Nancy, stared at the outside world vigilantly, waiting for danger to appear. All the creatures in the entire base, except Li Xian, were waiting vigilantly, waiting for the arrival of the first wave of attack. As for Li Xian not coming out of the ancient tree of life, none of the elves in the base felt that it was wrong. After all, Li Xian's failure to come out gave people the feeling that he was scared. If it was in other territories, there would definitely be people who would make sarcastic remarks. But the creatures in Nancy territory didn't think anything of it. Some elves were even worried about Li Xian, worried that the job transfer had failed, and that Li Xian was in a bad mood. It can be said that this territory recognized Li Xian very much and regarded him as a true partner. Similarly, Li Xian also recognized this territory and was willing to help it. This was one of the reasons why he brought a lot of supplies every time he came back. Ah! A sharp voice suddenly resounded in all directions, resounding for thousands of miles. All the creatures in this area heard this sound and felt their scalps tingling. This sound, like countless voices shouting together, made everyone shudder and tremble with fear. As this sound rang out, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive, and the time was getting closer to the early morning, and everyone's mood became more and more urgent. It was also at this time. The early morning officially arrived, and the terrible atmosphere enveloped all directions, and all the creatures. The elves in Nancy territory were very nervous, and they were anxiously waiting for the battle to come. Suddenly, a message appeared in Nancy territory, and appeared in front of everyone in the territory. Hint: Nancy territory successfully survived the first wave of attacks. Reward: universal water droplets. Following the prompt, several small water drops suddenly appeared in the air in the center of the base, floating quietly, waiting to be collected. Nancy looked at the scene, looked at the prompt, and was completely confused. Her mind was full of confusion. The elves around were also confused, blinking their big eyes and looking blankly, completely unable to understand what was going on. Because the battle was over before it even started. They didn't even see where the enemy was. Lord, what's going on? How did we suddenly survive the first wave of attacks? I didn't see the enemy? Captain Wendy asked in confusion, not knowing what was going on. I don't know what's going on either. Wait, could it be him? Lord Nancy suddenly remembered Li Xian's previous hint and was startled. Who? Lord, who are you talking about? Captain Wendy asked hurriedly. Chapter 417, The Universal Little Drop of Water. It was Li Xian. It must be him who helped the base overcome the difficulties. Lord Nancy said affirmatively. Why? Isn't he in the ancient tree of life? How did he help us overcome the difficulties? What did the enemy look like? Wendy was at a loss. She didn't even see the monster, but she managed to overcome the difficulties. The key was that Li Xian solved the problem. This was really confusing. Listen to me. When I was chatting with Li Xian before, we talked about the first wave of attacks. He told me not to worry. I was sure we could overcome it. I didn't understand it at the time. Now think about it. Li Xian must have done something, otherwise he wouldn't be so sure. Lord Nancy explained solemnly. That's the case. Then he should be okay. Right? Although I didn't see the enemy, but the atmosphere just now was too scary. The weird scream still frightened me now. Captain Wendy said hurriedly. Let's go find Li Xian. Lord Nancy took out a small jade bottle, carefully put the universal little water droplets in the air into the small jade bottle, and then walked towards the ancient tree of life impatiently. Quickly came to the living room, and came to the door of Li Xian's room. Lord Nancy was ready to knock on the door, but she found that the door was locked from the inside. The key point is that there is an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere spreading from the room, making Lord Nancy back cold. Swish! The token in Lord Nancy's hand suddenly floated up, emitting colorful light, covering Li Xian's room. Huh? What's going on? Captain Wendy looked at this scene blankly, and couldn't figure out what was going on. Lord Nancy was also confused, but she felt that Li Xian must have encountered danger. Otherwise the ancient token would not have taken action. At this time, Lord Nancy became worried and wanted to go in to see what was going on. But the house was locked, so she could only worry outside. Inside the house, Li Xian closed his eyes quietly. The skeleton army was guarding the gate of the lion or territory, fighting madly with a group of women in white. These women in white were just phantom clones. The real body had come to Nancy territory and stood behind Li Xian. Even a white left hand quietly rested on Li Xian's shoulder. What a strange power. Li Xian opened his eyes, turned slowly, looked at the woman in white behind him, and then smiled. Can you tell me what your power is? Why did you find me with the help of the skeleton? And you can appear behind me in an instant? Li Xian said lightly, staring at the strange female figure opposite with a sharp gaze. But he didn't get an answer. The strange female figure just stared at Li Xian, staring motionlessly. Her hand was still on Li Xian's shoulder, in a strange and twisted way, as if she wanted to kill Li Xian through some specific rules, but was blocked by the purified light. Since you don't want to talk, then go to hell. Boom! The holy light shone in the house, shining like the scorching sun throughout the room. The huge holy light shone on the strange female figure, burning her body like a flame. Ah! The strange howl resounded throughout the house. The strange female figure's mouth gradually opened, grinning all the way to her ears, revealing her cold and sharp teeth. The key point was that her eyes, still staring at Li Xian viciously, staring at him intently, without blinking. If it were someone else, they would definitely be scared by such a gaze. But Li Xian's expression remained unchanged. and he even made a face at the strange female figure. Boom! The more terrifying holy light spread, and a black needle of the fundamental source level was hidden in the holy light. The black array suddenly hit the strange female figure. Bang! The strange female figure was hit, and it exploded with a bang, and turned into nothingness in the howling. Solved. Li Xian put away the holy light, raised his right hand, and the black needle suddenly appeared on the palm of his hand, exuding a dark breath. Not bad power. Li Xian put away the black needle, and used his mind to check the lion orcs' territory, and found that all the strange female figures had disappeared, and the lion orcs had successfully survived the first wave of attacks. Li Xian sent a subordinate to trade the elemental origin, and his mind was on the Dark Assassin, monitoring Gu Xiaohao territory. Gu Xiaohao territory. The territory was in tatters at this time, and the surrounding fences had been completely destroyed, and it was no longer able to stop the enemy. The Dragon Blood warrior was wounded, and holding a huge sword, panting and blocking the city lord mansion. His breath was very weak. The lumberjack Gu Shan was lying on the ground, rolling his eyes, unmoving. Only Gu Xiaohao was hiding in the city lord mansion, looking out from behind the window, looking at the scene in the void. In the void, a phantom of a god quietly floated above the territory, and its big hand grasped a wailing strange female figure. No matter how the strange female figure wailed, or how she struggled, it was useless. She could only be grasped tighter and tighter in the wailing. Bang! The strange female figure exploded, turned into black light and disappeared, completely crushed. The spirit shadow put down his big hand, scanned the scene in the base, looked at the two subordinates in the base, said with some regret, "Xiaohao, you have grown too slowly recently. The territory has developed so poorly. There is only one Dragon Blood warrior and a lumberjack, and how come the Dragon Blood warrior has not even reached level 10? This does not even qualify for the job change to a little hero. I'm sorry, Father. The base is out of water. I really have no choice but to maintain a high level of combat power," Gu Xiaohao said helplessly. "Alas, anyway. Try your best. I can't provide you with water. The God Realm world values water very much. You can only rely on yourself. But I give you these three things. One is to save your life, and the other two can help you grow better. I paid a great price to get them. Use them well." The shadow of the god shook his head, threw the three things to Gu Xiaohao, and then disappeared in a radiance. "It's actually these three good things." Gu Xiaohao looked at the three good things, and was surprised. Because one of them is a life-saving ring, which contains 10 attacks of the gods, and can automatically attack when Gu Xiaohao is in danger. The other two are two tokens. One is a Dragon Scale Warrior Job Transfer token, which can make a subordinate immediately transfer to a Dragon Scale Warrior, which is stronger than the Dragon Blood Warrior, and is an advanced version of the Dragon Blood Warrior. The other is a small Fire Dragon Job Transfer token, which can help the Lord evolve into a small Fire Dragon Lord, which is even more powerful, and has become a hero profession. Seeing such a harvest, Gu Xiaohao was overjoyed, and quickly gave the Dragon Scale Warrior Transfer token to Gu Shan. He himself used the little Fire Dragon Transfer token, and began to transform himself. Outside the base, hundreds of dark assassins squinted their eyes, and stared at the base, ready to launch assassinations. But looking at the Guardian Ring, the assassins were silent for a long time, and still did not take action, because they felt the terrible pressure from the ring. But at this time, in the air, a few drops of universal water suddenly fell, floating quietly in the air. This is a reward for Gu Xiaohao territory. However, the people in the base, Gu Xiaohao and Gu Shan, are transforming, unable to move, and also unable to be attacked. The only one guarding the base is the Dragon Blood warrior, but he is already wounded and has little fighting power. Such a scene instantly attracted the attention of the Dark Assassin. They looked at each other, and made a decision in their hearts. Go! With a low command, hundreds of Dark Assassins rushed to Gu Xiaohao base, rushing over like a shadow. Who? The wounded Dragon Blood warrior, with the help of Dragon Blood, immediately noticed something wrong, and hurriedly grasped the giant sword, ready to fight. Chapter 418 Half Saint. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew. More than a dozen Dark Assassins suddenly attacked from the darkness, and suddenly attacked the Dragon Blood warriors, and surrounded and killed them as if they were not afraid of death. These Dark Assassins were very fast, and each attack was aimed at the vital point, as if they were going to kill people. But if you look closely, you will find that these assassins are secretly paying attention to Gu Xiaohao, paying attention to the Guardian Ring in his hand. Sure enough, at this moment, the guardian ring slowly floated up, gradually aimed at more than a dozen dark assassins, and there was a faint divine light flowing on the ring. Retreat! With a low command, the dark assassins suddenly scattered, running away from all directions, and disappeared in a moment. The guardian ring floated in the air for a moment, and finally fell into Gu Xiaohao's hands, without launching an attack. It seemed that these dark assassins were not worthy of the guardian ring. The Dragon Blood Warrior saw the scene, and was not surprised, and was very happy to scare away these attackers. Mainly after today, everything in the base was developing towards a good direction. Dragon Scale Warrior Gu Shan, Little Fire Dragon Gu Xiaohao, and him, the Dragon Blood Warrior. It can be said that the base is about to rise, which makes the Dragon Blood Warrior very excited and happy. When the strength is improved, he will go out to find these dark assassins and kill them all, leaving no one behind. Thinking of this, the Dragon Blood Warrior smiled. However, when he looked up in the air, at the area where the universal water droplets were floating, the Dragon Blood Warrior's expression suddenly froze. The universal water droplets are gone. Damn it! The Dragon Blood Warrior roared, and hurriedly looked around, searching around the entire base. But he couldn't find them after searching for a long time. Not even a shadow of a water droplet. The Dragon Blood Warrior panicked, and thought of the dark assassin just now. It must be the attacker just now. Damn it! Damn it! The Dragon Blood Warrior was furious, gnashing his teeth. The main reason was that the universal water drop was too important. It had universal effects. It could not only improve the base level, but also turn it into experience points and strengthen the bloodline. It was a very important good thing. But now, such a universal good thing was gone. If Gu Xiaohao knew about it, he would definitely be angry to death. The Dragon Blood Warrior, who was feeling frustrated, roared repeatedly, but he didn't know where to look, so he could only stare at the sky with a dark face, waiting for Gu Xiaohao to wake up. Nancy territory. Li Xian house opened, revealing Li Xian figure. Li Xian, are you okay? Nancy Lord and others who were waiting at the door saw the door open, and hurried forward to ask with concern. Especially Nancy Lord, who looked at Li Xian nervously, because she had just suddenly upgraded a level, and upgraded her level for no reason. Then her ancient token fell back into her hand. Apparently, the token also made a move, and got some experience points. It's okay. The enemy has been dealt with. Don't worry. Li Xian comforted her. He was in a semi-transfer state, and could not get any experience points. So the experience points gained from killing the strange female shadow were divided between Lord Nancy and Lord Lion Beastman. Li Xian didn't take it seriously. Anyway, he upgraded quickly, and didn't need to worry about the experience points. Now his only concern was the transfer, and the universal water droplets he got as rewards. Universal water droplets, you can tell its effect just by the name, so he looked at Lord Nancy expectantly. Li Xian, I'm so glad you're okay. This is a reward. There are 2 small porcelain bottles. I give you one, and we split the remaining one. Is that okay? Lord Nancy took out 2 small porcelain bottles, and handed one to Li Xian, and the rest, she planned to give to the remaining dozens of people in the base. Sure, thank you. Li Xian took the small porcelain bottle, opened it, and looked at the full of universal water drops, and his heart instantly felt warm. Although his contribution was not small, Li Xian was still very satisfied that Lord Nancy was willing to give him the things so generously. Li Xian, take it quickly, and then I will help you change your job. Lord Nancy said again. Okay. Li Xian was not hypocritical. He immediately grasped the cold little porcelain bottle, and drank all the almighty little drops of water inside. Buzz! As if the sound of flapping wings suddenly sounded. Li Xian was bathed in a warm ocean. A mysterious feeling surged in his heart. He had a feeling that he could strengthen everything about himself at will. Even his soul. Considering that his soul has not yet reached the semi-saint level. And reaching the semi-saint level requires some soul power. And barriers. Li Xian immediately chose to strengthen his soul, and try to comprehend more barriers. With Li Xian's choice, his soul instantly began to strengthen. Countless insights came to his mind, and a large amount of barrier knowledge appeared in his mind, allowing him to quickly comprehend various barriers. Light barrier, dark barrier, fire barrier, ice barrier, wind barrier, rain barrier. Countless knowledge poured in. Li Xian only felt that he was getting stronger and stronger, and frequently comprehended rare barriers. And his strength, unknowingly reached the semi-saint level, officially became a semi-saint level strongman. At some point, Lord Nancy raised her little hand, helped Li Xian complete his job change in the colorful light. Then she ordered everyone not to disturb Li Xian, and left the house. Soon a night passed. When the morning sun shone in the territory, Li Xian finally opened his eyes, and a gleam of burning light flashed in his eyes. Finally became a semi-saint, and mastered a lot of barriers, and also completed the job change. Li Xian smiled slightly, feeling that the world's suppression of him had been reduced again, and he could exert a stronger power. Try the range of the God perspective, and see how far it can go. Li Xian muttered to himself and opened the God perspective. In an instant, his perspective came to the sky, looking down at the earth. To Li Xian's surprise, the range of the God perspective was even larger. Not only could he easily see Nancy territory, Lion Orc territory, Gu Xiaohao territory, but even the territories farther away could be clearly seen. There is another territory to the east of the Lion Orc's territory. Wait, has it been destroyed? Li Xian frowned, and scanned the territory from a God perspective, and found that the territory was already in ruins. The buildings of the base were smashed to pieces, and there were faint traces of blood in the courtyard. Apart from these, nothing else could be seen. It was obvious that the base was abandoned. Li Xian continued to look east, and soon saw another base. Similarly, this base was also destroyed, and there was no sign of life. Li Xian continued to look east to see 3 or 4 more territories, all of which were in ruins. Readjusting the perspective, Li Xian looked at Gu Xiaohao territory to the west. It was still a ruined territory. After searching for several times, he finally saw a relatively intact territory outside of the 5 ruined territories. Chapter 419 Dark Realm. There are finally living creatures in this territory. In the center of the territory, a round unicorn, carrying a heavy hammer, patrolling the territory. Behind him are 2 equally round unicorns, also carrying heavy hammers, and it is hard to tell what race they are. This base has developed quite well. The Lord Mansion has reached the 2nd level, which is higher than Gu Xiaohao territory buildings, but there are fewer soldiers, and it seems that some of them died in the battle. The first wave of monsters attacked, and destroyed so many territories. After the 2nd and 3rd waves of attacks, I don't know how many territories will be left. Li Xian frowned and continued to adjust his perspective, observing all directions. After not gaining much, Li Xian turned his head to look at the middle-level danger zone. The middle-level danger zone is much larger than the shallow-level danger zone. Li Xian God perspective has reached a radius of 15 kilometers. With such a large range, he still can't see the end of the middle-level danger zone. The reason for this is that the shallow-level danger zone and the middle-level danger zone have different suppression effects on the God perspective, and the difference between the two is 10 times. When Li Xian observed the middle danger zone, his vision was greatly suppressed. He could only see the middle danger zone, an area of about 5 kilometers. This observation range was not small. Li Xian even found many monsters. All kinds of monsters. For example, strange female shadows, dark evil tigers, dark cats, big-toothed pigs, and various wild animals, all hidden in the grass and woods. There were also some locust-like creatures, flying densely, with a number of hundreds of thousands, which made Li Xian's scalp numb. This is it. Li Xian suddenly saw a familiar monster, a woman in red holding a red paper umbrella. This woman in red, after coming out of a tree, walked barefoot on the black ground, step by step. She had a very graceful figure, curvy, and a unique style when she walked. The pair of white feet, with a touch of white light, are particularly attractive, but the key is that the pair of feet did not really step on the ground. Instead, it was like stepping on the air, a little distance from the ground. Such a charming girl in red could easily attract men's attention. But when Li Xian watched from a God perspective, he felt a chill in his back. What shocked Li Xian even more was that where the woman in red walked, the monster hidden in the bushes suddenly fell to the ground and died directly. The strange female figure whooshed away quickly the moment she saw the woman with the red paper umbrella, and instantly escaped far away. Even the dark evil tiger was unwilling to approach the woman with the red paper umbrella. When it was far away from her, it quickly moved away. The area around the woman with the red paper umbrella was like a restricted area. No one approached. This really frightened Li Xian. It was abrupt. The woman with the red paper umbrella turned her head suddenly and looked in the direction of Li Xian. They were 5 kilometers apart, but the woman in red just stared at him. For a moment, Li Xian felt as if he was looking into her eyes, and the weird feeling became stronger. Swish. Li Xian immediately retracted his god perspective, and breathed a sigh of relief, but something was flowing in the ear. Li Xian raised his right hand, and touched his ear, and when he put it down, he found that his hand was covered with red blood, and it was full of stickiness. My right ear is bleeding. Damn it! Li Xian didn't know how he was attacked, but he immediately activated the holy light and purification ability. While healing himself, he carefully checked. After confirming that he had no other injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the God Realm world, it is really dangerous and terrifying. Li Xian cleaned the blood from his ear, rechecked his condition, and turned to walk out of the base. He was going to ask the little hedgehog if it knew the red paper umbrella woman and see how they attacked. With this thought in mind, Li Xian quickly left the base and came to the shallow danger zone as soon as possible, waiting for the dark assassin and the dark banshee to appear. Whoosh! Soon, the dark assassin appeared with the universal water drop, knelt on the ground respectfully, and offered the water drop. Li Xian took it immediately and swallowed it directly. He now almost mastered all the barriers. But to become a saint, he needed to have his own territory. Li Xian was ready to transform his barrier into a domain. The universal water drop was extraordinary. When Li Xian chose the direction of improvement, he immediately chose the domain. In an instant, a huge amount of knowledge poured into his mind, and Li Xian was immersed in comprehension. The skeleton army around instinctively protected Li Xian in the center, guarding silently, waiting for Li Xian comprehension to end. The skeleton army far away in the lion orc's territory also rushed back, and the dark banshee hidden in the skeleton army carefully held an elemental source. It was an ice elemental source, which was the reward for helping the lion territory survive the danger. Time passed slowly, and soon it was noon. Li Xian, who had closed his eyes, finally opened them, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers gently. Instantly, with Li Xian as the center, dense darkness permeated all around, covering 100 meters in radius. The skeleton army in the dense darkness, just like fish swimming in water, was extremely excited, and their strength increased rapidly, surging by a large margin. In addition to these points, the pervasive darkness instantly made the plants on the ground wither, and turned into dust and dissipated. Li Xian was in the darkness, with a smile on his face, feeling that the effect of the universal water droplet was really too powerful. Good stuff, it actually allowed me to master the dark domain. Even the lowest level 100-meter domain, I am still invincible in the domain. Like a god. Li Xian was ecstatic, feeling that the dark assassins had brought him a big surprise, and was going to reward them later. Of course. Li Xian was also very much looking forward to the elemental origin brought back by the dark banshee, and took it and ate it immediately. Ding! Successfully promoted, Transcendental Ice Control, promoted to Origin Ice Control. With the mechanical prompt sound, Li Xian was delighted and opened the data panel. Ding! Li Xian, Lord of the Wolf, 1.16 billion honor points. Master, Qin Yu Little Fatty. Physique, Little Hero Druid. Soul, Semi-Saint 100-meter Dark Domain Origin, Dark Control, Earth Control, Ice Control. Control, Fire, Water, Wind, Thunder, Wood, Light, Poison, Space, and other elemental control. Talent, Little Hero Rule Talent, Reincarnation Pool, Telekinesis, God Perspective, Heroic Spirit, Dragon Power, Mantis Puppet, Soul Hand, Treasure Hunt, Companion Spirit Equipment, Self-Explosion. Okay, it's a big transformation. Even the Rule Talent has become a little hero. Doesn't that mean that, even if I die, I am summoned again, I can still improve from a little hero? Li Xian looked at the data panel with satisfaction. Looking at the Semi-Saint Soul, looking at the Dark Domain, and the control of ice, Li Xian was very satisfied. As for Troy's physique, it belongs to the profession of a little hero. He changed from the original elf archer to a little hero druid. This is also a good harvest, but compared with other harvests, it is still a long way behind. Take a look at the druid's attribute panel, and see what abilities I have mastered. Li Xian brought out the druid's attribute panel again. Name, Li Xian. Level 10/3000 Occupation, Little Hero Druid. Combat Power, 1000 Specialties, Druid Transfiguration, Nature's Favorite, Precision Shooting, Archery, Assassination, Stealth, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Pest Control. Belonging to Divine Domain, Nancy Territory Potential, Unknown. Chapter 420 The King of the Middle Level. Looking at his little hero's attribute panel, Li Xian couldn't help but smile. Especially when he thought that the little hero's level cap was 100, Li Xian was even more delighted. Every time he upgraded, his soul would be improved a little. If he upgraded to level 100 with a domain, then he would definitely become a saint-level powerhouse. Yes, a saint-level powerhouse. The most fundamental condition for a saint-level powerhouse is the domain, and then the soul power is strong enough. Li Xian has achieved one of them, and now what he lacks is soul power. Thinking of the increase brought by the upgrade, Li Xian could not wait to snap his fingers. In an instant, the space trembled slightly, and a dark space crack slowly appeared. It formed in the air like a rotating storm, and then expanded and became larger, forming a huge space crack with a diameter of 30 meters. Bang, 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 bang. With the sound of heavy footsteps, dense dark creatures walked out of the space crack, exuding the breath of death one by one. Necromancer, Death Knight, Pollution Monster, Death Shadow, Eyeball Giant, Hell Skeleton, Three-Headed Dog, Scourge Hammer Skeleton. One after another, dark creatures walked out of the space cracks, like invading another world, appeared in the shallow danger zone in a mighty force, and began to line up in formation. There were too many of them. As Li Xian's soul reached the semi-saint level, the number of dark creatures that could be summoned had reached tens of thousands. Even under the condition of squeezing himself, he could summon more. However, Li Xian felt that tens of thousands of dark creatures were enough to sweep across the shallow danger zone, and there was no need to summon more. When the number of dark creatures reached tens of thousands, Li Xian waved his hand, and the space cracks slowly closed, leaving only the mighty dark army. Let's go! Sweep across the shallow danger zone! With Li Xian order, the dark army set off in a mighty manner, advancing towards the shallow danger zone in the east like a tide, sweeping away everything wherever they passed. Li Xian did not follow. His body changed from a human to a hedgehog. Then, in the bush, he ran straight to the hedgehog's nest in the west. He was very fast. It took him only 5 minutes to get to the nest, and saw the hedgehog eating under the great trellis. Chirp! The hedgehog was so excited when he saw Li Xian coming that he danced with joy, and immediately offered his fruit to Li Xian. No need. I have a question for you. Do you know the information about the woman with the red paper umbrella in the middle danger zone? Li Xian asked directly. After asking this question, the scene fell into a brief silence. Li Xian did not hear the little hedgehog's answer. When he looked at it carefully, he found that it looked very solemn, and seemed to be very afraid of the woman with red paper umbrella. Is she dangerous? Li Xian used the Wanjia communication again, trying to ask. Chirp! The little hedgehog began to answer, chirping endlessly, and gesturing back and forth with its little paws, trying to express its meaning. Li Xian listened quietly, and became more solemn as he listened, because the little hedgehog meant that the woman with red paper umbrella was very strange, and was the evolution of the strange female shadow. They have special attack methods, which make them very difficult to kill. The most important thing is that there are 12 of them, called the 12 Reds of the middle level, and they are also the strongest subordinates of the middle level king. Middle level king? What is that? Is there another king in the middle level danger zone? Li Xian asked seriously. Shichichi. The little hedgehog showed a sad mood, and tears began to well up in his eyes. What? Your father is the middle level king? Li Xian was stunned. He never expected that the little hedgehog's father was the middle level king. Chirp! Chirp! The little hedgehog continued to chirp, telling many stories about it. It turned out that its father was very powerful, ruling the huge middle level danger zone, and was the real king. Unfortunately, a super strong enemy came to the high level danger zone, competing with the little hedgehog's father for the position of the middle level king, and won the battle. The little hedgehog's father was killed by the new middle level king, and so was its mother, who was hunted down by the new middle level king. Only the little hedgehog, because of its weak breath, and hiding well, was lucky enough to escape. However, the new king of the middle level now rules the middle level danger zone, making the entire middle level danger zone even more terrifying. So the little hedgehog suggested that Li Xian not go there. I didn't expect there would be such a story. Don't worry. I won't go to the middle level danger zone in the short term. By the way, your father was once the king of the middle level. So can you command the women with red paper umbrellas? Li Xian asked again. Chirp! The little hedgehog shook his head, indicating that he could only avoid being attacked by the women with red paper umbrellas, but could not command them, because even its father couldn't easily command the red paper umbrella woman. They were like nominally belonging to the middle level king. which made Li Xian feel even more depressed. It seems that the red paper umbrella woman is more powerful than expected. Otherwise she wouldn't belong to it nominally. Li Xian muttered secretly, and decided not to go to the middle-level danger zone for a short time. Anyway, there are many monsters in the shallow danger zone, and it is easy to reach level 100 as long as you sweep through them. After making the decision, Li Xian told the little hedgehog a few words, telling it not to get close to Nancy territory, and then said goodbye to it and left. Next, he planned to upgrade with all his strength, strengthen his soul, and reach level 100 as soon as possible. After the little hero reaches level 100, he can change his job to a powerful hero, and the hero already has the strength to venture into the middle-level dangerous area. As long as he does not encounter the strongest existence, like the middle-level king, his life will basically not be in danger. After making the decision, Li Xian left and began his leveling journey in the dark world of God Domain, the world of the little fat man, the forbidden land of the beast-taming sect. At this time, the atmosphere in the forbidden land was solemn. The great elders of the beast-taming sect and the heavenly sword sect all had ugly faces and stared at the space cracks in the forbidden land. The cracked space crack was getting bigger and bigger. From the dense cracks, black gas was coming out from time to time, spreading everywhere. But this was not dangerous. What made everyone feel difficult was that at the other end of the space crack, there was a vertical pupil staring at this side quietly. Looking at this strange vertical pupil, the supreme elders present were all terrified, and they dared not look at it in horror, because the vertical pupil was like a vortex. As long as they looked at it, they would be sucked in, even if they didn't look at each other. These gold-level supreme elders felt their blood surging, and their skin was faintly cracked. Evil creature! Boom! A dull roar shook the four directions. A thin, white-haired old man suddenly appeared, proudly in the air, and the storm field instantly enveloped the vertical pupil, the terrible wind blade, and the storm swept towards the strange vertical pupil. This storm field was very powerful. The wind blade could cut ripples in the space, and frighten the gold level to retreat repeatedly. But such a terrible storm field cannot have a big impact on the strange vertical pupil. It can only temporarily suppress the power of the vertical pupil in this world.